From childhood, Ho Young had a passionate love for soccer. But no matter how hard he practiced, he just was not cut out for it, so Ho Young decided to give up on his unfinished dream. Even as an adult, he still regretted that decision. One day, while playing soccer with his best friend, Ho Young was struck by lightning. That incident led him to meet the demon of greed, and they made a deal. Ho Young successfully went back 14 years to when he was just a boy. Will he be able to seize this second chance and become the best soccer player in the world, as he has always dreamed? Let us find out. An exciting soccer match is being broadcast live on TV. Ho Young watches intently. Throughout my childhood, I always had a vague dream. The commentator's voice announces a goal. Park Ji-suk scores, tying the game at 1-1. The players are enthusiastically running on the field with burning passion. Ho Young also has his own dream, to become the best player in the world. During a family dinner, his father suddenly asks Ho Young, "What is your dream?" Without much thought, he immediately replies, "To become a great soccer player like Park Ji-suk." His father seriously shares, "To become a soccer player, you need talent." And it seems like our Ho Young really does have talent. Ho Young is overjoyed and asks back, "Really, I thought what my dad said was true. I believed I had talent, that I was a gifted player. And in 2002, I joined a soccer academy with a sky-high ambition." While dribbling the ball, Ho Young is charged at and has the ball stolen by an opponent. "I was not strong enough to compete against kids who were always trained in a professional environment." After that tackle, Ho Young loses his balance and falls to the ground. He sits on the ground with a disappointed look. "I fell again." The coach suddenly appears and sits in front of Ho Young, startling him. The coach says, "Go over there and practice separately." Ho Young's eyes widen in shock. That was the group of kids with low skill levels. Seeing his friends practicing extremely basic drills. At that moment, I felt that in front of me. There was a giant wall blocking my path. And then I quit the soccer academy as a way to run from the truth. In his helplessness, Ho Young burst into tears. During times like that, his father was always by his side to comfort him. "Ho Young, everyone is a flower that will bloom someday. Just because a flower buds quickly does not mean it will bloom early." He asked himself a question: what if I had not given up back then? Do I really have talent? If I work harder, can I blossom and bear fruit? Before he knew it, it was 2016, on a bustling little street. Ho Young sits in a bar with a sad look on his face. Lee Yong-soo sees him sitting still as a statue and asks, "Hey, what is wrong all of a sudden? Are you drunk?" Ho Young quickly regains his composure and cheerfully tells Lee Yong-soo, "Nothing." "Congratulations on getting the job," his friend repeats in exasperation. "You already congratulated me earlier." He quickly replies, "Today is a day worth celebrating, so congratulations are never enough. When good things happen, you should enjoy them to the fullest. Yes, this is the time to celebrate." My friend Lee Yong-soo, who is sitting right in front of me. Ho Young stares at his friend with affectionate eyes. Lee Yong-soo has been accepted into a professional soccer club. And I am still just a part-timer at a convenience store. Thinking about that, Ho Young can't seem to control his emotions. He immediately chugs a glass of beer, shocking Lee Yong-soo. And so the two of them sat for a long time without saying a word. Ho Young can only say to himself, "I want to become a professional soccer player. I am so stupid. I should not have given up back then." Ho Young lowers his head to the table and cries in regret. He looks up and confides, "If I had kept trying, maybe I would be playing soccer with you now." Lee Yong-soo laughs and replies, "Don't talk nonsense. If that were true, I would be eating the Ballon d'Or. But hey, regretting it won't change anything. It is too late now." Lee Yong-soo's words make Ho Young's heart skip a beat. "I have always regretted it for so long. I do not want to play soccer for fun. I do not want to give up like before. Even after that, I had many more opportunities, but I wallowed in regret, thinking it was too late now. I want to go back. I want to start over. I am such an idiot." Ho Young seems lost in his own inner world. Yong-soo's phone suddenly rings. He asks Ho Young, "Hey, do you want to play soccer now? Sang-ho needs 2 people to play 4-on-4 futsal." Ho Young can't believe what he is hearing. "Now." He looks out the window, lost in thought for a moment. Then he smiles and replies, "Let us do it." Outside, the rain is getting heavier. Finally, Ho Young and Lee Yong-soo arrive. Hello everyone. The group laughs and says, you finally made it. Ho Young, standing in the back, suddenly sees something. A friend also glances at Ho Young. Immediately after, he turns his face away with an unpleasant attitude. Ho Young makes a confused expression. This Yoon Young Ho does not even bother to say hello. Yoon Young Ho is a talented player, so good that he could have won the Cha Bum Kuan Award. Some even said that he was Park Ju-hyung's successor, but then he suffered an injury and had to retire from professional soccer. Ever since we were young, the relationship between him and me has not been good, and it seems like he still holds that grudge to this day. Despite everyone around them talking, neither Ho Young nor Young Ho even look at each other. Young Soo asks everyone, hey, why are we playing outside when it is raining? Someone quickly replies, I heard the indoor court is packed. Let us play quickly, or it will get even more crowded later. The rules are 4-on-4. The first team to score 5 goals wins. The ball is thrown up in the air. Let the game begin. Young Soo runs behind and tells Ho Young, you play up front. He replies enthusiastically, okay. Since I first toddled along with my dad to the soccer academy, I have been a striker. My physique and technique are above average. My technique is good enough to shoot accurately from anywhere on the field. The opposing team's goalkeeper shouts a warning, he is unmarked. Just when he thought he could score easily, Young Ho suddenly appears and steals the ball from Ho Young. But I still can't compare to a professional player. After successfully taking the ball, Young Ho gives him a mocking smile.
Ho Young stands frozen in shock.
He is furious at Young Ho's attitude. That bastard. A few seconds later, Ho Young continues to jump into the game, but I have always wanted to be immersed in this scene. A high-level soccer game. Yoon Young Ho, today I will defeat you. Ho Young rushes forward and easily steals the ball from him. A loud sound rings out. Before he can keep the ball for long, Ho Young loses the ball to Young Ho again. He looks at him again and gives him a provocative smile. Your dribbling technique is too poor. As soon as he finishes speaking, Young Ho unleashes a decisive kick. The ball flies through the air and hits Ho Young's leg. Everyone on the field just stands and watches the ball roll out of bounds. Ho Young reaches out his hand, grabs Young Ho's collar and warns, don't be so arrogant. Teammates on both sides have to step in to break it up. Okay, calm down. Young Ho still does not show any respect and arrogantly says, you pathetic loser, I am going to destroy you today. Go get the ball. It flew far because it hit your leg. Ho Young also retorts, you are such a failure. He quickly runs towards the ball. At the same time, intense lightning and thunder appear in the sky. As Ho Young touches the ball, a surge of electricity suddenly erupts. Lightning from the sky strikes right where he is sitting. Ho Young's figure gradually disappears. Inside, he can only scream in utter pain. I can't believe I got struck by lightning. I have not achieved anything in my life, and it is so unfair. I can't believe an accident with such a small probability happened to me. Is this real? Am I going to die so meaninglessly? The smoke gradually dissipates, revealing Ho Young's blackened body. Unable to accept it, he angrily shouts, give it back. Give it back to me, give me my life back. Tears flow endlessly. After calming down a little, Ho Young realizes something is wrong. Wait. Where am I? A spine-chilling laugh echoes from behind. A fierce whirlwind suddenly appears. A strange figure gradually emerges. He has a bizarre appearance, neither human nor beast. Ho Young's eyes widen in horror. He tries to stay calm and asks him, are you a demon or something like that? The man smiles with interest and asks back, how did you know? Ho Young stares at him and says tremblingly, because you look like. He proudly introduces himself, yes, I am the demon of greed. Humans often call me the Mind Eater. Would you like to make a pact with me? Ho Young's face shows confusion, unsure if this is real or a dream. Ho Young stands face to face with a person who has a serpentine tail, and is a little flustered. He looks down and says, so first. Ho Young looks surprised at what the man mentioned. What kind of deal are you talking about? Hearing him ask that, he just replies indifferently, well okay. A moment later, in his hand were 2 orbs of power. He offered him, you can trade these 2 things for me. Then he raised the blue orb, explaining, first is time. Stopping for a while, then he continued to explain, next is purple, and second is this power. Hearing those words, Ho Young was listening attentively with a tense expression. Seeing that expression on his face, he said in a voice, "First let me explain to you, you can return to any period of time within a minimum of 10 years and a maximum of 23 years. Suddenly, Ho Young's eyes lit up, showing interest in this information and exclaiming, "Oh my." Seeing Ho Young's attitude, he continued with a dangerous look in his eyes, "However, you have to pay a corresponding price. After all, there is nothing for free in this world." Thinking he got a bargain, but unexpectedly having to pay a fee, made him surprised to exclaim in front of him, "What price?" Hearing that question, and his worried demeanor, he immediately raised his finger to explain. As he spoke, he raised his hand as if to guide. That finger touched him and then he said, "Returning 1 year will also reduce your lifespan by 1 year. Suddenly there is a chance to change his life, but in exchange for his life, making Ho Young ponder about this. Seeing the thoughtful look on his face, he said matter-of-factly, "Reversing 23 years is equivalent to losing 23 years of life, but anyway. No one knows when they will die, right?" Hearing that, Ho Young said nothing but just smiled awkwardly. In the middle of the tension, he suddenly spoke in a confident voice, "That is a fair exchange." Seeming afraid that he did not understand, Ho Young then explained, "If you can't live like a man, then what does it matter if you die early or late? Besides, people can usually live to be 100 years old, so I will be fine." After saying what he needed to say, Ho Young asked about the purple orb of power, "So, what about the power?" Hearing that question, he immediately raised the orb and answered at the same time, "I will give you my power." Seeming unable to understand what he was saying, he wondered, "The power of a demon, what kind of power is that?" Hearing that question, he still replied gently, "This is the power to help you get everything you desire." But unfortunately, Ho Young was stupid, so he still did not understand what he was saying. "What do you mean?" Hearing that question, he tiredly grasped the energy he was holding in his hand. Literally, "This is the power to help you get the talent of others." After hearing that explanation, Ho Young suddenly considered in his head, "It is hard to understand just by listening, maybe I will have to test it myself." A moment later, Ho Young was still immersed in his own stream of thought, "So I can achieve everything I want with this ability." While he was still thinking, the man's hand reached out. That hand reached Ho Young's face, pulling with it a source of light, while he was still thinking, "But is not this more like he is doing charity than trading?" His source of power seemed strong, then the bodies of the two flew into the air. Only a moment later, he gave a sly smile and asked him, "Now tell me, how many years do you want to go back?" Seeing that scene, Ho Young looked blankly, his eyes wide open, not daring to believe his eyes. But not long after that, Ho Young covered his face with his hand, then smiled. He said to him, "Although it is really absurd, but..." Although still a little doubtful, Ho Young still hesitated and said, "If this is true," his voice gradually lowered as he said what he wanted, "Then I want to go back." After an earthquake, Ho Young blankly opened his eyes wide. Ho Young hurriedly stepped back, anxiously observing his surroundings as if verifying something. After looking at everything for a long time, he suddenly looked in the direction of the calendar as if wanting to confirm something. Then suddenly, the TV reported, "Park Ji-sung's transfer to Eintracht Frankfurt has been announced, and now the public is." Hearing that information made Ho Young look around in surprise and realize, "I really went back." Ho Young still did not dare to believe it, so he did some actions, like trying his voice, listening to his own childish voice again. Then quickly moved his hands, to remember the flexibility of youth. After he finished experimenting, Ho Young suddenly looked at the calendar and confirmed, "This is exactly 14 years ago." Ho Young thought, "So I am 10 years old now, in 3rd grade of elementary school." Ho Young clenched his hands, showing joy now. Ho Young's eyes were more determined than ever, muttering to himself, "I am back to the age where I can achieve everything." While he was still thinking, suddenly there was a sound around Ho Young that caught his attention. "My dear, help me a little here." It was Ho Young's parents when they were young. Ho Young's dad smiled brightly and said to Ho Young's mom, "It is already dark." Seeing the image of his parents when they were young made Ho Young look at them in disbelief. "Dad and Mom, they are so young." Then a table of food was served. While eating, the father asked him, "Ho Young, what is your dream?" He thought, during dinner, Dad would occasionally ask questions like that. Hearing that question, Ho Young did not think much and immediately answered, "I want to become a soccer player." The father was also happy with that. "My son suddenly speaks so maturely. Do you still want to become someone like Park Ji-sung?" Ho Young answered decisively no, making the father a little surprised. Ho Young's eyes lit up. He continued, "I want to be even greater than that. I want to become the best soccer player in the world." That affirmation made Ho Young's parents look at him with different eyes. Both of them were shocked by his frank words. Seeing that expression on his parents' faces, he happily said firmly, "That is my wish." Even though his son's dream was a little grandiose, Ho-young's parents said nothing but smiled brightly. They did not force their son, just gently reached out and stroked his head affectionately. Ho-young imagined himself shining on the soccer field in the future. He remembered the image of the mysterious man, and secretly determined in his heart, definitely. Ho-young sat in front of a glass of water, his hand held the glass, and he thought in his heart, "Now I am back to 10 years old." Ho-young secretly rejoiced in his heart, the age where I can do anything I want. After returning to the past, Ho-young resolutely thought, from after school until bedtime, I can do anything I want, because I am just an elementary school student. Then suddenly Ho-young stood up and loudly called his father and asked, "Dad, where's the fever nova?" Hearing that question, the father immediately gave him the ball. Looking at the ball in his hand, Ho-young thought about its origin. That is the official ball of the 2002 World Cup in Korea. Fever nova. Holding the ball tightly in his hand, Ho-young was happy but also secretly wondered, why does my heart beat so fast just by looking at this ball? A few days later, the scene shifts to the space on campus. On a soccer field, the image of a foot kicking the ball, rushing quickly on the field. At this time, a soccer match is taking place. Ho-young is kicking the ball, thinking to himself, "It feels so happy. When I was young I wanted to grow up quickly. But only when I became an adult did I realize that." Even though he was sweating all over, Ho-young still kicked the ball happily while thinking, childhood is the happiest time. A moment later, when he was tired, he put his foot on the ball to stop it. Then, Ho-young looked at his hand and suddenly had an idea. So, should I check, what is this ability like? Thinking that, Ho-young immediately implemented it. He closed his eyes to feel his body. Then an extremely large power occurred, followed by a large golden light. Not long after, the golden light gathered together again, making Ho-young look with a surprised expression without being able to utter a word. But the surprise was still there. A notification appeared. Ho-young talent has been acquired. No. Ho-young was attracted by, the special word on that board is, talent has been acquired. No. That announcement made Ho-young look attentively for fear of missing something. Ho-young looked up attentively for a long time, then suddenly he muttered, "It feels a little disappointing. I thought I was quite promising when I was young. But it turns out I do not have any talent." Ho-young's eyes were a little regretful. "Do not say genius. It is hard for me to become even an ordinary player." After the event of seeing that information board a few days later, Ho-young still went to school regularly. Not long after, the school bell rang. After school, Ho-young was still playing with the ball. While juggling the ball he said, "Ha." But then the ball went off course, making Ho-young surprised to exclaim unconsciously. Ho-young looked at the ball in despair. "It will take a little while for me to adapt to this body. It would be great if there was someone to play against." While Ho-young was still sad, suddenly there was a voice behind calling him, "Hey Ho-young." The caller was none other than his friend Yoon-young-ho. He shouted, "What are you doing?" With a bossy expression and a challenging voice, Yoon-ho provoked, "What do you know about playing soccer?" As soon as he saw the person coming, Ho-young was surprised and thought to himself, it is Yoon-young-ho when he was 10 years old. Because he was smaller, Ho-young had to look up at him with a wrinkled face. "You just met and you are looking for trouble, right?" Yoon-ho also replied without any fear. "Did I say anything wrong, or do you want to hear praise?" But he was afraid that he had lived too long. Yoon-ho stuck out his tongue and teased Ho-young, "You chicken." Seeing that action made Ho-young clench his fists and look towards him. But then Ho-young immediately relaxed his hand, not bothering to pay attention. Seeing that action made Yoon-ho surprised when he saw that he still did not do anything. Even though he was angry, Ho-young quickly reminded himself, instead of headbutting Yoon-young-ho, I will try to observe him. Then the light from before appeared. The light was displayed on his head. Ho-young looked at him and considered, does this ability only show my talent, or does it also show the talent of others? Without any warning, the light that just appeared reappeared. This time it was even more intense than before. Seeing that light, Ho-young opened his eyes wide in surprise. That light appeared in front of Yoon-ho but was taking information. Only a moment later, the board recorded information. Yoon Jung-go talent possesses soccer prodigy B powerful shot at medium range C. If you meet the conditions you can copy a talent condition playing soccer together for at least 60 minutes. Seeing those lines of information made Ho-young very happy and excited to be able to read Yoon-young-ho's information. I can see it. This ability not only displays my talent but also shows the talent of others. Under Yoon-ho's contemptuous eyes, Ho-young pondered quietly thinking, but Yoon Jung-go is not enough to be considered a genius, but something is better than nothing. Ho-young wondered, and more surprising is, if I complete the conditions then I can copy his talent. Ho Young immediately looked at the line of information. If you meet the conditions you can copy a talent. The condition is playing soccer together for at least 60 minutes. He finished reading and thought, so this is the power that the demon Mammon mentioned. Ho Young suddenly remembered the black light that the mysterious person once said, greed. After thinking carefully, he lowered his head and decided, I do not know what will happen but, let us try it. Then Ho Jong called Young Ho Hey. Ho Young gave a friendly smile, and then made an offer, want to play a game. Not long after, the ball was kicked up into the air. The two began to rush into the game to compete for the ball. The two just struggled forever. This person took it and then the other person took it back. Young Ho was faster than Ho Young so he could win the ball. And the first goal was scored by Young Ho. He shot the ball straight into the net. Young Ho looked at him and said, it is really boring, while Ho Young at this time was already exhausted, panting heavily. Even though he was almost exhausted, Ho Young still did not care much. He looked up and thought, no wonder he is a soccer prodigy, he is really harsh, but it does not matter. A moment later, the system screen appeared again, then the word appeared on the board again. Please choose the talent you want to copy. Soccer prodigy B powerful shot at medium range C. Copy condition playing soccer together for at least 60 minutes. Seeing those lines, Ho Young could not help but be happy, smiling, there is no need to hesitate, I will choose the first one right away. After thinking it over, Ho Young immediately chose Soccer Prodigy B. As soon as Ho Young made a choice, the system screen showed an intense light, strong rays of light. Not long after that, only the word was left on the system screen, Ho Young. After loading, Ho Young's first title also appeared. On the board it has now changed to, Ho Young Talent Possesses Soccer Prodigy B. Seeing that title, Ho Young was very happy, his whole body trembled with excitement. Receiving superpowers Ho Young excited. Well done, so now Young Ho and I are really equal, even though I do not know how much I can develop in the future, at least I'm happy to be able to develop. He looked at Young Ho hesitating. The control panel gave Ho Young two choices, Soccer Prodigy Grade B and Powerful Shot at Medium Range Grade C, can copy a talent with the condition of playing soccer together for at least 50 minutes. Ho Young wondered, doesn't copying a talent make the other person disappear, and has the condition been reduced to 50 minutes, or is it because there is only Grade C talent left? Young Ho picked up the ball and was about to leave when Ho Young called him back, suggesting, hey, let us play a little more. Young Ho pouted and bluntly refused, no, I do not like playing with you. You suck at soccer. Besides, I have to go practice now. Ho Young did not give up and continued with an enticing offer, just a little more, and I will treat you to spicy rice cakes. Sure enough, it made Young Ho stop. Ho Young took it a step further, and chocolate too. Young Ho could not resist the lure of food and immediately turned around to ask for confirmation, really. Sure enough, using food to attract children is the fastest way. Ho Young smiled brightly and nodded. Luckily, he is still just a kid. After a heated soccer match, Ho Young was so tired that he could not catch his breath. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared. The system board opened again, and it allowed him to choose a talent to copy. Ho Young was overjoyed. Nice, quickly choose Powerful Shot. This time, Ho Young's skills had improved significantly. He now possessed both Soccer Prodigy and Powerful Shot at medium range. After a minute of excitement, Ho Young returned to a state of exhaustion. I am so tired. Let us stop here. Young Ho smiled faintly, already tired. But he could not deny that Ho Young's abilities had improved significantly. Hey, your skills have improved a bit. Ho Young smiled slightly. He confidently said, it is all thanks to you. Young Ho was surprised. Ho Young brushed it off and changed the subject, nothing. Let us go. I will treat you. Young Ho looked at Ho Young suspiciously and asked, do you have any money? He nonchalantly replied, of course. In his heart, he was extremely grateful to Young Ho. Thanks to him, I got a talent. At the very least, I should treat him to 300 won's worth of spicy rice cakes. However, Young Ho said something that touched Ho Young's pride. Isn't your family very poor? Won't your mom scold you? Ho Young glared at his friend resentfully. That Young Ho has a personality that dogs and cats would run away from. If you had not said that, I would have treated you. He threw a fist in front of Young Ho, startling him. Hey, what is that for? Ho Young spread out his hand, revealing 101 coin, and bluntly kicked him out. You are no longer of any use to me. Get lost. After saying that, he turned around and walked away without bothering to pay attention to Young Ho, who was screaming loudly behind him, "Hey you dog." Ho Young walked while pondering. For a talent to develop, it needs diligence and luck. Once, a video of a 5-year-old playing soccer became popular on YouTube, and Manchester United noticed that kid. But in this era, there is no smartphone or YouTube, but there is still one way. That is to appear on TV. The TV screen showed a soccer match, causing Ho Young to stop and watch, and at the same time, he thought of a way to get the public's attention. And there is a TV show that is perfect for this. Initially, it was just a youth development program that aired only during the World Cup season, and thanks to this program, many children became professional players. Including Lee Kong-cheol, who was noticed by Valencia. A golden opportunity to immediately become a star. I will aim for that. Ho Young's eyes shone brightly as if he had just discovered a new civilization. The catalyst that sparked the soccer craze in the younger generation in Korea, the first youth talent development program in Korea. Ho Young hurriedly ran home and called his father. He enthusiastically suggested to his father, "I want to be on Shoot Dory." Ho Young's father was suddenly confused, not understanding what Shoot Dory his son was talking about. His mother, who was in the kitchen, also curiously peeked her head out and asked, "What is it, son?" To explain in detail, Shoot Dory is a young soccer talent development program where young boys play in an entertaining soccer league. They practice and play soccer under the guidance of famous coaches and management. Everything is recorded. It is starting to air this year, so it is not famous yet, so it is understandable that my parents do not know about it. Ho Young turned on the computer and searched for detailed information for them. He pointed to the screen displaying, "The program begins selecting candidates on September 3rd for children aged 8 to 10. Ho Young's parents stared at the screen, wondering what is Shoot Dory. His father shook his head, "No, this is the first time I have seen this. What kind of program is this?" All the information was read to his mother by his father, from the selection to the coaching position. Moreover, the coaching position for FC Shoot Dory is expected to be taken by singer Kim Jong-kook. Ho Young called his parents. His right hand placed on his father's hand. His left hand grasping his mother's hand. He said firmly, "I want to participate." The couple stared at their son in astonishment. Then burst out laughing. The two happily agreed and supported him with both hands and feet. Suddenly, I feel full of energy. If our son wants it, then of course we have to support him. Time passed, and finally the day of the selection arrived, Saturday, September 3rd. At the training facility of the Korean Football Association. The judges had taken their seats. Producer Choi Hyung-jae suggested, "From this pile of applications, let us only choose those who are 8 to 10 years old. Let us focus on the kids we targeted yesterday." Another person spoke up and asked, "So you are not going to consider the skills of the other kids?" That person was Kim Jong-kook, a singer and the coach of Shoot Dory. Hyung-jae gave a sly smile, revealing the true nature of the competition. The theme will be the underdog rising up or something like that. We only need to target those who are good enough to attract attention. We do not need to worry about the others. Okay, Jong-kook, you are going to personally examine a few individuals today, right? The young man nodded yes. Producer Choi suddenly raised his voice, wondering, "We are going to film you for a promotional video, so you have to do something interesting. But it seems like you do not care much about that. Try to spark some interest." "You know what I mean, right?" Jong-kook smiled and compromised, "Okay, I will do my best." Things were going according to plan. Hyung-jae turned back to the applicants, "Good, let us take a look." Mixed in the crowd was the small figure of Ho Young. The casting took place. After dozens of children, Choi Hyung-jae had selected a few representative kids, one shy, two mischievous, one polite, a cute girl, two fairly adorable kids, and a handsome boy. Maybe that is enough. The producer turned to ask Jong-kook's opinion. Was the kid from earlier okay? Jong-kook happily gave his opinion. He was good. All his shots were good. Plus, he is mischievous, so he will definitely attract attention. And his image does not overlap with anyone else's. Choi Hyung-jae was excited. Great, put him on the shortlist. Next kid. The applications this time were Ho Young's. "Hello, it is nice to meet you." Confidence and bright eyes were evident on Ho Young's face. Choi Hyung-jae was also quite impressed, but there was still something that troubled him. "Your name is Woo Ho Young, right?" "Yes." Hyung-jae glanced at him from head to toe. His appearance is average, but not very tall. He is already 10 years old, so he is not at an age to attract the public with cuteness anymore, and there are no special achievements in his application. Ho Young still confidently waited for the next question. Hyung Jae already had his own expectations in mind. There is nothing to make him the center of attention. It does not matter if he performs or not. But on the surface, he enthusiastically asked the applicant, "Do you like playing soccer?" Ho Young enthusiastically replied, "Yes, I really like it." Hyung laughed loudly and suggested, "If you are so confident, can you show us a few moves?" Ho Young immediately agreed yes. Ho Young put the ball on the ground but was stopped by the producer. "Wait a minute." Ho Young looked up in surprise. Choi Hyung Jae was flustered. "It does not have to be soccer. Just show us any other skill you are good at." Ho Young confidently replied, "This is what I am good at." Then smiled foolishly, causing Choi Hyung Jae to be taken aback. Ho Young bounced the ball and immediately showed off professional ball juggling skills, causing the judges and producer Choi to marvel. From the instep to the thigh, Ho Young's momentum did not wane. He also showed off many other more difficult techniques. The judges looked at him with different eyes, especially Choi Hyung Jae. "Cool." Ho Young performed a headstall, causing the crowd to exclaim in surprise. The kid must have practiced a lot. Amazing. But few people know that to gain such talent, what Ho Young prepared was not only ordinary entertainment techniques like others, but soccer skills that he had cultivated himself over the past month. He diligently practiced every day, regardless of whether it was sunny or overcast. Every drop of sweat that fell proved his continuous efforts, or it could be called a combination of the skills of a 24-year-old and the talent of a soccer prodigy. After finishing, Ho Young stepped on the ball to make it lie still. Jungkook said softly to Hyung Jae, "Producer Choi, is this kid a soccer prodigy?" Hyung Jae doubted, "It seems like it, but let us consider it a little more." Jungkook gave Ho Young a task. "Hey kid, now we are going to give you a small test. Are you confident?" Ho Young was stunned, not understanding why he was getting a test. Jungkook suddenly left his seat and approached Ho Young. "You and I will play a game. I will defend, and Ho Young try to score a goal for me, okay? Do you think you can do it?" The request was simple, so Ho Young immediately agreed yes. The test format was quite similar to freestyle play, where you win if you get the ball into a small goal. For Jungkook, even if the kid does not score, he definitely won't be eliminated. This is not a skill assessment but a recording to make a promotional video. Ho Young concentrated and dribbled the ball. Facing Jungkook without a hint of fear, Jungkook casually thought, "I will just take it easy and be gentle." But as soon as he finished thinking, Ho Young had already passed him and headed straight for the goal. To Jungkook's astonishment, Ho Young scored a goal easily. Jungkook was so shocked that he had to exclaim, "Amazing." Ho Young turned around and gave a triumphant but naive smile. Jungkook passed Ho Young another ball. "Looks like you are not just good at juggling. One more time." This time, Jungkook would not underestimate him anymore and would properly face him. This time, Coach Jungkook decided to defend seriously, not only because he was playing against an elementary school boy, but also because he was curious about this kid. Is he really a prodigy? Meanwhile, Ho Young quickly seized the opportunity, then stole the ball from Jungkook. With quick speed and skillful technique that caught him off guard, Ho Young dribbled the ball and prepared a powerful shot from player Ho Young. As a result, the ball was hammered straight into the net. The audience in the stands erupted. Goal. Even the reporters and editors excitedly cheered loudly. Jungkook was still unable to recover from Ho Young's unexpected shot. "That kid is really good. He understands that he can't match me physically, so he chose to shoot from a distance, avoiding a direct confrontation." Sure enough, Ho Young left a very good impression and showed sharp tactical thinking. Moreover, the medium-range shot just now was quite powerful. No need for further testing. This kid, Ho Young, really has talent in soccer. Joy surged in Ho Young's heart, and he quietly cheered, "Nice. Judging by the production team's reaction, I am definitely in. My hard work has paid off. A smooth start. Now if I perform well on TV, quickly becoming famous is no longer a dream." Ho Young excitedly thought to himself, "Famous clubs will compete to recruit me, right? Then I will be like Lee Kong-cheol." The best result that Shoot Dory ever produced, Lee Kong-cheol, thanks to his superb skills, was eagerly watched by fans across the country and became a star in the world of soccer. Thanks to that, he was recruited into a prestigious club in Spain, Valencia CF, and from there embarked on the road to success. But Ho Young is different. He wants to go to Barcelona. Or Real Madrid is also just as good, but anyway, that is still in the future. Suddenly, someone rang out from behind and called, Ho Young. It was Kim Jong-kook. He ran up in a hurry. Moreover, Ho Young was quite surprised to know his name. Ho Young also told about having seen Jong-kook on a music show before, which surprised him, really. Unexpectedly, Jong-kook knelt down. Then smiled and said, "Hey, you are really good at soccer." Hearing that compliment, Ho Young was excited and smiled brightly. Then gave Jong-kook a high five in agreement. This made Jong-kook laugh. This kid. Ho Young could not help but be curious, so he asked, "Will you also appear on this show?" "Yes, my brother is the production director, so he called me to participate." Jong-kook smiled and replied. Just then, Ho Young's parents came up and called his name. Ho Young's father politely greeted Coach Jong-kook, and he also politely bowed, "So you are Ho Young's parents?" "Hello." Then Jong-kook smiled awkwardly, not knowing what else to say. Ho Young's parents also realized that he looked very familiar. "I feel like I have seen you somewhere." Hearing that, Ho Young immediately replied, "He is Kim Jong-kook, the one called the White Cat Leroy." At this time, Ho Young's father realized, and apologized and smiled gently, "Nice to meet you." Taking the opportunity, Jong-kook also conveyed his praise to Ho Young's parents. "I just witnessed it. Ho Young is really good at playing soccer." Ho Young's father also agreed, "Even though he is my son, it is still amazing to hear that." Jong-kook even said with a smile, he might even go abroad soon. The two of them were talking quite intimately, causing Ho Young to misunderstand. It is only the first time they have met, but they are already like sworn brothers. After greeting everyone, Jong-kook asked to be excused. Before leaving, he also cheered him up, "Ho Young, good luck." Which excited him, "You too, Mr. Jong-kook." But then suddenly, a notification appeared. Kim Jong-kook, talent possessed. If the conditions are met, one skill can be copied. Practice physical training together for 60 minutes. Ho Young was quite confused at this time. These talents have nothing to do with soccer. Oh well. Before leaving, Ho Young suddenly called Jong-kook back, which surprised him. Ho Young asked, "Can you recommend some protein supplements?" Hearing that, Jong-kook was a little taken aback at first. But then he quickly smiled. "Ho Young, you are still too young to use those kinds of things, but it does not hurt to know in advance, right? Want to hear it?" Of course, Ho Young's answer was yes. In his heart, Ho Young felt that Jong-kook seemed very interested. "I heard that this is the question that people who like bodybuilding love to hear. It seems that is really true." Suddenly, he tugged at Jong-kook's arm and asked, "If possible, can you teach me some physical training exercises?" Hearing that, Jong-kook smiled brightly. At that moment, the system sounded a notification. If the conditions are met, you can copy a talent. Because of that, Ho Young was quite interested and turned to Jong-kook with shining eyes. "Can you introduce me to some protein supplements, and if possible, can you teach me some physical training exercises?" And after that, Jong-kook was very enthusiastic and taught Ho Young little by little, from a scientific diet to warming up with the simplest stretching exercises. The two of them entered a training session together until their whole bodies were covered in sweat. Ho Young even competed against Jong-kook. It was almost time. The system once again displayed, requesting the user to choose the talent they wanted to copy. The choices were given, and without a moment's hesitation, Ho Young chose the perfect muscles. A soccer player rarely holds a microphone to sing. After choosing, Ho Young waited for a new notification. And after being confirmed by the system, Ho Young immediately felt a change in his body, a feeling that his muscles were gradually getting stronger. It is not necessarily that a player must have perfect muscles, but it will be very useful. Later, Ho Young's father came to pick him up, and did not forget to thank Coach Jong-kook. "Thank you for spending so much time with my son." "How should I thank you?" "It is nothing, I am also very happy. I do not have any schedule these days, so it is good to exercise a little." Jong-kook replied happily. In his heart he thought, "Even though I have always liked children, today is special. This is the first time I have met a kid who is interested in bodybuilding like this." About 2 weeks passed, at Ho Young's house. His father was answering a phone call that suddenly came. After a few words, Ho Young's father immediately rushed into his room. Before Ho Young could react, his father hugged him tightly, lifting him into the air. "You did it. Congratulations, son," he exclaimed emotionally. In that moment, Ho Young was spun around so many times that he could not keep his balance. "Dad, I am dizzy." His father laughed. "I am so proud of you." Hearing that, Ho Young remembered and asked in surprise, "Dad, did MBS contact you? Was I selected for Shoot Dory?" And sure enough, he had been selected. It was the moment that Ho Young's name was placed squarely on the list of Shoot Dory members. His long-held dream had come true, so he could not be happier. Ho Young jumped up with joy. Awesome. Soon after, Ho Young's mother also heard the good news. And Ho Young's whole family was very proud of him. They even sent in his appearance fee. At this rate, won't Ho Young become a celebrity? Hearing his father say that, his mother smiled and replied, "Then a fan club will be created, and advertisement invitations will pour in. But as for him, I am planning to become a player." In his heart, Ho Young still could not help but be moved. "I knew I would be chosen, but I am still so happy. This is the first miracle I have achieved since returning. And it is the first time I have appeared on TV. I will be one of the main characters. This time, Ho Young was very determined. I will definitely succeed. No matter what happens, as long as I can seize the opportunity to showcase my skills to the world, everything will go smoothly. Fan clubs and advertisements do not matter. I am only aiming for one goal. That is soccer." In Ho Young's hands, he was cherishing a ball. He closed his eyes and imagined. Before Ho Young's eyes was a scene in a grand stadium with cheers from the spectators in the stands. And Ho Young was a professional player on the field. He became excellent and participated in many stadiums from all over the world: Wembley, Old Trafford, Nou Camp to Santiago Bernabeu. It was an indescribable happiness. Just imagining it made Ho Young feel very excited about his dream. After that, he quickly left the house and asked for permission to go play soccer, thinking to himself, "Anyway, skills are more important than the TV show." Any soccer fan dreams of becoming Messi or Ronaldo, but in the end, it is just a dream. In our heads, we can deduce countless ways to score, but when we actually hold the ball, our bodies do not react according to what is in our thoughts. The reason is very simple. It is because of a lack of basic skills. And the most basic of the basics is juggling the ball. The key is to juggle the ball with the instep before it touches the ground. This requires high concentration and constant practice. Even the golden boy Maradona had to go through these basic steps. Slowly, step by step. Even though he felt breathless, Ho Young did not want to stop. He could feel his skills improving day by day. This is truly the talent of a soccer prodigy. And of course, Ho Young had to practice even harder, juggle another 1,000 times. In the afternoon, Ho Young went to the field to train his physical fitness. Soccer, basically, is a physical war. No matter how excellent your technique or shooting ability is, if you do not have a solid foundation of physical fitness, it is all useless. However, Ho Young still should not try to overdo it. Because of that, he rolled onto the field after training too hard. Ho Young was panting and proud. "I ran 8 laps today." Suddenly, he mentioned the familiar name, Shoot Dory. A determination flashed in Ho Young's eyes. "I will conquer it." In the evening before falling asleep, Ho Young told himself, after passing the selection, "I was determined to succeed. Every night, I go to bed early." Early in the morning, as soon as he woke up, he stretched. And woke up at 6 in the morning, then stretched for 30 minutes to increase the flexibility of his body. "I used to be 170 centimeters tall, but I am confident that if I take good care of myself, I can grow to 180 centimeters. After school, I practice kicking the ball on the field to improve my technique. Eat regularly, exercise physical fitness frequently, and continue to repeat that schedule. Day after day, and before he knew it, the recording finally arrived. The next morning, many reporters and modern filming equipment came to the field for operation. The whole team smiled happily when filming. But Ho Young felt worried. Seeing that, Coach Kim Jong-kook asked him privately, "Are you excited?" Ho Young hesitated and answered, "Yes," but his expression was still very awkward. Before the game, he looked around, saying to himself, "My first evaluation match is about to begin. I have been waiting for this moment for so long." The announcement sounded, "Our opponent is the Chab Korean Football Academy, the giant of Korean soccer." Just then, producer Choi came and called Jong-kook. He said confidently, "Please do not hold back. Just play with all your strength. Even if they win 20-0, it is okay. We need to let the Shoot Dory team feel what it is like to fail. He thought in his head, anyway, the opponent is the top academy in the country, the Chab Rim Academy, so losing is obvious. And if they lose in such an overwhelming match, the children won't be able to control their emotions. This will attract the attention of viewers, making people sympathize with them. And then after a period of continuous hard work, the kids will finally find victory. He swaggered away, asserting that this was a heartwarming and touching story. The producer smiled, with a look of satisfaction. Maybe he is analyzing something. Looking at the boy Ho Young, he thought, if that kid can become famous, then the ending will be even more perfect. Seeing Ho Young feeling worried, he recalled Ho Young's previous practice matches. At that time, the promotional video was extremely successful. It was when he confidently showed his soccer talent with Coach Jong-kook. Especially that kid Ho Young's test segment. There's even a rumor that Kim Jong-guk has watched that video, so maybe I should focus on that kid this time. He pondered, a miraculous goal from that boy would be a noteworthy highlight, but it seems that is unlikely to happen. No matter how good that kid is, it is the same. Soccer is a team game. The opponent is FC Chab Rim, the elite team of the Chab Rim Football Academy. No matter how extraordinary you are, it is not enough. And looking at him now, focusing on warming up, stretching before the game starts. Seeing the reality of Jong-kook's team, he wondered if he had set his goals too high. A reporter rushed to producer Choi, saying that everyone was ready and that he could start working right away. The two teams took their positions, and the opening ceremony began. They shook hands, always looking at each other, everyone full of determination. The match began, and many fans came to cheer for both teams today. Commentator Choi Sung-don from MBS started the live broadcast, greeting everyone and saying that this was the third stadium in the Yongin City Football Center. A clash between giants was about to take place on the field, and accompanying him as a game commentator was actor Kim Byung-jin. Sung-don continued, saying that FC Shoot Dory, a newly formed team with the goal of defeating all youth teams across the country, was about to enter its first game. And their opponent was FC Chab Rim, a very powerful team. Actor Byung-jin was also performing well as a game commentator, adding, yes, this will be a difficult match. Today was their first evaluation match, so it would be a good opportunity for them to find their competitive spirit. Byung-jin did not forget to send words of encouragement to the home team, FC Shoot Dory, saying that even if they lost, they would still learn a lot from FC Chab Rim, the true masters of soccer. The referee tossed the coin. He signaled that Shoot Dory would kick off first, and the young captain confidently thought that this time, it was a piece of cake. He comforted his team, saying that they would win this time. Most of the fans were the children's families, and they felt very happy, everyone exclaiming how cute the little ones were. The referee's whistle blew, and the match began. The dramatic showdown between FC Chab Rim and FC Shoot Dory. FC Shoot Dory started the kickoff, and people used to think that no one would expect too much from a children's match. Young Ho Young's eyes lit up with confidence, and perhaps at this time, the producer thought that at most, they just wanted to see the little ones acting cute and playing with the ball. Ho Young quickly caught the ball, and he ran very fast, thinking that he would be the highlight. He passed the ball across the opponent's face, making him feel scared. The entire FC Chab Rim team opened their mouths in disbelief, not expecting Ho Young to make a move so early. Unexpectedly, the ball hit the opponent's net, catching the goalkeeper off guard. The commentator was also surprised by Ho Young's powerful shot. The audience exclaimed, "Oh my God, what is going on? A shot from the middle of the field. Did that kid score just 1 second after the kickoff?" Young was very confident. Producer Choi was flustered, unable to believe how outstanding this kid was. The reporter asked him what was going on, startling him at this moment. All cameras were directed towards Ho Young, not wanting to miss a beautiful moment. His teammates wondered where he was running. Ho Young confidently ran very fast. The producer ordered the reporter to film close-ups and not miss anything. The boy's feet bounced on the grass. The boy was delighted, jumping up to celebrate his beautiful goal. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that he was not only talented but also an expert at celebrating. He would steal Ronaldo's future celebration. The commentator announced, "Goal, Woo Ho Young scored from the middle of the field." And the ball went straight into the opponent's goal. It is amazing, it is unbelievable that a young boy could make such a shot just now. Also, look at that celebration. Actor Kim Byung-jin saw the boy's skillful celebration and exclaimed, "A pose that shows he is the winner, the best of the best." The FC Chap goalkeeper was dazed by the rapid developments of the match, saying to himself, "This is the first time I have witnessed such a shot. Is he really only 10 years old?" The opposing team's coach also looked worried, thinking, "Didn't they say that kid was just an amateur?" Introducing Coach Lee Sang-woon, although he is currently just a coach, he was once a representative player of the country 7 years ago, famous in the National Football League and praised as a living legend. He admired, thinking, that goal was indeed excellent, the center of gravity was very stable, but the height is a bit lower than average, so that body should not be able to shoot such a powerful ball. So, this kid must possess innate talent. This child is a prodigy. Sang-woon continued, "As a coach and a former player like myself, I can easily recognize that boy's potential. Besides, he knows how to finish even with that small body." He recalled the moment when the boy shot the ball, and lingered on the explanation of the simple shooting method, but it was difficult for the kids to understand, unless they experienced and summarized it themselves. So achieving this ability through personal effort alone was almost impossible. This child was as if born to play soccer. He commented on Ho Young, and thought that he would go even further in the future. FC Chap refused to lose to their opponents, and they also scored a goal. This goal belonged to player Hwang Ki-dong. Commentator Choi Sung-don happily announced, "Only just started the second half, and the gap has widened to 3-8. After all, this is a high-level team." It seems that they only encountered some concern after Woo Ho-young's first goal. Immediately, they have revived their spirit and scored 8 consecutive goals. Byung-jin continued his words, and said that it was indeed so. Sung-don commented on this match, "Their coordination is excellent. If FC Shoot Dory were also professionally trained, could they do the same?" Byung-jin said that it had to be seen. If they could win even just one game this month, that could really be possible. Ho Young was exhausted, panting. He murmured, "Even though this field is only 1/6 of a standard stadium, with 6 against 6, each person's area of activity is still too large. I am out of breath." A friend happily asked him if he saw the shot just now, saying that playing soccer was really fun. Suddenly, the ball hit him in the face. Luckily, his teammate came to comfort him, saying, "Let us go sit over there and rest." Young muttered to himself, "FC Shoot Dory is really disappointing, and I predicted it more or less. It is okay. If I had an adult's body, it would not be a problem to win on my own. Besides, I only received talent, not supernatural powers. So 1 against 6 is really beyond my physical limits, but it is okay. The most important thing is that I can show everyone my abilities." Announcement, only 3 minutes left in the second half, followed by the kickoff of FC Chap. The Chap team had high expectations for this kickoff, cherishing every opportunity. Very quickly, Ho Young had arrived, approaching the opponent closely. Taking this opportunity, his friend fought fiercely for the ball. The commentator's voice rang out. Player Ho Young has quickly stolen the ball. He ran quickly forward, leaving the opponent far behind. Ho Young focused on the goal ahead, but there was something that made him very worried at this moment. It was the collective marking strategy from the opposing team. They did not give him a chance to pass or shoot. Coach Lee Sang-woon had carefully instructed the team to focus on marking the opponent's number 7. He thought that no matter how talented he was, he could not withstand this primitive playing style. Ho Young was very careful with this difficult situation. This was a new and difficult challenge for him. Later, he overcame the opponent's defensive line, confidently advancing forward. Coach Sang-woon and the FC Chap players were all amazed by the boy's technique. Byung-kin could not believe the miracle before his eyes. He turned to Sung-don and asked, "Did you see that? It feels like the ball is stuck to that boy's feet." He was so fast that the opponent was disoriented, and then shot straight into the opponent's net. The ball went into the net beautifully, and the goal was recognized as belonging to Young. Unable to contain his joy, he jumped up to celebrate. Ho Young's face was filled with extreme joy, and he breathed a sigh of relief. A satisfying solo performance. Player Woo Ho Young is too impressive. This is already his 5th goal. Woo Young was not this outstanding during practice, but it seems that he is the type of person who shines only in actual combat. He is truly a crane among chickens. The boy Young confidently thought that although this body was only 10 years old, his mind was 24. When the talent of a soccer prodigy combines with the intellect of a 24-year-old, his peers are truly no match, as if it were a machine combining the best hardware and the most modern software. The match ended, with FC Chap winning by a score of 14-5. Ho Young and his teammates were exhausted, and he slumped onto the grass panting. He comforted himself, "There is nothing to regret. Although the team did not win, I did my best. That is what makes soccer so attractive. That should be enough for me to become a hot topic, right?" The reporter happily said, "Today, FC Chap had a very convincing victory, but no matter what others say, the MVP of today is undoubtedly player Woo Ho Young, who scored 5 goals himself." The camera immediately pointed at him, surprising him greatly. The reporter asked, "Can I interview you for a bit?" The boy agreed immediately. He gently asked, "How do you feel now?" The boy thought for a while before this question. Then confidently said, "I am still hungry." Hearing his answer, he recalled a historical event in the past, when coach Gus Hiddink led the national team to the round of 16 at the 2002 World Cup, and famously said in an interview that "we are still hungry." Ho Young ran to call his mother. The boy was happy, hugging his mother, and she praised him, "You did a great job. What do you want to eat tonight? I will cook some of your favorite dishes." Ho Young did not hesitate, answering immediately, "Yes, I want to eat chicken. Stewed chicken or fried chicken," he eagerly replied, "split it in half, make one of each." It seemed that someone was walking behind the boy. It turned out to be the coach, who happily greeted Ho Young and his mother. He recognized Sang-woon, the FC Chap coach. Ho Young looked up at him. He enthusiastically introduced himself to the mother and son. "I am a coach from the Chap Kuan Football Academy. My name is Sang-woon." Young's mother recognized him, saying, "I know you, I have seen you on TV before." He confessed, "The thing is, Ho Young's soccer skills are really impressive. I still have goosebumps even now." He also happily said to Ho Young, "Thanks to you, this teacher got to watch an interesting match." After hearing this, his mother thoughtfully reminded him, "You should say thank you." His eyes lit up and said, "Thank you, but Mr. Why are you my teacher?" Faced with his frank question, Sang-woon was flustered. "Allow me to be frank about that. I want to personally teach Ho Young. What do you think?" Young's mother exclaimed in surprise, "What? I really appreciate what you are saying, but is my son really that talented?" Sang-woon frankly shared with her, "At the academy, we can assess a child's talent to a certain extent after 3 months and report back to the parents whether their child can become a professional athlete or not. So even though my comments may be a bit early, Ho Young has really approached the title of genius." Hearing the coach say this, both the mother and son were surprised. Even the boy did not know that he was a genius. He sincerely said, "Honestly, I know it is not right to do this, but the desire to teach Ho Young makes me unable to sit still." His mother asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" He explained further, about the academy that Ho Young is currently attending. If the kid feels unsure about whether to transfer academies or not, "Oh, what is the name of that academy again?" Young's mother understood more about this matter, saying, "I think you have misunderstood something. Ho Young has never attended a football academy." Sang-woon was surprised, exclaiming, "What? Then who taught him to play soccer?" The mother shared this truth with the teacher, saying that when he was young, he used to play soccer with his father, but had never received formal training. After hearing this, Sang-woon was even more shocked, not believing this was true. He calmly said, "I understand, so that is how it is. Then, have you ever thought about raising Ho Young to become a professional player?" Young's mother said, "As long as it is good for my son, I am always willing, but how much is the academy's tuition fee?" The coach explained, "It depends on which class he gets into after the entrance exam, but Ho Young will easily go straight into the S class. The most basic requirement to get into the S class is to have talent. If you do not have enough talent, you can only get into the A class. And to get into the A class, you have to sign up for a waiting list with hundreds of other people and wait until you are approved, so being in the S class is already a source of pride. 3 sessions a week costs 120,000 won, and if you pay monthly, it is only 900,000 won. She hesitated, thinking that because it was a prestigious academy, the tuition fee was more expensive than other places, but if she wanted her son to be well trained, sending him here was indeed the best choice. The appearance fee that Ho Young received was at least 38,000 won, but that was not enough to make up for it. But for the sake of her son, she had to take out her savings. However, the boy said, "Teacher, can I pay later?" The teacher was confused. "Pay later?" Young cleverly said, "When I become a famous player, I will pay you back 100 times, is that okay?" The mother quickly stopped him and said, "Where did you learn to talk like that?" But Sang-woon friendly said, "It is okay, I really like this courage. You have to have that attitude to play soccer well. Ho Young is a responsible child, is not he?" The boy happily thanked the teacher. He held out his hand, wanting to say, "Then let us make a promise. Let us work hard together from now on." "Of course," the teacher happily said, "Great. Madam, our academy has a program called Special Talent," the teacher said. The mother asked, "Special Talent?" "Yes, it is a program for children with outstanding talent like Ho Young here, kind of like a scholarship. Luckily, there is still one spot available. I will do my best to recommend the kid to the director." "Then thank you very much." Sang-woon raised his hand and said, "That is not all. If Ho Young shows remarkable improvement, we will even create opportunities for him to study abroad or join professional youth teams. After all, domestic conditions are still quite limited for talents to develop to a world-class level. Is that okay? Ho Young will get to play soccer with other talented friends." The boy cheered excitedly. "That sounds exciting." An agreement was made, and both sides felt satisfied. Sang-woon continued, "Then tomorrow, please bring Ho Young to the entrance exam." The mother agreed with the teacher, "We will come tomorrow." Ho Young smiled, saying to himself, "If I join the academy, the media will know the news, so of course they will choose me as a special student. Everything is going according to my plan. From now on, I just need to focus on playing soccer. I will learn to play soccer professionally." He bowed his head, promising teacher Sang-woon, "I will do my best, coach." Sang-woon smiled happily, looking at this boy. He had great faith in and expectations for the boy. The next day, his mother took him to the academy. As he walked, he saw the friends around him. Young wondered, they are from the Chap football academy, but why does not anyone have talent? But even if they did.
Kim Ki-hon. Talent. Possesses sojar prodigi.
With the talent of soccer prodigy, you cannot copy talents that are lower level than yourself. Ho Young thought in his head, my soccer prodigy talent is still one level higher. As expected, Yoon Young-ho is always outstanding. He is worthy of the name of Little Park Ji-sung. And Lee Sang-woon has the talent of identifying talented players, but I do not need that. When I get to the academy, I will definitely encounter people with special talents. When he got home, he told his father everything. His father was very surprised. "You met Lee Sang-woo." His father regretted, saying, "I should have taken a day off from work today. Not being able to meet Lee Sang-woo is really sad, but I am still very happy. Because my son is too good." The father turned away to answer the phone. "Hello, is this Domino's Pizza? Deliver us that premium pizza that has been advertised on TV these days." "Oh yes, make it a large size. My son has just joined the Cha-bum Kuan Football Academy." He smiled happily, saying address, then laughing and saying, "I am a little hyper." When he looked at Young, he was probably feeling happy now. The boy's eyes lit up when he saw the pizza. They looked very delicious. "In the past, our family had never bought this." The mother happily said, "Oh, that smell," and the whole family encouraged him to eat a lot. He was very surprised, because even when he was little, he sometimes wanted to eat it but never dared to ask. Even though he was young, he was still mature enough to realize the family's financial situation. But in this life, he did not need to worry about family circumstances anymore. He would definitely succeed and repay his parents. Ho Young sat down at the table, happily saying, "Enjoy your meal, everyone. Why is it so incredibly delicious? Has my taste become younger, or am I still nostalgic for old types of pizza?" Unable to stop eating, Young's father asked jokingly, "Is it that delicious?" "Yes, it is incredibly delicious. Mom and Dad are the best." 9 days after that, Shoot Dory was finally broadcast on MBS. The novelty, uniqueness, humor, and emotions mixed with the cuteness of the children made the program a successful step forward. Everyone watched each match attentively, cheering wholeheartedly for their team. Young's father congratulated his son, and he was surprised, asking why. "Dad just received a call from Coach Lee Sang-woon. They want to admit you to the academy as a special student." Ho Young was secretly happy. His mother could not hide her joy either, and ran immediately to call Honey. "What should we do, look? What is wrong? What happened?" The mother hesitated, saying, "Our Ho Young has a fan cafe set up." Hearing this, both the father and son were startled, not expecting him to become famous so quickly. The father immediately searched for that social networking site. He said in surprise, "Our son is really great, is not he? People set up a fan cafe just one day after Shoot Dory was broadcast, and the number of members has reached over 200. Young could not believe his eyes. The father continued, "Look at this post. They say Ho Young is the star who will continue Park Ji-sung's success." He thought in his head, but not all comments are positive. He hesitated, thinking a lot about those comments. In some posts, people were still arguing endlessly. And it is understandable. South Korea has always had high expectations for soccer, and everyone has a very high sense of nationalism. And in 2002, it was the golden age of the national team, but after that time, countless European players rose like a storm, while Korean soccer was declining. So people were always hoping for the birth of a new hero. Ho Young thought to himself, so this is what it feels like to be the center of attention. Although there are some criticisms, it still feels great. Young's father scrolled down the comments, worried, perhaps because there is too much negative talk about our son. There are comments saying that the whole thing is just a script by the media. They say the kids act according to what they are told, and do not know anything. This kid Ho Young is clearly from some wealthy family. It seems they have spent a lot of money on this program. Young's father was angry, gritting his teeth and saying, "These bastards really." But his mother was very gentle, reassuring him, saying, "Honey, do not pay attention to what they say. Those people are just jealous of our Ho Young." "Isn't that right, Ho Young?" The boy looked innocent. "Yes, but it is good like that too. Just let them be jealous. What is wrong with that?" The father was surprised by his son's calm demeanor, exclaiming, "What? Yeah, my son is right." Young said to himself, "It is a common thing. Celebrities always have to face cyber attacks, especially sports players. But this guy is really annoying." His face was sad when he saw the many offensive comments. He told himself that one day, he would make them shut their mouths. The next day at the Cha Bum Football Academy, Ho Young observed the surroundings, getting used to the match. He saw the soccer prodigies fighting each other, and had to say that their strength was amazing, and their stamina was good. He stood outside, observing the match closely. Then he carefully analyzed the match, such as the way they penetrated the penalty area and the artistic curve kick of the two of them. There are quite a few talented kids, like a buffet. Ho Young had confidence in himself, clenched his fist to show his determination, and for him, it was finally time to choose his fourth talent. Ho Young, his face covered in sweat, gasped for breath. He looked ahead, and outside a voice rang out, "Ho-il, look, it is your brother." On the field, the ball flew towards Ho Young, and he used his body to juggle the ball. Ho Young's mother held his younger sibling in her arms, proudly saying, "He is working very hard." Suddenly, someone behind them spoke up, "The baby is so cute." It was a woman dressed elegantly and luxuriously. She said, "Hello, it seems like this is your first time here." Ho Young's mother comfortably replied, "Hello, yes, today is my first time here." The woman smiled and said, "Ho, you are the mother of that shoot Dory kid, right? Everyone is talking about him." Then she went to sit next to Ho Young's mother, warmly getting acquainted, saying, "You look so young and beautiful, you do not look like a mother at all. We are not that far apart in age, so let us just talk casually." Ho Young's mother replied, "Yes, of course." The woman smiled, gently speaking, Ho, the boy looks even better than what I saw on TV. By the way, has he ever learned to play soccer anywhere before?" Ho Young's mother replied, "No, my son has just been playing soccer normally all this time." The girl smiled and joked, "Come on, do not be so stingy, just share honestly." Ho Young's mother laughed and said, "Really, he has only played soccer with his dad so far." The woman then asked, "What does your husband do for a living? Is he a soccer player?" His mother honestly said, "No, he works at a semiconductor manufacturing company." The other person laughed upon hearing this, and seemed to have a scrutinizing look. Then she continued to ask, "Is he the owner of the company?" Ho Young's mother replied, "No." She chimed in then. The mother continued, "He is an assistant." The woman covered her mouth and laughed loudly upon hearing this. Ho, how interesting." Then she glanced at his mother and spoke up, "In that case, can your family afford the tuition fee?" Ho Young's mother smiled slightly when she heard her say that. Then she turned to the woman and said, "My child is on the special list." The person was shocked when she heard this, and asked, "Special, what is that?" Ho Young's mother cheerfully replied, "Something like a scholarship, so my child does not have to pay tuition fees." The woman could not believe it, and looked dissatisfied. Why is it only your child who gets a scholarship?" Ho Young's mother smiled and replied to her, "My son is very good at playing soccer, you know that too." She was stunned and speechless after hearing this. His mother thought, having a rich husband is something to brag about, but raising talented children is the most proud thing. On the field, Ho Young and his opponent were competing for the ball with extreme intensity. The coach watched Ho Young and thought, the kid's skills have improved again. It has only been 10 days, but this development potential is terrible. But developing too fast is not always good. When they were young, there were many young players whose skills were no less than Maradona's, but they failed when they moved up to the main team. The reason is the lack of theory and practical experience, and also because the technique and physique do not develop evenly with each other. He was afraid that if it developed too quickly in an unbalanced state, it would be no different from a toxin. If that happened, it would be a waste of a talent. In Class S, I am taught in-depth lessons under the guidance of top coaches, and I also hone basic skills such as ball control, dribbling, and passing. There are also stretching lessons to avoid injuries, and basic knowledge about the positions on the field and how to choose a position. For example, when competing head-on, we should focus our strength on the shoulder area instead of straining the whole body, or how to win the ball first in a challenge. There are many basic things that I never knew before. The coach shouted at this time, Ho Young, you have to run as soon as you pass. Ho Young wondered, where should I run? The coach said sternly, even if you do not know where to run, you have to run, to create a habit of always moving on the field. He pointed, seriously teaching, this is how you build a no-ball movement. He instructed Ho Young, no-ball movement means moving and choosing a position when you are not holding the ball. In other words, this is a skill of predicting where you can receive the ball and score a goal. Ho Young, in your application, I see that your desired position is forward. Ho Young said, yes, that is right. Scoring a goal is the most fun thing. The coach taught, then you need to pay special attention to the movement, go to any position with a clear purpose, and turn that movement into an advantage. That is, you must minimize unnecessary movements, understand? Ho Young replied yes. He seriously instructed him, if you do not know what to do, then try copying the movements of famous players. Ho Young accepted his words, yes. He happily thought, I was still wondering what choosing a position meant. Luckily the teacher explained it. When I was young and did not know much about soccer, I thought that forwards only needed to focus on dribbling and finishing, but when I learned more about soccer, I realized that no-ball movement is just as important. He looked at everyone on the field, thinking with satisfaction, this class is really invaluable to me, not only because of what I learned, but even the talent in the class is extraordinary. His face was full of vitality and belief. He looked at the boys playing on the field. Then he thought, maybe I should copy his first. The system displays, Yom Baemun, talent possessed, artistic curve kick. You can copy a talent if you meet the conditions. Conditions, win 3 out of 5 free kick matches. The ball shot straight into the net. Baemum held his head and lamented, I lost again. The others also said, how can you beat Ho Young in a free kick? The system displayed again, choose the talent you want to copy, artistic curve kick. Ho Young looked and thought, if I practice, can I turn the curve kick talent into a non-curve kick? It is a good idea. Ho Young smiled and said goodbye to everyone, thank you for the match. He thought, I need to find some more useful talents. Baemum was still sad and said, I will win next time. In another match, the children were chasing each other on the soccer field. Nimble feet chased after the ball. Ho Young observed the situation of the match. He thought, Class A is not as good as I thought. And the U13 team participating in the Youth Soccer League really has a lot of talent, but the facilities there restrict outsiders, so I can't get in. Ho Young thought dejectedly, the talents of the coaches are not effective, and the copying conditions are harsh. If there was talent from a player who is still active, it would be better, but that would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. I will take everything I can get now. The voices of 2 people chatting outside rose up. Coach Cha is living in Suwon. Ho Young was surprised when he heard them talking. He quietly watched the 2 people talking to each other in front of the goal. When he saw the 2 of them talking, he exclaimed in shock, he thought, why is he here?
Player Chadu Rim.
He remembered the image of that talented player, a soccer player with a nickname Express Train, a true human weapon, Iron Cha, Fury Whirlwind. The best striker in Asia, the son of Cha Bum Kuan, Chadu Rim. Ho Young looked at him and thought, a player who shone brightly at this year's World Cup, why is he here besides? He looks better than I thought. I used to call him bald, I feel guilty now. Ho Young's eyes were a little excited, is this a kind of ironic fate? Let us observe. Meanwhile the coach was talking to Dory, so you are moving to Leverkusen on the 26th of next month. Dory smiled and scratched his head, haha yes. Ho Young clapped his hands as if remembering something when he heard them talking. Ah, I remember now. Chadu Rim once received a goodwill invitation from the Leverkusen club, where Chap used to play, and would soon debut for the team, in this year's winter transfer. I am standing at a crossroads now, I have to make a choice quickly. Ho Young clenched his fist. He leaned against the fence and thought, if I just rush out, I won't get any talent, but I can't bear to miss this opportunity. If not now, then when? Let us just act. Ho Young opened his eyes wide, his eyes shining as he looked ahead. The system displayed around Dory, talent possessed, Chadu Rim's hair-raising speed machine U. Faster than a pass, A. Powerful physique, B+. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent. Condition 1. Play soccer together for at least 500 minutes. Second, do leg exercises together for at least 500 minutes. The system board clearly displayed Chadu Rim's talent and the conditions for copying talent. Ho Young looked at the system board and wondered, what is U, is it unique? Because it has the name Chadu Rim in it, it seems that this is Chadu Rim's unique talent. Thinking of this, his face was interested, and his eyes were full of determination, meaning that I must get it at any cost. The coach discussed with Dory, so I just need to provide some documents related to the youth league, right? Dory replied, yes, Dad told me to help him when I meet the director. Sang-woon saw Dory's complexion and asked, by the way, you look tired, have you been busy these days? Dory smiled stupidly and replied, well, not too busy, just a little tired. Sang-woon suggested a rest solution for Dory, why not go for a massage or something? I think you should relax a little before going abroad. Dory confided, that is right, but I am tired in a way that I worry a lot. Whenever I think of the big day coming, my head gets heavy. While they were talking, someone came from behind and said hello. Sang-woo was surprised when he saw him. Oh Ho Young, what are you doing here? Ho Young smiled, his face bright, and said, I have something I want to give to Dory. Dory was surprised when he heard this, and pulled his hat down to cover his face. To me, did you recognize me, he thought, even though I have covered my face with a hat, he still recognized me. Ho Young then said to Dory, please accept it. Dory took the item and replied, thank you. He held the bottle in his hand and said, energy drink. Ho Young saw Dory was wondering and explained, I wanted to buy a more delicious one, but I did not have enough money, so please use it temporarily. It helps reduce fatigue. Dory was surprised when he heard Ho Young say, what? Then Dory laughed loudly and heartily, haha. Ho Young was satisfied when he saw Dory's reaction, great, he has a good impression. Sang-woo also laughed and said, haha, this kid, you are really interesting. Then he went closer to Ho Young and introduced, Dory, remember this face well, this is the new generation of players who will lead Korea in the future. Dory was surprised, really, is this kid that good? Sang-woo put his arm around Ho Young's shoulder and said firmly, just watch him play and you will be surprised. Dory heard this, his face interested and said, oh, that is something to look forward to. If the coach said so, then this kid can't be ordinary. Dory happily said to Ho Young, want to play soccer with me? Ho Young looked surprised, He happily replied, yes, definitely, he thought, good opportunity. The two started playing soccer on the field. Giving the energy drink was really effective. After a while, the two played together. Dory was standing wiping his sweat looking at Ho Young while he was exhausted and gasping for breath. Dory supported Ho Young's shoulder and praised, you shoot very well, it reminds me of Ewing. Ho Young did not understand, Ewing, who is that? Dory replied, it is someone I used to coach, his name is Ki-sung Ewing.
Yeung listen attentively. Oh.
He thought, could it be Ki-sung Ewing, who will set foot in the Premier League in the future? I have read Chap Kuen's memoir before, and I heard that he took care of Ki-sung Ewing like a son. Before sending him to study in Australia. He must have been taught to play soccer by Chadu Rim during that time. A legendary player is standing right in front of me. Dory and Ho Young entered the room. Sang-woo saw this and immediately asked, you two had a hard time, how do you feel? Dory happily laughed and said, very good, it reminded me of the old days. Sang-woo gave them bottles of water and said, that is right, players must solve all problems through the ball. By the way, did not you say that Director Cha asked you to do something? Dory replied, haha, even if I go back now, he won't be home. Has my father met Ho Young yet? Sang-woo replied to him, not yet, but he said he would come to meet him personally next time. Do-rin laughed, his tone teasing, haha, maybe he will take the kid home to raise and teach. Then Do-ri turned to Ho Young and said, Ho Young, Are you going to become a soccer player? Ho Young's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, definitely. Du Rin stroked the young boy's head and laughed comfortably at Sang-woo. Haha, Ewing was like that too, and my father took the kid home to raise and teach. Suddenly Ho Young spoke up then. Please teach me. During the break, Ho Young confided that he wanted to learn more about soccer from him, just like Ki Sung Ewing. But you have Coach Lee Sang-won. Ho Young smiled. So what can you teach me that is different from the coaches? I want to become a player like you, so I want to train with you. He lowered his head and said, please. This unique talent, it is hard to get it overnight, but I will try to follow him until I succeed. Ki Sung Ewing ruffled Ho Young's hair. With your ability, the coaches will take good care of you. Raise your head and do not be sad. Then can I visit your house sometimes? Ki Sung Ewing politely refused. I am very busy, you little devil, and your parents will worry. Ho Young scratched his head. Looks like this method does not work. Seeing Ho Young was not happy. Ki Sung Ewing asked, where do you live? He replied, Gyeonggi Province, Anyang. Anyang then. Ho Young, how about this? Taking advantage of Ho Young's mother coming to pick him up, Ki Sung Ewing asked Ho Young's mother for permission to train. His mother had no objections and was very happy. I am sorry, what should I do? Coming here to learn has already bothered everyone, and now there is also the matter of training. Ki Sung Ewing smiled friendly. It is okay, I really like kids who are passionate about soccer. My father used to bring kids home to teach, so it is okay. And only 1 hour a day, this month only. My house is also very close. I often go jogging in the afternoon. Where is your house? Ki Sung Ewing continued. My house is in Jonggo, but I am living in Anyang with a close friend. Ho Young did not expect him to live so close to him. This is the opportunity to train with him. The next day in the afternoon, as promised, Ho Young came to train with Ki Sung Ewing. When Ho Young arrived, he was doing warm-up exercises. Ki Sung Ewing secretly looked at Ho Young. The innocent, cute face stared at him. Ki Sung Ewing ran very fast. Ho Young tried to catch up. No matter what he thought, Ho Young still felt that he was bothering and owing Ki Sung Ewing a favor. The current conditions that Ho Young wants to achieve: Chadu Rim speed machine, faster than a pass, powerful physique. Because of training with Ki Sung Ewing, Ho Young completed both conditions in just 1 week. AU level talent, and Ho Young achieved it so easily. Although the talent of fast feet to receive the ball is also very good, you should still choose the acceleration ability. Chadu Rim speed machine, faster than a pass, powerful physique. The speed at which Chadu Rim touches the ball and accelerates is more terrible than we can imagine. Some people even say that because his legs are too fast, it leads to difficulty maintaining balance when leading the ball. This is truly a unique talent. It takes 30 days to complete copying the talent. During these 30 days, you cannot copy other talents. This is the first time Ho Young has seen this notification. Like the food swallowed into the stomach needs time to digest. It seems that high-level talents cannot be copied immediately. But it does not matter, there are no important competitions during this time, so Ho Young still has plenty of time. Moreover, Ho Young has gained relationships that money cannot buy. Yes, this is the path to becoming a professional player. One step, then another step. Ho Young felt that he was gradually approaching becoming a professional player. Time passed quickly, constantly practicing and appearing on television. In mid-November, a former coach for the youth team Shoot Dory was arrested for involvement in illegal gambling. However, the coverage of the Shoot Dory program continued to increase every week, dominating the small screen. On the other hand, in the English Premier League, a 16-year-old prodigy made an impressive debut for the Everton team, and left a saying that shook both Korea and the world. That saying was, Wayne Rooney, remember the name. In 2002, another superstar was born after Cristiano Ronaldo. In the past, this debut of Rooney gave Ho Young a dream of setting foot in world football. December 11th, at NFC. Ho Young felt more nervous than usual, not only because it was being broadcast live, but also because the Youth Talent Development Department of the Korean Football Association and reporters were all present here. They all pointed their cameras at Ho Young. Ho Young's father patted his shoulder again. Son, do not be afraid. Those kids only have height. How can they play soccer better than Ho Young, right? Yes, I will definitely win. Ho Young's father ruffled his hair. That is my son, good luck. Ho Young walked onto the soccer field full of confidence. After observing, commentator Kim Byung-jin said, Woo Ho Young's movements are becoming more and more sophisticated. Choi Song-don replied, "Do you think so too, commentator Kim Byung-jin?" "Yes, that is right, so the rumors that the boy is just lucky, now I can confirm that they are all false." Choi Song-don wondered, "How are you so sure?" Kim Byung-jin continued, "I understand the kid, we are close friends." "Have you taken the opportunity to befriend a future superstar?" Kim Byung-jin joked. Commentator Choi Song-don also sent a bribe. "I thought I did not see it." "If you joke like that, the audience will think it is true." Now let us review today's match. Will FC Shoot Dory, who are eager for victory, be able to achieve glory today? But perhaps today is the biggest challenge for them. Today, FC Shoot Dory will face the Brazil club that has produced countless legends. That is FC São Paulo. Tite, Leonardo, Cafu, Rivaldo, these are some of the legends who came from São Paulo FC, a long-standing club in Brazil. This year, they came to Korea to participate in the Youth World Cup, co-hosted by the Korean Football Association and MBS Channel. Looking at Douglas confidently strutting on the soccer field. I tried to arrange a friendly match between FC Shoot Dory and São Paulo FC, because this is a good opportunity for us to increase the coverage of the program by 15%. So try hard. I put all my faith in you. Currently, Ho Young still does not know, do we have a chance to win? Although FC Shoot Dory has worked very hard to improve their skills, it is almost impossible to win São Paulo FC. They are not only older, but also about 10 to 20 centimeters taller than us. With that, Ho Young turned to look at Douglas. Practicing hard with the ball. Suddenly someone ran over and called Douglas. The coach said that if you score 10 goals today, he will let you go to the Korean amusement park. Douglas was delighted, really great. Douglas Costa, Brazil's new generation superstar, recently scored 5 goals in just 15 minutes, in a friendly match with the U13 Flamengo team. He is so fast that it is difficult to find anyone of the same age who can match him. Ho Young pondered, Douglas is from São Paulo, but it does not matter. The notice board appeared again. If you meet the conditions, you can copy one of the talents. Condition 1, prevent the opponent from scoring. Condition 2, win in a speed race. And Ho Young had memorized all those conditions.
Ho Young gasped.
How interesting. São Paulo FC coach Carlo thought, if we have Ace Costa on the field, he can score dozens of goals even if he walks. I have analyzed the video of the other side. Only that kid Woo Ho Young knows how to play soccer. Honestly, this match does not need any tactics. Carlo called, you guys. Everyone quickly gathered. Seriously looked at Carlo. Deji, just take it easy, just consider this match as a warm-up. Next week is the important match, but you should also show your top potential, just smash 10 goals. That is simple. Then Carlo instructed Case Moreau, and you Case Moreau. See that number 7 kid, today, you are going to face him directly. Woo Ho Young, right? Carlo immediately said, yes, this is a good opportunity for you to learn something. Case Moreau was annoyed. Opportunity, do you think I will lose to that kid? Don't be complacent, just go play and you will understand. If you keep a clean sheet, I will take you to the amusement park right after the match. This is an 8-on-8 match. Although you have played it a billion times, this field is much smaller than the ones you usually play on. So, we are going to implement Wenger's style of play to create opportunities from midfield. Do you all understand? Also, goalkeeper, remember to be careful of shots from midfield. We can't lose to those little kids. Among them, only one person has a different aura. It is Woo Ho Young, right? He seems to be 15 centimeters shorter than me. So if I can stop him from scoring, or Douglas scores 10 goals, we can go to the amusement park to play. It is as easy as a joke. Let us go, Douglas. FC São Paulo versus FC Shoot Dory, begin. The historic match between São Paulo FC and FC Shoot Dory has begun. São Paulo is really something different. From the beginning, they do not move meaninglessly. Each pass has a certain organization, which is what makes them a world-class club. With those passes, they are organizing a very tight ball control style of play. Westerners have always had a taller physique than Asians, and children are no exception. This is really a challenge for FC Shoot Dory, but also a valuable lesson. Brazilians are not as tall as Europeans, but in return, their flexibility and agility are unmatched. This is also why Brazilian football is called the football of Samba country. FC Shoot Dory is facing opponents who are superior to them in both height and physique, which shows. The base of players on Shoot Dory's side is really too thin. Except for Wu Ho Yang, at least they still have the home advantage, right? While we are still talking nonsense, number 9, Douglas Costa is holding the ball, and intends to penetrate the opponent's defense. He has had his first touch of the ball for the first time since the beginning of the match, and with his superior speed, he is gradually breaking through Dory's defensive line. Successfully past people in the blink of an eye. Douglas Costa was smug. These guys are really useless. Opening goal. And Douglas Costa kicked the ball forward strongly. Ho Young quickly ran back to block the ball. The ball bounced back, rolling into the middle of the field. Douglas Costa was stunned. My shot was blocked. Who is it? He was angry, clenched his fist, and turned back to look. Only then did he realize that Ho Young was the one who blocked the ball.
Ho Young decisively stood facing Douglas.
He looked at the opponent with a bit of arrogance and provocation. Douglas could not accept it and could only angrily say that Ho Young was lucky. The score of the match has been changed. Ho Young quickly stole the ball at this time. The audience was very excited when they saw number 7 successfully breaking the ball, causing Douglas Costa to lose all electricity. On the soccer field, Douglas thought angrily, normally I should have 2 goals by now, but now, do not even mention scoring, my ball can't even get to the goalkeeper. Although he had a few more opportunities, they were all blocked by that guy. Douglas was sure that it could not be a coincidence. That kid was really not easy to deal with. This made Douglas angry and cursed damn it. He suddenly ran after Ho Young and shouted his name loudly. Ho Young turned around in wonder, but Douglas asked unhappily, "Why are you here? You are a forward, why are you here?" Douglas cursed Ho Young directly in his mother tongue. He did not understand anything and asked Douglas to speak English. Ho Young thought for a while and shrugged. He bluntly said, "You won't score a single goal today." Douglas's face immediately changed. This remark quickly made Douglas angry. Since he started playing soccer, this was the first time he felt so humiliated. Douglas could not believe that he was locked down by a forward, not a defender. It was really ridiculous. Douglas clenched his fist, determined to let Ho Young know what manners were. Even though the coach said he did not need to try too hard, Douglas thought, "Do you think I will let it go? We are the ones who control the game. In addition, there is Case Moreau in the defense. I will score for you to see." Currently, Dory's offensive momentum has advanced. They want to penetrate Sao Paulo's defense. Unexpectedly, Case Moreau successfully cut off the ball. His eyes quickly determined the angle. Then immediately after, Case Moreau used all his strength to kick the ball straight forward. Douglas immediately ran to meet the ball. And quickly led the ball towards the goal. He smugly thought, Dory is finished, there is only the goalkeeper left. Looking at Douglas's appearance rushing like a beast pouncing on its prey, the young goalkeeper cowered. Douglas, while rushing straight, thought, this is a sure opportunity. As long as I touch the ball, I will score a goal. Just as Douglas's feet were about to touch the ball, there was someone else suddenly beside him. It was Ho Young who came to steal the ball. Douglas gritted his teeth, not expecting Ho Young to dare to do that. The ball flew away. Ho Young also successfully stole the ball from Douglas. He sighed helplessly, I do not understand why the forward is always hiding down here. But this provocation aroused Douglas's fighting spirit. He wanted to see if Ho Young could escape his feet. Douglas immediately chased after him. He ran with extremely fast speed. But he could not catch up with Ho Young in front. Ho Young's back was getting farther and farther away. Douglas could not believe that he was losing in a speed race. Ho Young's agile figure was getting farther and farther away from Douglas. He suddenly stopped and did not continue to follow, but stood frozen in place. Douglas's jaw was clenched even tighter. He kicked the ground violently as if he had gone crazy. The commentator immediately discovered it and said, Douglas seems to be very angry, and today Ho Young is showing a very different side. Before, he would usually launch long shots, but today he is focusing on dribbling more. While this person was about to continue speaking, he was interrupted by the other person. It turned out that Ho Young was unhesitatingly rushing straight to the opponent's goal. It can be seen that Chadu Rim's talent, the speed machine, is really too extraordinary. Making Ho Young excited and thinking, how talented will the players who are better than Chadu Rim be? At this moment, a player from Sao Paulo blocked Ho Young's path. He quickly felt this powerful lightning-like power. It was none other than Case Moreau. Casemiro's talent is not to be underestimated. If he wants to possess it, Ho Young must successfully pass him and score a goal. Moreover, in the future, Casemiro will transfer to Real Madrid and play as a defensive midfielder, a player who will lead the Brazilian national team in the future. It can be said that for Ho Young, being blocked by Casemiro is an opportunity that cannot be stopped. Looking at the two conditions given, Ho Young decided to complete both at the same time. According to what is known, Casemiro was born in 1992, his main position is defensive midfielder, often referred to as the successor of Marcelo. He is a prodigy with top-notch defensive ability among his peers. But Ho Young was not afraid and still rushed forward. Casemiro had to admit that Ho Young was indeed fast, but so what? Speed is not everything, Casemiro thought. And Ho Young was in a shooting position. His leg immediately kicked the ball hard. Casemiro timed it to rush forward at this moment. He wanted to block Ho Young's kick, but the ball had already been kicked away. Casemiro was stunned when he did not touch the ball. And Ho Young took the opportunity to quickly glide past. Casemiro could not believe that Ho Young successfully passed him. Ho Young rushed away like a gust of wind, chasing after the ball. Making Casemiro surprised and stop in place, he realized that it was not a fancy technique at all. Ho Young just kicked the ball far away and accelerated to chase after it. Indeed, Ho Young was heading straight for the goal. São Paulo's goalkeeper was determined to block it. But Ho Young powerfully kicked the ball straight into the net. He breathed a sigh of relief and even criticized the goalkeeper for being too slow. Everyone praised Ho Young's extraordinary performance in unison. He scored the opening goal in a match against FC São Paulo. "How is this possible?" the commentator said excitedly. "I am so proud. I would like to apologize for underestimating Dory. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Korean football is really bright." Kim Jong-kook was secretly observing on one side. He did not expect Ho Young to take down Douglas Costa, São Paulo's ace, and even pass Casemiro, the soul of the defense. Jong-kook felt that the kid was a master of midfield, dominating both offense and defense. Putting subtitles like that would be too perfect, Jong-kook said happily. A man admired and said, "This kid is really good. The viewership of today's episode will explode." The girl next to him also agreed. These days, football academies are already full. The football fever is like an explosion. And especially thanks to that boy. Right on the soccer field. Ho Young raised his hand to his face. Immediately created a cool celebration pose. Ho Young also felt that Chadu Rim's talent was really too amazing, as if he had some cheat items in his body. But the pressure on Ho Young's knees was also no joke. As soon as Ho Young turned to the audience, everyone chanted "Korea wins." He felt that he was worrying about nothing. After all, he was still playing in a small stadium. Was it too early to be satisfied like this? Ho Young decided that he would dominate this soccer field today. Suddenly, the system appeared again. It suggested that Ho Young choose the talent he wanted to copy. Of course, he chose soccer prodigy. He immediately pressed the screen. Ho Young immediately possessed that talent, and he also wondered what the next conditions were. Unexpectedly, the two conditions were successfully passing 5 people and scoring a hat-trick. Ho Young calculated that with 30 minutes left, he could do it according to this progress. He planned to aim for the talent of cutting the ball in a blink of an eye. The coach on São Paulo's side took the opportunity to think of a way to prevent Douglas from collapsing mentally before entering the competition. So he decided to tell Douglas to take a break first, to his surprise. Douglas quickly said that he was just not feeling well today and that he could do well. The coach said again, "If you are not feeling well, then go sit on the bench and rest. Douglas, today you have learned a valuable lesson. I want you to sit down and reflect on what you have learned today. Show me next time." Douglas immediately retorted, "What is there for me to learn from those Asians? I am a Brazilian who will become a future superstar." These words directly made the coach angry. He explained to Douglas, "If I were the referee, those discriminatory words just now would be enough for me to stuff a red card into your mouth. You must know how to admit the ability of others. Observe from the perspective of the audience and objectively look at the truth." At this time, Douglas looked at the soccer field. He watched attentively. And Ho Young continued to show his impressive speed in the second half. Even São Paulo had to struggle with this acceleration ability. They tried to stop Ho Young, but all failed. Douglas could not believe how Ho Young could be so young. The coach suddenly asked Douglas, "You turned 12 2 months ago, right? So you are not as young as him anymore." Do you know that Ronaldo debuted in a professional team when he was only 14 years old? Douglas of course knew, and the coach then asked, so do you understand what I mean? You are not the only child with talent. If you keep that arrogant personality, it will only make fans turn away. Douglas understood and apologized to the teacher. He was also surprised by Ho Young, who had good stamina and strong muscles, and his dribbling speed was unbelievably fast. I have trained countless players before, but that kid is on a completely different level. Where did that monster come from anyway? Another ball powerfully soared on the soccer field. Then broke straight into Dory's net. Sao Paulo had successfully scored a goal. The commentator excitedly said, "Have they finally warmed up? It seems that they need some time to get used to the time zone and weather here." That is right, Sao Paulo players. Do not give up, ignite the soccer field today. But Ho Young was getting more and more exhausted. Football is not a sport that can be carried alone. But if Dory can defeat the famous Sao Paulo club, it will be a huge shock, so after thinking about it, Ho Young still wanted to win. He gritted his teeth and continued to rush forward. Ho Young wanted to try a little more because he believed he could do it. Finally, the match ended and Sao Paulo FC won with a score of 9-4. The coach sighed in relief because at least he had salvaged some honor. This match was supposed to be a friendly to build momentum before entering the youth competition, but I do not understand why things turned out like this. Douglas stared at Ho Young. And Ho Young was secretly thinking that it was good to have some unexpected benefits from them. The coach turned to ask the person next to him, "That kid has potential, do not you think so?" The person also agreed, "That kid reminds me of Ricardo a few years ago." The most amazing thing is his dribbling speed. His normal running speed is nothing special, but when he accelerates, it shocks people. I do not know how terrible it will be when he grows up. If he has talent in terms of technique, he will definitely be a future star, right? The coach replied, "That is right, although the basic foundation is still poor. He is very intelligent, quick, and above all, the kid seems to enjoy playing soccer. It seems that the kid has enough qualities to become a good player." That sentence is really perfect. Is he a shining genius, a normal genius, or just a lonely spark? Let time answer us. Ho Young's father on the stand happily said to his wife, "Although we lost, it was really a good match just now, right?" Suddenly, a greeting in Brazilian attracted the attention of the two. It turned out to be Carlos, the coach of FC Sao Paulo. Ho Young's mother awkwardly said hola. Carlos was quite excited that she knew Spanish. He felt it was a coincidence to know that Ho Young's mother was born in Spain, so there was no need for an interpreter. He introduced himself and said he had something he wanted to talk about with both of them for a while. Carlos politely asked, "Would it bother you if I spoke in Spanish?" Ho Young's mother saw that it was okay and asked, "How can I help you, coach?" Carlos immediately asked, "Has your son joined any youth team? You know, football has no borders. Your son is like a rough diamond that needs to be polished. So I would like to sign a contract with your son and invite him to participate in training at our club's academy. What do you think?" At this time, Ho Young was still on the soccer field. And hesitating between the two talents he wanted to copy. Casemiro's talents are all defensive abilities, so he will definitely choose the one with the higher level. Douglas Costa was a bit difficult. Because Ho Young already has the soccer prodigy talent B+, if he copies it again, he does not know if it will work, so maybe he should choose the machine feat. Ho Young already has the speed machine talent, which is the ability that allows him to explode with speed when holding the ball. But when receiving a pass, he must slow down, and if he abuses it, it will cause his knees to not be able to withstand the pressure. If so, it is still best to have agile feet. There are many people in the world who are talented in playing soccer, but there are not many who excel in speed. No ball movement is extremely essential for professional players, and agile feet are very necessary, so Ho Young decided to choose the machine feat. He immediately possessed another A-level ability. Ho Young quickly felt that his legs were full of energy. This was like cheating. If I continue like this, won't I become an unprecedented player? Ho Young happily thought. At this moment, the notice board appeared. It said that it takes 7 days to completely copy the talent, so during these 7 days, you cannot copy other talents. Ho Young saw that this was nothing compared to Chadu Rim's talent, which took 30 days to copy. But that was also good. He would use this week to practice the existing talents. Suddenly, a reporter approached Ho Young to interview him because he scored a hat trick today. The interviewer asked, "You seem to be in a very good mood right now, right?" Ho Young immediately replied, "Yes, I was a little disappointed to lose the match, but I am okay now. You said that, does it mean you have recognized your opponent and accepted this defeat? The reporter wondered. Ho-young then said, winning or losing is important, but above all, I really wanted to score a goal today. I understand, so that is why you ran more enthusiastically than usual today. The interviewer asked, do you have any special reason for this? Ho-young said, I just wanted to prove that I can also score goals against foreign teams. Some people have said that I can't. The reporter did not expect Ho-young to get motivation from that and said, then it seems you have to say thank you to those people. Ho-young happily agreed, the people who hate me are also the people who care about me. And that was the interview of player Woo Ho-young. It was all broadcast live. Kim Jong-kook watched with great pride and laughed loudly, saying that the kid was quite funny. There is no doubt that the coverage of today's episode will reach its peak. After that, Ho-young's family held a celebration. Ho-young's eyes lit up when he heard that he was being recruited by Sao Paulo. His mother reminded him, first, you will have to join their academy to be fully assessed. Currently, FIFA has not allowed you to sign an official contract because Ho-young is still too young. Do you understand what I mean? Ho-young quickly said that he understood, because I am too young, I am not allowed to go abroad on my own, right? According to Article 19 of FIFA's transfer regulations, players over 18 years old can go abroad to play. This is a law to protect the human rights of athletes. Although there are a few exceptions, Ho-young is not one of them, so it is almost impossible for him to get to Sao Paulo. Ho-young thought, but even if I get punished, I still want to get there. It is not like I will be put in jail or anything. We just need to ask the club to take care of it. If Sao Paulo FC has mentioned signing a youth player contract, it means they already have countermeasures to deal with this. Ho-young wondered, but why did the coach of Sao Paulo leave without saying anything to me? His mother explained that there were too many reporters there, and everyone was looking at Ho-young, so the coach only had a brief exchange with his parents. Ho-young was curious, so what did you tell them? Ho-young's father bluntly said, of course I said no. Ho-young suffered psychological trauma when he heard this. His father told them to get lost. How could he send his 10-year-old child abroad? He definitely would not allow it. Ho-young did not expect his father to say that, he was lost. Ho-young's father saw that he was scared and said that he was just joking. He said that he did not know Spanish, so he could not say anything. His mother talked to them. Ho-young turned to ask his mother, what did you say to them? His mother said that as long as her son felt happy, anything was fine. Ho-young was extremely excited and even stood up. Of course he was very happy, because Brazil has countless superstars from this country. Ho-young could not believe that he could go abroad to such a football powerhouse. Moreover, this was a golden opportunity for him to get talents from young South American players. And this was not just a normal study abroad program. If he could get a youth player contract, he could earn money from playing soccer. Ho-young's mother said, they said that there are a few Korean friends there, but you should still learn some foreign languages. Brazilians speak Portuguese, you know that, right? Ho-young decided that he would start learning from today. If he continued to work hard, Ho-young believed he would achieve everything. He wanted to go abroad as soon as possible. When he got home in the evening, Ho-young thought anxiously, but I have to wait for the youth competition to end before I can go to Brazil with them. What should I do until then? I heard that Chadu Rim FC is also participating in this competition. There are 16 teams participating. This World Youth Competition is truly a football feast. A buffet feast just for Ho-young. The MBC World Youth Competition will start on the 18th, and the player list will be finalized on the 16th, so there are 5 days left. Ho-young still has a chance, but the problem is, his knees were very sore. Of course, because he had tried his best today, he had to be more careful from now on. Ho-young knew that having good skills was one thing, but having enough stamina to use those skills continuously was another. Even Ronaldo often suffered injuries because his style of play put too much pressure on his thighs and knees. Ho-young thought that learning exercises to prevent injuries was just as important. At this time, Ho-young's mother also entered his room, worriedly asking, does your leg hurt? Ho-young gave a forced smile and said, maybe it is because I am getting taller. His mother did not say anything and reached out her hand. She touched his knee and told him, if you feel too tired, you can stop at any time. Mom just wants you to live healthily. These words made Ho-young feel very warm. Looking at his mother gently massaging him, Ho-young also hoped that his mother would live healthily. Then he went to bed. Ho Young reached out and checked his knee. He found that the swelling had subsided. He praised his mother for being good at massage, and his leg did not hurt anymore. On the other side, a match of Ho Young's was being shown on the screen. Two men were discussing Ho Young. One said that since the competition was only a week away, it was quite complicated to add the boy to the list of players, but considering Ho Young's skills, it should not be a big problem, right? What do you think, sir? Director Cha Bum-Kuan, this man is also a legend of Korean football. Cha Bum-Kuan said that Ho Young reminded him of Dory when he was young. The other person wondered what he meant, and Bum-Kuan explained that both of them ran like crazy. Although he is young, his style of play is very smart, a bright player in the future. So what are you planning to do, director? The man asked. Cha Bum-Kuan said that he had to meet the boy in person. He had planned to meet him before, but he was too busy. When is the next lesson? When he asked, he was informed that it was 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. The assistant asked if he needed to move the lesson forward. Cha Bum-Kuan immediately instructed, then contact the boy's parents and make an appointment to meet tomorrow morning. We will arrange a separate schedule for him. At the training facility of Sao Paulo. The two mothers and children of Ho Dong just arrived. Hello. At this time, Director Cha happily welcomed him. You are Ho Dong. The male lead was surprised. It is really Cha Bum-Kuan. Ho Dong quickly and happily said, yes, hello, I am Yu Ho Dong. He could not believe that the legend of Korean football was standing right in front of him. Cha Bum-Kuan put his hand on the male lead's head and praised, here's the young scorer. Ho Dong smiled and said, isn't it you who is a formidable scorer? The legend laughed out loud and praised, you are indeed an interesting junior. Then Cha Bum-Kuan led the two mothers and children of the male lead inside the room to continue the discussion. The male lead's mother replied, yes. In the three-person room, the mother spoke up, I understand now. The mother asked, so Cha Bum-Kuan's idea is to give Ho Dong a simple test to decide whether to let him participate in the competition. It was indeed Cha Bum-Kuan's idea, but it also depended on the opinions of the mother and Ho Dong. But looking at the joyful expression of the male lead, he was sure that the boy had already agreed. Ho Dong excitedly said, of course. Cha Bum-Kuan turned to ask the mother for her opinion, and she said, as long as Ho Dong is happy, I will of course agree. What parent would stop their child when he is performing so well? Ho Dong was happy because this was an opportunity for him to participate in the World Youth Football Competition. He just needed to pass the test, according to the plan. The male lead tightened his shoelaces, preparing to enter the game. The male lead entered and looked at the scene on the field, exclaiming wow. The male lead thought, so this is the U13 team. Ho Dong exclaimed, this is the first time I have met the seniors. Then Ho Dong saw a tall guy in the distance. This made the male lead frightened. Why is this guy so tall? Looking at him like a giant, Ho Dong guessed that he must be over 170 centimeters tall. Then Ho Dong began to use his ability to read talents. This tall guy is Hai Dong Chun, possessing talent, soccer prodigy level C+, potential for physical development level B+, and decisive header level B. Looking at this pile of talents, the male lead really wanted to have them, but at this time, he remembered when he asked the uncle what kind of test it would be. Uncle Cha Bum-Kuan said that the male lead would participate in a standard match, 11 versus 11. The male lead was a little worried because this would definitely be a difficult match. Now the players on the field are preparing to greet each other to start the match. When the ball started to roll, the match officially began. The young players also began to run into position. Ho Dong calculated that his team was instructed to play according to the 4-4-2 formation, which was highly innovative with two strikers in the front line. His position was in the front line, taking advantage of the opportunity to break through at the right time, or in other words, a center forward. Some famous players in the center-forward position include Nzaghi of Italy, Ronan Dubio of Brazil, and Nis ten Rooy of the Netherlands. This is a position that focuses on scoring goals and usually only looks at the opponent's goal. So Ho Dong thought he would be able to show more, but the truth of the match at this time was completely different from what he thought. The male lead tried to signal to his teammates to see his position. Ho Dong shouted, pass here, hey, pass to me. But even though they had the opportunity to pass to Ho Dong, they treated him like an invisible person. Ho Dong was angry. Could it be that they are playing the old bully the new game? Then he ran away to calculate another strategy. Okay, if that is the case, then I will do it myself. At this time, his teammate was being tightly marked. Suddenly, The kid noticed something. The male lead was in a very favorable position and no one was marking him. Ho Dong shouted loudly, "Pass here," making his entire team stunned. Cha Bung-kun and the coach outside laughed and said it was really interesting. The coach added, "I should not be laughing." He replied, "This guy, you arranged this match very well, well done." Cha Bung-kun explained, "If you do not have the trust of your teammates, then there is no choice but to show your personal skills, and I used to do that in Germany." Cha Bung-kun added, "In football, the happiest time is when you are holding the ball. Even though the ball may be stolen, that is what makes football so attractive." At this time, he looked at the male lead and said, he is realizing that saying just now. And then he rushed up to fight for the ball with his teammate, making his teammate, "Hey kid, that is mine." Ho Dong did it, and the ball was in his feet. He even exclaimed, "Nice pass." The guy angrily asked Ho Dong, "Why did you cut off the teammate's pass?" The male lead had now made up his mind. If they did not see him as a teammate, then he would use his personal skills to make them nod in agreement. Ho Dong began to use the acceleration talent. He easily broke through the enemy's defense. Looking at this scene, the other players were stunned and could not keep up with the male lead's speed, exclaiming, "Why is he so fast?" He has now become a completely different person, moving forward and not allowing anyone to stand in his way. I will show them what the thirst for goals of a passionate striker is like. The opposing team was confused by this scene, quickly marking him closely. But unexpectedly at this time, Ho Dong did not bother to dribble past them anymore, but unexpectedly kicked the ball over the faces of the opponents. The male lead's pass advanced to Hai Dong-chun's position. Ho Dong shouted for the 170 centimeters tall friend to head the ball. Dong-chun quickly did as he was told with a very powerful header. The ball flew straight into the goal without anything that could stop it. It turned out that the condition to copy another person's talent was to assist in more than 15 goals in official or unofficial matches, and play soccer together for more than 250 minutes in official matches. The male lead thought to himself, "Great, I have assisted in one goal." Ho Dong is now like the embodiment of a greedy devil. His goal in this life must be to be over 180 centimeters tall. Hai Dong-chun, if you are a fan of Korean football, you will not be unfamiliar with this name, a prodigy with the nickname Ya Haimovic of Korea. The friend happily replied to the male lead, "Nice pass." With the inherently short physique of Koreans, being over 190 is already a kind of talent, so the talent for potential physical development B+ must not be a bad talent. The male lead was determined to get it. The copying conditions were extremely harsh, because it was an innate talent, but if he was determined, he could complete it quickly. Ho Dong continued to assist Hai Dong-chun in scoring a goal. Again, it was a very beautiful header that brought the goal to raise the score. The two were like teammates from a long time ago. At this time after the match, Cha Bung-kun was talking to the male lead. "In this match, you had 1 goal and 3 assists." Cha Bung-kun asked, "Do you like assisting more than scoring yourself?" Ho Dong replied, "No, I like scoring myself more." At this time, he felt puzzled. Then why did you pass the ball to Hai Dong-chun to score? Ho Dong gave the reason that he had just thought of, to make the other members less cold and easier to accept me. Cha Bung-kun happily praised, "It is good to be considerate of the members." He decided that from today, Ho Dong would participate in the class for the team members. The coach would talk to his mother about the class and the competition later. "Okay." The male lead happily replied, "Yes." At this time, the male lead began to read Cha Bung-kun's talent. Cha Bung-kun possessed the talent, thighs rank L, a leader who rises from experience rank B, insight into promising players rank B, and understanding of all tactics rank B. The conditions to copy the talent are to score 30 goals from mid-range, from 30 or more, and enter the semi-finals in an official competition organized by FIFA. At this time, the male lead had begun to stir up his greed. Cha Bung-kun wondered why the male lead kept staring at him. Ho Dong adjusted his attitude just now. He accidentally showed his joy. He began to calculate that rank L must be legend. He had never seen this level before. Cha Bung-kun's trademark is his 31-inch thighs, which give him tremendous shooting power and the stamina of a marathon athlete. At the same time, his speed reaches a state that even Chadu Rim, whose physique is among the top in Korean football history, cannot match. The legend level is indeed different. The copying conditions are really unimaginably difficult. The male lead wondered if he was being advised not to desire it. At this time, the legend spoke up and asked the male lead, "Has Sao Paulo made an offer to you yet? Like, let us go to Bo Jeju together, last time, a club named Flemmengo came here. And they also took away one of his students. The male lead said that he had indeed received an invitation. Cha Bung-kun asked, "So have you made a decision?" The male lead said excitedly, "I want to go." Hearing this, he also revealed a satisfied smile. He said that this was a very good decision. If you want to become a great player, you will have to go through countless hardships, and learning abroad will help your talent bloom sooner. Ho Dong bowed his head to thank Cha Bung-kun. He was now very happy and told him to continue to strive hard abroad. If you have any difficulties, tell him. The male lead smiled happily and agreed. From that day on, Ho Dong actively participated in training matches and focused on integrating with his teammates. By the way, he also continued to assist Hai Dong-chun to complete the copying conditions. Because of this, Ho Dong's position has changed, from center forward to support striker. The coach explained, the support striker is a position that supports the center forward in front, or can also directly score goals. So the person playing this position needs to grasp the role of both a striker and a midfielder, and needs to have skills such as leading the ball through people, passing, and shooting. The coach continued to instruct, "Ho Dong, you should strive to launch more, but do not put any pressure on yourself, just play with confidence." This instruction seems a bit contradictory, right? Ho Dong smiled and said, "Don't worry, teacher." Time passed and now it was the day before the competition. The male lead and his teammates continued to practice. The male lead assisted and Hai Dong-chun continued to head the ball and score. The ball did not miss the net once. The two coordinated very well, nice pass, and smooth header. The coach observed and secretly assessed, the expensive forward tactic, with Hai Dong-chun and Ho Dong is almost perfect. With this, they should be able to reach the quarter-finals, right? Their group includes the youth team of the Swedish Club de Jerfers, the Polish U13 team, and the prestigious Portuguese Club Porto. Even if they encounter the worst situation, they will not fall too far behind. At this time, the coach praised, "Everyone did a good job. Go inside, stretch, and rest." 1261. Ho Dong thought, so that is the end of the last practice and he had also completed the assisting condition. Now there was only the second condition left. Each match is 50 minutes. So that means their team needs to reach at least the quarterfinals. Ho Dong was determined, "Okay, I will try." The commentator said, "Finally, the World Youth Football Competition, co-organized by the Korean Football Association and MBS, has started. Next to me is Zeo Myung UOC, who will be the analyst. This is the first time that the World Youth Football Competition has been held in Korea, and because this is an international competition that takes place right after the 2002 FIFA World Cup. The public's attention to the competition is very high. At this time, the players also began to enter the field. Today's match will be a clash between FC Chabum and the U13 Polish team. The male lead looked at the soccer field at this time. Ho Dong thought, it is this scene. A natural soccer field, even though there are almost no spectators, he still felt like a true player. At this time, the male lead remembered that if their opponent was Poland, it meant that if Lequan Du Ski was born a few months earlier, then he could have faced him right here. The person who will become one of the top strikers in the world, on par with Luis Jose or Hodge Kong, the legendary Polish player Lequan Du Ski. The male lead was regretful at this time. Too bad, too bad. The male lead regained his spirits. It is a pity not to meet the future legend, but the most important thing now is to win this match. The male lead's eyes were full of determination. The battle between FC Chabum against the U13 Polish team officially began. The two commentators began to analyze the situation. This is a difficult match, but they believe that FC Com will be able to do it. They are fully capable of winning. Because the presence of Ho Dong on the field is a very unpredictable variable. The team lineup was shown. FC Chabum uses a 4-4-2 tactical formation, a tactic that can put pressure on the entire field. Turning to the other side, on the other side of the front line, the U13 Polish team uses a 4-2-3-1 formation, maximizing the physical advantages of the players. Everyone was enthusiastically cheering at this time. Camille, control the central area tightly. At this time, Jaras passed the ball to his teammate. They quickly passed the ball to each other. The referee commented, with the 5 midfielders playing together to control the ball, they are dominating the midfield area. The boy shouted, "Jaras, now's the time." Jaras seized the opportunity and passed the ball deep into the home field. Chabum's team did not have time to block and could only stare in shock. The referee also regretted, "Oh no, A through pass right from the middle of the field, catching FC Chab Rim off guard. The player on the U13 Thailand side quickly ran straight into the home field. The commentator's voice rang out, "The defense has been completely broken." That player smiled with satisfaction. The defense has been penetrated. It was Jaroswat Kaczynski. He looked in the direction of the ball and ran, calculating in his heart, "As long as I control the ball, I will definitely win in any direct confrontation." Jaroswat Kaczynski put his foot to meet the ball, confidently thinking, "All right." But Ho Young quickly ran over and blocked that ball. Jaroswat Kaczynski frowned unhappily and looked at the name tag on his back. "It is that number 7, Ho Young. He is a forward, why is he here?" Ho Young did not give him a chance, and he quickly kicked the ball out of the home field. Immediately, the FC Chab Rim team deployed their offensive formation, advance. At this time, player number 6 on the opposing team hissed and stood in front of Ho Young, "Don't think I will let you join the attack." But he quickly slipped to the side of him and ran forward. He was also surprised and looked back. His no-ball movement is so smooth. At this time, a teammate had seen him. He used his foot to pass the ball, Ho Young. He received the ball and praised, "Nice pass." Ho Young quickly rushed into the opponent's field. They shouted, "Press in." The opposing team was worried, "Block him." But in just a moment, his figure flashed away. Ho Young had entered the opponent's field. He was like a beast quickly gliding through the opponent's defense. The opposing team's player also had to be stunned and cursed, "Monster." Ho Young had reached the goal, and the opponent's goalkeeper also ran over to confront him, TSK. He got into position with determined eyes. Ho Young immediately accelerated and led the ball past the goalkeeper. He successfully kicked the ball straight into the net. The commentator announced, "Goal." Everyone cheered excitedly for Ho Young. It is only the 7th minute of the first half, but the opening goal has come to FC Chab Rim. The scorer is Ho Young. A teammate ran over and put his arm around him. "Well done, Ho Young, look at the faces of those guys, they are all scared stiff." Ho Young also smiled happily, but in his heart he felt a little regret. "Honestly, I wanted to score a cool goal, but my legs are too fast so it is difficult to control." It seems that you get one thing, but you lose another. The two commentators quickly praised, "FC Chab Rim is leading 1-0. The goal was scored from an acceleration at a distance of 60 m. It is unbelievable, with this potential of Ho Young. I guess that boy could even become an excellent track and field athlete. He is truly a player with a promising future." The coach on the opposing team frowned and muttered, "What is that kid? Are you sure he is 9 years old?" He was sure of it. Then he scratched his cheek, thinking, after thinking about it, this is not a matter of which side plays soccer better anymore. It is like we are stepping onto a martial arts stage to face a cannon. The match continued, and one person on the FC Chab Rim team was being suppressed by two people on the opposing team, making him uncomfortable. "Damn, I am being marked too tightly. At this rate, I will lose the ball." At this moment, Ho Young rushed over and waved his hand here. When he saw him, he quickly passed the ball. Ho Young passed one player on the opposing team and successfully received the ball in his feet. He glanced and calculated. The images of the players on the opposing team were rushing over. Ho Young was sweating, "There is no space." Then he shouted for his teammates to hear, "Run." He was surprised when he heard that. The opponents also hesitated in confusion. The commentator quickly analyzed the situation. Player Ho Young looked at Suk Hyung-jun and signaled him to change positions. Now Ho Young will need to coordinate with his teammates calmly. He smiled with satisfaction. Quick reaction. Seok Hyung-jun. Then Ho Young quickly crossed the opponent who was marking him. Ho Young seized the opportunity and put the ball through the opponent's legs. Great. He moved exactly as I guessed. The commentator excitedly commented, "Right now, player Ho Young has escaped the marking." He secretly cheered himself on, "I can do it." Suk Hyung-jun had been waiting for him for a long time. He called out loudly here. Ho Young looked at him and calculated, a signal for a ball. No way can those guys compete for a high ball with him. If I pass it there, it will be a perfect assist. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned up, but Ho Young quickly rushed towards the opponent's net. He seized the opportunity and shot the ball. The commentator quickly announced, Ho Young did not pass the ball, and launched an unexpected shot from mid-range. The ball flew towards the top of the goal, causing the goalkeeper to fail to catch the ball and grind his teeth, TSK. The commentator's voice rang out, goal. They exclaimed, "It is really amazing." He chose to finish himself instead of passing the ball, giving up all the space to the opponent, slowing down the pace of dribbling, and then unexpectedly opened up a perfect shooting angle. It is really a smart style of play. He was now satisfied and thought, it really worked. I did not expect that the style of play I imagined in my head could be perfectly realized. Then Ho-young ran away very quickly, leaving only a gust of wind. He raised his hands above his head and thought, I wonder if Messi and Ronaldo also often have this feeling. Ho-young released his hands and shouted shoo. He smiled and looked up hee. At this time, the system displayed the message, powerful shot from mid-range, upgraded. He was satisfied with this achievement. My talent is gradually developing. Ho-young was running and thinking, what about Chadu Rim's speed machine talent? If I try to help it level up, does that mean I can surpass the original? Then he became excited, his mouth was smiling brightly, but I should not put too much pressure on my knees. I still want to play soccer more. Just running on the floor makes me happy. I will try to score a hat trick in this match. The commentator reported the situation. Player Ho-young has successfully scored the second goal. They all commented on the match, rightfully putting the U13 Polish team in a corner. At this time, he and his teammates ran over to celebrate. The U13 Polish team lost their will. What is that kid anyway? Is he a monster? At this time, when the opposing team looked at him, it was like looking at a god on the soccer field. Suddenly a loud call made him turn his head. Ho-young. Suk Hyung-jun ran over and asked, why did not you pass to me even once? Ho-young thought in his heart, because I have completed the assisting condition, there is no reason to insist on passing the ball. But on the outside he smiled and joked, we should put winning first. He hesitated, that is right, but... Ho-young encouraged, just wait a little bit, and you will have a chance. On the scoreboard, 12 minutes had passed in the second half, and there were only 13 minutes left in the match. Ho-young was still leading the ball. He continued to launch another shot at the opposing team's goal. The goalkeeper on that side could only be helpless because he could not block the ball. The commentator's voice rang out, goal, again, a powerful shot. Ho-young has scored himself a hat trick. They exclaimed, it is really too impressive. Outside, the cheering was louder than ever. The commentator also said, I am very much looking forward to the future of this young player. Will Ho-young be able to win the title of top scorer in this competition? On the field, a player on the FC Chap team was leading the ball. He watched worriedly. He looked towards Ho-young, who was being marked by 3 people, and thought, since the hat trick just now, the Polish team has only focused on tightly marking Ho-young. Then he launched a shot straight towards the opponent's field. Well, what if it is like this? Ho-young's figure quickly disappeared from the tight marking of 3 opponents. He accelerated and ran up to meet the ball. Ho-young successfully received the ball. He looked up and saw the opposing team coming forward. Too bad, the pass is too deep, the opposing defender has caught up. Ho-young's eyes narrowed, this is not good. What should I do? In the midst of the crisis, there was a call, Ho-young. His teammate was signaling, over here. It turned out that it was Suk Hyung-jun who wanted him to pass the ball over. Ho-young quickly passed the ball to him. Okay, try to receive the ball. Suk Hyung-jun glued his eyes to the ball flying over his head. Then he used his head to shoot the ball into the goal. The commentator shouted, goal. Everyone on the stand was happy. The commentator also said, the match is exciting to every breath. The 4th goal goes to FC Chap. Suk Hyung-jun, after scoring the goal, happily raised his hand. At this time, Suk Hyung-jun's mother on the stand was also smiling at him. He saw this from behind and understood, so he wanted to score a goal to give to his mother. Ho-young also looked up at the stand. At this time, his mother was also happily giving a thumbs up. He also quickly gave a thumbs up. Suk Hyung-jun ran over and patted him on the shoulder. Ho-young, nice assist. He smiled brightly, thank you. He also quickly replied, you're welcome. Football is originally a team game. Although life is sometimes a lonely road, football must be played together. At this time, Ho-young was being interviewed. The star of today, the person who led FC Chap to a 4-0 victory, Ho-young. Today you were selected as the best player of the match with 3 goals and 1 assist. How do you feel right now? He smiled and said, I think our team was able to win because everyone worked hard together. The reporter praised, that is a very mature answer. Is there anything else you want to share? Ho Young, hearing this, proudly patted his chest and said, Mom and Dad, I love you, and to everyone, I will become the best soccer player in the world in the future. Please support me. After returning home, he watched the interview again. The sound came from the TV. Thank you for sharing, Ho Young. Ho Young turned off the TV and went into the bedroom, hugging the pillow and banging it in embarrassment. Why did I say that sentence, making such a statement? I am not in the rebellious age. Unbelievable. Also during that time, on social media, the image of a forum appeared. A post by an anonymous soccer player stated that he had been unable to score against Ho Young and would become a fan of him. As a result, that article gradually became famous, and the number of my fans was gradually increasing. On the field, Ho Young was facing another team. The next day, in the match against the youth team of the Swedish club Djurgårdens, we had a fierce battle and won with a narrow score of 3-2. He continued to shoot the ball into the net. Next was the match against FC Porto. They were the favorites for the championship, so they were extremely difficult to deal with. But thanks to Ho Young's goal, FC Chap dramatically drew. Suk Hyung Jun again used his head to score in the air. The first match in the quarterfinals, our opponent was the UI3 national team of Paraguay. Suk Hyung Jun and Ho Young scored 2 goals, respectively, helping the entire team regain victory, and today's match. At this time, the entire team was gathering in the room. We have reached the semi-finals. Our opponent is the team that finished second in Group A, the Japanese team. The winner of this match will set foot in Sangam Stadium in Seoul. The FC Cha team formed a circle and shouted loudly, "Let us win together," determined. Everyone quickly went to the field to compete. The two sides stood opposite each other to perform the ceremony. Just like that, the two teams immediately plunged into a confrontation with each other. U13 Cha Club versus U13 Japan national team. This Korea-Japan match, we must win. Ho Young, he looked at the opponent, the U13 Japanese team. Ho Young, he thought that the person in the distance was the core player on the Japanese side, Shinji Kagawa. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across his mind. He began to read Shinji Kagawa's talent while he was engrossed in training. Shinji Kagawa has the talent, soccer prodigy B, delicate touch sense C+, using space to move without the ball C. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent. Condition 1, win the match. Condition 2, steal the ball 5 times. Looking at the condition of stealing the ball 5 times, Ho Young, he immediately exclaimed in his mind that, what steal the ball 5 times, heavens, I am a striker. Not a defender. If that is the case, I have to switch to freestyle play. Then Ho Young, he called out, "Hey Shinji." Shinji unconsciously turned his head and replied, "Huh." At this time, Ho Young, he pointed to the kid Shinji. He smiled and threatened him, "You are going to have a hard time today." Shinji did not understand what he was doing, wondering, what is wrong with this crazy guy? Then Ho Young, he left, ignoring Shinji, who felt he was very strange. While running leisurely, he thought, freestyle play is a style of play that does not limit positions or roles, and constantly changes positions to suit each situation. To do this, you need to have good thinking and judgment. Then he stopped and resolutely thought, let us try it once. He looked at Shinji challengingly and thought, show me, Kagawa. Don't disappoint me. Now the match has officially begun. The first half has passed 7 minutes, and the U13 Japanese team is gradually increasing the pace of the ball. The Japanese team quickly deployed to pass the ball through Kagawa. Kagawa received the ball from his teammate. But his teammate shouted to remind him, Kagawa, behind you. He turned around and saw that Ho Young, he was chasing behind him at this time. With a determined face, sweat was dripping down. Kagawa thought, he is really fast, but a striker does not need to put pressure to this extent. This guy is very fast and shoots very strongly, however. This is a battle of skill. Kagawa sped up while running and resolutely thought, don't dream of stealing the ball from my feet. At this time, the coach also reminded, hey, Ho Young, why are you going so deep? Suddenly, the coach was very surprised. When he saw Ho Young, he stole the ball from Kagawa's feet. Kagawa was surprised and could not believe it, unconsciously saying, huh. Then Shinja stopped and looked up at Ho Young. On this side, the coach secretly assessed Ho Young. The boy stole the ball very easily. Since when has he been so good at defending? Everyone next to him excitedly cheered Ho Young. Well done, Ho Young, opportunity to counterattack. Ho Young thought, The talent of cutting the ball in an instant that I got from Casamitro is really useful. Kagawa was still surprised, thinking, I can't believe that the ball on my feet was stolen so easily, and it was stolen by a striker, not a defender. Kagawa was angry, grinding his teeth and thinking, this is the first time I have felt so humiliated. He then ran over to try to win back the ball from Ho Young, but it was not easy at all. Shinji unwillingly thought, why can't I hold the ball? Ho Young at this time was very excited, shouting done. He looked at the condition board and happily thought, Condition 2 is done. Now all I have to do is win the match. Ho Young continued to lead the ball with his feet. He smiled and said, now I will go back to focusing on attacking. Ho Young used the tip of his foot as a pillar to gain momentum, accelerating and running like a gust of wind. Ho Young, he was like a car speeding away with very fast speed, causing the opponent to be stunned and exclaim, heavens, is he a bulldozer or something? The Japanese team coach was also very worried and instructed, don't let number 7 go any deeper. Remember to be careful with mid-range shots and gradually raise the formation. Don't give the opponent a shooting angle. Ho Young, he observed the situation around him. When he saw a teammate beside him, he passed the ball to his teammate and said, wall pass, making the opponent unexpectedly think pass. His teammate received the beautiful pass, and Ho Young immediately said loudly, up. After that, Park Won-gu immediately returned the ball and helped Ho Young rush straight to the empty area behind. Ho Young was preparing to launch a shot. Then suddenly he saw his teammate running beside him. But Ho Young still decided to finish, shooting a very strong shot at the goal. But the ball hit the crossbar and did not go into the net. Everyone regretted that ball, exclaiming, what a pity. But it was not like that. It was all Ho Young's calculation. He smiled and thought, that is the chance, Suk Hyung-jun. Suk Hyung-jun received the ball with his head. And Suk Hyung-jun just said go, and launched a very powerful header, sending the ball straight into the opponent's goal. Goal, a spectacular header by Suk Hyung-jun has helped Korea take the lead, Ho Young praised, you scored beautifully. After the first goal, the game gradually became one-sided. Ho Young scored another goal. He thought he had scored the goal that sealed the score, making the U-13 Japanese team unable to do anything more. At that time, the match had also ended. The final result was FC Chap won with a score of 3-0. The commentator sighed in just the second half, while Ho Young scored a goal and an assist. It is too impressive, is not it? The other commentator also continued. That is right. In this match, he was not only excellent in attack, but also showed extraordinary defensive ability. At this time, Ho Young's team was celebrating the victory. The teammates gave each other words of encouragement. Well done everyone, they hugged each other tightly. They said together, we have entered the final. Ho Young said, we are only one win away from the championship trophy. The next semi-final is between Germany and Brazil. Whichever team wins in this matchup will be our opponent in the final. Which side will win? Sao Paulo FC from Brazil against VfB Stuttgart from Germany. The match ended with a score of 4-0 for Germany. Hearing this, Ho Young could not believe it, thinking unbelievable, Sao Paulo FC ended the match so helplessly. It seems that it is not without reason that Germany is selected as the #1 candidate for the championship. In the VfB Stuttgart youth team, there are many players over 170 centimeters tall. This height is no longer a child's height, but is already equal to that of a high school student. No matter how fast I am, I can't bridge this physical gap. Ho Young thought, although I am very happy that we have reached the final, this wall is really too high. At this time, Ho Young checked his talent. Ho Young was looking at the talent board and thinking, today in the match against Japan, I got Kagawa's talent. This is already the 8th talent. Ho Young was still carefully looking at the talent board without taking his eyes off it. Ho Young thought, in the final, if I enter the field with Suk Hyung-jun for about 20 minutes, then I will get more potential for physical development B+. It seems that I have to try my best with the existing talents in the next match. At this time, a voice called Ho Young hey. It was none other than the kid Kagawa. Kagawa declared aggressively to Ho Young that next time, I will definitely win. The two shook hands to make a pact with each other. Ho Young smiled and said, yeah, you played very well today too. But in his heart he thought, he is speaking Japanese, so I do not understand anything. He must be feeling impressed with my skills, right? The next day, at Seoul Sangam Stadium. At this time, Ho Young was warming up before the match. The audience was very excited and cheered for Ho Young, shouting loudly, "Ho Young, do your best, Ho Young, go." The two teams at this time began the greeting procedure to enter the field. The referee's whistle to start the match rang out. VfB Stuttgart against FC Chab Rim, the match began. Ho Young, he looked at the opponent's team and thought, although the others are already very tall, this guy is really terrible. He is Tolger Batschudver. Although he is considered the future of the German national team's defense, he is hindered by his thin and easily injured body. Ho Young tried to read Tolger's talent at this time. Tolger Batschudver also has many talents, such as soccer prodigy B, excellent defensive positioning B, effective blocking C. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent. Condition 1, win the match. Condition 2, score a goal and assist once. Looking at the talent board, Ho Young thought, the talents are not necessarily too special, but he is really tall. I feel like an ant facing a giraffe. The match had just begun and the net was already shaking. Goal, in the 15th minute of the first half, VfB Stuttgart took the lead. Ho Young at this time was also exhausted and felt that the situation was difficult. He thought, it is really difficult. Ho Young thought, all those tall players are pressing us all over the field. It is really impossible to do anything. This is a tactic aimed directly at me, the top scorer. Pressing is a defensive tactic by constantly pressing and creating pressure on the opponent's side of the field. Ho Young was angry, gritting his teeth and said, okay, just wait and see. One way or another, I will still score a goal. Ho Young regained his spirits and continued the match. But not as expected, a player from the opposing team used his head to shoot the ball towards the goal. This header has brought the second goal for VfB Stuttgart. Not long after, another goal. The score was already 3-0. The pressure from the German team was really too heavy. The two commentators said, after all, no matter how high the skill is, it is difficult to cover up the height difference of up to 20 centimeters. However, I think this will be a very good learning experience for the FC Chab Rim players. At this moment, Ho Young was speeding up to break through the center. Will our Ho Young succeed in shining? Immediately, Tolger Batschudver approached him. Ho Young shouted at the opponent that, get out of the way. The two of them rushed straight into each other. The collision caused Tolger Batschudver to fall and tumble away. And Ho Young was also thrown to the other side. The referee's whistle also rang out at that moment. Ho Young at this time was very worried about the referee's penalty. And then the verdict from the referee was that, player Batschudver received a red card. Tolger Batschudver was forced to leave the field. Ho Young breathed a sigh of relief, thinking what a fright, luckily I did not get a card. And this red card also brought a new opportunity to the Chab Rim team, a direct free kick. Ho Young was standing in front of this opportunity, thinking, I have to score a goal from this free kick. Ho Young thought, let us try using it. Then Ho Young began to gain momentum to take this free kick. The goalkeeper was ready to catch the ball, thinking, here it comes. Ho Young had launched his free kick. Would he succeed in bringing a goal back to the Chab Rim team? Then the ball flew over the opposing team's defensive line. The opposing goalkeeper tried his best to jump up to catch the ball. Almost caught it, but could not. The opposing goalkeeper was completely defeated. The ball flew straight into the opponent's goal as if by magic. Goal, Ho Young has scored a free kick. The audience was very happy, cheering non-stop. Ho Young jumped up. Ho Young happily made his victory celebration pose, exclaiming, so great. Ho Young was enjoying the feeling of victory, saying, shoo. This is the talent that I copied from Yum Bae Moon, a student in the S-class of the Chab Rim Kuan Academy, artistic curve kick C. This is the first time I have used it in this competition, but it seems that it is really effective, is not it? The match also ended at this time. VfB Stuttgart won with a score of 3-1. Ho Young was exhausted and thought, this is my first loss in a regular competition. Even so, I have gained a lot of experience. Ho Young smiled and said to himself, next time, I will win definitely. The U13 international competition ended with a final victory for VfB Stuttgart from Germany, while FC Chab Rim had to sadly accept the runner-up position. Even so, Ho Young with 10 goals and 5 assists, won the title of top scorer and the golden shoe, and also received a prize of 4 million won. Ho Young's face was full of excitement, joy, and excitement. He thought, there is also another reward. Choose the talent you want to copy, potential for physical development and decisive heading. Potential for physical development. Ho Young, talents possessed, soccer prodigy, perfect muscle, powerful shot at mid-range, machine feet, cutting the ball in a flash. He felt happy. The number of talents I possess has increased to 9. Everyone was flustered and excitedly ran over quickly. They cheered, the kid is here. Everyone gathered to congratulate him on the successful victory. Ho Young, well done, our Ho Dong is the best. Just like that, the cheering overwhelmed the atmosphere. Top scorer, I will always cheer for you, the teammates asked Ho Young, is that your fan club? It is really amazing. They felt very admired and surprised by that. Suddenly, Ho Young's eyes welled up with tears. His heart began to be moved. Perhaps the love and care of everyone had touched his heart. To respond to the sincere feelings of the fans, Ho Young shouted loudly with determination, next time, I will definitely win. Ho Young thought, now is just the beginning. I will become the best soccer player in the world and win all the titles. At this moment, his family boarded the plane back to the place to rest. He shouted, awesome, let us go. The driver was startled, thinking that Ho Young was talking to him. The driver hesitated and said, the light is red, so I stopped. Go forward and let the police catch you. He innocently said, driver, when you mention soccer, what country do you think of first? The driver gently replied, well, of course it is Brazil. Ho Young laughed and joked happily, everyone thinks so, right? January 6th, at São Paulo, Brazil. His whole family had arrived. They had to say that. Wow, it is really hot here. It is the middle of winter in Korea. Suddenly, 2 strangers shouted, calling the Ho Young family here, over here. The polite and cute girl greeted and introduced, hello, I am Maria Choi. And I am the oldest in the boarding house where Ho Young will be staying. Maria Choi turned to introduce the boy next to her, and this is Lucas Kim, international support staff of São Paulo FC. Lucas Kim openly said, nice to meet you all. The support staff bent down to inquire, hello, you are Ho Young, right? The boy playfully replied, hello. Lucas Kim continued, I have seen you on TV many times, but meeting you in person makes you even cuter. Lucas Kim and Maria Choi shouted together, welcome everyone to São Paulo, Ho Young said with pleasure, I am very excited. Thank you for your help. Everyone moved to the city of Victoria. The support staff carefully guided, there will be a medical examination in 2 days. Until then, everyone can rest here. Maria Choi began to introduce the inside of the house. Ho Young's room is on the 2nd floor. Do you want to take a look? The boy politely replied yes. Ho Young followed everyone closely. Suddenly, a blonde girl with fair skin walked down. Her face was delicate, pure, and cute.
Ho Young blushed SXYY.
The girl spoke up, hello. Ho Young thought, it seems to be Portuguese. She is tall and her eyes are big, like a doll. Maria Choi told the boy, she is Monica, next to your room. It seems that she is the same age as you. Ho Young's face was blank and surprised. Ho Young was confused and thought a lot, the same age as me, so 10 years old, I thought she was a high school student. Finally, they moved up to the 2nd floor, this is your room. Ho Young was delighted with this new room. The boy happily said, it looks great. 2 days later, Lucas Kim discussed with the boy, we will conduct a medical examination to decide which team we will let you join. Just think of this as a normal physical test. Don't worry. The boy replied, yes. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door from the outside. Lucas Kim continued to visit Ho Young's parents. Excuse me, but how tall are you two? I am 1.68 meters, and I am 1.66 meters. The support staff thought, so you are taller than the average woman. And you, Ho Young's father said shyly, I am probably a little short. Lucas Kim continued, sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. Actually, Ho Young is being tested for his potential for physical development, and genetics also have an impact on it. But even if the results are not good, everyone should not be disappointed. The club will have a suitable growth support program. Ho Young's father sighed, I understand, thank you. I hope my child has good results, please. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang violently. Lucas Kim answered the phone, and he shouted in a panic, Demace. Ho Young's parents were confused and did not understand what was going on. What is Demace? Lucas Kim happily said that it meant the test results were extremely good. The boy's parents listened attentively. According to what was tested, Ho Young's potential for height increase. They said that in the future, He could be between 1 meter 82 and 1 meter 89. Ho Young's family jumped up happily. That is right, great. Ho Young happily remembered, it is all thanks to Suk Hyung Jun's growth talent. In the future, when I become a famous player, I must repay him properly. Ho Young and his parents could not hide their current emotions. Lucas Kim discussed with the family, this is the upcoming schedule, about the youth team and the academy, and Article 19 of FIFA's transfer regulations. Do you understand everything? Ho Young nodded and replied, yes. In short, I just need to focus on playing soccer, and I do not need to worry about other issues, right? That is right, and if there really are any problems, we will find a solution later. Anyway, you do not want to stay here forever, right? Ho Young thought, that is right, Brazil is just a segment on the path I am taking. There are many clubs I want to visit. Staying in one place forever is boring. Lucas Kim added, the registration of players will take place in August. Until then, you will learn the basics at the academy, and after completing the basic training and personal assessment, they will calculate your GPA based on the results of the medical examination. The support staff explained, GPA is like a type of evaluation score. You need this score to sign a contract. The passing score is 6.5 out of 10. The contract terms often depend heavily on this score. If it is lower than 6.5, you will have to continue training at the academy and wait for the next opportunity. Anyway, you have come so far, you can't easily turn back. Can you? The boy said innocently, of course. Lucas Kim also smiled happily, good spirit. And do not forget to learn Portuguese. You will easily pass the written test, right? Ho Young's family panicked, Portuguese. Lucas Kim instructed, the Portuguese test is also part of the personal evaluation. His words were like a bolt from the blue to Ho Young. The boy could not believe his ears and could not accept reality. After a long discussion and arrangement, Ho Young's parents prepared to leave. Take care, Ho Young, and remember to contact mom and dad often. The boy obediently said, yes, mom, do not worry. I am all grown up. Oh my God, who did you learn to talk so maturely from? The father encouraged his son, Ho Young, you will do well, right? The boy replied, yes. Very good, that is my son. The two of them looked at their son with proud eyes. The mother hugged the boy tightly. If it is too difficult, do not hide it in your heart. You can share it with mom anytime. Mom loves you. Yes, I love you too. From that day on, Ho Young prepared a plan for himself. He recounted that he tried his best without wasting time. The first thing was to learn Portuguese. He needed to hurry a bit, because next month he would be enrolling in an elementary school here. But luckily, my mother speaks Spanish, and the two languages have quite a few similarities, so I can also speak a little Portuguese for my mother. And Maria Choi called on some foreign children, trying to tutor me, helping my foreign language skills improve quickly. From morning to afternoon, I will participate in training at the U9 Academy. This training course is only at the level of consolidating the basics before officially joining the team. A warm-up process before the player registration in April. Although communication is sometimes difficult during the training process, I can somehow understand because after all, these are just common physical exercises. When the sun sets, Ho Young returns to his boarding house. Ho Young wants to play soccer in the late afternoon like this, but it seems that security here is not as good as in Korea. Ho Young craved to drink beer, but now I am 10 years old, not 24 anymore, and besides, this is Brazil. Ho Young recalled the previous encouragement from Suk Hyung Jun, you have worked hard. Maybe I need to make friends to improve my communication skills. I am originally the type of person who likes to socialize. Let us try it once. Immediately, Ho Young sat up and opened the door and stepped out of the room. And the first person he encountered was Monica. The two made eye contact. Ho Young hesitated, it is Monica from the next room. Surprisingly, Monica smiled brightly, hello. Ho Young was flustered, hello to you. Do you ever? Monica's beauty was captivating. Ho Young panicked, damn, I forgot what to say. He began to chat, do you speak Korean? Monica was blank. Ho Young scratched his head, forget it. I asked something nonsense. In this era, there is no concept of K-pop idols. Monica asked back, do you speak English? Ho Young replied, just a little bit. What about Russian? I do not know anything. What about Spanish? Ho Young was happy, my mother used to live in Spain. The two entered Monica's room to chat. So your father is Brazilian, your mother is Russian-American, and your grandmother is Spanish. Yeah, my name was given by my grandmother. Ho Young expressed his interest. Oh, that is great, really, of course. Ho Young thought, she has so much ancestry, so how many languages can she speak? Monica began to count and say, Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, and English. But I can't always speak fluently like a native speaker. Ho Young exclaimed in admiration, oh, she is really a genius. Monica, talents possessed, physical genius, language prodigy, balanced body, flexible and agile body. Language talent, it seems really useful. Ho Young muttered, Chi Maria also has a talent for language, but Monica and I are housemates, so even if it takes time, I can still copy it. The boy asked, it seems that you are practicing some kind of sport, Monica replied, yeah, I am practicing rhythmic gymnastics. Ho Young panicked, aren't her grandparents Russian, but is not rhythmic gymnastics more famous in Russia or Spain? I used to want to live in Rio de Janeiro with my family. It was not until later that I started practicing. The teacher said that I have a lot of talent, so if I perform well, she will let me study abroad in Spain. Ho Young said happily, I understand. I think you are very talented in gymnastics. Monica had a blank face. The girl laughed loudly, compared to other boys, you are really special. You seem to be much more fun. The two shook hands, really, then let us be friends from now on, Monica. Yeah. Time passed very quickly, constantly diligently learning and practicing. With a strong passion, Ho Young tried his best to develop his abilities. Throughout the past month. February, the new semester began. Ho Young transferred to an elementary school about 10 minutes by bus from the boarding house. Thanks to his cheerful personality, he was able to integrate with everyone early on. Sometimes there were still some hooligans who liked to use discriminatory language, but most problems could be solved with a soccer ball. After all, Brazil is still a country of soccer. Thanks to my outstanding technique, I easily attracted attention from the local children. They gathered and played with Ho Young. And in the evening, Ho Young and Monica diligently studied languages. Those were the busiest days of my life, but thinking about my family and future, I still tried to persevere. 2 months later, in April. After waking up one night, Ho Young observed carefully. I have 11 talents now. Although his communication skills were still not perfect. But in return, I got these 2 talents. First, I should develop the existing talents first. Suddenly, Maria Choi entered the room and called his name. The boy panicked. What is wrong? I am too worried. What are the results of your Portuguese test? Ah, here it is. I was just about to tell you. The result is Brazilian elementary level, I passed. Everyone happily congratulated Ho Young, you did it great.
Congratulations, Ho Young.
Now the only thing left is to win a contract with the São Paulo FC youth team. Thursday, April 3rd, 2003. At this time Ho Young was sitting in the room with a tense expression. The manager of the São Paulo FC youth team, Bianca, she pushed up her glasses and said to him, Ho Young, thank you for working hard all this time.
Ho Young listened nervously.
Then she smiled and said to him, congratulations. Ho Young's eyes lit up as soon as he heard this. Bianca pushed a file in front of him and said, with your efforts in the past 88 days, your GPA evaluation score is 9.13 points. The total score is a bit low because your Portuguese is not good enough, but this is still a very high score for a soccer player. The image of Ho Young playing the game appeared. In 24 matches against other academies, you had 26 goals and 6 assists, achieving 9.33 out of 10 points. The medical examination measured lung capacity, muscle strength, and body balance, achieving 9.35 points, very good. Then she smiled and continued, as discussed before, the contract details will have some changes depending on your average GPA score. Because Ho Young has a score above 9, you will be placed in the highest rank, congratulations. Ho Young could not hide his joy and smiled brightly like a child being given candy. Thank you. Bianca was satisfied with his response and said, I am just giving you the terms that are appropriate for Ho Young's ability. Because you can't communicate well, you must have had many difficulties during this time. I am very grateful that you still continue to work hard without giving up. Coach Carlo is also very happy. Ho Young excitedly clenched his fist, I did it. Then he put his hand on his chin and calculated. According to the contract, the weekly salary is 400 real, which is about 250,000 won in Korean money. It is still nothing compared to Ronaldo. When he was 12 years old, he already had a salary of 450,000 won. Ho Young recalled himself as a salesperson in his previous life and secretly rejoiced, but 1 million won per month is still an impressive number. The salary for my part-time job at 24 years old can't compare. In addition, there are tournament participation allowances and scoring bonuses. Bianca added, if you are strong enough to jump up to a higher team, your weekly salary will increase even more. Hearing this, he was curious, so which team will I join? She replied, first, you will join the U13 team. If you submit your name on the registration list, then you will participate in weekly matches, and the salary will be paid from that time. Ho Young thought, oh, if it is the U13 team of Sao Paulo FC. The image of a spirited team appeared. Isn't that the team I faced in the Shoot Dory program? April 4th, early in the morning, at this time Ho Young was running on the road. While practicing leading the ball, he thought, the U13 team is on a completely different level from the academy. Because I am being paid to compete, I can't just play soccer for myself, but must contribute to the whole team. Ho Young was a little worried, I do not know. He stopped the ball with his foot. Then Ho Young used both hands to pat his face to reassure himself, just try your best as always. What is there for a man to worry about? He reached out his hands to the sky and shouted, a true man Ho Young, head on the sky and feet on the ground. At this time, Monica called him from the door of a building, Ho Young. He also turned back to look. When he saw her, he unconsciously shouted, Monica, she said from above, Maria is calling you in to eat, he replied, okay. A moment later, Ho Young and Maria Choi had finished eating and came out of the house. A luxurious car was parked in front of the house. She said, let us go, he nodded yes. Monica waved her hand to cheer, do your best. Ho Young, being cheered, turned red and put his hand on his chest, okay, let us go, determined. In the car, Maria Choi asked, have you contacted your parents, he replied, yes. She wondered, are they planning to come and watch you compete? He smiled and patted his chest and replied, maybe my parents can't come because they are busy with work, so I will visit them later, with the championship trophy in my hand. Hearing this, she laughed with pleasure, I will always support you. He replied, yes. Ho Young sat in the car and secretly calculated, I have 3 main goals this year. First, to win the U13 championship, second, to skip a grade to the U15 team, and finally. He thought of himself sitting in a luxurious room and happily, I will collect everything, the talents of the talented Brazilian players. At this time, the system board appeared, Ho Young, your talents possessed. Ho Young looked outside and thought, in the past 3 months, I have discovered one thing, that among the older people, no one has the talent of a soccer prodigy. So it seems that the talent of a soccer prodigy is what determines the speed of development until we grow up. Then he decided, if that is the case, then this is the talent that needs to be upgraded the most now. But it is very difficult to find a talent with a level above B+. Maybe I will find it in the U13 team. Ho Young stepped out of the car. Standing in front of the huge training ground made him a little surprised. He went into a classroom to evaluate, indoor education center, with a mini futsal field used to organize small soccer matches. Next is Chekvar training area. The indoor soccer field helps us train even in bad weather, and there is also a gym. At this time, a girl came over to explain, this training ground is the largest soccer training facility in Brazil. He exclaimed with enthusiasm. She is the advisor of Sao Paulo FC Emily, nickname, Mama. Emily smiled and said to him, I am glad to see you so interested. If you have any problems, feel free to report them to me. Ho Young happily followed her, yes, thank you, madam. Emily led him to a corridor and said, it is right in front of you. Follow me. When he came outside, Ho Young could not help but exclaim, oh. It was a very large stadium. The players were warming up their bodies before training. Everyone looked very healthy and tall. He secretly admired, there are still 30 minutes until training, but everyone has already started warming up. At this time, a voice called back, hey, are you the one with a GPA of 9.1? He also nodded to admit it, yes, and an achievement score of 9.33. Hearing this, they exclaimed, oh my god, really? While those friends were happily saying, you are really great, Ho Young had realized something. At this time, many people also looked towards him. Those people are in the same situation as me, so they are so wary, as if they are seeing an unpredictable variable that can overturn their rice bowl. Ho Young became even more interested, All the children here are risking their lives to play soccer. This is the battlefield of men. Suddenly there was a sound from behind that made him turn around to look. The two newcomers were also surprised by Ho Young's appearance. Why are you here? It turned out that they were the people he had fought with. Ho Young's eyes lit up and replied, because. He also glanced at the talent board of the two players. The talents of Douglas Costa and Case Moreau gradually appeared before his eyes. Ho Young thought, I can't wait any longer. I came to steal all the talents in sight. He was like a greedy person. Give me all the talents of the two of you. At this time in a corner, Douglas Costa and Casimiro's group were discussing, so from today Ho Young will be our teammate. Case Moreau scratched his head, then maybe our team will be able to reach higher on the tournament rankings. Douglas Costa also agreed, maybe, but that friend next to you does not seem to understand. Is he that good at soccer? He hesitated, well. Then Douglas Costa stretched out his hand and replied honestly, well yes. He is extraordinarily good at scoring goals. Hearing this, the other friends widened their eyes and looked forward to it. Wow, something to look forward to. Case Moreau secretly thought, our team is currently ranked 7th in the weekly tournament. Sao Paulo FC has won the U13 championship 7 times, but now it has declined so much. The main reason is the lack of strikers. Then he calculated, perhaps this is the reason why Coach Carlo put Ho Young in. Otherwise, they would never put a child that young in the U13 team. Suddenly Case Moreau spoke up, it seems that he has gotten a little taller, has not he? It has only been a short time. Douglas Costa also nodded, yeah, I was going to say that too. At this time, the coach announced, the training schedule will be rearranged slightly for the new members. Ho Young could not help but rejoice in his heart. What will I learn from now on? Tactical training, or training on team organization? Everyone began to run on the soccer field. Everyone diligently led the ball. He secretly felt bored. This first training session is nothing special. Then suddenly Ho Young commented again, but there is one thing that makes this training session different from usual. He secretly assessed, that is that everyone is free to practice in an unhurried atmosphere. This is the training philosophy of Brazil. This does not mean that you can do whatever you want. But the club still builds some systematic training programs that make the training more interesting, but while Ho Young was fighting for the ball with another person, his teammate ran over and signaled, over here. Ho Young, after receiving the signal, passed the ball over to him. But the pass flew straight away. He sighed secretly, I still can't keep up with this training schedule. Although I have practiced passing the ball a lot, there are still some cases that are too difficult to pass accurately. At this time, some other kids were discussing, hey, did you see that guy pass? How many times has he missed? The coach came over to explain, Ho Young, you can't always pass, but only when you maintain your body's center of gravity and are in a perfect position can you pass. Then he continued, when you lose patience or are in a confined space, your body's center of gravity leans back, which makes the pass unstable. That is not the right time to pass. He asked curiously, so how can I determine the right time to pass? The coach said, even if I tell you, you won't be able to grasp it. That is why you have to practice, because there are some things that can only be learned by feeling them with your own body. Hearing this, he replied, yes, I understand. In his heart he thought, as always, there is only one answer, that is to continue practicing non-stop. In a room, the sound of a clock rang out. The coach held up the index card and said, it seems that Ho Young is indeed very talented but he is quite lacking in basic skills. Someone else suggested, Ho Young's biggest problem is endurance. His endurance is not yet suitable for the U13 level. Wouldn't it be better to put him on the U11 team? Carlo shook his head, no, we need to help Ho Young develop faster. Although it will be very difficult for Ho Young, our job is to help him as much as possible. He imagined the image of him and muttered, the boy has only started learning to play soccer professionally for 6 months, but he has already achieved certain results. He is really very talented. Carlo believed, we need to give Ho Young time to grow. He will definitely catch up with everyone soon. The scene shifted to the soccer field again. Ho Young put his hand on his chin and commented, there are many talented people on the U13 team, but first, let us start with him. The image of Douglas Costa's talent appeared. I have already taken the speed machine talent, and even upgraded it to a plus. Except for the unstable genius, there is only the soccer prodigy talent B+ left. Ho Young grinned slyly, soccer prodigy, if I copy a frequently possessed talent, what will happen? Let us try it once. Coincidentally, today is team practice day, which takes place 3 times a week. At this time, someone came over and called, "Hey." He stood facing Ho Young and said, "This is my position. You go down to play support striker." He did not agree. "No, you go down, because I will definitely score a goal for you to see." Douglas Costa sighed and said, "No, you are too slow. I can dribble faster, so it will be easier to disrupt the opponent's defense. You agree, right?" Ho Young was not convinced. "Hey, why am I slow?" he said. "Have you forgotten about last year? If I run straight, I will definitely win against you." He suggested, "Then why do not we have a race?" Douglas Costa laughed loudly. "My mother used to say that you should always do what you can." He was not afraid and challenged. "Really? Then let me explain that sentence to you." So the two of them entered the racetrack. A friend stood on the side as the referee. "I will shout start, and then you can run. Get ready." Both of them were focused. His voice rang out 1-2. When the word start rang out, both he and Douglas Costa used their strength to run. While running, Douglas Costa was surprised by Ho Young's speed that almost caught up. He had to grit his teeth and run very fast to be able to win against him. Finish, Douglas won. A friend ran over and said, "That was amazing. Both of you finished almost at the same time." He was secretly horrified. "Why is this guy running so terribly? He is almost equal to me." Douglas Costa looked at him surrounded by everyone and thought, "If the physical condition of both of us is the same, then he is completely better than me." He gritted his teeth in annoyance. "Damn it." Douglas Costa pointed at him and said, "Okay, you go to the front line. I will play support." Ho Young then put his hand on his chest and assured, "It should have been like this from the beginning. Just pass accurately and leave the rest to me." Back to the match, Douglas Costa was passing the ball to him. Then he quickly shot the ball into the opponent's net. Again, it was an accurate pass from him. He also quickly kicked the ball into the goal. 3 weeks later, the system's notification rang about the conditions for copying the talent. Ho Young looked up with satisfaction. "Both conditions have been completed. I have finally copied it. I wonder if it will be effective." He then chose the soccer prodigy B+. Suddenly, a dazzling light emitted from the system board, making him wonder, what is this? The notification appeared, B+2. His talent board appeared in the air, showing that he had acquired the talent soccer prodigy B+2. Ho Young happily looked at the talent board. "I successfully upgraded it." He clenched his fist and determined, "Okay, let us go. From now on, I just need to focus on training." Ho Young moved on the field very carefully, training. Then he quickly passed the ball to his teammate. In his head he thought, "And continue to practice. That is the only way to move forward." 1 month later, a collision occurred on the soccer field. At this time, Ho Young was fighting for the ball with a friend. While running he thought, "To pass accurately, you must always maintain a perfect posture in all situations." As soon as he finished thinking, Ho Young quickly passed the ball to his teammate. Seeing this, some young men sitting in the stands discussed with each other, "Oh, Ho Young's technique has improved a bit. He feels like a completely different person." And Ho Young, who had just made a beautiful pass, was also happy in his heart. "If I still had the same talent as before, I would have to spend a month to learn this. But with the talent of soccer prodigy B+2, it only took me 15 days, and I even applied it fluently in actual combat. I do not know what will change when the talent is upgraded, but now I clearly feel the difference." After thinking, Ho Young also dribbled the ball forward like everyone else. At this time, his coach came out and shouted, then instructed, "Ho Young, when dribbling, do not just move your feet, but your entire body must be in harmony with the ball. By doing that, you can maintain your center of gravity, and even if the ball is contested, you will still not fail in the battle of strength." After listening to the coach's instructions, Ho Young nodded obediently and replied, "Yes, sir." Then Ho Young's feet continued to dribble the ball. His thoughts kept ringing out, the coach's advice, "Sometimes it can't be understood immediately, but only when you enter practical training can you directly experience it." Moving very quickly at this time, Ho Young dribbled the ball past a friend, surprising him. The scene shifted to Casimiro's place. Here, a cry rang out, "Casemiro." It turned out that it was Ho Young's cry. He came forward and stretched out his hand friendly. "Now is free training time. Let us play the crown game." The crown game, within a certain period of time, whoever steals the ball will become the king, and the person who loses the ball will obey the winner's orders. Being invited, Casemiro asked suspiciously, "The crown game, why suddenly do you want to do that? What do you mean seeing him like that? Ho Young smiled and replied. Because you are the best defensive player on our team. Hearing this, Case Moreau became a little smug and raised his hand to wipe his nose. Well, that is right. I will play a match with you. Receiving his agreement, Ho Young smiled triumphantly and said in his heart, although I said that, but honestly. Then in his sight, 2 system boards immediately appeared next to Case Moreau, clearly recording his information. Case Moreau, talents possessed, soccer prodigy B+. Cutting the ball in a flash B, effective blocking C. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent. Condition 1, practice covering the ball together for 120 minutes. Condition 2, dribble the ball for 5 minutes and not let Case Moreau steal the ball. After reading, he thought, my purpose is to get talent from you. Quickly, the 2 of them also entered the battle, facing each other directly. Ho Young held the ball and said, then I will dribble first. Let us start. But after 2 minutes and 59 seconds, the clock was stopped by the ball referee. On this side, Ho Young knelt on the ground, very tired. Currently, Case Moreau was also the one holding the ball. At this time, he looked up and breathed continuously. Phew, that is difficult. Then Ho Young thought, the ball was stolen after only 3 minutes. Then Ho Young looked at Case Moreau holding the ball and said to himself, just as I thought, he is a representative promising player in the U13 league. Not only does he have the soccer prodigy talent, B+, but he is also rich in experience, so in the basic skills, it is difficult for anyone to compare with him. After thinking, he clenched his fist resolutely. To narrow this gap, there is no other choice but to run until my feet are smoking. Regaining his spirits, Ho Young stood up abruptly and ran around on the field under Casemiro's astonishment. Let us go. The scenes of Ho Young working hard to practice with his teammates appeared. Ho Young's day was repeated like this. Because his soccer career was behind the people here, I practiced harder than anyone else. Another month passed. Outside the field, the referee pressed to stop the time at the 5th minute and announced, time's up. Seeing this, Ho Young, who was still holding the ball, happily cheered, I did it, I finally lasted 5 minutes. Still maintaining the same expression and posture, Ho Young secretly praised himself. It is all thanks to my training in basic skills, along with a talented feat C+. I am so lucky to have this talent. At this time, another system board appeared, announcing, choose the talent you want to copy, soccer prodigy B+. Cut the ball in a flash B, effective blocking C. The screen also showed his choice was effective blocking C. After selecting, 2 system boards appeared in front of him. Woo Ho Young, talents possessed, soccer prodigy B+2, powerful shot at mid-range C+, perfect muscle C. Artistic curve kick C-, speed machine Chadu Rim, machine feet A+, cut the ball in a flash B, delicate touch sense C+, potential for physical development B+, rhythmic supple C, talented feet C+, effective blocking C. After reading the information, Ho Young thought, effective blocking. Ho Young's face looked proudly with folded arms and stared at those boards. Every time I get another talent, the foundation to step onto the professional path becomes more solid. I can feel the bright future ahead. Outside on the field, Ho Young finished thinking and went to his teammates and shouted, that is great. A coach stared and made a sound hum. In his sight, Ho Young around his body emitted a strange light. It seemed that the boy was gradually reaching the level to participate in the competition. While he was analyzing himself, a person wearing glasses came over and said, this is really an amazing level of growth. This level is completely in the top of the U13 league, but I am not sure if the kid's skills can be applied well in actual combat. Sensing this person's worry, the bald coach affirmed, I think it is completely possible. The boy is the type of person who always shines in actual combat. Finally, without thinking any more, he turned around and stepped in to decide, okay, we will let him play in the upcoming match against Paranense. Hearing this, the person wearing glasses panicked, but is not that an important match? Being asked like that, the bald coach resolutely, that is what I mean. August 1st, the day of the 23rd round of the U13 Weekly League. Inside the room, the coach stood in front of the players and instructed, our opponent is CA Paranense, the team ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. This is a very important match for us. The team ranked 4th. Then he remembered the image of Fabio with a serious face and continued to instruct, among them, the most noteworthy, the ace and the inviolable defender of U13, is Fabio. He is a defender with accurate tackling ability and excellent ball distribution. After explaining, he immediately assigned the task, so, Ho Young, you will put pressure on the front line. We need to create space by flexibly changing positions with Dougie. Being mentioned, he happily replied, yes. Quickly the two teams also went to the field to prepare. The stream of thoughts in his head still rang out, official debut match. I have been waiting for this moment for so long. The first match in my professional soccer career is about to begin. At this time, Ho Young sighed, now I am officially a soccer player. A childhood image appeared. At that time, he was watching soccer on TV with his family. While watching, he became excited with flushed cheeks in admiration. Returning to the present, Ho Young gave a very bright smile, his cheeks also blushing. From somewhere, a hand was stretched out as if to shake hands. It turned out that it was Fabio. The two people shook hands together. He called out, good game. But looking straight at Fabio, his eyes became serious. Ho Young at this time also recognized his identity, so this person is the ace Fabio. At the same time, he also read the system board, talents possessed, soccer prodigy C+, agile feet B, sharp ball distribution C, accurate tackling C-. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent, condition 1, win the match, condition 2, score 2 goals. Looking back and forth, 2 more system boards appeared, Fabio, talents possessed, soccer prodigy C+, agile feet B, sharp ball distribution C, accurate tackling C-. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent, condition 1, win the match, condition 2, score 2 goals. After reading the information, he thought, the inviolable defender of the U13 League is only like this. Then Ho Young raised his hand to rub his chin, thinking about Case Moreau and Douglas, or is it because I often practice with top players like Douglas and Case Moreau that my eyesight has become higher? However, Ho Young kept his hands there, saying with a sly smile, if the U13 League is all like this, then I can stir up the wind and rain here too. Although my physique and experience are still not enough, but the figure of a very great person appeared behind him. Ho Young was absolutely confident. I am still confident with the talents I have. Immediately, the images of some players from the two sides appeared, CA Paranense vs. Sao Paulo FC, the match begins. On the field, the players of the two sides also began to move. At this time, Ho Young was holding the ball and moving very quickly forward, followed by Fabio. Sitting in the coach's seat, looking at the scene in front, he could not believe his eyes. Is he really the kid from before? In the coach's eyes, Ho Young's body was smoking, his face was full of determination as a beast advanced forward, from a boy who only knew how to accelerate hastily last year. He looked at the present. Ho Young has quickly left Fabio far behind. Now both dribbling and passing have exceeded my expectations, and even his defensive skills have improved a lot. It feels like he is personally controlling the entire soccer field. Fabio, who is said to have perfect defensive ability, also can't keep up with Ho Young. After thinking, the coach smiled and showed satisfaction. His level has increased by 1 step. However, the coach glanced at the scoreboard. The first half has passed 15 minutes. On the field, Ho Young was still confidently holding the ball and moving forward. The warm-up ends here. But when he came close to the goal, Ho Young saw Douglas being blocked. Seeing this, the two of them seemed to understand each other's minds. Douglas was also nervously preparing himself. Ho Young showed a triumphant smile. Immediately, Douglas abandoned Tao, who was blocking him, and ran sideways to Ho Young's place. Seeing this, he also used his heel to push the ball back and pass it to him. Controlling the ball, Douglas moved very quickly away. Fabio, standing nearby, saw this and opened his mouth in surprise, switching positions. Witnessing this scene, Ho Young's teammates immediately cheered. The defense has collapsed. On this side, Ho Young, after passing the ball, also ran quickly forward. They recognized and urged each other, block him. Another person who was passed also let out an uncomfortable cry, Ho Young. Ho Young still ran very quickly forward, ignoring them. After going to a certain distance, Douglas turned to pass the ball, Ho Young. On this side, Ho Young quickly caught the ball. At this time, he stood facing the goalkeeper. However, Ho Young also took a deep breath. Immediately he put his foot back to kick towards the front. His foot seemed to have shining power and collided with the ball. In this moment, he resolutely told himself, I must. Then the ball flew to a corner of the goal. He said loudly, score. Run, you bastards. Finally, it flew straight into the goal. In his heart he thought, I have been in Brazil for 7 months. Throughout this time, I have worked so hard, just for this moment. After scoring, Ho Young ran around and kept laughing loudly, thinking what never betrays us is effort. I am so happy that I do not even think about celebrating anymore. But sitting inside, the coach folded his arms, his face somewhat serious. The first half is about to end. On the field, Ho Young was still skillfully holding the ball, dribbling. The coach saw this and analyzed. His running ability has stabilized a lot. The ball transfer and the ability to control the temperature while holding the ball are also better. After thinking, he smiled bitterly, but because he is being targeted by Fabio, he must pay attention to preserving his stamina. On the field, taking advantage of Fabio's inattention, he passed the ball to his teammate. Not catching up, Fabio uncomfortably cursed, "Damn it." Fabio stood still for a moment, looking at Ho Young's back. That guy, even though I am marking him tightly, he still easily broke through our defense. However, he pressed his feet firmly on the ground resolutely. I must catch up with him at any cost. After thinking, Fabio stood blankly and looked forward. On the other side, at this time, Ho Young and Douglas were coordinating with each other. Seeing the familiar scene, he recognized, is it again the position-switching game? But at this time, Douglas gave a mysterious smile. However, he also kicked the ball forward. In the direction where the ball was passed, Case Moreau ran up like flying, accompanied by a curse, "Damn it." The whole team on the other side also looked over there. Fabio's face was stunned. I was too focused on these two. Case Moreau quickly caught the ball and rushed forward. In front of him at this time was the goal, along with Ho Young waving his hand and shouting, "Over here." Listening to the call, Case Moreau immediately moved his foot to pass it over. Ho Young had also caught the ball. While holding the ball, preparing to kick, Ho Young remembered the image of Hyung Jun along with his skill, delicate touch sense C+. However, he thought, one-touch control, thanks to the delicate touch sense talent. After thinking, Ho Young kicked the ball straight forward, right at this moment. His ball flew straight but was quickly blocked by the goalkeeper and flew away. Seeing this scene, the people sitting in the stands showed regret. Oh no. At the same time, his teammates sitting on the bench had the same feeling. Too bad, almost. Running on the field, Ho Young closed his eyes slightly, showing regret. Damn it, he cursed and thought, such a great opportunity. Could it be because my left foot lacks precision and shooting power? But leaving everything behind, Ho Young regained his initial confident smile. But that is also a good sign. I can create such opportunities at any time. Just do what I have been practicing. Then the scene of him moving the ball past each person appears during practice. Basic skills such as ball control, passing, dribbling are all deeply ingrained in my head, which helps me play stably in all situations. By this time a happy smile appeared on Ho Young's face. I wonder what kind of player I will become. A pair of hands appeared as if reaching for a shining star in front of his eyes. Until now I have always been vague with the goal of becoming the best player in the world. But if it goes on like this, maybe I will really reach the top. No, I will definitely do it. The happy smile on Ho Young's face became more and more obvious. As expected, football is really fun. The score on the board is now 1-0 in favor of Ho Young's team, end of the first half. At this time in the planning room of the CA Paranense football team. Standing in here, the blonde man who is uncomfortably annoyed is the coach of the CA Paranense team. He angrily criticized, "Fabio, can't you focus more, locking down a kid smaller than you? Is it really that difficult?" Sitting on the other side, Fabio replied in a low voice, "It is because they keep changing positions." Seeing that he was being refuted, the coach pointed his hand and cursed loudly. "If they change positions, you must immediately divide the area for the defense, minimize their movement space. How many times have I told you?" A timid voice rang out. "I am sorry." After finishing, he slammed his hand on the board and said loudly, "And it is not just because Fabio made a mistake, you all have to quickly adapt to the opponent's play. Do not forget what you have been trained." Hearing that they replied in unison, "Yes sir." After instructing, this coach gritted his teeth with jealousy. "Initially we wanted to aim for third place in this tournament, but we can't let Sao Paulo FC get in our way." At this time at Sao Paulo FC, the coach stood in front of everyone and crossed his arms and said, "Even though we are leading by 1 goal, we will not focus all our efforts on defense. Let the opponent's defense be negligent, and then seize the opportunity to attack." Then he looked at Ho Young and asked, "Ho Young, you still have energy left, right? In the second half, use what you have learned, and try to give it your all." Being instructed like that, Ho Young happily said loudly, "Yes sir." Quickly on the field the players also appeared moving around the field. Start of the second half. Sitting in the stands, Ho Young's coach seemed to realize something and said, "Huh." Looking at the defense on the other side, he also realized, they changed their defensive tactics. They want to prevent our transition play by using a defensive zone. After thinking, he laughed triumphantly. Ho Young at this time moving the ball on the field looked at the defense on the other side and immediately realized, so this is zone defense that the coach mentioned. A tactic where each player will be responsible for defending a specific area. The purpose is to minimize disorganized defense like in the first half. After thinking, he bent over slightly, if so then. In front of them, two of Ho Young's teammates were passing the ball back and forth. In the meantime, Ho Young was also sneaking into that defense. While Case Moreau was moving the ball up, behind them Ho Young also sneaked in preparing to catch the ball. Opportunity. The area behind them is completely empty. Then Ho Young walked quickly forward, leaving only a small trail of smoke at this moment. At the same time, Case Moreau quickly passed the ball over. On this side, Ho Young, who was tightly marked by Fabio, also caught the ball. Having just kept the ball for a short time, Ho Young immediately passed it to Douglas and shouted, "Douglas." Again Douglas passed the ball to one side. Ho Young saw that and ran after it. Keeping the ball, Ho Young ran forward smiling and praising, "Great pass." He ran to a point where he was blocked by Fabio and his teammate. Looking up, Douglas had also run in front. Ho Young said in his heart, "Great." Immediately he left these two people behind and rushed up quickly. In this moment he remembered his practice. Even though he was being followed by two people, he had practiced passing a lot just for this moment. Back to this time, Ho Young was also held tightly by those two people, but he used his foot to pass the ball far away to Douglas. Catching the ball, Douglas happily praised, "Good pass." Then without waiting for another moment, Douglas kicked straight into the goal in front of him. He also wrapped his arm around Ho Young's neck, happily shouting loudly, "And you also clenched your fists, celebrating together, nice." The scoreboard appeared. The final result was 2-0, Sao Paulo FC wins. At this time his whole team also rushed to celebrate together very happily. Seeing that he had completed the condition, the system board appeared. Choose the talent you want to copy. Sharp ball distribution C. Ho Young still stood still looking at the two big system boards in front of his eyes. Woo Ho Young, possess talent, football prodigy B+, power output at medium range C+, perfect muscle C, artistic spinning free kick C-, speeding machine, Chadu Rim, machine attached legs A+, instant ball interception B, delicate touch sense C+, potential for physical development B+, graceful rhythm C, skillful legs C+, effective blocking C, sharp ball distribution C. After reading everything, Ho Young thought, "Great, I got the talent from Fabor." One more time, Ho Young looked up at the sky happily. "Suddenly I came up with some ways to use this talent. Once the talent grows or my ability improves, I will know how to use these talents even more." Those system information panels still appeared. Behind them a strange halo of light radiated, he thought, "But I still have a long way to go. I have to continue to work harder." At this time, looking at his players, the coach patted Case Moreau on the back. Seeing that he thanked, "Thank you coach, you worked hard." Hearing that he also praised back, "Yeah, you did a great job." But when it came to Ho Young, the coach hit him on the head, causing him to cry out in surprise. After patting, looking at him rubbing his head, he still kept the same standing posture. But then he gave a gentle smile. "Well done." Being praised like that, Ho Young was extremely happy and put his hand on his chest. "I will do better next time." Scene changes to Ho Young's house. A voice rang out, "I am home." Inside, Ho Young was holding two bags of things. Seeing that, Maria Choi poked her head out and happily greeted, "Hello Ho Young, huh, smells so good, what is it?" Hearing that, Ho Young raised a bag of cakes. In his head delicious cookies appeared saying, "I bought some snacks, I want to invite everyone to eat together." Seeing that, Maria Choi covered her mouth in surprise. "Why suddenly, ah?" As if realizing everything, Maria Choi suddenly rushed up and asked, "Did you win your match today?" Hearing that, he happily replied, "Yes sir." Maria Choi heard that and continued, "I knew you could do it, congratulations." Holding two bags of cakes in her hands, Maria Choi reminded, "But you do not need to buy these things." Still very calmly, Ho Young replied, "It is okay, you have helped me a lot in learning Portuguese." Maria Choi still smiled, "Then thank you." A scene of Ho Young holding two bags of cakes walking out of the store appeared. "I received an additional 60 real bonus thanks to the excellent performance, and another 40 real bonus for scoring. So it is reasonable to reward myself a little. According to the exchange rate, 1 real is approximately 5,000 Vietnamese dong." Then Ho Young ran up, seeing that Maria Choi looked after and asked, "Where are you going? Are not you eating?" While running up he heard the sound. He turned down and replied, "You eat first, I have something to do right away, it will be quick." As soon as he went up, he grabbed his phone and pressed the numbers continuously. After a long time the phone rang. Quickly the phone stopped ringing. On the other end of the line a voice rang out. Is that Ho Young? On this side it was his father and mother. His father saw that and still happily asked back, "What is the matter, son?" Hearing the voice, Ho Young's cheeks turned red, happily showing off his achievements. "Dad, I just won MVP in today's match, the best player of the match." Just receiving this news, his father and mother were both surprised. Then both of them happily dropped the phone. They cheered. At this time he thought in his head, sharing joy with family is the best thing in the world. On the other end of the line, Ho Young laughed cheerfully. Seeing the family so happy, it gives me even more motivation. The scene of Douglas kicking the ball into the goal appeared. After that day, Sao Paulo FC continued on the winning streak, and climbed to second place in September. Next Ho Young clenched his fist high, celebrating with his teammates. Ho Young's impressive appearance, to help the team find victory with a total of 13 goals. 3 assists in just 8 matches, becoming a key member of the club. Continuous celebratory scenes took place. Thanks to those great contributions, Sao Paulo FC reached the knockout stage. After these knockout matches, is the championship cup that the whole team is looking forward to. He is only 2 steps away to officially lift that cup. Sitting in the house, a loud voice rang out from the TV. Opposite the TV, Ho Young and Maria Choi were watching football. She saw that and let out a sound. Inside the screen, Christian Ziege was spreading his arms eating. Along with that, the commentator's words rang out, a masterpiece from Christian Ziege. Seeing that both sisters sitting watching were happy, Ho Young gave the brightest smile. "No wonder it is Ziege. He is on a completely different level," he said, then admired in his heart. "Ziege is truly Ziege. That person's image appeared Christian. He has always been my idol." His face was full of confidence. "I wish I could meet him, even just once." Then suddenly he stood up, causing Maria Choi to pay attention. Then with a happy mood Ho Young turned his back and left. Seeing that Maria Choi turned to look after, "Where are you going?" Being asked, Ho Young glanced back, saying a vague sentence, "Is not it obvious?" At the training ground, Ho Young in here was working very hard to practice kicking the ball. While he was working hard, outside a girl passing by paused slightly to look. She stood silently staring without saying anything. After he went to the resting place, this person came over to greet. "Well done, Ho Young." Opening a bottle of water, he turned to greet back, "Hello, Miss Emily." Then Emily sat down next to him and continued, "Are not you overdoing it? Until the knockout stage, you have 3 days off. The previous match just ended less than half a day ago." Hearing that, he still replied cheerfully, "I still have a lot of energy. I do not know when I will have the opportunity to use a training ground like this again. So I want to try to work hard while I can." At this time he remembered the past when he was practicing. "Even before I regressed, I still often practice playing football on holidays, also because I love football too much." Receiving this answer, Emily's face lit up with a smile. "This is really unusual. You are truly a unique person." After talking for a while, he remembered something and rummaged through his bag. That is right. If you do not mind, would you like to try this?" Sitting next to Emily also poked her head out curiously. "What is it?" Quickly Ho Young took out a large bag of chestnuts. "It is roasted chestnuts. I bought it to eat for lunch." When giving it to Emily, Ho Young scratched his head somewhat shyly. "This is my favorite dish." Receiving the gift, Emily was happy. "Ho Young is really kind, thank you." Finally Ho Young also put on his backpack and left. "Then I will go first. Do not keep looking." Emily waved her hand to say goodbye. "Yeah, try hard." After saying goodbye, she also took out the chestnuts to try a piece and smiled. During this time a person wearing a neat vest came, causing her to be surprised. "Oh." This man was very handsome, carrying a stack of documents, and walked over. Seeing that, Emily called out, "Director." That director heard the call and waved his hand to greet. "Is that Emily?" Standing opposite him, Emily continued to ask, "What are you doing here, director?" Being asked, he also pointed his hand, meaning about the bag of chestnuts. "I am on my way to the office. I stopped by here by chance. But what is this?" Being asked, she also opened the bag of chestnuts. "I received it from Ho Young. He is from the U13 team. Would you like to try some?" Being invited, this director pointed his hand. "Then give me a piece. Emily is really famous." Then this person also put the chestnuts in his mouth. While eating, he asked, "But is not the U13 team on vacation?" Emily replied accordingly, "Yes, these kids are a little unusual." At this time, slightly looking up at the sky, he seemed to remember, "Ho Young, I seem to have seen it in the report." Seeing that, Emily continued, "You must have heard it. He is very good." Then he also raised a like finger. "Oh really? He is also participating in the championship. Let me check." Sitting in the training ground, Ho Young was alone thinking, "It has only been 2 months since I debuted in this tournament." Here he was warming up and continuing to think, with a solid foundation, "I have a feeling that my skills are constantly developing. Moreover, I have encountered some talented players in the past 8 matches, helping my talent continue to grow. Once again the system board appeared, skillful legs C+2, effective blocking C, sharp ball distribution C, sharp 2-1 pass C-. Still looking at those information, he thought, my 14th talent, I got the ability to pass a sharp 2-1 pass C- is passing the ball in a situation where 2 players face 1 player. Then those index boards appeared, the level of each skill was also increased a few tests. Many Brazilian players possess both talents, skillful legs and graceful rhythm. I have successfully raised both to C+2. Once again another system board appeared, Woo Ho Young, possess talent, football prodigy B+, power shot at medium range C+, perfect muscle C, artistic spinning free kick C-, speeding machine Chadu Rim, machine attached legs A+, instant ball interception B, delicate touch sense C+, potential for physical development B+, graceful rhythm C+2, skillful legs C+, effective blocking C, sharp ball distribution C, sharp 2 color pass C-. After reading he thought again. Thanks to that my talent board has changed slightly. Sitting staring at the system board, he started stretching thinking, but this time I discovered something. Looking more closely at the last skills he analyzed, I can't level up talent when I simply copy and stack them. To level up from C+2 to C+3, just copying a C+ talent is not enough. Standing straight, Ho Young continued with his hands on his hips. Maybe I need to copy another C+ level talent to understand clearly. For now just focus on the priorities. Then he took the ball out and placed it in the middle of the field. Then Ho Young slowly walked over, scoring over 30 goals at medium range. Remembering the image, Cha Bum Kuan with a scary face along with extremely great skills appeared. Possess talent, Cha Bum Kuan's thighs L, a leader who rose from experience B. Keen insight into promising players B, understanding of all tactics B, you can't see the talents that have declined. If you meet the conditions, you can copy a talent. Condition 1, score 30 goals at medium range, from 30 meters or more, in official matches. Condition 2, enter the semi-finals in an official tournament organized by FIFA. Those messages still exist in his head, so that later he can get Cha Bum Kuan's L talent. He must score a goal from a distance of over 30 meters. Standing here stepping on the ball he was still thinking, if the condition is like that then the only way is to try to overcome it. Ho Young at this time started moving the ball forward. In the past few months, in addition to basic training, he also focused on learning free kicks and shooting from medium range. At this time in front of a goal he used force to prepare to kick. Today is the same. After thinking he immediately launched a kick flying forward. The ball being hit also flew quickly to the goal. Quickly the broken ball also fell into the goal causing the net to distort. Again he kicked another kick. 2 hours later, Ho Young stood here taking a breath. Suddenly appearing in front again was a system board. At this time it announced, talent upgraded power shot at medium range C+2, oh finally leveled up, it is really different to be specially trained. Standing with his arms crossed with many hopes looking up at the sky he thought more, if I try harder for the pre-season after October, then maybe I will help the talent increase more levels. Until then just focus on the knockout stage first. September 27th, the semi-final between 3rd and 4th place Saparas, CA Paranense after struggling to resist Saparas' attack, won with a narrow score of 1-0. The image of his team appeared, with an impregnable defense. Now they must face the sharp spears of São Paulo FC. The important match has begun, and the players from both teams are entering the field. The São Paulo team, with the presence of the young Ho Young, will be a formidable opponent, making the opposing team wary. São Paulo's opponent today is the Capaistan team, bursting with energy. The whistle blows, signaling the start, and the ball begins to roll on the field. They discovered the first person dribbling the ball was Ho Young, so the players on the opposing team were extremely cautious. They quickly decided to pressure Ho Young, block his movements, and defend behind him. The opposing team also knows Ho Young's strength, so all of their players are very serious, and a defensive strategy is quickly devised. Coach Carlo quietly contemplates. They are trying to block the ball from being passed to Ho Young by putting all 5 midfielders in the midfield to create pressure. And even if the midfield is broken, they can cooperate by bringing the defense down. They are defending very carefully, fearing Ho Young's dribbling skills, and their formation is much tighter than before. Somewhat predicting the opposing team's strategy, Coach Carlo smirks. Because we also have a new plan, the coach thinks to himself, looking at the field where the players are beginning to clash. At this moment, Douglas Costa and Ho Young exchange a glance and understand each other's intentions, preparing to coordinate. Douglas Costa, facing the opposing team's leading midfielder, unexpectedly passes the ball quickly. The ball is skillfully received by Ho Young's nimble feet. When his foot touches the ball, he does not stop for a second. His entire body and the ball surge forward. His innate, decisive movements have been upgraded to C+, making Ho Young's reactions extremely accurate, quick, and decisive. His speed is also extremely fast, making it difficult for opponents to catch up, and the ball seems to stick to his feet. Sometimes running, sometimes suddenly stopping, making him very difficult to predict. In just a moment, Ho Young escapes the blocking opponent and rushes forward. At this moment, Fabio of the opposing team also notices Ho Young's actions and with great surprise, turns around and orders. Don't say anything, stick to him and keep him like that no matter what happens. As predicted, if they can block Ho Young's ball now, their team will have a great advantage. They think that just blocking Ho Young will increase their chances of winning, but they have forgotten one thing, the difference in skill between them and Ho Young. Why can't they block Ho Young even though they know he will dribble? It is like people can't stop a speeding car even though they know it is coming. The reason is very simple. Even if they know they have to block him, their bodies can't react in time to Ho Young's rapid speed and they are easily overtaken. Knowing is one thing, but being able to do it is another, especially in a team where skill, speed, and physical fitness are all very important. And thanks to the accumulation of talents, all of Ho Young's physical skills are becoming more and more perfect, so he has overcome countless blocking opponents and, with the ball, is getting closer and closer to the opponent's goal. The members of the opposing team pant as they chase after him and constantly feel in their hearts that everything is crazy. How can they block him? With overwhelming skill and physical prowess, Ho Young leaves everyone behind, monopolizing the field with the ball at his feet. With a whoosh, the ball is like an arrow shot out with great force, aiming straight at the goal, leaving the opposing goalkeeper stunned. The outcome of this match is not too difficult to predict and is quickly determined. Congratulations to the São Paulo team for securing a spot in the final. Ho Young's goals in the second half were the decisive factor that confirmed the São Paulo team's participation in the tournament. Even the coach and the reserve members of the team happily breathe a sigh of relief. But the coach can't get too excited because the opponent in the final is SC Corinthians. That is the final obstacle to winning the championship, and they are a very, very strong team. If the team can't block that player with innate talent, the chances of the team winning are very low, the coach thinks to himself, remembering a very special player they will have to face in the upcoming final. Therefore, after today's victory, the São Paulo team does not rest much but immediately throws themselves into training the next day. Everyone listen up, from now on, all we have to practice is blocking Pato from the Corinthians team. Hearing the coach mention this player's name, Ho Young quietly remembers him. His name is Alexander Pato, a talented player considered the second Pelé in football. Those who do not know his name do not know the future of Brazil, a player who will lead AC Milan in the future, and there is a saying that if Argentina has Messi, then Brazil has Pato. He is an outstanding genius because he is only 3 years older than Ho Young, so Ho Young thinks he can handle it. Besides, football is played as a team, not alone. The coach continues to explain about the opponent. Pato has joined SC Corinthians recently and he has played 14 games. The total number of goals scored is 18. He is the strongest competitor for the Golden Ball award this year. However, the team's collective strength is probably not yet solid because he has only joined recently. If we train from now on, our chances of winning are still very high. In football, collective strength is still the most important factor. The team that plays collectively better will win. And we just need to become a winning team. Has everyone understood clearly? Everyone in the team, from Ho Young to Casemiro and Douglas Costa, all listen very seriously to every word the coach says. We will focus on attacking their weaknesses, but stopping Pato is not easy. So we will prepare as best as we can to confidently enter the match. Understood? Everyone in the team replies in unison, yes sir. Alright, in 10 minutes we will proceed with arranging positions, but now start warming up right away. As the members begin to disperse and warm up, the two coaches talk and discuss tactics with each other. Clearly, the Corinthians team will arrange in a 4-3-2-1 formation, but is there any way to stop Pato? The best way is to block the second line from the outside in with a 4-1-4-1 formation. But the problem is that we do not have the resources to do that. Our defense is okay, but that is a problem. Corinthians will definitely put pressure on Ho Young because they know he is the spearhead of our team. Coach Carlo nods silently. I am thinking of a few things related to that, wait and see. Very quickly, the final day of the tournament has arrived, and everyone on the team has spent a period of time training very diligently. At this moment, in the Sao Paulo team's dressing room. After everyone is ready, the coach, as usual, raises his hand to cheer them on. Today we will be the winning team. The players, having changed into their familiar green jerseys, all gather around and raise their hands. They huddle together in a ritual to boost morale and determination before the match. Bring the majesty of the king to the field, and victory is ours. Bring the majesty of the king to the field, and victory is ours. At this moment, the coach suddenly walks to Ho Young's side behind him and calls his name. This match is your stage to show what you have, let everyone see it, the coach says, patting the young boy on the shoulder. In Ho Young's eyes at this moment is full of determination. His voice also becomes clear and full of determination. Yes, sir, I will definitely show everyone. Moments pass, and under the direction of the organizers, the two teams stand facing each other in the middle of the field. They shake hands in friendly exchange with their opponents, showing a healthy and beautiful spirit of sportsmanship. During this time, Ho Young quietly pays attention to the outstanding opponent Pato, what kind of talents he is using his system. Ho Young's eyes look at the blue-haired boy on Pato and wink slightly, and his talent display board appears. And as expected of everyone's assessment of him, he possesses extremely wonderful skills and innate talents that make others jealous. This blue-haired boy with blue eyes is Pato, the player considered the second Pele in the future. Finally, I get to meet you, Ho Young happily thinks to himself. And Pato's talent display is also long and full of talents, and the most outstanding are the supercar-like fast feet talent with an A+ rating and the football genius talent with an A rating. The conditions for Ho Young to achieve these talents are that he must win the Campeonato Paulista final or be selected as the golden ball in the region or score 2 goals. Looking at Pato's talent display, 2 words immediately appear in Ho Young's mind: genius, not just a football prodigy, he is a true genius. So, if I learn from him, could I also become a genius? Ho Young thinks, secretly placing his hand on his chest. According to the referee's starting whistle, Ho Young immediately moves according to the coach's strategy. And his standing position at this moment is probably different from the usual arrangements in previous matches. This also makes Pato a little surprised. The coach of the opposing team looks at the Sao Paulo team's formation and is also stunned. This is a strategy to stop the genius that Coach Carlo has come up with, so the team's formation today is very different and especially different in Ho Young's position. The coach of the opposing team looks at Horan and wonders why he is there. Why is he in the midfielder position? The opposing team's coach grits his teeth and begins to worry because the midfielder is the person who stands in the middle of the field, responsible for helping the attacking players. In particular, Coach Carlo has also secretly conducted special training for the players on his team, especially Ho Young. During the past few days of training, the coach met with Ho Young separately and suggested something to him that made him very startled. You want me to play the midfielder position? Ho Young is very surprised by this suggestion. You can do it, do not be afraid. Ho Young does not understand anything but still nods because he thinks the coach must have some intention when telling him to do so. Then follow me, you will be off the field for a while. This is special training and will be our secret weapon for the opponent. Ho Young sees this and looks at his 2 friends, Douglas Costa and Case Moreau, whispering and wondering if they will also participate. At this moment, the coach begins to explain the secret tactic. Ho Young will need to pass the ball he receives from Case Moreau to Douglas Costa, but if the distance between them is too far, he must find the best way to handle it. Standing in front of the teacher's question, Ho Young guessed that it was like moving the ball to the midfielder to attack the opponent's side, or letting the 2 strikers run down to receive the ball was also a good idea. The coach nodded in agreement. That is right. So from now on we will focus on training the distribution of the ball based on the main route. After agreeing on the strategy with the members, a few days later, ball leading training was still maintained with high intensity. Coach Carlo has guided everyone to practice a variety of ball leading routes until the connections become natural reflexes. Vodan focused on practicing ball leading to the point of reducing the time spent practicing other basic skills, and of course, his ball leading skills have been greatly improved. The proof is that his accurate ball leading talent has been upgraded to C+. Accurate, very good. Now join the entire team training and increase your attack and defense training. The coach claps and shouts to signal. The intense training sessions continue until 3 days before the final. Once again, let us start from the beginning. Ingrain it in your head and body to turn it into a reflex in any situation. This request from the coach is a very difficult request that everyone must comply with. Despite being able to complain about the dense training regime, the child still focuses on training without a word of complaint, determined to complete the season spectacularly. The coach thinks to himself when he remembers everyone's appearance. The key to this strategy is the creator, the person who connects the route between the attack and the defense. And that task will be given to Ho Young. Everything depends on you. The coach observed the tournament and made a comment. Pato's speed is still the top, even in the tournament, and the coach knows that, but there is no way to curb that speed. But their team has Ho Young. In other words, all strategies and plans in this match depend on Ho Young's ability, which will be seen in today's match. Faced with the sudden change of the Sao Paulo team, the coach of the Corinthians team is also very headache, rubbing his chin. He always assumes that Ho Young will play in the striker position, so he has developed a strategy and trained accordingly, but in the end, he plays in the defensive position. Changing positions is a good tactic. It is a tactic that fits every player perfectly. Therefore, the Corinthians team was completely caught off guard. In this case, they have no choice but to give the initiative to the Sao Paulo team. According to the referee's dazzling whistle echoing, the atmosphere on this field is hotter than ever. The final between SC Corinthians and Sao Paulo officially begins. According to the starting whistle, the first person to lead the ball is a player on the Corinthians team. The familiar round ball, a symbol of the players, is rolling quickly across the field. The person leading the ball is a player with orange hair, and he thinks to himself that he does not think he can pass the ball. Because at this moment, when he looks at the distance ahead, it seems that there is no space. When the defense of the Sao Paulo team is spread out very accurately and tightly. Because of this situation, the red-haired player of the Corinthians team looked up and signaled to his teammates and quickly passed the ball to his teammates. The teammate who received the ball immediately kicked the ball up, so it was time for a good aerial pass. The teammate made a high pass, and the red-haired boy quickly chased after the ball. He is a player with good skills, so he easily catches the ball at his feet and continues to move it. In a blink of an eye, two players from the Sao Paulo team rushed up, hoping to win the ball. But the red-haired player easily passes the two of them with the ball at his feet. When he approached the middle of the field, the red-haired boy shouted urgently, "Pato." The highly rated player Pato quickly noticed the teammate who had just called his name along with the ball at his feet. "Catch this, Pato." The ball was quickly passed from the red-haired boy to Pato. Pato, with his blue hair fluttering in the light breeze, gently catches the ball with ease. His face is very calm and all his skills are decisive and neat. In that blink of an eye, a strong kick was launched, causing the ball to penetrate the opponent and fly straight forward while the opponent was still stunned and did not understand what was going on. With a whoosh, Pato's entire body shot after the ball with extremely high speed. He quickly caught up with the ball and passed countless blocking opponents. The players on the Sao Paulo team who were overtaken by Pato all gaped in amazement because he was so fast as a rocket. Stick to him quickly, do not let him approach the goal. Everyone quickly chased after Pato but could not catch up no matter how hard they tried. The goalkeeper also saw the opponent approaching and quickly prepared to catch the ball. The only one left is the goalkeeper, and now it is a one-on-one battle after dribbling and sprinting. This is a typical move of Pato. The goalkeeper carefully assumes a defensive posture and stares at the ball at Pato's feet as he approaches. At this moment of possible scoring, Pato is also very careful and calculates meticulously in his head. In that instant, Pato launches a familiar but always effective through ball. And the opening goal of SC Corinthians is made by the football genius Pato. Pato and his teammates happily cheered while the members of the Sao Paulo team looked gloomy. They had trained non-stop to stop Pato, but in just the first 5 minutes, they had conceded the opening goal. More than that, Pato's special dribbling and sprinting tactics are an obstacle that gives everyone a headache. At this moment, drops of sweat rolled down Ho Young's cheeks with his teeth clenched. Then the boy raised his head and took a deep breath. It is okay, it is okay. All we have to do is score. If they do not score any more, then that is enough. The first half of the match has passed for 30 minutes. Ho Young's Sao Paulo team is still trying not to let them score more goals in the first half. But no opportunities have opened up for them to score. Ho Young also realizes the problem that his team's defense is too weak, so he can't play in the striker position. Casemiro can't stop Pato, so if Ho Young is a striker, the match will definitely become a snail festival. Pato attacks very sharply and surely and does not allow the opponent to react even for a second. Therefore, Ho Young can only support as much as possible and wait for an opportunity to lead the ball smoothly. At this moment, Ho Young shouts loudly, "Casemiro, they are coming, be careful." For some reason, Casemiro is a little distracted at this moment. Hearing this, he has time to turn his head and look back. Ho Young quickly steps forward and stands next to him and can't help but urge focus. Very quickly, the whistle blows, signaling the end of the first half of the match. The players move into the backstage to rest before the second half takes place. Thanks to Ho Young, they are gradually regaining their speed. The first half ended with a score of 1-0, but they will definitely be scolded by the coach. In the Sao Paulo team's dressing room, the coach's cold voice resounds. Has everyone gathered enough? Is anyone missing enough, sir? Facing the coach and the not-so-positive results in the first half, everyone on the team seems very silent and the atmosphere becomes serious. Enough. If everyone has gathered, then you have played very well. Everyone who heard that from the coach was silent and said nothing. After a while, they were startled and amazed, gaping because they did not expect the coach to praise them so strangely. After letting the opposing team score, everyone thought the coach would be very angry, but unexpectedly, he praised them for playing very well. Therefore, the members of the team are completely confused and can't believe their ears. Remember when you gave up the hat trick for Pato and lost the match, but what about today? We have led in the rate of successful passes and the rate of ball control in the midfield. That means we have gained the initiative. That is proof that our ball distribution training has been effective. Case Moreau heard this and immediately raised his hand to speak, but we could not stop Pato even though we trained very hard, coach. I know, Case Moreau, but you must also remember that the opposing team has even trained with everything they have to win the championship. Our training hard does not mean the opposing team will sit idly. They will also train. Anyone in our team must train hard, but only those who can show what they have trained in the actual match can win. So do not just focus on scoring, enjoy the match as much as possible, then you can show your abilities to the fullest. At this moment, after speaking a long time, the coach shifted his eyes to Ho Young. He saw a faint smile on his face, so he asked, Ho Young, did I say something funny? No, sir. Then why did you smile just now? The coach wondered. Because I will enjoy the match and football. That is right, he just needs to show how hard he has trained. He does not need to be obsessed with scoring or not anymore. Football is for enjoying. After a chat with the coach, a moment later, the second half of the match took place. The round ball at this moment has been caught by the Corinthians players and is constantly leading on the field. Ho Young runs up to approach Case Moreau and calls out to his friend. Hey, try your best, I will support you as much as possible. Faced with Ho Young's determination and confidence, Case Moreau is also pulled along and nods decisively, okay. The red-haired player who passed the ball to my father in the first half thought to himself that it was useless for them to do anything. He and Pato exchanged a glance again. Let them taste your special skills one more time, Pato. That red-haired player familiarly shouted Pato and passed the ball towards his teammate. But the situation at this moment is completely different from the first half when Ho Young flashed up like an arrow and caught the ball. The red-haired player was startled and stunned. After catching the ball, Ho Young thought to himself that that tactic would not work again. The ball was about to reach his foot but was snatched right in front of him, making Pato also uncomfortably grind his teeth. But there is no other way when the initiative has belonged to Ho Young with the ball rolling under his feet. Everything changes suddenly, making it difficult for an experienced person like Pato to react in time. In that blink of an eye, Ho Young, along with the ball at his feet, has penetrated a series of blocking players from the opposing team. His feet are extremely fast, along with lightning-fast reactions like a ghost, making it difficult for others to catch up. Ho Young dribbles the ball while smiling because he has the feeling that they will win this match. Ho Young's appearance of controlling the ball makes Pato very surprised because right after the second half started, Ho Young's playing style has completely changed. He defends quite well, he predicted TT's pass and quickly won the ball. So the plan does not work, Pato thought to himself and turned his face to call his teammate TT. At this moment, the old tactic is no longer effective, so Corinthians is changing their formation from one peak to two peaks with two spearhead players, Pato and TT. Pato quickly moved across the field, looking for the person he had to watch out for. Ho Young on the field also met Pato at just the right time and saw his eyes. Pato suddenly smiled provocatively. Just as the two of them were passing each other, Pato smiled and said, "Step aside, kid." Then he continued running forward, leaving Ho Young stunned. Suddenly being teased as a kid made Ho Young frown angrily. He really is. The coach sitting in the stands observed and thought to himself that the Corinthians team's offensive tactics had completely changed, and now they had no choice but to change their tactics according to the opponent. Coach Carlo stared at the football genius Pato. Now we will give up the offensive initiative and instead reduce the pressure in the midfield and maintain stamina. The goal is a perfect counterattack. It seemed that Pato wanted to quickly end the match, so he rushed forward and signaled his teammate to pass him the ball. The teammate understood, and soon after, Pato easily received the ball. He continued to make a familiar shot through the opponent's gap. Then, along with the ball, he rushed towards the opponent's goal like a lightning bolt, while the other players of the São Paulo team desperately chased after Pato. Casemiro made a sliding tackle to steal the ball, but it seemed unsuccessful as Pato easily got past. Overcoming the obstacles, Pato steadily ran straight forward. Now the situation was once again the same as in the first half, with only the goalkeeper facing Pato alone. Alright, now there are no other obstacles besides the goalkeeper. Pato was quite complacent because victory was close at hand. I understand, just one more shot and everything will be over, almost there, just a little longer, Pato thought to himself, and a shot was launched. Just when everything seemed to be over, a small pair of feet rushed in from somewhere with unbelievable speed. Ho Young made a long slide on the field and easily kicked the ball into the sky while no one had time to react. Pato was startled by the sudden situation. What the heck? At this moment, he noticed the person who had just snatched the ball from his feet. Damn it, why is this kid following me? While Pato was stunned, Ho Young had won the ball and hurriedly signaled his teammates to run. Although the ball was stolen, Pato remained calm because no matter how well that kid Ho Young passed, the final result was determined by the number of goals. The São Paulo team had tried their best to score a goal. Therefore, all the players were in the attacking zone, which was a fatal weakness. Now, only Ho Young was surging forward, overcoming a series of opponents with incredible speed. Facing the difficult obstacles in front of him, the boy was also very cautious. The chance of being stolen was very high because he could not fight everyone alone. In that case, what about Douglas Costa in front? Ho Young thought to himself. But no, it is also useless. As the Corinthians team predicted, the defenders were indeed all in position. Normally, in this case, he would pass the ball to the side and make a connecting pass. But now it was too risky to do that, and there was no high chance of success either. In the blink of an eye, while Ho Young was still thinking, a player from the opposing team appeared right in front of him. You won't get past me. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately slapped in the face when Ho Young flashed the ball through the gap between his legs. At this moment, the player realized that Ho Young's kick just now was the play that Pato had used in front of the goal earlier. Now there was no one in front, so Ho Young rushed straight towards the opponent's goal alone. From here to the goal is 20 meters, right? But he felt very confident because he had worked hard to practice this play a lot. The proof was that his fairly solid mid-range shot talent had been upgraded to C+. Accurately speaking, this technique has a total of 6 steps. Ho Young just launched the kick and flashed back to the moment when he had practiced it carefully. Every movement of his now on the field coincided with the movements and feelings he had practiced. That feeling is here. A light flashed. The ball flew straight towards the distant goal with an unbelievable trajectory and thrust. Goal. The resounding sound of everyone's voices rang out as the ball successfully flew straight into the net before the stunned goalkeeper of the opposing team. Ho Young had scored a goal for São Paulo. Before the referee's announcement, Pato was stunned and could not believe it. The two teams were now tied, so all the members of the team shouted Ho Young's name and cheered excitedly. Soon after, the ball fell into Pato's feet and he dribbled it quickly on the field. Pato dribbled the ball while gritting his teeth because it was almost the end of the game, so he would end the match with this turn without delay. Pato had overcome a series of obstacles, and this was the golden opportunity. But no, Casemiro had tackled the ball from behind. Everything going smoothly was once again prevented, making Pato very angry, but he could not do anything. At the same time, a red card was raised from the referee's hand. Receiving the red card and having to leave the field, Casemiro seemed a little gloomy, but it was okay because he had succeeded in restraining Pato. In this situation, Pato was also so angry that he gritted his teeth but could not do anything. He had been constantly fighting with Ho Young but could not do anything to that kid at all. Ho Young's speed was extremely amazing and the kid's skills also made Pato terribly uncomfortable. But now the time was also approaching, making everyone start to get anxious. Seeing this, Ho Young approached the ball and thought to himself that there was no turning back anymore. If we lose in this attack, then everything will be over. Quickly pass it back, Ho Young said, kicking the ball to his teammate. The teammate understood and immediately passed the ball back, forming a beautiful triangle on the grass. Ho Young continued to dribble the ball at high speed and observed his teammates in front to find an opportunity to pass the ball again. At the moment he saw Douglas Costa, Ho Young's feet acted on the ball, causing it to roll forward. A strong shot aimed straight at the goal net. Please, the ball shot straight towards the goal. But unfortunately, the ball did not go into the net. Instead, it hit the goalpost and bounced back. Oh no, what a pity, Ho-young thought to himself. The coach observing in the stands immediately shouted, "There is still a chance, pay attention quickly." That is right, at the moment, Douglas Costa was still in front of the goal, just as Ho-young had observed. Douglas Costa seized his chance to lunge, using a cross kick to snatch the ball. And thanks to Douglas Costa's kick as well as the coordinated combination of everyone, the ball successfully flew into the net. While everyone was still stunned, the commentator's excited voice echoed throughout the stadium, "São Paulo team, an incredibly amazing comeback goal." And after that fierce match with a score of 2-1 and an incredibly spectacular comeback, the São Paulo team has been named the champion of the tournament. Everyone on the team was very excited and cheered together on the field. Some people could not help but shed tears of happiness. Friends put their arms around each other and danced happily before this glorious victory of everyone. The coach, along with Case Moreau who had left the field because of the red card, also happily watched the celebration of their teammates. The young boys on this team had successfully touched the Golden Cup they had dreamed of, and it was the result of all the efforts over the past time. A beautiful scene with the enthusiasm of youth and an indomitable spirit that makes anyone happy and shed tears of emotion. Ho-young stared blankly at the cup and heard the cheers of everyone. He still could not believe that he had actually won the cup. How dare he think that an Asian boy studying abroad could achieve such achievements? After all the efforts and with some luck. After days and nights of training, overcoming countless opponents. The round ball rolled on the field like a dream, constantly moving forward. A beautiful heroic epic dedicated to the winner. Sweat and tears had fallen, not in vain, and all had their own meaning. Therefore, let us enjoy this moment together, teammates. After the São Paulo team won, everyone was given a few days off before the council announced the official awards for this tournament. This is the building of the Technical Council of the São Paulo Youth Football Federation. Alright, let us start the meeting with the U13 Golden Ball Award and choose the top scorer. The Golden Ball will belong to Ho-young, right? He may be an Asian player, but I think he can go further with that cup. It will be a strong motivation for local players. This year is a great year, I agree. In the first division an Asian player won the championship, while in the second division a player born in 1992 scored 40 goals. One person at the meeting heard this and immediately wondered, "Oh, you mean the player Daymar? They say he has been taken away by Suntu FC. Haha, I am really looking forward to the first division next year." The next day at the award ceremony, the top scorer award went to Alexander Pato of the SC Corinthians team and the best striker award went to Ho-young of the São Paulo team. And this year's Golden Ball is awarded to the player Ho-young. The presenter called out loudly and Ho-young hurriedly stepped onto the stage to receive the award. Congratulations, Ho-young, a bright future awaits you ahead. Ho-young happily accepted the Golden Ball in his hand and smiled, "Thank you very much." Along with the cup was a prize of 3 million won, but this was the real prize, Ho-young thought to himself and looked at his skill talent statistics table. The biggest prize was that he had fulfilled the condition and received an opportunity to copy a talent of Pato, and the talent that Ho-young chose was Football Genius with an A rating. In that instant, a flash of light appeared and Ho-young's talent display board appeared, Football Genius talent, rating A. Ho-young, now after receiving the talent from Pato, had truly become a football genius. That was his real meal and an important stepping stone for the journey ahead. Ending the tiring days of training, Ho-young now had a few days off for himself. Finally, he had touched the football genius. That was the most important thing for this development journey. He had worried that upgrading the football prodigy to B+2 would not have any effect. But now it was okay. Pato's football genius talent was A, and combined with Ho-young's football prodigy which was B+2, the combination of these two talents raised football genius from A to A. Ho-young lay on the bed looking at the display board and could not help but feel that it was great. Pato's talent was already high at A, so it would probably become a by adding B+2. So all of Ho-young's efforts had not been in vain. The display board announced that it would take 30 days to fully obtain the talent, so during this time he could not study other talents. Ho-young saw this and jumped out of bed, thinking to himself that it took a long time, only 30 days before he became the best rookie in Asian history. The boy's debut was approaching. The youngest world record is held by the Argentine player Ro, who debuted in 2016, but he will break that record. So at least he needs to have minimum physical conditions. This preseason is the turning point, Ho-young thought to himself and made a training plan. I think this will be a busier pre-season than usual. Time passed until Saturday, November 8, 2003. In Korea, Ho Young carried his suitcase out of the airport and could not help but smile because it had been a long time since he had returned to Korea. The club had given the boy free plane tickets because he had contributed to the team's victory and played very well in the past season. All achievements are rewarded, Ho Young thought, surprised to discover something right next to the airport. It turned out that his parents and younger brother had been waiting for him early in the morning and were waving to call him. Both his parents and younger brother were very happy to see the figure of the person they had missed for so long. The father hugged Ho Young tightly and rubbed his son's head. "Son, why do you look so big? Oh my dad, are you crying?" Brother, the mumbling voice of the younger brother rang out. "Wow, you have grown a lot bigger than the last time I saw you, little brother. Today, I am going to sleep with my little brother, haha. When you are in elementary school, your brother will play for a famous team. Everyone will be surprised because your brother is friends with Ma." The gentle voice of the mother rang out at this moment. "Ho Young, the match was very difficult, right? You have worked very hard, our pride." It had been a long time since Ho Young had seen this gentle smile of his mother, so the boy was a little distracted. Then a bright smile appeared on the faces of the two brothers. Today was the best day in this period of time. Ho Young had a grand meal at home that he had missed before. The boy recharged with his family after days and months of intense training, and even received an interview request at the airport right before returning home. But more than all of that, the fan club that Ho Young loved before only had 1,000 members, now it had more than 20,000. Ho Young was watching the fan group on the chat group when he suddenly discovered something strange. It was that someone named PowerType had sent a message to the chat group that, according to sources, Ho Young might be promoted in the near future. Ho Young was shocked to read the messages. "Who is this person? The club chairman promotion? Is this the first time I have heard of it? By the way, this person named PowerType initially boycotted me, but now he's become my die-hard fan." Ho Young was vaguely fantasizing when his father's voice rang out calling his name. "Ho Young, Dad is sorry for bothering you while you are resting, but are you free?" "What is in this bag?" "Dad is holding it. It feels very heavy," the father asked, holding up Ho Young's backpack. "Ah, these are the things I received." Ho Young hurriedly took the backpack and opened it for the whole family to see. There is a cup, awards, and more importantly, this is the travel allowance, productivity bonus, an annual total of 5 million won. This is my homecoming gift. Both the father and mother were very shocked and gaping at these large rewards and amounts of money. Then they did not say anything but just hugged their son tightly. "Thank you, son, I am really happy. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Your thoughtfulness makes Mom even more touched than this money." The next day was still a day off and Ho Young had the opportunity to sleep in and lie on the bed without getting up. Not knowing what was going on, the mother opened the door of the room and kept calling his name in an attempt to wake Ho Young up. The boy was still dreaming and asked to sleep for just 5 more minutes. "What are you sleeping for? Haven't you called Coach Chab Kuan yet?" Hearing these words from his mother, Ho Young's closed eyes suddenly twitched and opened wide. "Oh no, that is right, I completely forgot." The boy hurriedly jumped up. After telling his family about Ho Young's victory at the football championship, he also contacted Coach Chab Kuan. At that time, Coach Chab Kuan said that he had something important to tell Ho Young, so please call him back as soon as he got home. After Ho Young woke up and contacted the teacher, the two of them had an appointment at a traditional Japanese food restaurant. In the room, Ho Young and his father sat opposite the coach. "Welcome back, Ho Young, you 13, you have worked hard, have not you?" "Thank you, teacher, but I am still okay. Feel free to use the dishes, but by the way, you do not have any supplementary schedules, right?" Ho Young heard the teacher ask and nodded. "Yes, sir. Well, in that case, I have talked to your father about it before. I want to send you to the Dream Tree Expedition team." Hearing these words, Ho Young was shocked and asked again, "The Dream Tree Expedition team, what is that?" This is an overseas expedition project implemented by FC Dream for potential players under 13 years old. A small group gathers the elite members and then they play for small-scale youth tournaments. Ho Young also imagined what kind of team it was, but he still had questions such as would it be okay if he suddenly joined like that. The coach heard this and glared at Ho Young and said, "What are you talking about? The coach has already reserved a seat for you." "Haha, thank you so much. Then I also want to participate." Ho Young nodded in agreement, and it was good that not too many things happened in the summer. "But I will only be able to play, right?" The coach nodded. "You will participate in the training tournament and observe other matches, of course, together with other potential players." Hearing that, Ho Young was very excited because he was about to meet outstanding young players. "Great, teacher, so who will we fight with?" The coach heard this and smiled. "Haha, you are already curious." Ho Young's eyes shone brightly and were extremely excited. "Of course, sir. The expedition will take place in Germany, which has a special connection with coach Chap and is a paradise for young talents. After everyone decided and agreed on their opinions, on December 18th, at the airport, the Dream Tree expedition team officially set off. During the 30 days of the project, we will play 2 friendly matches before participating in the Continental Youth Tournament. There were a total of 14 members on this expedition team, and Ho Young was the only player here who had studied abroad, so the reporters kept asking him questions throughout the flight. 11 hours later, the plane landed safely at Frankfurt Airport in Germany. Without much rest time, the members of Dream Tree and Ho Young immediately moved to the training ground. Ho Young at this moment was wearing a high-walled raincoat and silently sighed because the atmosphere here was so cold, but this was truly a football powerhouse. The boy constantly observed the equipment that supported the training and improved health around him. That is terrible. Are they trying to create destroyers? Ho Young thought that after Brazil it would be England or Spain, but if it was Germany it would not be too bad. But who are the famous German players here? A series of players along with their names began to appear in Ho Young's memory, and they were all excellent players who had or were or would appear in Germany. Thinking of this, Ho Young vaguely hoped that if he could meet one of them, how great would that be? While the boy was vaguely dreaming, a ball flew straight and hit Ho Young hard on the head. Ho Young's head was swollen with a lump while a person wearing a white coat stood in the middle of the field and shouted loudly, "Focus." Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Ho Young turned around and looked at that person in surprise. It was Chadu Rim. This was a new opportunity to get to know another talent, Ho Young exclaimed in surprise. On Chadu Rim heard this and looked over and smiled friendly. "Ho Young, is that you?" When Chadu Rim approached him, Ho Young was a little surprised again. Because it had only been a year and he looked much more mature than before, completely different from his previous appearance. But that was also natural. Chadu Rim should have been transferred to a special club in La Liga. It was indeed a big challenge to survive there. Chadu Rim raised his hand and rubbed the boy's head, making Ho Young giggle. "Wow, you have grown so fast that I almost did not recognize you, Ho Young. I think it is probably because I was in Brazil that I grew so fast. Haha, this kid really is. You went to Brazil by plane, that sounds great." Ho Young excitedly nodded. "It is all thanks to you, on Chadu Rim, for training with me. If it were not for you, I would not have been able to get to this step." By learning from him, he had joined the Sao Paulo team and even won the championship cup. It was thanks to that accidental meeting that there was him today. Chadu Rim heard this and scratched his head shyly. "It is nothing." Taking this opportunity, Ho Young also hurriedly used his talent skill to look at the skill board of the brother in front of him. Chadu Rim's innate talent was most prominent with his extremely fast running speed skill with an A rating, followed by good physical fitness rated B+, super speed ability rated U, and stable endurance rated C. Some of his skills have been improved a lot compared to the last time, and he even possessed a new skill, and the conditions to achieve these skills seemed easier than before. Or was it because I had achieved the U-level skill? Ho Young wondered. But why do not I have any new skills? Maybe it is because I have only practiced the basic skills. I guess it will be okay. Anyway, I can still learn from others. It will probably be a little useful next season, so maybe I should start learning this skill. This time I will also perform well to pave the way carefully for the future. Ho Young secretly made up his mind and decided to truly shine in this expedition. The boy kept thanking him, but in his head, he thought that he would try to win on Chadu Rim's new talent skill. Ho Young thought that he was lucky to have met someone like on Chadu Rim, and according to the announcement, the match would take place in 4 days. He had to win at all costs. In the next 4 days, Ho Young spent the entire time carefully observing the training methods of the Frankfurt U13 team and directly participating in training. And thanks to that training process, Ho Young also gradually got acquainted with his new teammates. Everyone also seemed curious about his achievements and his study abroad trip to Brazil. At this moment, suddenly someone's hand patted Ho Young's shoulder gently. "Hello, long time no see." It turned out that the person who appeared behind Ho Young was Suk Hyung-jun. "You're not kidding, right? You're now considered a hero in Brazil. Are not you? You not only look taller, but your skills have also improved a lot, huh?" Suk Hyung-jun said, raising his thumb. "Thanks. I am really happy to play with you," Ho Young replied. In his heart, the boy was really thankful because thanks to the ability he had received from Suk Hyung-jun last time, Ho Young had developed to this extent. "By the way, I am wondering about something. Do you know anyone named Yoon Young Ho?" Suk Hyung-jun heard this and scratched his head, thinking for a while, then replied, "Yoon Young Ho, I do not know, I do not remember clearly." "Really?" Ho Young asked again, "You really do not know Yoon Young Ho?" Seeing that he really did not know the person named Yoon Young Ho, Ho Young pondered about his rebirth. Clearly, in 2003, Yoon Young-ho should have won Cha Bum-kuen's football award, but the current future had been reversed just because of Ho Young's actions. Of course in the future, he might change many more things, but he was aiming for football, so even if it changed, there was no other way. After a long wait, the match against the Frankfurt U13 team finally arrived, and today was the day of the match. At this moment, Ho Young was standing on the field with the round ball at his feet, looking forward and thinking to himself that the goal was here. It was a black player named Benil Muharapa, born in 1991, a typical striker with a height of 180 centimeters. He was an excellent player and had a rather special skill, which was stable leadership ability with a C+ rating. Looking at his skill board, Ho Young was surprised because it had been a long time since he had seen the leadership skill. It was quite rare, and if he had the leadership ability, he might have an advantage when playing in the air. So once and for all, he had to win and grab that skill into his hands. At the stand next to him, Chadu Rim was standing next to coach Cha Bum-kuen, watching Ho Young perform on the field, and he could not help but admire. "Oh my, he has improved so much that I almost did not recognize him." Coach Cha Bum-kuen heard this and chuckled. "I was like that when I was young, haha." And for someone like coach Cha Bum-kuen, that was already a great compliment, proving that all of Ho Young's skills as well as his progress in the pastime were extremely outstanding. Surprising everyone. Ho Young's movements at this moment were as nimble as a leopard, his claws were sharp and accurate in a terrifying way. The ball under his feet seemed to be glued tightly to his foot, making it difficult for opponents to steal the ball from his feet. Unlike his friendly and gentle appearance on weekdays, Ho Young had become a true tiger mixed in the crowd as soon as he entered the field. Along with an accurate shot after the speedy dribbling phases, the ball was kicked straight into the net by Ho Young, scoring a wonderful goal. "It is in, we scored the first goal. The training in Brazil has really reaped admirable results." And at the same time, when completing the second condition of scoring a goal, Ho Young received a talent skill from Benil Muharapa, which was the ability to score mid-range goals. And his ability was upgraded. The skill upgrade made Ho Young more excited than ever, so he immediately gained momentum, stepped on the grass, and jumped into the air. The boy at this moment was like an arrow shot up with countless hopes and extraordinary strength. Super, a goal celebration jump often seen by players that made people excited and cheered. The real game has just begun. The reserve members of the expedition team sitting on the bench saw this and were very happy, cheering for Ho Young. "He is doing well, look at that performance, he is at an advantage now." Chadu Rim sat watching silently and breathed a sigh with hopeful eyes, then he suddenly turned to talk to his father. "Dad, the future of our South Korea has hope. When do you think he will be selected for the national team? If it is Ho Young, Dad thinks he will break the record for the youngest player, right?" Cha Bum-kuen heard his son say that and thought for a moment, nodding, "But I am still quite curious and no one can predict the future." Chadu Rim heard this and replied, "But Dad can feel it too, right? Dad was also very good at playing football." "Come on son, even if it is the king of football Pelé, he can't predict anything." "But Dad also feels that that kid has hope, haha. We have been watching that kid for a long time, right? A lazy genius will not do anything, but Ho Young is still very persistent, he has always been firm with his choices." According to everyone's thoughts, the characteristic black and white ball was once again kicked straight into the opponent's goal by Ho Young, scoring another goal. Oh my, Ho Young has scored the second goal, just after less than 10 minutes from the start of the match. It is amazing. Everyone was very excited and surprised at this boy's outstanding ability. Ho Young was running on the field while thinking to himself that his dribbling skills were better and his shots at medium distances were also more accurate. Applying that mid-range shooting technique in a match seems to help me develop more than practicing alone, right? If I do well, I can achieve it at the end of the season after the season ends. That is a pretty good mid-range shot with a B rating. Very quickly, the second half of the match began according to the referee's command. Because they had lost 2 goals in the first half, the players of the opposing team were more eager than ever at this moment. The ball was quickly moved by them on the field with extremely high speed. Frankfurt made an effort to counterattack as soon as the second half began in an attempt to regain the lost advantages. The coach of the Frankfurt team sitting in the stands muttered to himself, "The reason they can counterattack at this moment is that Ho Young, who constantly changes between attack and defense, is now focusing on attack." The coach looked at the boy on the field and said that he was trying to conserve his strength. Just as the coach of the opposing team predicted, Ho Young at this moment also thought that there was no need to use all his strength for such a friendly match, because he had to save energy for the upcoming matches. At this moment, on the field, the match was more intense than ever with continuous counterattacks from the Frankfurt team. A ball was hurriedly passed to Ho Young by his teammate. Good pass, Ho Young praised to himself when he received the ball. The ball was passed to that kid. Watch out, someone in the opposing team shouted when he saw Ho Young receive the ball. Knowing that this boy was very good, the players of the opposing team hurriedly took a defensive stance. They did not underestimate Ho Young because of his small body, even they were quite wary of this boy. Faced with countless obstacles, Ho Young's shining footwork skills and agile rhythm were used more skillfully than ever. Thanks to those talents, his feet, when hidden and when appearing, skillfully and proficiently with the round ball, made others dizzy. It was as if a lightning bolt had just flashed across the field with ghostly movements difficult to grasp and extremely fast speed, making it impossible for the players of the opposing team to catch up. Until Ho Young passed them, they exclaimed in surprise, really. At this moment, there was only one player left as an obstacle in front blocking Ho Young and the ball. He was facing the approaching kid and thought to himself that he would move to the left side. That is right, as that player predicted, Ho Young moved towards the left side of the goal with extremely fast speed. But before the player wearing the number 7 could regain his senses, Ho Young had kicked the ball hard back to the right side and his body also rushed after the ball quickly. The player lost his momentum and fell to the ground and he had been tricked by Ho Young. Ho Young at this moment also shifted his eyes to look at that player. It seemed that this trick made him a little depressed because he predicted the failure of his team. Seeing this gloomy appearance of the opponent, Ho Young seemed to see himself last year. Last year he was just like that. He had to taste the feeling of failure when facing Schwenkfeld of Germany in a humiliating way. Although it might be a different team, being able to retaliate against a German team like that was considered revenge, right? Ho Young thought to himself. He felt clearly how much he had grown after a year. And of course, this growth was definitely not something that could be achieved overnight. The swaying, dribbling, and dribbling with balance adjustments. How much had Ho Young had to practice to master this simple movement? Even the practice of shooting was the same. The merits of the talents that the boy received could not be denied, but that talent was only a key to unlocking the ability. Not everything, because the ability had to be exchanged for hard work. At this moment, there was only one goalkeeper blocking Ho Young, preventing the ball from flying straight into the goal. Ho Young was also very focused and did not dare to be negligent even though victory was right in front of his eyes. As soon as the two of them closed in on each other, a gentle but extremely strange shot caused the ball to roll through the gap between the goalkeeper's legs and rush forward. In everyone's surprise who had not had time to react, the ball once again hit the net, scoring another goal. Although he was not too excited, Ho Young was also very happy that he had scored another goal. He was happy while the opponents felt very suppressed when they continuously failed like that, and they also wondered who he was. Not only were the opponents surprised, but Ho Young's teammates were also very surprised at this moment. Oh my, he scored again. It is true that studying football in Brazil is different. Suk Hyung-jun, who was standing next to him, heard this and shook his head. It is not that simple. He does not just have talent, he also trains a lot. I feel that he works harder than anyone, so he has today. He has also grown a lot taller and is about to catch up. Suk Hyung-jun looked at the small figure who was celebrating after the goal on the field, truly a hard-working monster genius. And finally, after all the efforts to try to regain some points, the player Benil Muharapa scored the first goal for Frankfurt, but right at that moment, the final whistle also rang and the Dream Tree team had a 4-1 victory. An overwhelming victory, and if there was a player to be selected as the best player of the match, Ho Young would definitely be selected. But even without it, it did not matter because there were 3 things that were more valuable than those titles. At this moment, Ho Young excitedly looked at his statistics table when he had just completed the conditions to be able to choose the talents that could be copied. Ho Young looked at the skill board for a long time and had decided what skills to choose. First, he chose a relatively good heading skill with a C+ rating, followed by a strong physique talent with a B+ rating. After pressing to select to copy the 2 new talents, a mysterious energy enveloped Ho Young's entire body, and the energy surged to the point that even he was surprised. From the muscles to the brain, it was as if it was being cleaned and purified many times over. So now he had a total of 16 talents, but that was still not enough. He needed to have as many talents as possible. Ho Young's eyes at this moment were full of determination, and first he would collect talents from young German players. One day he would copy all the talents in this world. Ho Young secretly decided and dreamed about that future. After the friendly match, the members of the Dream Tree team moved to Bavaria, the town of Munich in southern Germany. Ho Young, do you want a hot dog? It is very delicious. Ho Young happily accepted the cake with a delighted smile. Thank you very much. The members of their team had sent their luggage to the dormitory of the Munich training camp and went to visit all places because they had a little free time before the next schedule. Why are you so picky? Do you want a little more? The mothers directly followed Ho Young and constantly bought food and drinks for him. Thank you, I will receive it with gratitude. Ho Young smiled and replied to everyone. It looks delicious. This juice is also delicious. Do you want to try it? Even the other members of Dream Tree were very friendly to Ho Young because it was very clear that he would soon become famous. So at the moment they were trying to please him first. Ho Young was very clear about these things and everything was great when he was really standing in Germany right now. Admiration, flattery, and friendliness were things that truly talented players experienced every day. But never mind that, this place was called the Toy Town and it really looked like an ancient European town. Ho Young ate the cake while watching the streets and felt like he had been running around non-stop. After finishing the pile of food, Ho Young breathed a sigh because he was so full. Hey Ho Young, we are going to the museum this afternoon. Do you want to come with us? The members of Dream Tree asked. Sorry, I am a little tired so I will go back to the dormitory first. Ho Young hurriedly waved his hand to refuse because he would rather sit and talk to Coach Chap than go to the museum. At the same time, at a football training ground near this town. I am not kidding, they said he will come to see our next match. A boy with black hair was constantly telling his friend. He is my idol, Cha-bum-kun. The boy was constantly excitedly talking about his idol. This was Gabriel Batistuta. Is he a very excellent person? Hearing his friend keep telling him, the person opposite him wondered, and this person with blonde hair was Bastian Schweinsteiger. That is right, he is a legendary player. You may not know because you are young, but I watched Cha-bum-kun's matches to grow up. Gabriel Batistuta excitedly talked about his idol. And actually, we had planned to meet today. See you later. Bastian watched the enthusiastic back of Gabriel Batistuta and murmured, he really is a crazy fan, huh? Gabriel Batistuta quickly moved to the meeting place, and it was probably in the dormitory area D. As he ran into the campus of the dormitory, he suddenly discovered that there was a figure looming behind. Besides me, there is someone else waiting here, Gabriel Batistuta wondered silently. Thinking so, he immediately came closer and called out, hey. Ho Young heard someone calling him, so he turned his face and looked up. In his eyes at this moment was reflecting the image of that man. Ho Young was stunned for a moment as if he had not had time to shape up, then he gaped and exclaimed in shock. Oh my god, that is Gabriel Batistuta. What the hell is going on? A star player that everyone knows is really standing in front of me. No words can describe the surprise and shock in Ho Young's heart right now. Although shocked, the boy quickly regained his spirits and immediately examined the talents of the person in front of him. Without looking he would be fine, but looking he was shocked because the person in front of him possessed a talent skill board that was extremely massive to the point of being scary. Midfield commander with a T rating, midfield commander flexibility with a U rating, and unparalleled heading ability with an S rating. Sky-high jumping ability with an A+ rating, ambidextrous skill with an A+ rating, steel physique with an A+ rating, excellent ball distribution ability with an A rating. Oh my god, how can he have so many talents? Even those were just the surface talents that could be displayed. Below there was the phrase see more, proving that Gabriel Batistuta had countless other skills that were not displayed. From just now until now, Ho Young's shocked mouth had not had time to close. He is a person that all the remaining players in the South cannot compare to. How many skills are there in total? If you count all the C-level qualities, the number must exceed 30. Unlike other people, there were many conditions and restrictions to copy these skills, but he could not lose this opportunity, Ho Young thought to himself. Gabriel Batistuta far surpassed all the players he had ever met, and he was the most desirable person. Afraid of a surprise meeting in front of the dormitory gate, Ho Young and Gabriel Batistuta had finally met Coach Cha-bum-kun in his room. It is great to be able to meet you like this. It is truly a great honor. Gabriel Batistuta was very happy to have the opportunity to face his idol. Coach Cha-bum-kun heard this and smiled, nodding, haha, I am also very happy to meet you, but how have you been lately? Gabriel Batistuta happily said, I am very good, sir. Ho Young sat next to him with a glass of water in his hand, paying attention to the conversation between the two and thinking to himself, he looks very good and very humble as well as friendly. Even though he has become a famous player himself. He thought as he looked at Coach Cha-bum-kun, after all, a legend is still a legend. Looking at this happy appearance of Gabriel Batistuta, Ho Young wondered whether when he met Messi and Ronaldo he would be like that. But wait, one day he can also be like that. Ho Young was shocked to realize something. When he had grown up and resounded his fame on the pitch, there would be fans and see Ho Young as an idol for their entire childhood. Dreaming of those distant futures was great, right? Of course, it was the future, but the first and foremost thing was to overcome the current stage. He needed to develop more skills by collecting more skills, and Gabriel Batistuta, He was a target that Ho Young could not ignore. Looking towards Gabriel Batistusta's skill boards, Ho Young began to calculate. If the letter T appears at the beginning of each level, T stands for title, right? Then is it perhaps Gabriel Batistusta's representative ability with a midfield commander skill, and the condition for Ho Young to receive this skill is that he must wait until he is 18 years old. That was also a big problem because if he could get it right now, it would give him Gabriel Batistusta's football ability. This would lead to just waiting for the T level. He also had another skill which was the flexibility of the midfield commander with a U rating, and even the U level that he got now was great, but all three conditions that the information provided were very difficult to implement. Whether it was scoring 5 goals against the Bayern Munich U-23 team or scoring goals in a youth tournament of the 4 continents, they were very difficult and made people shiver in fear. Even though his skill was rated as level U, it was still much more difficult than the conditions to copy on Chadu Rim skills. Although he thought so, it was still too early to give up because you would not know what was ahead until you tried. Ho Young's entire body at this moment was burning with a flame of determination, and constantly moving forward. While he was immersed in his own world, Gabriel Batistusta's voice rang out, pulling Ho Young back to reality. But who is this boy, coach? Haha, his name is Ho Young. He is the pride in the class of young players from Korea trained by the Sao Paulo team. This boy has won the U13 championship and even the Golden Ball Award. Gabriel Batistuta heard this and gave a happy smile. Really, that is so amazing. Nice to meet you, Ho Young, he said with a gentle smile and held out his hand to shake hands with him. Hello, sir, I have really always wanted to meet you. After a short period of chatting and getting to know each other, Ho Young respectfully asked about the experiences from the senior Gabriel Batistuta. I want to ask how to play football better. Ho Young hurriedly nodded and eagerly waited. Gabriel Batistuta heard the question from the boy and put his hand on his chin to think for a while. How should I say it in an easy-to-understand way? Ho Young saw his appearance like that and was happy because he had not refused to answer his question, and receiving advice from a successful person like Gabriel Batistuta would definitely help Ho Young a lot in the journey ahead. He pondered for a moment and suddenly stared at Ho Young and blurted out a sentence in German. Umsonst ist der Tod. This sentence means that even death has its own value. Coach Cha Bum-Kuan heard this and burst out laughing loudly haha, while Ho Young did not understand anything and asked again, Coach, what does that sentence mean? Ho Young, that sentence means that there is no free lunch in the world. Oh, is that so? Ho Young nodded. At this moment, Gabriel Batistuta spoke again. If you win the match with Munich, I will teach you how to play football better. Is that okay? Let us make a deal with each other, Ho Young. Before the expectations of the future ahead, 2 days later came the day of the match with the Bayern Munich team. The match had just started not long ago, but the ball from which team flew straight into the net of the goal. The commentator of the match hurriedly shouted excitedly, Finchen has scored the first goal. He scored just after 2 minutes from the start of the match. He is really great. Seeing that the opponent had scored a goal, Ho Young hurriedly ran on the field and thought to himself that his team had to score at least 5 goals in order to have a chance of winning. The defense of the opposing team is only average, but the attack is not a joke. Ho Young could not overcome them with just the usual methods. Because their team has Thomas Muller, Ho Young thought to himself and remembered the formidable opponent in this match. Thomas Muller, he had won the Golden Shoe at the South Africa World Cup in 2010 and was the scoring machine that had brought the German team to victory at the Brazil World Cup in 2014. Thomas Muller's talent skill board was also very massive with Football Genius A, penetrating the defensive gap A+, solid foundation A, superior football intelligence B+, stable scoring ability B+2. A fairly tall stature with a player of 165 centimeters tall has a solid foundation and technique, even competing based on a very intelligent tactic. His ability to lurk into the gaps to move when without the ball is unparalleled. But the opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone is here, so he can currently receive the talents of both Ballack and Thomas Muller at the same time. Ho Young thought to himself and excitedly smiled lightly. A shot was launched by him aiming straight at the opponent's net and flying in. But unfortunately, the ball was kicked against the goalpost and bounced back. This box kick made Ho Young stunned and wondered why this happened. He launched another kick but the ball was still the same as before, hitting the goalpost and not going into the net. Damn it, I need to score a goal. But why can't I focus? Am I being distracted by Thomas Muller's play? Ho Young was leading the ball but was stolen by Thomas Muller blatantly, and he could not do anything. In the brief moment of touching the ball, Thomas Muller launched an unexpected kick, making everyone unable to react. The ball with enormous power flew straight into the net, scoring another goal. At the same time, the referee's announcement rang out, end of the match. And the current score was 5-1 with the victory belonging to Thomas Muller's team. And that was indeed a heavy defeat for us. Ho Young stood on the field constantly panting from fatigue, and his soul at this moment was like an empty space after this failure. This was the first time he had completely lost in a match as a striker. Since receiving the skills, perhaps everything had been too smooth for Ho Young, so this failure was a wake-up call. He did not know when he would be able to fight Munich again, and had probably missed the opportunity to copy the talents of both Bolek and Thomas Muller, thinking of this failure.
Ho Young's teeth clenched.
But in the end, the boy still breathed a sigh and had to accept this harsh reality. Even if his future was unlimited, he was still not fully grown and there were opponents that he still could not overcome. After the defeat, everyone encouraged each other with a hearty and delicious meal. But the delicious food that fell into Ho Young's mouth was like chewing paper when he had no mood to enjoy it at all. After eating a few pieces, Ho Young put the plate down and told everyone that he was full. Suk Hyung-jun saw him leaving and comforted him. "Ho Young, there are many delicious dishes left. Why did you only eat so little? Is the boy okay?" Ho Young did not pay attention to everyone's questions and he still gloomy walked. Just now on the hill, the coach and the senior teammates had come to comfort the boy. "It is okay, it is just that today is not your day, do not be so gloomy." Thinking of that, Ho Young could not help but uncomfortably shout to relieve himself because after all, this was a shock and a rather heavy blow, perhaps after the recent victories in Brazil. Ho Young had also inadvertently become negligent and somewhat complacent. But now the boy had realized his mistakes and questioned and blamed himself that how could he be so bad, but what exactly was the problem? While Ho Young was stunned, a voice rang out from behind. The person who came was senior Suk Hyung-jun. "The coach is looking for you, Ho Young, he just called me to tell you to go see him." "What is going on?" Ho Young wondered. "I heard that he is going to present a summary of the schedule of the upcoming 4-continent youth tournament." "I heard that it will start next week." "Right, then let us go." Ho Young struggled to regain his spirits and together with Suk Hyung-jun went to find the coach. In a room that was used for this meeting, everyone gradually moved to it. The door of the room was opened and the players began to enter. Everyone gathered together and started discussing their first opponent, as if everything was destined. "We can have a rematch right away, haha." "That is right, I am really looking forward to the special training, let us get fired up." "Wait for it, Munich, we will win this time." Everyone cheered excitedly as their first opponent in the upcoming tournament turned out to be the same opponent who had just defeated them. While everyone was excitedly chatting with each other, only Ho Young sat silently listening, and suddenly a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. "The next opponent is Munich again, this is my last chance. If I can score 4 goals in the next match, I will be able to copy the talents of Thomas Muller and Gabriel." To prepare for the upcoming tournament, early the next morning they began to experience a super special training regime. Of course, the training all started with the basic exercises that could not be skipped. Free kicks and penalty kicks, training focused on kicking areas, attacking actions by planning to cross and move forward. The players worked hard, constantly practicing from basic to advanced exercises. A coach standing outside observing looked at Ho Young and could not help but praise, "This child is really outstanding and special. He has a solid foundation and is even more diligent than others." Ho Young at this moment was constantly practicing on the field, but his face seemed quite confused. Coach Cha Bum-kun heard this and remained silent, his eyes fixed on the small figure on the field. Suddenly Coach Cha Bum-kun called out, "Ho Young. How is it, you look quite confused, is there something wrong? Is playing football not good?" the coach wondered. Ho Young heard this and pondered for a moment, then sighed and nodded, "Yes, sir. I feel quite overwhelmed because my body is not reacting well, as if something has happened." "Is it that your feet are tangled and not moving as you want?" the coach asked further. Ho Young heard this and immediately nodded, "Yes, sir, that is right. I do not know why it is like that, but I feel very discouraged." Coach Cha Bum-kun touched his chin and thought for a moment, then nodded. "I think the reason is probably because you have been thinking too much." Ho Young was surprised at this reason, "Really, but I do not understand why that is so." To make Ho Young relax and eliminate unnecessary thoughts in his head, the coach took him to watch the match between Bayern Munich and Hamburg SV. It had to be truly acknowledged that the Munich team was a very strong team, scoring 2 goals in the match. The coach at this moment asked, "What do you think, Ho Young?" "Yes, the Munich team played very well, sir." Ho Young breathed a sigh and without a doubt, they played too well. Although all the players of Hamburg were very talented, the strength of Munich was almost absolute, there was no arguing. And they even had enthusiastic fans from the Munich home fans. The coach received the answer and asked further, "What do you think about the Hamburg team?" "What can I say? I feel like they are being hindered by something around them, so they can't implement the tactics they have prepared before. That is why you look at them. Ho-young, you need to clear your mind when playing football. If you are worried because you think too much, your body will not be flexible. Because you are not just competing, you also have to play football. Haven't you forgotten the enjoyment of playing football?" Ho-young blankly listened to the sincere advice from the coach. At this moment, the boy realized that, he is right, Ho-young, in the past time because of the conditions to be able to copy talents from others, I have focused too much on scoring and winning. In the last match as well, I was too concerned about Thomas Muller and I kept urging myself to score more goals than him. The pressure to score 5 goals to win and gain support from Gabriel Batistuta has made Ho-young feel suffocated. "So what should I do now, coach? What else can I do?" "You do not need to do anything at all. All you need to do is play football. Football is a sport and a battle against anxiety, that is why overcoming anxiety is football. But do not be complacent because I told you to clear your mind must be pure, your head must be working, your body must be healthy, and moreover, your heart must be on fire, right?" Ho-young immediately added the next sentence, causing Coach Cha Bum-kun to laugh. "Thank you very much, teacher." Ho-young's face at this moment had a rare smile after that failure, and it seemed that the boy had once again transformed and matured. A week passed and the new year had come, bringing a thick snow that made the whole town romantic and colder than ever. And a week later, on Tuesday, January 9th, 2004, the 4th Youth Exploitation Tournament in Europe was held. Ho-young at this moment in his uniform with his teammates gradually stepped out onto the field to compete. The boy looked at the scenery around him and took a deep breath in and out. Ho-young's eyes closed tightly, his whole body as if sinking into the vast universe. Eliminate anxious thoughts by meditating and adjusting his breathing, which Ho-young had learned from the coach. This will control his state of mind and by doing that he will perform better. Ho-young had not mastered it perfectly, but he knew some tricks. Ho-young's eyes that were closed suddenly burst open. His whole body at this moment seemed to be added with a new source of strength, and so let us begin. His appearance at this moment made Thomas Muller of the Munich team pay attention, and was surprised by Ho-young. "Haha, do you see that? Isn't he the kid who scored the last goal in the match last time? He must have come here with a strong determination. Haha, he is really a cute kid." Ho-young did not know about the discussions and compliments that the opposing team gave him. He was still focusing on the front, step by step. The powerful steps of the young players touched the field and appeared under the sunlight. Today is the fateful match between FC Munich and the Dream Tree Expedition Club. The official game begins. The match began with exciting ball passes from the Dream Tree team. The ball rolled on the field, skillfully juggled by the green shirt members of the Dream Tree team. A player received the ball at his feet and kicked the ball high into the distance. In that blink of an eye, a figure rushed quickly like an arrow, running straight towards the falling ball. It was Ho-young with terrible speed and a confident demeanor, making the opponents unprepared. Thomas Muller of the opposing team saw that terrible speed of Ho-young and was very surprised. "Daniel, stick to him and do not lose your guard." "Okay, I know." Daniel followed the order and immediately stuck to Ho-young, trying to restrain the boy. Ho-young noticed this, but because he was the smallest in appearance, he would not lose. The problem with the header is about time and direction. All he needs to do is make sure he is in the right position first. The boy was moving at high speed while not forgetting to pay attention to the direction the ball was falling. At this moment, Daniel of the opposing team stepped in, using his body to block Ho-young's path. But fortunately for Daniel, Ho-young's strong physical talent had greatly increased his body strength. Therefore, Ho-young easily avoided Daniel and stood in front. In that blink of an eye, the muscles in Ho-young's legs tensed, then his whole body jumped up with terrible power, catching the falling ball. A perfect header caused the ball to fly straight forward, and Ho-young still did not forget to loudly call out to his teammate, "On Suk Hyung-jun, catch it." Suk Hyung-jun understood and quickly caught the ball from Ho-young's header and dribbled the ball forward. Another kick from Suk Hyung-jun's feet caused the ball to roll far forward. At the same time when Suk Hyung-jun received the ball, Ho-young had also burst up and left his opponent behind like a silver bullet, making others stunned. Until Ho-young left Daniel far behind, he was startled and tried to catch up. "Oh no, he is too fast, I can't keep up anymore." Having overcome so many obstacles, at the moment there was only the goalkeeper in front, so Ho-young did not hesitate to launch a shot that caused the ball to dive into the opponent's goal. While the opponent's goalkeeper was still stunned, the ball hit the net, scoring a spectacular goal. Oh my, he scored the opening goal in less than 30 seconds. It is unbelievable. The members of the Munich team were very surprised by this incredible scoring. Coach Chap, sitting in the stands observing, also nodded in appreciation. Starting the match and scoring a goal made Ho Young's mood and morale more fierce than ever, and the boy had regained his form after the last defeat. Ho Young turned and bumped hands with Suk Hyung-jun, and the boy opened his mouth to praise. That pass was beautiful. Now let us return to our positions, everyone. In the first 30 minutes, the Dream Tree team tried to defend, but the score was tied when Wheeler, a player from the opposing team, successfully scored a goal. Therefore, the first half ended with 1-1, and quickly the second half was started with hot enthusiasm on the field. As soon as the second half started, Ho Young repeatedly stole the ball from Thomas Muller's feet, making Thomas Muller feel both surprised and angry. The speed and strength as well as the morale of Ho Young had surpassed the last match a lot, making Thomas Muller not understand what had happened to him. At this moment, he is like a big tree rooted deep in the ground, Thomas Muller thought to himself. He wondered because he clearly remembered that last week Ho Young was not so strong. The scorer and the player in the same person, it is unbelievable. Ho Young's figure made Thomas Muller remember someone, and he was like a monster playing football. It was unbelievable. Once again, the ball was stolen by Ho Young, causing Thomas Muller to have a bad feeling, and he felt that something was about to happen whenever he won the ball. But we can't let him do what he wants. We need to hold him as tightly as possible and obstruct him. And if we do not stop Ho Young, we won't have a chance to win. Thinking so, Thomas Muller along with his teammates immediately formed a defensive line. This tight and fast defense also caused Ho Young some discomfort in dribbling. At this moment, he was surrounded by the players of the opposing team, and with this small body, how would the boy overcome it? The others will surround from behind. We need to stop him first no matter what happens. Thomas Muller was moving the team while constantly giving orders. Hold him tighter. Do not let him escape. At the time when everyone was holding each other tightly because of that ball, not knowing whose foot had accidentally reached out to block the way. And so Ho Young's foot had been hit. It seemed that this collision was not light at all, but such collisions were unavoidable in football. Everyone around began to stare blankly when Ho Young did not stand firmly. After a while, the boy slowly shouted, and it seemed that his feet had been injured. The members of the Dream Tree team were very worried. Ho Young, are you okay? It hurts a little, but it is okay, right? Ho Young smiled and replied. Besides, this is a free opportunity for us. It would be a pity to miss it. Therefore, I will do it myself and score this goal. Ho Young confidently looked towards the opponent's goal. Suk Hyung-jun was worried and wanted to stop him. Playing as a team would be better, and with your current situation. But it seemed that those words of stopping were useless to Ho Young, so the boy, along with the ball, once again stepped onto the field. Looking at the opponent's defensive line and the goal in the distance, Ho Young wondered silently whether the distance was too far to shoot. The boy's brain was constantly working to calculate the best force, and at the moment the distance between the boy and the goal was about 24 meters. Usually he would play as a team, but in crowded places we will be squeezed. If so, his teammates will not receive the ball and he will play alone. Moreover, the goalkeeper will strongly resist shots into the center, so they will be careful with the opposite side. And if he was asked what Ho Young had learned today when he failed, it was that he should anticipate the strength of the opponent and not underestimate anyone. The current goalkeeper of the opposing team was named Fer Lindemann, born in 1992, the U13 goalkeeper of the Bayern Munich team. His strength lay in his ability to control the goal, thanks to his tall stature and ball handling skills above. While Ho Young was paying attention to the opposing goalkeeper, the goalkeeper with blonde hair was also paying attention to Ho Young. That person is the player wearing number 7, Although his shooting ability is better than others. But he has nothing special. The speed of the ball may be fast, but the path is simple. And there was no doubt that his shooting ability could threaten him, but it could be easily stopped. Playing as a team would be a safe choice for him, but if it were me, I would aim for the left side where there is open space. The goalkeeper was constantly assessing and making predictions. He is 1, 2, 3 away from the ball. In total, he is about 5 steps away and maybe he will step over it. Right now, along with the goalkeeper's thoughts, Ho Young had rushed towards the ball. His feet were raised behind him, preparing for an uncatchable shot. The goalkeeper carefully prepared, with his body's inertia rushing towards the left side. It is coming here. But unexpectedly, the ball was completely opposite to the goalkeeper's predictions and flew straight to the right side, rushing into the net of the goal. The goalkeeper was stunned and could not believe his eyes. Oh my, that is an unexpectedly fast shot. And most importantly, that is a free kick. This is a shooting technique for players to achieve effectiveness at a distance without needing many steps because it is kicked with the tips of the toes. Although there are concerns about accuracy and toe injuries, Ho Young's body was born to be able to do this. And with that, Ho Young had successfully deceived his opponent and won the psychological battle, successfully scoring a goal. That is really great, Ho Young excitedly celebrated with his teammates. Very good, we have targeted the front and are closer to the destination. Along with this own goal of Ho Young, the score had become 2-1 with the score leaning towards the Dream Tree team. After the goal, Ho Young closed his eyes, calmly adjusting his breathing and telling himself in his heart that he could do it, only one more goal. The words of the coach the other day once again appeared in Ho Young's mind that he was not only fighting but he also had to play football. That is right, I just need to play football on stage and enjoy this field as much as possible. Then, although the Dream Tree team had caught up with the defender and let Munich successfully score, another opportunity had also come to them. The ball was kicked straight towards. Ho Young seized the opportunity to jump up, using his head to make a perfect header. The ball, under the impact of that blue head, flew straight into the net of the opposing team. That is wonderful, that is their third goal. Ho Young has successfully scored 3 goals and brought great advantage to his home team. Everyone had also relaxed a bit, hurriedly running on the field, and if this momentum continued, they would win. Everything had not ended. The ball continued to roll on the field, and it was as if the ball had been burned by the heat of the players. Stop him quickly, do not let the opponents score any more goals. The members of the Munich team had also put all their strength into it and exploded what they could, so they easily passed some players of the Dream Tree team. It had to be truly acknowledged that the Munich team with blue shirts was a very strong team and coordinated extremely rhythmically with each other from the very beautiful and accurate ball passes. The ball once again fell into Thomas Muller's feet and he, like a leopard, revealed his hunting claws. At that dangerous moment, Suk Hyung-jun had appeared in time with the intention of blocking Thomas Muller's shot. But Thomas Muller reacted one step faster when his foot gently touched the ball, causing it to roll through the gap between Suk Hyung-jun's legs. In everyone's surprise, the ball had rolled towards the goal and successfully scored a goal for Thomas Muller. Oh my, it is tied. Do we have to play extra time? It seemed that after 2 intense halves, the members of the team were tired and panting, constantly standing in place and panting. Even the members of the Munich team were almost exhausted and could not run anymore. Football was indeed a sport that eroded strength. Of course, even Ho Young still felt very tired with sweat soaking his whole body, but the boy knew that everything had not ended. He still had to run a few more laps. Ho Young tried to maintain his breathing, taking a deep breath and relaxing the muscle areas on his body. No, think positively, just try a little harder. At this moment, do not lose your composure and your intellect must be pure. The extra time began and the members of the Dream Tree team quickly lined up in a defensive formation. Now they would have 5 minutes and Ho Young needed to extend it a little longer. Defense everyone, focus on defense. We just need to defend firmly and the chance of winning will be very high. Coach Cha Bum-Kuan sitting in the stands also agreed with this strategy because the team's physical strength had reached its limit, so trying to attack would only be crazy. So defense was a good choice. Of course, the opponent's defense was also what Thomas Muller's team hoped to see. Immediately Thomas Muller along with the ball was the spearhead attacking the members of the Dream Tree team, aiming straight at the goal. Very quickly, 5 minutes had ended and everyone was standing and breathing like cows, panting and panting. Whether it was the attacking team or the defending team, they were equally tired, so on the field at this moment there were only the sounds of tired breathing. Coach Cha Bum-Kuan saw the situation and smiled contentedly. Excellent, we have kept it. If it continues like this, the winning team will be decided by the fateful penalty kick. The two teams rested for a moment and continued the penalty shootout to find the winner for today's match. At this moment, the first person to start was Suk Hyung-jun and the goalkeeper of the opposing team was still the familiar blonde-haired boy. Suk Hyung-jun thought to himself that because the first player of Munich had scored, he must score a goal. Suk Hyung-jun was the person who took the first shot of the Dream Tree team in this penalty shootout. He stood there and took a deep breath, then immediately rushed up like an arrow towards the ball. A lightning-fast kick with terrible speed flew straight towards the opponent's goal and the blonde-haired goalkeeper missed the ball, causing the ball to successfully hit the net. It is in, that is great, Suk Hyung-jun. Immediately after, Thomas Muller of the Munich team successfully scored another goal. The blonde boy of the Dream Tree team also successfully scored a goal. That is great, the Munich team scored another goal. Right behind that, the Dream Tree team did not give up and successfully put the ball into the net. The The situation was very intense when both teams were clinging to each other and they were constantly scoring goals. And by the fourth penalty shootout, both teams had successfully scored 4 points each. In the last fifth penalty shootout of the Munich team, unfortunately, the member of the team could not score with a shot hitting the goalpost, causing the ball to bounce out. The fifth player of the opposing team has missed the penalty kick. This is our chance, try your best. And the last player to take the shot was Ho Young of the Dream Tree team. With the current score, whether winning, losing or drawing was already in Ho Young's hands. The boy stood in front of the ball and once again closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. If this time he scored, the team would win, and if not, the result would be a draw. Taking a deep breath, Ho Young jumped forward. One of his feet was raised and Ho Young's spirit, strength, and all emotions had been put into this kick, and this was the best that Ho Young could do. The speed of the ball being launched was faster than ever, making it difficult for people to even see what the ball looked like. Just as the blonde-haired goalkeeper had not had time to react, the ball hit the net incredibly. The atmosphere fell into silence and the goalkeeper was stunned, looking blankly. The remaining members of the Dream Tree team also stood gaping for a moment before stammering to realize the problem. He scored. Next was the resounding cheer throughout the football field of the young men with green shirts. Wow, that is great, oh my god, we have defeated Munich. Ho Young jumped up to celebrate with his friends and immediately fell down on the field, constantly panting, and finally he had won. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared, causing Ho Young to pay attention. The person who was coming was Thomas Muller of the opposing team. That boy suddenly reached out his hand to Ho Young. Ho Young saw this and his face had a faint smile with very happy and sincere eyes. The two of them shook hands in the spirit of sportsmanship and friendship in this sport. Thomas Muller had won the match last time, but today Ho Young had won, so we were tied. And maybe next time the two of them would not be able to face each other again, but Ho Young hoped that he would be able to meet again. Anyway, Ho Young had only scored 4 goals, and if he just scored one more goal, he would be qualified. But there was nothing to complain about because he already had Thomas Muller's talent, the display board, and requested that you choose a talent you want to copy, including penetrating the penalty area, sturdy, football thinking, and stable scoring ability. Sturdy is quite good, but Ho Young thinks that entering the penalty area would be better because this is the first time he has an A+ level talent. Ho Young guessed that this meant that he was almost fully qualified with all the necessary qualities of a striker. In the future he needed to improve his main talents to be even sharper. Ho Young decided to choose entering the penalty area with an A+ rating, and copying this talent would take 40 days. During this time he could not copy other talents. Okay, this is good too. It is a pity that he missed Gabriel's talent, but he tried his best, so that is okay, right? Although he won, everything changed in just 2 days later. When facing U13 of Seed United, the team that won in the qualifier, the Dream Tree team was exhausted after the match with Munich and lost with a score of 2-1. Although the whole team coordinated very well, the cumulative fatigue after the matches had led to such consequences. But that failure did not make everyone too disappointed because all of them had tried their best and the coach could not help but praise everyone for being very diligent. You have done very well. Just defeating Munich alone is already a too great achievement. After achieving better than expected results in this expedition to Germany, the entire Dream Tree team was given a rest for the remaining 3 days of the tournament. Very quickly, their expedition had ended and today was the last day before they returned. You called me, Coach. Yes, the reason I called you is because there is someone I want to introduce to you. Coach Cha Bum Kuan said while sitting down on the sofa and signaled for that person to enter. Please come in. Hello, sorry to bother everyone. The person who had just entered was the guy who had met Ho Young in the dormitory the other day, and he was the player Gabriel Batistuta. Seeing this person, Ho Young was also quite shocked and gaping. I came to see you because I heard you will be leaving tomorrow. Gabriel Batistuta sat down and said. Ho Young heard this and was startled to ask again, but why me? Haha, he came to fulfill the promise that you forgot, Ho Young. Didn't he say that he would answer you if you won against the Munich team? Ho Young heard this and remembered the conversation the other day, but he did not expect him to still remember while he thought. It was a joke. Gabriel Batistuta smiled gently and said, I watched that match and found it very interesting. Ho Young heard this and was excited. Huh, you came to watch us compete, sir. Of course, maybe you'll be like me if you work hard. Huh. Ho Young heard this and thought to himself, does he mean that we are beautiful and have many runner-up titles? You asked me before how to become a good player, right? Today I will answer you. When I compete, I draw the entire field in my head, even when I control the midfield as a midfielder or when I am putting pressure on the opposing defense as a striker. I need to read the movements of each player and the entire team and above all, grasp the rhythm of the match. I do not know how to explain this specifically, but I use my heart to feel the movements of everyone. Hearing this phrase, a lightning bolt suddenly flashed in Ho Young's head, making him very excited. Grasp the rhythm of the match. I will try my best. Thank you very much. Suddenly at this moment, something appeared again, making Ho Young's eyes widen in surprise. The skill display board right behind Gabriel Batistuta suddenly emitted a strange light. Oh my, what is this? Looking at the board that was emitting a series of strange lights that only Ho Young could see, the boy could not help but be surprised. Oh my, no way is this real. The board at this moment suddenly displayed the line, choose the talent you want to have in 33 days. Midfield Commander, Level T, Flexibility Level U, Unparalleled Headbutt Level S, Shining Footwork Level S, Passing Skill B+, and a series of dazzling blinding skills. Oh my, I can choose a talent, right? But the condition is to score 5 goals. How can I achieve the condition? Ho Young was very confused and did not understand why he had suddenly completed the condition. The boy at this moment remembered the times he had scored goals during the recent matches. Could it be that the goal in the penalty shootout is also counted as a goal? So that means I can choose a U-level talent, right? Ho Young was so excited that he wanted to shout out loud. Ho Young paid attention to a skill called Midfield Commander with Level T, although he was not sure what this was but maximized the ability to play flexibly sounded good. Seeing that Ho Young did not want to just be a goal-scoring striker, he wanted to be an attacking player leading the match. A U-level talent would be very advantageous and he would take advantage of it as much as possible. Ho Young just thought and immediately chose to copy the flexibility skill of the U-level midfield commander. Trying to restrain the excitement in his heart, Ho Young still looked normal and said thank you to Gabriel Batistuta. Thank you, did I help you with anything? Gabriel Batistuta replied. Of course, you have helped me a lot, senior. Gabriel Batistuta heard this and laughed haha. If that is the case, then that is great. Even after that he promised to help Ho Young throughout the process of becoming a professional player like him. He even promised to give him a private lesson. And would tell him the points that needed to be improved, and it was a great night in Germany. On January 26, 2004, Ho Young boarded the plane and landed at the airport in Brazil, São Paulo, and ended his vacation. Standing in front of the familiar ancient house, the boy could not help but think to himself that it had been a long time since he had returned here. Hearing the doorbell, a blonde girl with blue eyes hurriedly opened the door and excitedly shouted, Ho Young, welcome back. This girl was Monica, and she still looked as beautiful as before. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, Monica had grown a lot more and also his talents had developed more. Ho Young thought to himself and paid attention to Monica's skill display. Bored. The problem is in condition 2, Ho Young must study hard to receive the language skills and balanced body from this girl. While the boy was thinking, Monica suddenly got close to his face, making Ho Young a little shy. Oh, you have gotten taller. You seem sad about something, huh? Monica wondered. Ho Young heard this and smiled. It will be soon, you have to look up to that. Then I can't ruffle your hair anymore. Can I rub your head, Monica? Suddenly receiving this offer made Monica shy and startled because it was so sudden. But if you are taller than me, then okay haha. Then a month passed. On February 17th, Ho Young returned to school with his friends. The boy had learned to balance between studying and playing football, and also on that day good news had come to him. The skill display board once again suddenly appeared unexpectedly. The information displayed on it was the launch of the flexibility of the midfield commander has been selected, the talent has been expanded and it will take 60 days or about 30 days to complete receiving the talent. Ho Young was shocked to see the information that had just been displayed and did not expect this talent to affect the others as well. Gabriel Batistuta will not be disappointed. Thank you very much for this wonderful talent. Not paying much attention to that information board anymore, Ho Young continued to work hard with the ball at his feet. The boy practiced from the basic ball juggling, making this more and more proficient. Practiced long-range shots from medium range to close range. And it had been 3 weeks since Ho Young had started advanced training to develop the talents he had received. The talents he had received would be a key, but he also had to train very hard to develop those talents. And perhaps because of the football genius talent, this speed was significantly faster. Using nimble feet had become a +2, healthy physique had been upgraded to be +2 and firm muscles had been upgraded to C+3. Especially these 3 talents, these were all related to physical fitness, so they affected each other's development. A successful breakthrough would drag the others up. To put it simply, when the body is healthy, the muscles will become firm, from there Ho Young's feet will also become more agile. If I am already at this level, then the U13 tournament will be easy to eat, right? At this moment, Coach Carlo appeared right behind him and called out Ho Young's name. Are you free tomorrow after school? Ho Young heard the question and nodded because tomorrow he intended to come here to continue practicing. If so, remember to go to the physical examination room at 2:20 tomorrow afternoon. According to the coach's instructions, at the beginning of the afternoon the next day, the young players of the club gathered at the physical examination room. Ho Young slowly walked in and assessed the surroundings. I understand, today is a medical test. Oh, there is Douglas Costa in the distance. And blonde Case Moreau came too. But I do not know why everyone seems tense, Ho Young wondered to himself. Perhaps it is because they have gotten older, so they have to have enough points to move to the U15 age group. If that was the truth, then today's medical test would determine their future. Ho Young thought of that and raised his hand to touch his chin because even he was the same. This is a great opportunity to move from U13 to U15 at this age and a very good opportunity. Perhaps everything will not be simple, but he has to try, right? Ho Young confidently. This medical test was much more complicated than the one in U13. It included a joint structure test, cardiovascular endurance, and blood test. It also included muscle flexibility, cardiovascular function, body fat analysis, and a 25-meter sprint test. Besides the basic tests like U13, this time there were additional tests. And in one afternoon, the group of them finished the medical test and waited for the results. At this moment, another coach hurriedly ran to find Coach Carlo. Oh my God, Carlo, you won't believe these results. Here, look at this 25-meter sprint result. The boy Ho Young has broken the 4-second record. He achieved a result of 3.97 seconds. What? 3.97 seconds. The coach was very shocked and surprised when he saw the results. That is right, do not you find it scary? That speed is fast enough to compete in athletics, even compared to domestic prodigies, he can be in the top. Compared to a famous athlete with speed, he is even faster than a mature athlete. Coach Carlo also could not believe it because that boy had improved incredibly. So what about the promotion results for U15? Of course he passed, exceeding the standard so far. He can play about 31 matches for this season. The coach heard this and breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but laugh, but in his heart he also wondered what had happened during the season. But he must have trained very hard, right? At this moment, Ho Young was sitting looking at his medical test results on a row of chairs in the club. Looking at the boy's face, he seemed very happy. The medical test results must be very good, right? In 4 months he had grown 7 centimeters, and if it continued like this, next year he would definitely be 1 meter 7. Can I grow taller before coming back? Maybe I can even be a model.
Ho Young wondered silently.
While the boy was dreaming, Coach Carlo's voice interrupted. Ho Young, you will train at the main base from now on. Because you have been selected for U15. Standing in front of this result, Ho Young was not too surprised, but also very happy because this was one of his goals. The boy excitedly cheered, I did it, haha. At this moment, the coach interjected that he would start taking charge of U15 from March. Ho Young heard this and was even happier with the joy being doubled. Really, that is great, oh my God. But the boy quickly collected his happy mood, calmly sat down on the chair and talked to the coach. Oh, and I realized a few things when I was in Germany. Coach Carlo looked at the serious face of the boy in front of him and thought to himself, what is going on? It does not seem like he is lacking confidence. What is it? What have you realized? Tell me. Yes, it is about a few different ways of looking at the point of view of football. I will have to learn and adapt to new ways when I am in U15. The coach wondered, so you are worried about moving up? No, on the contrary, I am very excited and I believe in myself even though I am still a little scared. Haha, that is a concern and a good mindset. Athletes must always be alert. When you move up to U15, you will have completely different experiences and playing styles and you must adapt to the playing style of the season. The most important thing is to harmonize your skills with the color of the tournament. Ho Young listened to the sincere advice from the coach and nodded in agreement. I understand, sir. Looking at this diligent appearance of the boy, the coach was even more satisfied. A humble attitude, constantly learning, and passion for football. The boy seems to have matured a lot after his trip to Germany. And also, coach, I have a request related to the contract. Ho Young was a little shy when mentioning this issue. What is it? Just say it. That is, I want to play at least 31 matches and the medical team said that my ability can. Coach Carlo heard this and was a little surprised, but immediately after he laughed. Don't worry about that, for your development, the club does not spare any support. Receiving the agreement from the coach, Ho Young smiled happily, "Thank you. Oh, and have you thought about which club you will move to in the future? If you perform well in this season, scouts from the most famous clubs will definitely come to you." Ho Young pondered, looking at his hands, and replied, "I have not thought about this yet, sir. Because I just want to focus on the present." A few days later at the main base training center Baja Funda, Ho Young had come here to review his contract. The woman with tanned skin and short hair with intellectual glasses saw him and greeted him, "Welcome back, Ho Young." She was TSN manager Bianca. "Time flies so fast, and it has been a year, has not it?" the manager said while remembering the first time she met the Asian boy in front of her. "You have changed a lot, you almost did not recognize you." Ho Young smiled politely and replied, "Really, sir? That is right, it is not just the height, you look more like a player now." "But that is not the only thing that has changed, right?" the manager said while handing out a carefully printed piece of paper. "The biggest change is that Ho Young's salary has been significantly increased. The weekly salary has increased 3 times compared to last year, and with the achievements such as top scorer and golden ball, you also get a decent amount of bonus money. And most importantly, you will be guaranteed to participate in 31 matches. Our team does not want to miss Ho Young. The proof is that the transfer fee has also increased rapidly." Hearing this, Ho Young was even more surprised and happy. "Really, sir?" The boy took the contract and quietly realized that his transfer fee had increased to 1 million. "That is right, do not be so surprised. This 1 million is Ho Young's current value. Today is April 3rd, a month after the start of the Brazilian National Football League. Ho Young was walking down the street while constantly admiring because today would be a busy day with no rest. Brazil is a football-loving country, so the schedule is arranged densely for 10 months. A standard season consists of 70 matches, sometimes even reaching 80. This creates more opportunities for promising young players, but it also means that starting players can quickly burn out if the squad depth is thin. However, thanks to that, the players play more enthusiastically than ever. Ho Young was thinking while walking into the meeting place of the U15 team to meet his new teammates. As soon as he entered, something strange happened when accidentally or intentionally everyone's eyes paid attention to him. Ho Young also sensitively noticed this because the atmosphere was really different. Although everyone did not express it outwardly, they were definitely watching him. Because no matter where you go, you can't avoid the competition for a position in the starting lineup. This is a big tournament that attracts the attention of scouts. So this is a good opportunity that players can't miss. Especially when joining a club like Ho Young, he could become the #1 target that everyone needs to watch out for. Ho Young was thinking when he saw Douglas Costa along with Case Moreau waving at him. Ho Young saw this and thought that he just needed to perform like every day. If he kept the pace like that, sooner or later he would be recognized. Suddenly at this moment, Ho Young felt a sharp gaze from somewhere behind him, making his hair stand on end. The boy hurriedly turned around and looked behind him. Ho Young's eyes were seriously alert and curiously assessing that person. It was a boy with a cold appearance and strange bright red pupils. He did not communicate with the people around him but just sat in one place, making the atmosphere around him extremely ghostly. Seeing Ho Young looking at him, that mysterious boy asked back, "What are you looking at?" Then he stood up and left that seat, but stopped to approach Ho Young. But he did not say anything to him but brushed past him. But at this moment Ho Young suddenly realized something. This person looks familiar, right? That is right, he is one of the 3 most promising players in Brazil and is the person who made his mark in the PEL tournament. His name is Rosca. The U15 ace who was transferred to Sao Paulo this year is this guy. Ho Young paid attention to this person. And watching his back, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Very quickly, everyone had gathered completely and gathered according to the coach's whistle. New players have joined the team, so now we will focus on practicing the team formation together to get to know each other. You will be divided into 2 teams and compete against each other and constantly change people to get acquainted with each other's playing styles. Team A will be the players wearing green shirts and Ho Young is also a member of Team A. Team B will be the players wearing yellow shirts and Ho Young was even more surprised when in the first match he had to face the ace Rosca right away. According to the referee's command, the match officially began. In the blink of an eye, a gust of wind suddenly swept across, making a player in Team B wearing a yellow shirt stunned and not knowing what was going on. That gust of wind was Ho Young with terrible speed, making it impossible for people to see clearly and unable to react in time. "Oh my, what was that? Something just flashed by," a player shouted in shock. "Hey, block him, he is running too fast." Ho Young like a lightning bolt quickly overcame the obstacles and the players of the opposing team and successfully launched a divine shot that flew straight into the net. Oh my, he completely dominated the field, a goal that is truly amazing. He passed in an instant, we could not do anything, just like a wild horse. Rosca was also stunned by the lightning goal, damn it, always showing off. The coaches standing at the observation deck saw this and nodded in praise, looking directly is still unbelievable, that child Ho Young is really unusual. After being stunned for a few seconds, the feet of the player named Rosca once again moved on the field. Rosca was born in 1991, he was an excellent player known as one of the 3 most promising players in Brazil, his position was more attacking midfielder than midfielder. I am also a player with special football intelligence who can lead the match effectively. Rosca at this moment thought to himself that he should catch up with that kid Ho Young right away, so he immediately signaled his teammate to pass the ball over here. The round ball was quickly transferred by his teammate to Rosca. But at that moment Ho Young had also approached quickly right behind him. Ho Young's speed was unquestionable, so he easily approached Rosca with a very gentle appearance. Being pressured by Ho Young made a confident person like Rosca also very panicked because the pressure from that boy was so intense. It is too dangerous, if I keep the ball like this, it will be stolen. Thinking like that, Rosca hurriedly used his body weight to hit sideways, hoping to hinder Ho Young's approach, but it seemed ineffective when Ho Young had successfully pushed back and kicked the ball away. Ho Young's blue shirt teammate in front hurriedly received the ball and did not forget to praise, well done. This time it was Rosca's turn to panic. Damn it, he is smaller than me, what kind of freakish physique is this, my attack path is being blocked. Was the previous pass that he deliberately created space to lure me through for a counterattack. At this moment, Rosca had also belatedly realized Ho Young's tactic, but he had no other choice. Looking at the small back of that blue-haired boy, Rosca thought to himself, he is not normal at all. Rosca was running and angry, biting his teeth and cursing secretly, damn it he thought with that dizzying speed, and the ball passing skill is not reduced at all. He looked at Ho Young passing the ball and thought, he is dominating the match with his stable ball distribution ability, and that solid defense too. Rosca looked at him running to catch the ball and thought, but that is not all, he also has skillful headers, causing his side to constantly fail to steal the ball. He looked at Ho Young being happy and thought, what is there that he can't do? Rosca shook his head in frustration and raised his hand to his forehead, a helpless expression revealed on his face. He thought to himself, no, I can't be discouraged. Football is a team game, it is just that luck has not smiled on our side yet. The referee used the whistle to beep and said, change players, then continue. In Team A, Ho Young was supporting his hands and looking towards the field, while Rosca was looking at him and thinking, this time the two of them are on the same team. Rosca was worried and sweating, his eyes glancing at him and thinking further, just now the referee only focused on him, I need to attract all the attention to myself. Suddenly, Ho Young turned his head to look at him, causing him to startle slightly. His eyes suddenly lit up. Ho Young saw Rosca's information appear before his eyes. He saw the notification board stating the content as, Rosca, talent possessed, football genius, A-, quick judgment, A-, excellent position B+. Continuous ball movement B, high activity, B-, graceful flexibility, C+2, accurate ball blocking, C+. If the conditions are met, you can copy an ability. Condition 1, play football in official matches for at least 150 minutes. Condition 2, score at least 1 goal in official matches. Condition 3, pass round 1 of the National Football League. Condition 4, win 3 matches in the National Football League. Ho Young thought Rosca, he is weak in terms of physical and endurance. He looked at him and pondered, but he has judgment skills to make up for those limitations. His mood swings are very heavy, so if he does not keep a stable mentality he will easily be spun around like a top by the opponent, but his skills are undeniable, he is a promising young talent. Ho Young walked towards Rosca, both of them faced each other, he thought to himself, it is starting to get interesting. Scene change, the football was kicked with an extremely strong force and was flying towards a position. A teammate threw the ball towards Rosca. Rosca was passing the ball when he discovered something. He saw Ho Young right in front of him. He glanced behind him and saw Rosca passing the ball. Rosca wondered and thought to himself, why is he running in that direction? He continued to think, it does not matter, I will pass the ball in this direction. After thinking, he passed the ball to his teammate next to him. Suddenly the opponent moved forward and used his foot to flick the ball to another place, making his teammate startled and unable to react in time. Rosca saw this and stopped, blankly and thought to himself, damn it. After speaking, he turned to another direction. Roska saw Ho Young and thought, the left area where he is standing is empty, I should have passed to him. He was running and thinking, when did that area open up, is it just a coincidence? 5 minutes later, another opportunity appeared. A teammate had luckily passed the ball to his teammate. Roska seized the opportunity and caught it. He was running and passing the ball. Ho Young was running right next to him, looking towards him and thinking, all right. He immediately used his strength to enter the open space. Ho Young saw the opponent leaving a distance and thought, there is a gap on the right-hand side. After thinking, he immediately moved past the opponent, making the opponent stand still for a moment. Ho Young immediately shouted loudly, over here. Roska heard this and was surprised. He thought, that position is straight into the goal. After thinking, he shot strongly forward. The ball immediately flew past Ho Young. Roska saw this and was shocked and thought to himself, damn it. He saw the ball going past Ho Young and shouted, it went too far. He said with pleasure, watch this. Immediately after, Ho Young used the force in his legs to spring forward. The goalkeeper on the enemy side saw the ball coming close to him. Ho Young hurriedly rushed to the ball. The goalkeeper saw this and blocked him, but unfortunately he had quickly kicked the ball into the goal net. The ball hit the net. The blonde guy on the enemy side saw this and shouted, how is that possible? The friend next to him also exclaimed, that is terrifying, he is really great. The brown-haired coach saw this and excitedly shouted, wow. After the match ended, Roska used his hand to wipe away sweat and thought, I can't believe it, is not that even faster than Pato? He looked at Ho Young and thought, not only his passing skills, but his dribbling and shooting speed are also very good, he has all the qualities to create blocks. Roska thought, that friend, he is really impressive. Suddenly, Ho Young waved his hand towards him, causing him to startle. He said happily, hey. He raised his index finger and said excitedly, nice kick. After speaking, Ho Young left, leaving Roska looking behind and thinking, but he thought to himself, he is no different from a monster, where did he come from? The football was kicked by some player. Roska shot strongly forward and said, Ho Young, catch it. He saw the ball flying towards him and said, nice pass. The hair coach excitedly said, Team A is being led by those two players, by the way. The guy continued, Roska is really coordinating with another player. The coach next to him heard this and laughed, saying, according to me, that kid is being reeled in by Ho Young's attraction. The referee suddenly shouted, the match is over. Ho Young sat down on the turf. He grabbed his shirt and loosened it. He was breathing heavily and regaining his strength, then said, we played our best until the end of the match. Ho Young stuck his tongue out in frustration and thought to himself, so in the end he only scored 2 goals with 2 assists, I ran so much that my mouth feels strange. Suddenly he discovered someone behind him and turned his head. Ho Young blankly looked at him and called out, Roska. He raised his hand towards him and said, you are quite good, huh? Ho Young heard this and smiled. After that, he shook hands with Roska. Ho Young happily said, I am very looking forward to competing with you. After joining the team, the days ahead were quite busy. During the training sessions of U15, I focused on adapting to the team's style. Ho Young remembered Carlo's words, an athlete should never be negligent, you must integrate your skills with the style of the tournament, as Coach Carlo said. Adapting to the environment is the top priority. As a result, while honing some skills, I achieved significant improvements in my skills. Ho Young smiled and thought, everything is ready. Saturday, May 1st, the U15 national tournament officially began. There are a total of 20 teams participating in the first division, and the defending champion is CR Plagua. Among the participating teams, our team is Sao Paulo FC, and Santos FC, the team that recruited Daymar, is attracting attention. Our first match is against the U15 Grêmio team. They are in the middle of the rankings, making them an ideal first opponent. Ho Young turned his head to look at Roska. He remembered the scene of Coach Carlo folding his arms and saying, with the 4-3-1-2 tactical diagram, the key element in this strategy is the midfield. The coach continued, Ho Young and Roska, you two can do it. After thinking, he happily raised his hand and said, let us try our best. Hearing this, Roska shook hands with him. After finishing, the match was about to begin, everyone prepared to go out to the football field. Ho Young propped his hands on his hips and thought, the temperature is perfect, the ideal weather for a debut match. He continued to think, my role today is to keep the opponent at long range with long-range shots. Ho Young thought, I wonder if there are any difficult opponents. He sighed and thought, it seems that among the players today there is no one like that, if Luhan was here. The key player of Gremio, Luhan, could not compete today due to injury. Ho Young continued to think, there does not seem to be any special talents in Gremio, they probably only have the best stylish volley shot. He looked at the opponent, the notification board appeared, Enrique Nechuardo, talent possessed, football prodigy, B-, mobile feet, B, stylish volley shot. C+, decisive header, C, you can copy a talent if you meet the conditions. Condition 1, perform 2 tackles, condition 2, score a goal, he continued to think. It is good that the conditions are quite simple. Ho Young turned his head to the back. He saw Rosca's flame burning fiercely. Ho Young stopped blankly looking at him. Suddenly he felt uneasy and thought, it seems that this will be a pretty good debut match. Scene change, the ball was shot thanks to the players. Ho Young raised his hand to block the opponent and said, pass it back. The red-haired player shot to the teammate next to him. Ho Young thought, the results of our training are being clearly shown. 5 minutes into the match, we are still dominating but... The blonde player shot the ball strongly forward. A foot immediately blocked the ball. The opponent was moving while holding the ball. A loud voice rang out, run fast. Ho Young saw the scene just now and gaping in surprise and thought, their counterattack tempo is very fast, if the passing of dribbling is not accurate, the attack will not be successful. He eagerly ran very strongly towards the opponent and thought, it is true as expected from U15, the level is much higher, I am so happy. Gremio is using a muddy football style. Muddy football is a style of anti-football, disrupting opponents with rough play to make them foul. This is a very effective playing style against hot-tempered or mentally weak players, and as expected, Rosca was angry. Frenyu shouted loudly, Rosca, do not be greedy. The captain of the U15 FC Sao Paulo, Frenyu. Frenyu thought, we can hardly convert the shots, no, it will be okay, do not worry. He worried and thought, usually, as the captain, I feel a lot of pressure and responsibility, especially in an opening match like today. Frenyu thought to himself, but not anymore, because that person is here. The captain of FC Sao Paulo, centre-back Frenyu, with his excellent football acumen and experience, he leads the U15 team. Frenyu thought because Ho Young is in the attack, so if the pressure comes from the front, he can break the tempo with a long ball, because his heading ability is very reliable. He continued to think, even though it has only been a month since we were together, I have realized that his way of thinking is very deep. It is amazing that one person can carry the whole team. That boy is a monster in the true sense. Frenyu thought, with Ho Young, we can even touch the championship. He passed the ball forward. A teammate quickly caught it. Rosca prepared to catch the ball. Another teammate too. They were very focused on the ball. The opponent saw this and was surprised and thought, the midfielders are moving, how are they planning to attack? A shot was fired. A teammate shouted, Rosca. He ran very fast to catch the ball. He looked up towards the front. Rosca saw the opponent in front of him. He pondered, Hernandez is blocking, that is annoying, it will be very difficult to get through. Rosca saw Ho Young next to him. He saw him pointing his hand towards the right-hand side. He thought, switch to the right. Rosca looked at the right side being surrounded by many opponents and thought, the right side, the space is too tight. He looked at Ho Young and thought no, trust him. Immediately after, Rosca shot to the right and called out his name, Ho Young. He immediately scooped the ball. Ho Young prepared to pass the opponents in front of him. He gained momentum and rushed forward. In some magical way, Ho Young went through the players. The opponent suddenly froze, not believing his eyes. The teammates sitting waiting excitedly shouted, successfully broken through, go forward Ho Young. He was moving towards the opposing goalkeeper. Ho Young immediately gained momentum and prepared to shoot. His foot touched the ball. Ho Young thought to himself, definitely in. The ball rushed forward. The opposing goalkeeper could not catch it. The ball touched the enemy's net. Ho Young stopped and blankly looked at the scene before his eyes. The audience saw his performance was too excellent and shouted loudly. Ho Young excitedly clenched his hands tightly and shouted great. His teammates also shouted and praised him. Ho Young scored the opening goal. The opponent saw this and said blankly, he shot from a distance of 30 meters. The teammate next to him said in surprise, the speed is incredibly fast. Ho Young excitedly ran forward and thought to himself, my skills are still working well in U15. Coach Carlo suddenly discovered something. Ho Young happily rushed towards the coach and excitedly shouted, The system suddenly appeared, Frenyu's strong mid-range shot, C+3. The system appeared again, a strong mid-range shot through the gap, B-. Ho Young saw this and his eyes lit up and thought, is not this a talent that has never appeared? His talent developed. He excitedly made his cheeks flushed, he thought, I achieved this thanks to my own efforts, my first promotion. Ho Young looked up at his achievements and thought, so the remaining C-level talents, will they be promoted like this? He excitedly thought, his heart is beating erratically. The brown-haired opponent ran up and said, the coach reminded us not to give the opponent a shooting angle. The blonde teammate stuttered and said, sorry. The brown-haired guy pointed forward and reminded, focus, remember everything we have practiced. The two guys heard this and replied in unison, yes. Alec, the captain of Grêmio, a Brazilian, played as a winger. Alec said loudly, raise the formation and push forward, Nadardo, fall back to the second row and receive the ball. He thought to himself, even if we expand the wings, we still need to narrow the shooting angle as much as possible. That guy's specialty is mid-range shots. Ho Young, a player with strong penetration ability and excellent mid-range shots, a versatile player. Alec thought, both the coach and the players know his strengths, but they still can't stop him. He thought uncomfortably, he must be very happy, right? Alec continued to think, I will definitely stop him from scoring any more goals. We will counterattack with the team's characteristic muddy football strategy. He thought further, the audience may find it boring, but this is our best strategy. We will defeat you with our football. Alec secretly determined, I will not let things go according to their intentions. Ho Young looked at the two players in front of him with some surprise. They actually sent two people just to mark me and Rosca. It looks like a very tight marking pair, Ho Young. Rosca complained lightly and cursed in his stomach. They are marking really tightly, it is really annoying. This marking tactic made Wecker happy. No matter how good Ho Young and Rosca are, if they do not score, it is meaningless. We need to take the game right now. Wecker passed the ball to his teammate before Rosca had time to run. Ho Young hurriedly followed. After determining the appropriate landing point, Ho Young successfully stole the ball before the striker Wecker. The spectacular contest just now made Ho Young receive a shower of cheers from the fans. Ho Young continued to dribble the ball on the field. He was rushing to the goal without any obstacles. Ho Young passed the ball to Rosca. Realizing the danger was near, Wecker ordered his teammates to quickly block them and frantically chased after them. However, with the tight marking of the two teammates, not leaving him any space to escape, but Ho Young did not care much, focusing on leading the ball into the goal. In front there were people blocking tightly, behind there was not much difference. Wecker shouted a warning, where do you think you are going? In his head at this moment there was only one determination to block Ho Young's shot. Thinking like that, but it was difficult to stop. Out of options, the two of them had to play dirty, pushing Ho Young, who was running to the ground and even kicking his leg on purpose, causing Ho Young to be injured and disqualified from competing. Ho Young staggered for a moment. The referee's whistle sounded deafeningly. Ho Young's teammates were indignant with the opponent's behavior. They marked tightly. They were determined not to give him any space. The referee went to give Wecker a yellow card. The guy did not feel unlucky. On the contrary, he was secretly happy in his stomach. I got a yellow card, but at least I blocked that pass of theirs. In fact, this is beneficial to us. Wecker rolled his eyes and looked around the field and thought for a moment, we are very confident in the fixed situations in the penalty area. In the aerial battles, whoever gets the best position will win. Absorbed in his thoughts, he did not notice the match had started until Ho Young accidentally bumped into him. Wecker used all his strength to push Ho Young back but failed. Ho Young was still unharmed, making Wecker angry in his heart. This guy is stronger than I thought, but there is no way I am going to lose to a kid smaller than me. A teammate passed a beautiful kick towards Ho Young. Unconsciously, Ho Young stepped into Wecker's position, causing him to be pushed back a level. The ball fell towards them according to the inertia. Wecker could not step into the ball's position and became even more annoyed. Damn it, I was pushed back. At least I have to block his header. Who knows what Wecker did, but the ball from above Ho Young's head flew smoothly into the goal. The goalkeeper did not have time to react, and the ball went straight into the net. The shouting of the commentators caused the entire audience to cheer and congratulate. Sao Paulo FC scored the second goal, once again by Gu Ho Young. The teammates sitting in the stands immediately stood up and shouted non-stop. So many complimentary words were passed to Ho Young's ear. Ho Young is right, the pass was great. The shot was too beautiful. While everyone was happy because of FC Sao Paulo's goal, Wecker stood on one side annoyed. His face frowned with anger. Damn it, he is fast, strong and good at headers too. It is unbearable. Why is the world so unfair? At the same time, There was someone who had been watching Ho Young play the whole match. The guy looked at Ho Young with some hesitation. So this is the boy's first header goal in Brazil. Who would have thought Ho Young would have such amazing talent? To score a header goal with that height and also in his debut match, when did the boy's heading ability improve so fast? Looking at Ho Young, the guy immediately thought of a famous player. Romario can score with headers even though his height is limited, so it is not impossible, but that is thanks to Romario's special talent. Does Ho Young also have such a freakish talent like Romario? The guy imagined more and more and thought he was reasoning a bit too much, so he started to rein it in. No, comparing him with Romario is a bit too much. My expectations have been too high. The guy turned to talk to the head coach. We need to prepare a reward. Victor nodded immediately in agreement. It seemed that he had only been thinking about this, so when someone else suggested it, he agreed. However, one person's joy is another person's sorrow. Looking at the scoreboards, the Grêmio team only had a sad 0. This made the coach very headache. Things are serious here. Who would have thought that kid Gu Ho Young would play so well? Stopping Rosca alone is already difficult. Arvalho carefully instructed his students. In the second half we will increase the number of defensive players and switch to defending in a head-to-head format. Alexander, you need to stick to Gu Ho Young like glue to a mouse. Follow him non-stop even if you lose your position. Wecker nodded in agreement. After a while, the match continued. But one unexpected thing happened. Outside the calculations of both teachers and students, Arvalho. São Paulo FC changed positions right when the second half started. Gu Ho Young moved to the midfield. Rosca fell back to the defensive midfield. And a new striker, Douglas, entered the field. Grêmio was completely disrupted. Taking advantage of that opportunity, FC São Paulo invaded strongly. Wecker hastily ran after Ho Young. But no matter what he did, he still could not catch up, making Wecker want to vomit blood. And just a second later, Ho Young shot the ball straight into the net, successfully scoring the third goal for the São Paulo team.
Ho Young excitedly cheered.
In contrast, Wecker stood still like a statue and slowly said, "Impossible, is this the difference that talent brings?" Just then, the announcement ending the match also rang out. Victory naturally leaned towards the São Paulo FC team with an overwhelming score of 6-0, scoring a hat-trick right in the debut match. Ho Young brightly celebrated the victory with his teammates. He also could not believe that everything could go so smoothly and even scored a hat-trick. What a memorable memory. At this moment, the system showed a new skill for Ho Young. Stylish volley shot C+1. And thousands of other talent skills. Ho Young excitedly chose one of them. Perhaps I will soon be able to copy Rosca's talent. Looking forward to it so much, Ho Young happily went to the locker room. I do not know why everyone is standing gathered in the middle of the room. But there was someone praising non-stop, winning 6-0 right in the first match as expected from the best players of São Paulo FC. We should reward them with a worthy reward. Ho Young looked at the man who was rambling in front of him and realized in amazement. The one that I saw in the picture in the hallway in the training facility, Director Victor. Not only Ho Young but the other brothers also immediately recognized this director, but no one had the courage to go up and talk to him. While the bunch was still hesitating, Ho Young went straight up and naturally started talking to Victor. "It is an honor to meet you, Director." The unexpected action shocked the people on the team. I do not understand where he got the courage to go up and talk like that. But Victor was not a difficult person. He replied warmly to Ho Young, "You must be Ho Young. It is really an honor for an uncle like me to be recognized." Being treated enthusiastically by the director, Ho Young felt happy in his heart. Although he is the director, but he does not look like the type of person who is too serious. I am curious what the reward will be. Victor opened and suggested, "Is there anyone here who has ever wanted to visit Mobi?" Ho Young was surprised. Mobi is São Paulo's home ground. The remaining brothers were no less excited and quickly replied, "Of course, that is our dream stage." Victor took out a stack of tickets for everyone and said, "Good, then see you at Mobi tomorrow." This made the São Paulo players extremely happy and immediately cheered. "Thank you, Director, great." At this moment, Carlo called Ho Young from the outside. Then signaled for him to step out. At the lobby, there were several reporters standing waiting. An interview with Ho Young, who had scored a hat-trick in his debut match. Ho Young was very excited because this was his first interview in Brazil. "Please help me, everyone." The blonde reporter started to ask, "This is a historic moment, the first hat-trick in 18 years since Rivaldo. How do you feel now?" All the happiness and pride were revealed on Ho Young's face. "It is extremely great." His lovely attitude quickly made the reporters burst out laughing. They continued to ask, "Your first goal was a powerful long-range shot through a narrow gap. Was that your intention?" Ho Young nodded and replied, yes, I have always been confident in my speed and long-range shooting ability, so as soon as I saw the opportunity one shot it right away. The reporter recalled the moment after that. Very impressive, and after scoring the goal you ran straight to Coach Carlo. Is there any special reason? Ho Young calmly explained the action at that time, although he was the one who scored the goal, but I believe that it was the coach who created the opportunity for me to score the goal. The blonde guy nodded, so the goal was thanks to personal effort. Ho Young did not take the credit for himself but was also proud when mentioning his brothers in Sao Paulo. It was a goal obtained thanks to the coordination that our team had built up over the past month. Ho Young's answer made Carlo very satisfied. The group of reporters also had a different look at him. He is not only good at football but can also speak Portuguese fluently, and he also answers very humbly. The next day, Sunday, May 2nd, the town of Victoria Recife, the sports training facility. Monica looked at her two classmates excited because they were going to watch football, making her a little sad. Everyone will watch the football match today. I also want to watch local football. While she was bored, Monica was bothered by two classmates. They came to tease her. Monica, you can't watch the match because you do not have enough money to buy tickets. Right, we are going to watch with our parents. Monica is always alone. After speaking, they happily left. Monica sighed. Remembering the old days when she could watch football at home with her parents made Monica even more upset. At this moment she heard someone calling her name. It was Ho Young. He spread out 2 football tickets and excitedly invited her. Do you want to go watch the football match with me? Of course Monica agreed immediately. The two of them went to the stadium looking at the bustling crowd. The football atmosphere filled everywhere, making Monica unable to help but happily exclaim. So excited, it has been a long time since I have been here. I am really looking forward to it. This is the first time I have watched a live football match. Thank you for inviting me, Ho Young. Ho Young replied politely. It is nothing, you also helped me learn Portuguese. Just consider this my thank you. I also asked Maria but it seems she is busy. Oh, that is too bad. The two were happily talking when they met the 2 guys who had just teased Monica in class. Monica, it is Monica the isolated one. Ho Young did not care about them and immediately grabbed Monica's hand and pulled her straight away. Let us go, the match is about to start.
Ho Young's chivalrous action
Immediately made Monica's heart flutter. She shyly replied, okay. But Ho Young took Monica in the opposite direction of everyone, making her unable to help but wonder. Ho Young, where are we going? Ho Young pointed out 2 tickets and said implicitly, our seats are not in the normal area, the sideline area or the VIP area. After speaking, it made Monica even more confused. So where are we going? Ho Young took Monica to the location on the ticket, making her unable to help but exclaim, I can't believe it. It is Sky Lounge, the outdoor space. This is the most expensive location, more VIP than VIP. Ho Young went to his seat while Monica went to get snacks. He looked around and thought for a moment. There are about 20 minutes left before the match starts. There are many people here. Where are the coach and the director? Ho Young walked around the area. Suddenly his eyes stopped and bumped into 3 people on the audience. One person was Coach Carlo. One person was Director Victor. And there was another person. Who is that? Instead of thinking about it, Ho Young asked directly, hello. The white-haired man turned his head. It was Coach Ancelotti. The Italian Serie A Championship. This is Coach Ancelotti of AC Milan. He stared at Ho Young. Does this kid recognize me? Is he an international student?
Ho Young smiled lightly.
Suddenly his eyes lit up. He said, hey kid, you look quite sharp. Scene change on the football field. That son is Ricardo, he is still so great. Ancelotti sat observing and assessing, starting by pressuring the defenders of Santos. Truly a player worthy of AC Milan's attention. I hope he does not work too hard until he comes to Milan. Another person reassured, do not worry about that. After the opening match, we will arrange a schedule for him to maintain his form. Ancelotti said again, looking at Ricardo, I once again realized the admiration for the Brazilian players. It is no wonder that a large number of Brazilian players join the national teams. To the point that FIFA has to create naturalization terms. And the one who has trained a player like Ricardo is none other than Coach Carlo. He looked at him. I heard you train promising players every season. Can you reveal a little about the promising players this season? He replied, if it is a promising player then perhaps you have met that kid before. He associated with Ho Young, that Asian boy. Carlo said, you will meet that kid soon, on PSFC TV. Ho Young at this moment was still watching the football match attentively. He followed Ricardo's every step. In his heart he constantly praised Ricardo. Pele said he is the perfect star player. He deserves the title of the rising star of this era. Is he the model of a perfect creative player? A complete player, excellent in bursts of speed, a creative player who dominates and leads the attack. When can I copy his talent? I heard he is about to join AC Milan. I still have a long way to go before reaching his level. While watching intently, someone put food into his mouth. Monica said, "Silly, eat while watching." Ho-young did not accept it. "Why am I silly?" she teasingly teased. As expected of a silly football player, "Ho-young, are you also a fan of Ricardo?" He excitedly replied, "Of course, I also want to become a great player like him." He told himself, "But I still need to develop more." Watching the match at home I did not realize, but only when witnessing it with my own eyes am I truly surprised when the players run for 90 minutes. When will I be able to play for big teams? Ho-young was still focused on the match like that. Not knowing that Ancelotti behind him was paying attention to him, that boy is truly a promising talent of Sao Paulo, who will follow in Ricardo's footsteps. Frankly, it is hard to believe, but Carlo's eyes for discovering talent can't be doubted. I need to inform the scout in Brazil, for the future of AC Milan. In the blink of an eye it was the first week of May, when winter was coming to Sao Paulo. Even in the winter the temperature is only about 10 degrees Celsius, so training is not interrupted, so I spent all my time training, going home, going to school, then continuing to train. The fitness coach said, "If you do not manage yourselves well during the development phase, you will regret it later. Ho-young, you have firm muscles, but your ligaments and tendons are still weak. If you do not manage them early, your body balance will collapse. When the balance collapses, your body coordination will also decrease, and it will be difficult to withstand pressure." He then asked, "So that means I have a high risk of injury, right, sir?" He replied, "That is right. That means the cruciate ligament in your knee will be easily torn, especially your position requires sudden changes in direction and quick bursts of speed. So you need to be extremely careful. One wrong knee injury can end your entire career." Based on the advice of the fitness coach, I adjusted my diet, corrected my posture, practiced basic exercises to maintain balance and started all the movement therapies. He is now on the football field. He thought to himself, "There is still a lot to do. There are many talents that need to be developed, but there is too little time to train and developing balance is more important. This is the time to make a choice and focus on a better future." The stands were packed. Carlo seemed worried. The National League has gone halfway. The schedule is quite tight with training and matches, but the results have also come. Ho-young, who has been on the field in the second round of the National League this week, has scored 2 assists and helped his teammates win, and then Rosca passed the ball. Ho-young. He immediately received it. "Nice pass, Rosca." He thought to himself, his coordination with Rosca is getting better and better. Carlo was also much less stressed. The National League is no longer a concern. What is more important is the Super Championship next week. The Super Championship is a tournament where the champions of the regional leagues in the previous year compete to determine which team is the best in the country. Along with great prestige and stakes, comes a significant bonus. And our first opponent is Fluminense FC from the Rio de Janeiro Football Championship. With 29 championships, there are top players in the squad. Carlo called out, "Ho-young, Rosca. Starting today, you two will undergo special training aimed at Fluminense defense." Rosca was clearly excited. "Really, do they have excellent defenders?" He said, "Rosca, maybe you do not know this because you just joined at the beginning of the year, but Fluminense has a huge player who can play both striker and defender. So your role in the attack is extremely important." Ho-young was curious. "Who is it? Is it a player that I know?" Carlo flipped the list out. "Remember this name, you will face him at least 4 times this season. Carcelo, the creative master. A promising defender comparable to Robinho." The coach said, including the profile, characteristics and weaknesses, this is Carcelo's statistics report, as well as a comparison of the strengths of both teams. Ho-young and Rosca took the paper and read. For an amateur team this is also really impressive. According to this report, Sao Paulo's performance last year was much worse. The coach said again, the U15 team last year was heavily defeated by Carcelo. Ho-young was surprised. Only Carcelo alone, the answer must be that. Bringing Ho-young to the U15 team is not only to add a necessary striker to the team, but also because we need a solid mainstay, someone who can escape the pressure and counterattack the opponents. Defense. Carcelo's pressure comes from his instantaneous speed. He will not leave any space, sticking to the attacking players before they have the ball. Do you guys understand what I am saying? Ho-young spoke first. "So I need to run really fast to escape Carcelo's pressure, right sir, and at the same time put pressure on him from the attack so he can't get ahead." The coach was very satisfied with this answer. "Exactly, not only understanding the theory perfectly but the boy also proposed a solution. He also said, "But it is not that easy. Carcelo is not the only defender in the league. This is not an opponent that you can defeat with just theory. That is why your role is extremely important." He looked at Ho Young trustingly. Next he said to the other person, "Rosca, go to the tactical coach. Frenyu and Casimilo are waiting for you there." He immediately listened to the words. Only one person was left. The coach said, "Ho Young, you will have a personal training session." He was surprised. Personal training. He instructed, "Come to the first team's training ground tomorrow morning. I will introduce you to a good teacher." In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. The coach waved, "Long time no see, Ricardo." The guy saw him and was very happy. "Coach. Are you still healthy, sir?" He inquired again, "Is the transfer preparation still going smoothly?" Ricardo smiled. "The club has helped me a lot. I am just relaxing without doing much." He sighed, "But it seems you are not completely relaxed. I heard you were training all night yesterday. Perhaps some habits never change." He was embarrassed. "I just feel uneasy if I do not play football even for a day, just maintaining the minimum feeling of playing football." "So what do you want to ask for?" The coach said that, "I want to ask on behalf of the club, if you can guide a promising player until the day you leave. A one-on-one advisor, guide and consultant. Simply put, become a teacher." Ricardo replied, "I understand, you always ask that around this time. Last year I guided Douglas." "So who is it this time?" he hinted. "Saying it now will not be fun. The teacher has scheduled that boy to come here at 10 o'clock, so he should be coming soon." Walking and talking, at this moment the two of them arrived at the training room. Ricardo saw a figure. "I think he has arrived." The coach smiled. "That boy is always on time like that." Ho Young was practicing with the ball when he was unexpectedly approached by someone. "Hello." He also greeted back immediately. But when he looked closely at this face he was shocked. "I can't believe it, Ricardo. The star shining on the field is right in front of me." He wondered, so the person guiding me that the coach mentioned is Ricardo. At this moment a notification board appeared. On it was written his name along with some attributes. The possessed talents included the Prince of Football T, the playing style of the Prince U, dribbling like lightning S. The possessed talents, honest and kind nature a +2, amazing speed a +2, sculpted beauty a+, mid-range strength a+, flexible technique A, reliable finish A. Positive working rate a-. Ho Young was shocked. He is so good even before his peak. The Prince of Football, this nickname completely fits Ricardo, based on his appearance, personality, skills, and especially Ricardo's excellent playmaking ability. He has all the necessary skills of an attacking midfielder, and his ability to create chances and distribute the ball is top-notch. In short, he has contributed significantly to moving the ball with a flexible playing style. However, with such great talents the conditions must also be strict. After meeting the conditions, you can copy a talent. If the T-level talent is copied, a part of the feeling can be obtained. Note that it only applies after reaching 18 years old. Dribbling like lightning S needs to meet a hidden condition. Condition 1. Train together for more than 1,000 minutes. Condition 2. Learn experiences from Ricardo. Condition 3. Enter round B of the Super Championship. Condition 4. Be selected as MDM in the round of 16 of the Super Championship. Condition 5. Score 3 goals into Fluminense FC's net. Condition image. Unlocked after having copied a talent. Ricardo will go to AC Milan in June. Can I accumulate 1,000 minutes before that time? While thinking intently, the coach spoke up, "From today and for the next 4 weeks, your guide will be Ricardo." He heard this and was very happy. "I am Ho Young, please help me." He cheered in his heart. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It will definitely be a great experience. The clock was already showing 11:05. The two had been training together. Ho Young thought to himself, 1 hour of training, just basic exercises, but I have done it already. I know he is diligent enough to train even on his days off, but is not this a bit too difficult? I thought I had also tried hard, but there is still much to improve. The training intensity is too harsh for a 12-year-old body. But I must seize the opportunity when it comes. A pure heart, a calm mind, a strong determination and an enthusiastic spirit. He told himself, I can do it, I will succeed. I must persevere with all my strength. Ricardo seemed to understand what he was thinking, so he reassured, do not try too hard, this is only the first day. He replied, thank you for the advice, sir. But, Ricardo asked, but what? Ho Young said seriously, I also want to become a great player like you, Ricardo. He laughed, really. Now he understood Coach Carlo's intention. It is nothing. Ho Young still did not understand. He said, Ho Young, before entering serious training, then I will ask you a question. What position do you want to play in football? He replied, I want to lead the match. The answer seemed to satisfy him. You have the qualities of a creative player. A creative player is a player who determines the attacking routes, controls the tempo of the match and creates plays based on the ability to read the situation. Ribery, Zidane, Maradona, Messi, Ronaldinho, Ho Young become a player who can take on the roles of winger, attacking midfielder and false striker like Ronaldinho. He adjusted the obstacle, so then. Let us see if you have potential first. Ricardo asked, we have to see if you have the qualities. Ho Young was nervous qualities. He explained, the qualities of a playmaker are divided into 4 types: intuition, decisiveness, judgment, and foresight. Sometimes you have to fall back to the midfield to receive the ball, and sometimes you need to create passes by actively moving off the ball. He asked, the basics of playmaking start with keeping the ball, right? Ricardo nodded in praise. Exactly, keeping the ball is the first step. Even though ball retention is not the most important thing, you still need to be able to receive the ball well first. So, let us start by evaluating your judgment and foresight. Stand there, and when I pass the ball, run to receive it. Ho Young immediately obeyed. He thought to himself, it is similar to a drill I often do with Rosca. Ricardo said, it may sound simple, but it is much harder than it looks. Since we are using training cones, we can't just rely on speed to receive the pass. It is important to have a wide view. Moreover, Ho Young is only 12 years old. We have never trained together before, so it will be quite challenging for him to receive my pass. He reminded, focus on the player, not the ball. If you only look at the ball, it will be too late. Let us start with a difficult pass. The ball was kicked with frightening speed. Ricardo thought, he might not catch it. But Ho Young's speed was not to be underestimated. He bypassed the training cones. Finally, he successfully received the ball. Ricardo could not believe his eyes. His reaction might not be amazing, but his speed is impressive. I am starting to understand why Coach Carlo assigned me to be his mentor. He was much more excited. Let us continue. Quickly get back into position.
Ho Young listened.
The ball was kicked again. Ricardo took a running start first. Then kicked even harder than before. Ho Young maintained the same speed as before. Successfully received the ball. They did it several more times. He trained until he was soaked in sweat. Finally, he was exhausted, reaching his limit, Ho Young said to himself. Ricardo laughed, it is okay, you did very well, so sit down and rest. However, he stubbornly said, I am fine. He replied, it is okay, we will start again in 10 minutes, so just take a break. Hearing that, he sat down to rest with peace of mind. Ricardo thought, he is doing much better than I thought. More importantly, he reads the rhythm of the passes very well. Moreover, he has a strong will and determination. It feels like looking at a younger version of myself. His soccer skills will improve more and more. Suddenly, Ho Young asked, should not you rest too? Isn't this your recovery time? Hearing that, Ricardo sat down next to him. Are you worried about me now? Are you really only 12 years old? People should be diligent. That is the only way to truly persevere when facing bigger tasks. Then he smiled.
Ho Young stared blankly.
He rubbed his eyes. As expected, it is superstar Ricardo. Then, as if re-energized, he stood up. Let us start again. He was satisfied. Very good. Diligence always yields results, whether in skills or anything else. So, should we try a different exercise this time? I heard the next match is quite important. Ho Young replied, yes, there is a defender on the opposing team named Carcelo. The coach said he is a perfect defender, even among the top players in the U15 league. Ricardo rubbed his chin. Carcelo, if the coach said so, maybe we will play together on the national team someday. He thought that would be great, amazing. Ricardo will be on the same team as Carcelo in the future. His vision is impressive. He said, then let us strategize how to deal with him. Predicting the opponent's play and reacting accordingly is an important skill for a playmaker. Ho Young replied, yes. According to Coach Carlo's belief that half-hearted guidance is worse than no guidance at all, Ho Young spent more than half a day following Ricardo like a second shadow. They stayed together every moment until Ricardo went home, learning how to manage his mentality and training regimens, besides playing soccer. He also regularly attended the team's training sessions, making the most of this precious time. On the 4th day of mentoring, Ricardo said, actually, I grew up in fairly favorable circumstances, so I only played soccer as a hobby. But at some point, it became my dream. I really like soccer, and I realized that to enjoy it even more, I had to improve my skills. Every night I went to the field to jump rope, kick the ball, and go swimming in the early morning. Ho Young said, and that is when you started to stand out. He retorted, no, I was still sitting on the bench until I was 14. He was very surprised, really. He said, there were days when the coach and my parents pressured me to give up, but I never did. Then in that year, I had a breakthrough and led the U15 team to victory.
Ho Young admired.
Then at the age of 18, I had a serious accident and suffered a spinal injury. The doctor said I would not be able to play soccer anymore, but I had faith in myself. Ho Young said again, and miraculously, you came back. This has made you the player you are today. Suddenly, he patted him on the shoulder. That is what I wanted to say. You are younger than I was then, and you are very skilled. So Ho Young, you need to believe in yourself. And remember, you have 10 players behind you supporting you. Diligence will allow you to focus entirely on soccer. He smiled happily. He is truly a great role model. Being around Ricardo makes me feel it more clearly. Then he said with determination, yes, thank you very much for your advice. Ricardo stood up. Now let us talk about how to stop Carcelo. Ho Young asked, the most important thing is to find a way to escape Carcelo's pressure, right? He confirmed, that is right, this is a technique I often use. When I was in the U15 league, there was a formidable defender named Valves. On the day of the match, the stands were packed, quite lively, the person next to him nodded, indeed, quite crowded for a youth match. They must have read the article, Cavallo Marinho, Ho Young, will this kid become a dragon? 2 people cheered, there he is. Let us see how this promising player performs today. The match has officially started. The formidable opponent is also here. Looking extremely healthy at first glance. Ho Young thought, that is Carcelo, rough but agile. By the way, his talent is. Carcelo, talent possessed includes, soccer prodigy A, dynamic overlap A-, excellent ball control B+2, agile dribbling B, sharp passing B, accurate tackling C+3. Team play organization C+2, graceful rhythm C+2, distinct Marseille turn C+. If the conditions are met, you can copy a talent. Condition 1 is breaking through 3 times. Condition 2, scoring a goal. Condition 3, winning the match. Fluminense's playstyle is solid defense and transition with a single counterattack. Everything revolves around Carcelo, but Ricardo said, observation is also an important quality for a playmaker. Ho Young thought, there are still gaps to exploit. He dribbles agilely, and is very good at controlling the ball so he can keep the ball for a long time. He is also good at tackling, so he is confident he can win back the ball even if it is stolen. Ho Young ran up Rosca, when I signal, mark number 2 closely, okay, he agreed. In front of Carcelo is his teammate. He waved to signal, here. He secretly rejoiced, great. But at this moment, Rosca was marking according to Ho Young's instructions. Carcelo exclaimed, a surprise mark, should I dribble from here, or pass it forward? His foot moved gradually. Unexpectedly, Ho Young suddenly appeared right in front of him. What is even stranger is that he does not look stressed at all. Carcelo started to worry, since when did he get so close? There is no time to go around anymore. Is this why he had Rosca pressure in front? But no way, do not even think about stopping me with just this. He quickly took a few steps back. If I evade by dribbling, his strategy will become meaningless. His teammate shouted, great, pass it. But at this moment, something stopped him. That person is Ho Young, not only applying pressure but also making physical contact. He cursed inwardly, damn it, why is this guy so persistent? Before long, he won the ball. He was extremely nervous, it is as fast and solid as a rock, damn it. Ho Young was much more confident, just like he said. Players like Carcelo are usually weak against collisions, so just apply strong pressure. He glanced, what is this? I can see Rosca is also entering the penalty area. Something flashed in his head, the flexibility of the midfield commander. Thanks to the flexibility of the midfield commander, my vision has improved. Then he passed the ball, Rosca. He successfully received the ball. Ho Young's speed is astonishing. Rosca passed it back to him. He praised, nice pass. Everyone on the other team was nervous. we have to block it at all costs. At this time, Ho Young decided to use artistic instep kick C+. I will execute this instep kick. Without hesitating, he did it right away. The ball flew over the other team's number 1 player. He was shocked, an instep kick right now. The result showed the ball in the net. The audience cheered loudly, an early goal. Carlo was very satisfied, not only decisively breaking through but also playing very versatile. Stable and does not waste stamina, a model play style. The 1-2 passes were also very sharp. The timing of the coordination was perfect, as if they had practiced many times. Carcelo felt frustrated. Damn it, who is that guy? The clock ticked, the first half ended. Carcelo angrily kicked things around. He thought, if we can win here, the road to the finals will be really easy. Damn it. Carcelo thought back to the moment. Conceding a goal was not a big deal, we can still turn the tide. But the problem here is probably Gu Ho Young. Carcelo felt he definitely could not lose to a kid this time. If he did, he would continue to humiliate our team. After 20 minutes, the match continued into the second half. Both teams continued to fight for the ball. It seemed Carcelo's team was starting to switch to offense. His teammate immediately received a yellow card from the referee for acting rudely towards the opponent. Carcelo thought if they were deliberately provoking the phases and collisions, he must reassure his teammates and called out loudly, "Everyone calm down, do not get dragged into their rhythm." His coach was secretly thinking these kids are using a tactic similar to Gremio's mud soccer. This will make it difficult for the other team to play aggressively. But we have to seize this opportunity, prepare to make a substitution. Douglas was the one who was substituted this time. It seemed the audience was the most excited in the stands. The referee announced Sao Paulo Club is making a substitution. The one entering the field is Douglas. They seem to be aiming to score more goals.
Douglas signaled to Ho Young.
Ho Young immediately understood and distributed everyone to spread out more. Everyone seemed to understand and catch up with the formation. On the left wing, Rosca also understood clearly. On Ho Young's side, he was thinking about tactics and understanding the opponent. Carcelo was moving very quickly and actively, but the ball distribution was not smooth. We still have to widen the gap before they counterattack. He pondered. If he closed his eyes and distributed the entire field. Then the second and third lines are too far apart, the flow is interrupted there. So Ho Young called Douglas to move back a bit more to receive the ball and pass it short and fast too. Clearly understanding the situation, Captain Douglas started running very quickly to the designated position. The Sao Paulo club clearly recognized the dangerous situation and felt something was wrong. Why were they running around like that? Don't let it happen as they want, and he ran after to block Douglas's ball. Which striker will the ball reach? A short but bold pass from Ho Young towards Douglas. He caught up with the pass and passed it to his teammate. Everyone was amazed because Sao Paulo's passing style was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, thanks to Douglas's efforts, most of the pressure from the opponent was dispersed. But if Douglas pushes to the front line, I can break through if I calculate the timing accurately. The ball is being held under Douglas's feet. Finally, Ho Young caught the signal. With Douglas, what are they going to do next? Douglas passed the ball to Ho Young. Catching the ball frequency quickly, it reached Ho Young's side. He rushed forward very quickly. Standing in front of the opponent's goal, the Sao Paulo striker prepared to break the net. Although he blocked his pass. But the cheers of the audience rang out, there was no doubt anymore. He scored, everyone on the Sao Paulo team was very worried. Carcelo could not do anything right now. Their mood went down, while Ho Young was celebrating the victory of the goal just scored. Ho Young started making celebration poses. In front of the audience and teammates. The match was skewed to one side from there. The club's defensive matrix was invincible, there seemed to be too many loopholes allowing Ho Young to break through many times. Carcelo tried to counterattack, but could not score because their basic defense had collapsed. He did not even have a chance to use his overlapping skills. In the end, the match ended. Sao Paulo won with a score of 2-0. Scoring 2 goals, Ho Young is indeed a promising rookie. Ho Young also thought to himself seeing the results of training is really satisfying. No matter how difficult it is to prepare for each match. With this sense of achievement, I can completely continue to move forward. The Sao Paulo coach immediately congratulated Ho Young and acknowledged his achievements. At the Sao Paulo club meeting room, Ho Young seemed to be pondering something. Before the system, if I have to choose from these, Soccer Prodigy is definitely better, right? We will face Carcelo 3 more times this season, so I can take my time with his other talents. The system has upgraded him to Soccer Prodigy 1 level, but it will take 15 days to completely copy this talent. You cannot copy other talents during this time. Ho Young thought, this start is good. If we can get to the semi-finals, these will be a few free tickets to the finals. The audience also cheered for his performance just now a lot, which made his heart beat faster. It is not just thanks to talent that we actually won, which makes him even happier. On the street at this moment, someone was sitting in a corner of the restaurant. He was drinking tea but seemed to be sweating. He is Soriano, reporting on the situation. According to what he observed, there are many promising talents this year. The number of scouting reports he has to write is piling up. But in addition to reports, he also needs to work on youth scouting and player transfer negotiations. The work just piled up into a mountain. 2 female employees seemed to be whispering and gossiping about him, and he did not seem to care much. He was trying to start with the important things first. Considering Carcelo, the boy lost to the newly emerging rank kid. Exactly, that boy is Ho Young. A complete report about him. 3 days after the National League match, Soriano also came to observe the situation today. He thought first, Santos will meet Curitiba. And as he observed, the audience is mainly friends, family, and journalists in large numbers. Everyone is focused on a single player. An explosive pass. One of the promising players, Daymar. He is the most watched player in this match. But after Antonio Soriano observed him for about a year, it seems that he still lacks stamina, but he is a well-balanced player. Excellent flexibility, eye-catching technique, and subtly controlled passing. He has the perfect combination of smooth physique and outstanding technique characteristic of Brazilians. The match ended with Santos winning overwhelmingly with a score of 3-0. As everyone expected, Santos easily won. Antonio Soriano predicts that Santos is very likely to win the championship this year. The next match is between Santos and São Paulo. This match is indeed very exciting and dramatic because there are as many as 4 players to watch. The first is Casimiro. Next is Douglas. Then striker Rosca. And finally, Ho Young. He wondered what kind of play these 4 monsters would show. After the half-time break ended, Antonio Soriano was very interested this time because after reading Ho Young's profile, this kid is excellent. His basic skills are very solid, and he has unique movements. Not only does he create attacking situations like a midfielder, but he can also take on many different positions. 9 successful dribbles, 3 shots on target, even though he was substituted after about 60 minutes, it is unbelievable. Perhaps it is to prepare for the second leg of the championship. With innate talent, quality skills, and physical abilities, he can compete well even at the professional level. Antonio Soriano could not believe his eyes and could not wait to meet him. Time passed quickly, and it was dusk. Ho Young and everyone were discussing today's match, a perfect victory. He said, "We executed set pieces very well, let us win the next match together." The whole team was in a state of unity and high determination. The same was true for Douglas and Casimiro. Then the whole team separated and went home to rest. On the way home, Ho Young was thinking, overall it was quite good, but the scoring ability was a bit disappointing. If I had not been substituted, I could have scored another goal. It is a pity. He thought that next time he would have to learn scoring skills from him. The season is still long. Because there are countless talents in the world, so there is no need to rush. On the way, Antonio Soriano appeared like a multi-level marketer behind Ho Young. Ho Young was startled and turned around. Then he saw him smiling and greeting him and handing him a business card. He said he came to learn more about him. Ho Young started holding the business card and considering his credibility. Unexpectedly, he came from Spain. Antonio Soriano joked, surprised, but do not worry too much about it. Just remember that a soccer team in Spain values your talent very much. After saying that, he greeted him and turned away. 4 days later, after a 5-hour flight, we arrived at the club's meeting room. The coach began to clarify the tactics this time. We have saved our strength while competing in the National League for today's rematch with Fluminense Club. Last time we won 2-0, but they won't sit still. Moreover, this is their home field, so just a little carelessness can lead to serious consequences. If we win, the road to the finals will be much easier. Whether we win, draw, or lose by just one goal, one of these three results will help us advance to the Super Championship quarterfinals. So, show the strength of Brazil. Finally, the two teams took to the field, greeting each other before the match. Carcelo this time was very determined and not easy to overcome. Ho-young shook hands with Carcelo, but he held his hand very tightly. Indeed, with that attitude, it is easy to recognize that he is doing it on purpose. So Ho-young was determined not to lose in this match. This is the opportunity to get Gaga's talent and enter the Super Championship quarterfinals. And Carcelo's masterful talent too. Could it be because I copied Soccer Prodigy that the difficulty of the condition seems to have decreased? This time it is personal skills. The referee blew the whistle, the match started, and both teams rushed to grab the ball. São Paulo had the ball stolen by the opponent first. This time the opponent strengthened the attack by using a winger with a 4-4-2 tactic. This must be a tactic used to deal with São Paulo, who uses a very narrow and closed field. Carcelo is the right winger. Are they planning to attack from that side? Even with two marking one, they could not get past Speed Demon Douglas. Ho-young watched from afar and thought, indeed, the home team is usually very enthusiastic, but they do not need to attack like that, as if facing a mortal enemy. They are as fierce as if their lives depended on it. Things are about to get serious. We are having difficulty gaining an advantage in the midfield. Our tactics are not working effectively. The teammate on the other side tripped Rosca. Someone as hot-tempered as him started acting against the opponent. Even though Ho-young reminded him to be careful. But it was too late. Because of fighting for the ball, he fell. Both people fell at the same time. The referee ran over to observe the situation. And gave him a red card. Damn it, Rosca made a big mistake. Ho-young was shocked. But this is unreasonable. Rosca only made a mistake when trying to regain his balance. It was clearly an accident, but he got a red card. Clearly, the red card is for unacceptable or violent behavior clearly aimed at obstructing a scoring opportunity. Not only is he simply kicked out. In the Super Championship, a player who is kicked out with a red card will be suspended for the next 2 matches. Even if we advance to the quarterfinals, Rosca will not be able to participate in the matches. The referee told him to quickly give him his name. But it was hard to accept, so Rosca argued that it was an accident and not intentional at all. But the referee angrily shouted, "This is your last warning, please give your name." Rosca became even more angry. But he was awakened by Ho-young, telling him to do what he asked first. Because the referee has made a decision, protesting will only increase the penalty. After he gave his name, the referee immediately invited him off the field. Ho-young was thinking that protesting the referee is never a wise decision. He must have been well educated about this during training. I can't bear Rosca getting a red card. Finally, Rosca had to leave the field in silence. He must be feeling disappointed, but the whole team is also very angry. Because they had a special 4-day training session for this match, our efforts, including bloodshed, are being crushed for unfair reasons. No matter how strong the home field advantage is, it is just luck. Indeed, luck is a skill. So Ho-young decided, if that is the case, then we will face them with our own strength. We will win at all costs. Rosca got a red card, so we lost one person. Phi knew, the coach called him from afar, reminding him of the previous conversation. Giving up control of the ball is okay, but you need to focus on cutting off passes and not revealing shooting angles to avoid unnecessary collisions, Coach Carlo reminded him. We will play the false 9 tactic, pushing Douglas back and letting Ho-young play in the false 9 position. Yes, sir. Carlo thought intently, outlining some specific strategies. The false 9, a versatile role, the position is center forward, but in reality, he falls back to support the midfield. In other words, a midfielder disguised as a forward. To assist in organizing the plays, Ho-young has a great responsibility when counterattacking. Attacking, defending, and even the battles in the middle of the field, our only hope is Ho-young. How will São Paulo FC overcome the crisis? Ho-young ran non-stop, determined not to let down the coach's trust. Supporting the midfielders in the central positions, sometimes even falling deeper to follow the defenders closely. He actively participated in defense, helping to block balls and reckless collisions, and then he realized. We will just lose if we continue like this. The gap Rosca left is too big. No matter how much we increase the defense, the opponent can still increase the attack. Not only that. Carcelo is advancing towards the wing. Carcelo is at his peak, and today he is running all over the field. Compared to the last time we faced him, he is a completely different person. A goal for Fluminense FC. In the stands, everyone felt satisfied with his performance. Well done Carcelo, great, the opponent is shrinking back, do not let them score any goals. Ho Young panicked, it is getting worse, everyone focus, we can win. Fluminense, the stands were all calling out his team's name. Not only their rough play style, but also the boos of everyone in the stands made everyone panic, even our team captain Frenyu. A quick ball flew straight into the net. Carcelo scored again, endless cheers, another goal for Fluminense FC. And the first half ended. The Fluminense FC team was leading 2-0, Ho Young sighed, he was thinking deeply. Sao Paulo FC's locker room. Damn it, a punch straight into the locker. How can this be? Frenyu did not understand even more, those bastards are overwhelming us. Cowards, Rosca gritted his teeth. The door suddenly opened. Coach Carlo, Rosca was startled and turned around. He walked in and sighed. How pathetic, what are you doing? Coach Carlo shouted loudly. The whole team gathered and looked at the coach. Why does everyone look so scared? What are you afraid of? The coach could not stand seeing his students in such a tense state. Well, Frenyu hesitantly replied, it feels like just a light collision will be called a foul, so we have to play very carefully unconsciously. It is true that I told you to be careful with collisions, but did I tell you to play passively? This is not a rare situation. You may still be young players, but this is almost a semi-professional match. Carlo encouraged the players on the team. Have you forgotten all the lessons about professional thinking? Coach Carlo encouraged the morale of the team. No matter what happens, losing motivation is unacceptable. I think you understand, the children replied in unison, yes. I understand your actions, he clenched his fist, but our fans and club do not. Our goal is to win. Coach Carlo's loud shout made the players regain their spirit. To achieve that, at least you have to show everything you have prepared. Yes, the children regained their determined form. Ho Young, the coach came to him before it was time to go on the field, yes. You did a great job just now. If you had not intervened, Rosca could have been suspended for 3 matches. But because of that, everyone could not put pressure on the opponent properly, so everyone was scared. Even so, everyone played passively. So you need to use your brain more actively. That is why I put you at false 9. It may be difficult with the current situation, but your role is very important. I understand, coach. Outside the hallway, Rosca was waiting at the door. Hey, he called when he saw Ho Young had arrived. Why did you stop me just now? You should have let me handle it myself. Anyway, thank you. And please try for me too. Okay, now Ho Young's heart is full of determination to win. Of course, leave it to me. Both the match at home and away is the match with Sao Paulo FC's home. Then the current score of Fluminense FC is currently 2-2. If Sao Paulo FC breaks the net with one more goal, they will be eliminated. If it ends like this, it will proceed to a penalty shootout. Every move of the players in the second half will determine the outcome. There are no signs that Sao Paulo FC is being overwhelmed anymore. Their movements are very different from the match in the first half. Especially team captain Frenyu, he is focused on coordinating the defense carefully. Frenyu, do not feel pressured. On the field, Ho Young ran past him to reassure him that he was more stable. We will hold the midfield. It is okay, Frenyu also encouraged himself, because I have reliable teammates. Rafinha, press lightly, Santoro will shield from the front. Wing defender Rafinha replied, I understand. Leave it to me, Santoro nodded. Sao Paulo FC is marking Carcelo closely here, they are determined not to let any attack slip through. Carcelo was a little surprised by the opposing team's unusual actions. You are not allowed to pass. Santoro's energy was burning brightly. Damn it, I can't penetrate and they are not committing any fouls either. Has their movement changed since the second half started? Sao Paulo FC's defense is holding the ball very fiercely. Fluminense FC cannot attack. The audience still cheered and encouraged, do not back down, charge. Everyone unconsciously became passive. Ho Young thought as he ran, but with strong will, they are gradually overcoming it and fighting as a team. I have to really work harder too. And right now, the most important thing is defense. Defense is the key to turning the tide for Sao Paulo FC in this disadvantageous situation. However, Ho Young seemed to notice something. Carcelo is quite cunning. Even with double marking, the left wing is still gradually being penetrated. However, we can't form a defense with only 3 people either. The right wing will collapse. And the bigger problem is strength. With only 10 players, the burden of strength is very heavy. The situation will get worse and worse later on. 25 minutes into the second half, the Sao Paulo FC players became tired. The stamina of this side cannot match Fluminense FC. Watching from afar, the coach of Fluminense FC Cat Viejo smiled. As expected, we have the advantage in both quantity and stamina. Now is the time to push the attack. A strong person's tactic aimed at the moment of weakness of the opponent. The opposing team began to push the ball more. Quickly spread out, widen the field as much as possible. Damn it, Rafinha was overtaken by Carcelo.
Fluminense FC penetrated São Paulo FC's shosted defense.
No, Carcelo broke through Santoro's encirclement in an instant. It is not good. If we continue like this, they will score, Ho Young's captain worried. Carcelo quickly kicked the ball into the net before Santoro caught up. Fluminense FC took another shot. But fortunately, the goalkeeper blocked it. Almost, it should have gone in, the audience in the stands discussed animatedly. Fluminense FC continued to attack non-stop with abundant power. Another shot. But luckily it did not go in, it hit the frame and bounced out. However, Fluminense FC continued to launch incredibly effective shots. 10 minutes left. I need to think. Carcelo, I have to stop him, Ho Young was thinking, not knowing what to do. Try to endure until extra time, there are less than 10 minutes left. Pain can be shared, no matter what, we must be united, Coach Carlos shouted loudly to encourage the players, the whole team must support each other.
Fluminense FC replied, understood.
If the body reacts passively, then the mind must be active, Ho Young thought and thought, let us think about how to escape. The biggest problem is Carcelo on the left wing. If we can contain the left wing, we can balance the defense to some extent, and Carcelo is constantly targeting Santoro on the left, it will be no surprise if we are penetrated at any time. We need to have a breakthrough plan, it must be something that can withstand an attack from him. An idea flashed in Ho Young's head. Alright, there is nothing to lose by trying, win or lose. Go Fluminense, block them right there, the stands were noisy with cheers for the opposing side. Carcelo was still giving it his all, seizing the ball quickly. They are exhausted. No matter what, we have the advantage in stamina. Moreover, Ho Young is having difficulty because he has to cover Rosca's position as well. He can't play well in this situation. Locker room after the first half, Sao Paulo FC's stamina will soon reach its limit. They will soon be exhausted. In the second half, let us increase the speed to escape their pressure, and at the same time, let us unleash the attack on a large scale. Yes, sir, the Fluminense FC players said in unison. Score another goal, we will definitely win. And the opponent is starting to speed up, it seems they have planned to deliver the decisive blow. Carcelo, then his teammate from Fluminense FC kicked the ball over. Santu, the guy marking me must be exhausted too. I will penetrate at this point. But unexpectedly, Ho Young ran across and kicked the ball to the side. Instead of the exhausted Santu, the one with good stamina, Ho Young, is now defending. Carcelo is realizing a plan. Are they giving up attacking and dragging the match into a penalty shootout? Carcelo smiled, they want to play like that. Ho Young's skills are so impressive that I wish he was on my team. But because he is an opponent, if I defeat him, I will become the center of attention. I can score points with the scouts and lead my team to victory. This time, I will defeat you, Ho Young. The 37th minute of the second half. Carcelo and Ho Young were fighting for the ball. Ho Young was still pressing closely on Carcelo. Do not be afraid, Carcelo reassured himself. You just need to get past him. Go ahead, try to tackle me. Ho Young realized something. Ho Young pressed closely, but there was no contact with the opponent. He is avoiding fouling me, that is okay, there are many other ways. I do not necessarily have to win this battle. I will get past without trying too hard. Carcelo timed it and kicked the ball away. Pass it back, Carcelo shouted. But it was too late, Ho Young ran over and quickly brushed the ball away. He reacted too quickly, did he guess where I was going to pass the ball? You should have opened the passing angle more, sorry. No, I am the one who needs to be more patient. Carcelo, although angry, still reassured himself. There is not much time left. We have to resolve this in extra time. Run. Sao Paulo FC is attacking with high spirits. There is only 1 minute left until the two halves end. Ho Young is running as hard as he can. It does not matter how low the ball possession rate is or how many players are sent off. The side that scores more goals will win. Even if there is only 1 minute left, the final match will be decided by the goal, Coach Carlo mused. Santu is holding the ball. He is being marked right next to him by an opponent. Here, Ho Young shouted quickly. Santa passed the ball to Ho Young. Their coordination was perfect. Go, it is a counterattack. The audience in the stands cheered loudly. It is not good, we can't let him pass. Ho Young shot the ball smoothly. Ho Young of Sao Paulo FC, how can he maintain such speed from the beginning to the end of the match? He is penetrating with incredible speed. In the stands, everyone was surprised by his speed. I have been running around like an ant and my legs feel like they are falling off. Ho Young was also closely marked by the opponent. But he still broke through the encirclement and rushed forward. But there is still 1 minute left. I still have enough strength for one last burst.
São Paulo FC starts a counter-attack.
Sao Paulo FC is counter-attacking.
Fall back, lose control of the ball, commit a foul. These were the words that the audience shouted for his team. Even so, Ho Young was trying his best to make this counterattack successful. He was exhausted, and his strength was running out, almost reaching the limit. It felt like my heart was about to explode, my breathing was panting, and my legs felt like they could not bear it. Not only me, but my teammates must be enduring the same thing. Only for this counterattack. Ho Young closed his eyes tightly. He recalled the past. This was much more difficult than before compared to the match that had lasted until extra time. It felt like at this moment we were only moving according to our will. Keep your mind calm, your body strong, and your heart burning. This is unreasonable. They still have strength at this point. It is too unreasonable. Carcelo could not believe his eyes. At this time, Ho Young was not far from the goal. The defense had been completely eliminated. Santu was entering the penalty area from the outside. The opponent's goalkeeper was shocked. I will go straight to the goal. Ho Young started the attack, a shot straight into the goal. The ball rolled past the goalkeeper's feet. He broke through. Incredible. Sao Paulo FC, a first goal. The players sitting on the defense stood up and shouted, "We can advance to the quarterfinals." That kid, Ho Young, really scored. There is no doubt that he is a monster. Ho Young smiled contentedly. Great. Shoo, Ho Young's voice rang out. Suddenly, Ho Young felt something strange around him. Golden rays flashed past. Ho Young was stunned. He gaped and looked up ahead. Burning will. My talent has just been awakened and it is rank A. I have been observing my teammates for a year, but it is rare to awaken a talent late in life. And there are some cases where it takes many years, but I did it. But is this talent I received from hard work or has it always been hidden within me? And one thing is certain, this is not the end and this means I have unlimited potential for growth. I have gained strong mental strength with this burning willpower. The match continues. Captain Frenu shouted, "The match is not over yet, even if we are leading 3-2, let us keep our spirits up until the last minute." Understood, the whole team replied in unison. Carcelo stood frozen in place. He looked annoyed. Also very angry with himself. The match ended. Sao Paulo FC advances to the quarterfinals of the Super Championship. The commentator's voice rang out in the joyful cheers of the whole team with a total score of 3-2. The whole group surrounded Ho Young again. Even the reserve players celebrated the victory. Rosca also secretly thanked Ho Young and the team for playing their best for him. Great, Ho Young smiled. I have successfully obtained Carcelo's talent. Without hesitation, I also chose excellent dribbling. I will copy agile dribbling if we clash in the next confrontation. We are likely to face each other a little, but we are likely to face each other at least twice in the next season. In that sense, he is really a good friend. I have advanced to the quarterfinals and also obtained Carcelo's talent. In the stands, Carcelo was thinking deeply after the match. Damn it, I was so close to the goal. Because the scouts are definitely watching and it is an opportunity to be recognized, really. Carcelo was heartbroken about his own subjectivity when an arm reached out. Ho Young appeared, Carcelo was stunned. You. Exchanging uniforms. Ho Young held out his team's jersey towards him. I did not expect to be comforted by this kid. Carcelo hesitated and wiped away his tears. He also took off his uniform, handed it to Ho Young and admitted defeat. I will never forget today's match. I will also use the experience as a stepping stone and become stronger. In the locker room. Coach Carlo was waiting. You played very well. But we have just advanced to the quarterfinals. We cannot be careless, and there are still many matches ahead. In addition to the National League, there is also the regional competition this June, and the European Championship will start in December. Be prepared, Ho Young eagerly replied yes. European Championship. The more Ho Young thought, the more excited he became. I will meet many talented and promising players from other countries. Just consider it a talent buffet, right? I can't wait for that time. By the way, Ho Young, the coach called his name. You should go out to the stands for a bit. Someone has come here to see you. Yes, Ho Young thought, who could it be? Outside the stands. Here, Ho Young, someone waved to call him over. My name is Hwang Tae-suk. Do you remember me? When I returned to Korea from last year, he was the journalist who came to the airport to report on my story. Of course I remember. I greet you. I am in Brazil as a special correspondent for the 2014 World Cup, and then I heard that you were competing today, so I decided to stop by. Thank you for coming, Ho Young replied politely. No, I am the one who should be thanking you. You have given me the inspiration to write articles. Ho Young, you have become quite famous. But I think the response was even more enthusiastic after this article. Do you feel pressured? Not at all. Dealing with expectations and anxieties is part of becoming a professional player. I am really very grateful. But please do not edit it in a malicious way. You know, it would be like this. Ho Young showed him. Do not worry about that. Now then, Hwang Tae-suk announced. Let us start a really good interview. Since we are almost done, let me ask you one more thing. I know you have a close relationship with Coach Chap. If he asks you to join the youth team in the future, would you agree? Yes, of course, that is what every player dreams of. And to learn from Coach Chap, being selected for the national team is mandatory. I will postpone my trip to Europe for that. So what is your future plan, Europe or a professional debut at Sao Paulo FC? I am just focusing on the present. Are you avoiding the question? All right. Let us end the interview here. Thank you for agreeing, even though you must be very tired. I will write a great article. And congratulations again for advancing to the quarterfinals. I also want to congratulate you in advance for being selected as the best player. The best player has not been announced yet, right? Even a child passing by said that you would definitely receive it. See you again. I am very much looking forward to your performance in the future. I am the best player. Indeed. The best player announced on the evening of that day was awarded to Ho Young. However, because he was too tired, he went to bed early and only found out the good news the next day. He reached out and pulled back the curtains. His whole body was sore from yesterday's match. Ho Young looked up at the screen in front of him. First of all, I have satisfied all the conditions. Finally, I can receive one of Kaka's talents. I already have the talent for agility and mid-range shots, so I will skip those similar ones. I am hesitating between Prince Yu's play style and sculptural beauty A+. Rank U is a unique talent possessed only by Kaka, while Rank A is usually not common, but Rank U talents are still prioritized. Moreover, if I get the Rank U talent first, the difficulty of the next condition will be reduced. Receiving the remaining talents will also be easier. Then I just need to receive both. At the training room. Ho Young, you have very good motivation, but are you really okay? You must have tried very hard yesterday. I am okay. I just want to do it while I can. If so, then I won't stop you.
Ho Young smiled.
Great, the difficulty of the conditions has been reduced even more. A rank S talent can be copied just by completing a hidden condition. You seem to be in a pretty good mood. Yes. Ho Young smiled brightly. It is all thanks to you, teacher. I will make good use of that talent. Head coach Victor informed the scout, thinking about it. Aren't the scouts bothering us these days? They have asked for some information, whether I watched the match yesterday or not. The scout said with some concern, there will likely be more in the future, because Ho Young's performance is really good. Winning the championship this season will no longer be a dream. I want to help everyone show their best performances, and so, I want to ask you to file an appeal about Rosca's red card. Head coach Victor was very happy to see the scouts' honesty and certainty. He nodded in agreement, of course. A few days later, the Federation responded to Sao Paulo FC's request for dismissal. The match committee confirmed that Rosca's actions were unintentional, recognizing this decision as a subjective and mistaken assessment. The next day, the scout immediately announced this new information to the entire team. Rosca's red card has been revoked. The young players were all surprised and gasped in amazement. Everyone was happy and congratulated Rosca. Great, we can play together in the upcoming matches again, what a relief. When the scout saw the young players being innocent and laughing and talking happily with each other, he was very satisfied and happy. Scene change. Meanwhile in South Korea, journalist Hwang Tae-suk's interview was causing a sensation among netizens and those in the soccer world. The content of the article wrote that Korean soccer prodigy Gu Ho-young was honored as the best player in the 16-degree Super Championship, expressing his desire to join the youth national team, which may be convened as early as next year. When reading this article, everyone had different opinions such as, let us bring Ho-young to PVS2. His physique seems better than most high school students, but there will also be skeptical comments about his ability. Is it too early to get excited about this? As a Korean, he plays quite well, but the Brazilian Championship is far from Europe, right? The article reflected many different reactions from fans. Amid the praise for Ho-young's courage and progressiveness, there were also malicious comments aimed at belittling him. Say goodbye to Ho-young. Well then Ho-young, unfortunately, I have to go back to Milan now. See you on the pitch one day in the near future. Ho-young was very happy and excited. He smiled and replied, yes, I will definitely come. Looking at his back as he left, he thought, thanks to him, I was able to receive many good talents. The talents obtained during Gaga's special training period, some of them will take time to receive them, but I can wait as long as it takes. Ho-young focused on analyzing. First is Rosca's talent, sharp judgment, rank A-. Next is Gaga's sculptural beauty A+. And the conditions for unlocking the rank S talent have been completed. Ho-young was very excited and delighted, thinking to himself, after the fierce match with Carcelo, I finally received a worthy reward. Unlock lightning dribbling level S, can be combined with a similar talent. Chadu Rim's acceleration machine level U, the absolute value of the acceleration machine is transferred to lightning dribbling. But there was one thing that Ho-young was very confused about, whether a rank U talent can be transferred to a rank S talent. Does that mean that sometimes a rank U talent can be lower in value than a rank A talent? The condition to be completed is that it will take 15 days to completely transfer Chadu Rim's acceleration machine to lightning dribbling. For 15 days, no other talent can be copied. Ho-young knew that the condition was that he could not copy talents during the transfer process, so he was a little worried and prayed that the higher the level, the more complex the functions. These are the things that I have learned so far. There are about 9 main points. First, you cannot unlock a lower level talent of the same type as a talent that you already possess, but you can unlock an A-level or higher talent. Second, talents are divided into TLU and SABC levels that are independent of each other. Third, the T rank can only be possessed by excellent players over 18 years old. The rank U talent is the burst genius belonging to the most outstandingly talented players. Rank U becomes rank L when a legendary player has retired. A typical example is coaches with high professional experience. Fourth, the difficulty of the conditions to receive talent. Some talents can be achieved in just one match, while others may take longer. Fifth, the rating points of a talent are not related to its rarity. Its effectiveness changes depending on how it is used. Sixth, C+3 does not mean it is worth 3 times more than a C-rank talent. It may be twice or just 1.1 times. The exact value is unclear. Seventh, the number of talents that can be copied at the same time is limited. Some talents take time to copy, and during that time, other talents cannot be copied. In a soccer game, Ho-young thought, if I had received that talent now, I would have been able to win, damn it. Then he continued to name them. Eighth, the number of positions that a person can possess varies from person to person. Ninth, there is not much information about talent combinations. What is certain is that if the talents are of the same type, rank U and rank S can be combined. Thinking of this, he guessed, is that all? What I am most curious about is the ranking of the talents. Gaga already possessed an S-rank talent, although he had not yet reached his peak. Gaga, talent possessed, Soccer Prince T, Prince Play U, Lightning Dribbling S. Gabriel Malik only had one S-ranked talent, but had many A-ranked talents. If I remember correctly, there were many talents behind, right? He closed his eyes, looking forward to it with excitement. Thinking about it, I have never seen the talents of top players. I wonder what their talents will be like. Afterwards, Ho-young took out the ball to practice, thinking while practicing, maybe they have up to 10 S-ranked talents. And if rank U and rank S talents are combined, something new will appear. There are 15 days left until the combination is completed. I am really looking forward to it. As the next month passed and July arrived, the most exciting soccer tournament was taking place and broadcast widely on television. The 2004 European Championship title belonged to Greece. The news kept reporting Greece, initially considered the weakest, defeated the traditional powers of Europe. This is a big shock. Who could have predicted this? Ho-young watched this news and thought, indeed, it is exactly like the future I know, when Greece won with their ultimate defense strategy. Suddenly, the friend sitting next to him turned to stare at Ho-young. He was startled and hesitated. What is wrong? Is there something on my face? The friend looked very serious. Then frowned and said, something is wrong. Ho-young was very surprised, panicking, not understanding what was wrong. The friend immediately stood up and called out to Sister Maria to come. Sister Maria asked, what is wrong, Ho-young? Let me see. Ho-young smiled awkwardly and confused. Then Sister Maria looked at him and thought for a moment and said, it feels like he seems a little different. She moved closer to observe and still had a feeling that something had definitely changed. Then the two sisters exclaimed and discovered, they shouted, did you lose weight? Your face looks slimmer. Hearing this, Ho-young looked delighted. He smiled and thought to himself, really, could it be thanks to the effect of that sculptural beauty talent? Scene change a few days later. In the early morning, Ho-young woke up with an excited feeling. He jumped up and cheered happily. Today is the day I have been waiting for, the day the combination is completed. That is Chadu Rim's acceleration machine rank. You will turn into lightning dribbling rank S. But suddenly the system announced that it will take 75 days to completely copy the talent. During this time, other talents cannot be copied. Ho-young was stunned and fell backwards. What is storm dribbling rank Su? This is the first time I have seen a Su rank talent. Is it because it is particularly unique that it is Su? Afterwards, Ho-young went out for a run. His mood was extremely high-spirited, running without getting tired. He happily and optimistically thought, storm dribbling rank Su, a talent that belongs only to me. It will take 75 days to fully integrate into my body, but that is okay, I can wait. 75 days later is September 23rd, I am really looking forward to that time. Scene change. Many days pass. Ho-young eagerly practiced, not daring to be lazy even for a moment. He woke up on the soccer field and dozed off on the team bus. This August, with the FA Cup also in full swing, it was so busy that Ho-young was dizzy. September was no different, with increasing mental and physical exhaustion. Scene change. Real Madrid coach Antonio was racking his brains considering the documents. He studied many matches and realized that the most outstanding was the youngest player on the team, Gu Ho-young. He was the youngest, but led Sao Paulo FC to second place in the National League. Let us see, in the past 5 months. There were a total of 23 matches, 17 wins, 4 draws, and 2 losses. Ho-young scored 24 goals and 11 assists. He is a young player, but his technique is very sophisticated and rare. His dribbling technique was already very fast, but it has improved even more in the past few months. With careful screening, he will shine even brighter in the future. Coach Antonio Soriano was racking his brains. This kid is really talented. The next match will be very important. Scene change at the Bahapunda training ground. The coach informed the players that our next opponent is Santos FC. There is someone on that team that you are all very familiar with. The young players were all confused, expecting the teacher to say who he was. The coach continued, this is the player who is recognized as the top promising talent in Brazil, Daymar. Ho-young thought, this is the main reason I came to Brazil. I will finally face Daymar. Scene change to October 7th, Sao Paulo FC faces Santos FC. In the stands, 2 fans were talking to each other. The one in the blue shirt said, I am very much looking forward to today's match. It has appeared all over the news, and both teams are in a position where they cannot lose. The focus is the confrontation between Sao Paulo and Santos. The match will depend on the strikers, right? Daymar and Ho Young. What is important is which of them can lead the team to glorious victory. The one in the pink shirt laughed and said, "Personally, I think Daymar will win." Scene changed to the locker room of Suntus FC. Coach Pamela told his players one last time before going out on the field. He said, "Today's match will determine the top spot. We must protect this position at all costs. We must win." Hearing these words, every player was full of spirit, extremely confident and determined. Player Cabagal said, "No problem, coach." Kanso also confidently said, "Victory is certain." And Daymar laughed loudly, bragging, "As easy as pie. We will definitely win." But Coach Pamela's heart was burning with anxiety. He sighed and thought, "Do they really understand? I am so worried." Then he strictly said to these young players, "As I have said again and again, be careful with Gu Ho Young." Daymar thought blankly for a moment. Gu Ho Young, I have watched videos of his playing style. I admit that he plays very well. But he can't be better than me. Well, even so. I have to work harder. Then Daymar very confidently told the coach, "Do not worry, coach. Leave it to me." Teammates looked at Daymar with very admiring eyes. This match will be very interesting. The important moment was approaching. The players gradually entered the stadium. Ho Young quickly glanced at the opponent, guessing, that person must be Daymar. He definitely possesses talents that are ranked higher than soccer prodigy A+. And thinking about being able to play soccer with Daymar, if it were me before, I would not even dare to dream about this. But now, I am fighting in an equal position, all for victory. I will win at all costs. And finally, the match begins. Immediately, the Casimiro team quickly launched an attack. A smooth coordination between two players. The audience watching could not help but be interested. They rushed in right from the start. At this time, the commentator shouted, "It is Daymar." Frenyu immediately stepped forward to block the way. "Did you think I would just stand and watch from here?" But Daymar is indeed a professional player. In just a moment he quickly glided past the opponent, making Frenyu unable to speak in amazement. Daymar smiled and thought, the moment of overcoming the defending player, this really makes me excited. 13 meters to the goal, I can definitely shoot the ball. But then, Daymar suddenly stopped for a few seconds. On the other side is Cabagal, he is preparing for a rebound. Then Daymar said to himself, "I can do it." So without hesitating, Daymar put all his strength into the shot straight towards the goal. But unfortunately, the ball hit the corner and bounced back. Daymar comforted himself, it was a good effort anyway. Suddenly, Daymar panicked, this is bad. At this time, Roska quickly ran up to steal the ball. The commentator shouted loudly, the ball is in Roska's hands. Remembering when in the waiting room, Coach Pamela had told, be careful with Roska, he is very good at distributing the ball, we can be countered in the blink of an eye. Daymar wondered, is this a dangerous situation? As expected, Roska passed the ball straight to Ho Young. At this time, Ho Young was warming up in preparation. Then quickly took the ball from Roska. The commentator's voice rang out again, it is Ho Young, the ball has been passed to him. With incredible speed. And with skill, Ho Young weaved and passed all the players blocking his path. This time, Ho Young was really determined to score. And Ho Young's dribbling made the opposing team amazed at Ho Young's ability. The other players watching were also extremely surprised. That speed is unbelievable, he passed everyone alone. Ho Young started shooting a counterattack. The commentator excitedly shouted, Sao Paulo FC scored the opening goal. A goal from Ho Young. Roska immediately ran over to high-five Ho Young to celebrate. He praised Roska, nice pass. Witnessing Ho Young's goal, Daymar was really unwilling. This should not have happened. Daymar said to himself, it was not a mistake, I was just unlucky. My shot hit the post. And the ball just happened to fall at the opponent's feet. But not only that kid, Ho Young. He did not even use any special techniques, he scored just by dribbling and running. Even though I used all kinds of techniques, I still could not score, was not it too easy for him to score? Daymar had such thoughts because everyone around him always praised. Daymar is indeed a genius. He will lead the future of the soccer world. He will become the next to stand in the ranks of legendary players, a talent bestowed by the gods. The more he pondered, the angrier Daymar became. But then Daymar sighed and regained his spirits. Continuing the match, Captain Frenyu seemed tired after many fierce ball fights. This time, the ball was in Daymar's feet. Not missing the opportunity, Daymar skillfully led the ball, overtaking Frenyu, making Frenyu angrily curse. The coach on the São Paulo FC team observed and thought, the first goal belonged to São Paulo FC, but then Santos FC regained the game. And the center is indeed Daymar. Every time he has the ball, he creates space with his top dribbling skills. Daymar is the type of player who will really shine once he has the ball. Our initial formation was 4-1-2-1-2. I had planned to use 4 midfielders to suppress the opponent's 3 forwards. On the field, Ho Young noticed the increasing danger and said, Casimiro, quickly fall back, we need to push the defense higher. Casimiro unexpectedly quickly ran back. Daymar this time showed absolute excellence in his ability to lead the ball, easily surpassing the opponent. Daymar smirked confidently, I have to focus on dribbling skills, the formation does not matter anymore. In the stands, there were constant cheers urging, that is right, Daymar, go forward. The coach of São Paulo FC carefully observed every move of Daymar, then assessed, he is attacking more fiercely than I thought, if that is the case then. Then he said to the assistant, let Rosca enter the midfield, along with the 2 defensive midfielders, Casimiro will participate in the wing defense, yes. And to prepare for the attack. Focus on playing around Ho Young. Afterwards, both teams engaged in a fierce one-on-one battle. Canso passed the ball quickly. Daymar immediately accelerated to receive the ball. The São Paulo FC team was marking closely. At this time, Frenyu unexpectedly blocked the way in front. But it seems Frenyu is losing strength too quickly. Realizing that the situation looked unstable, Casimiro thought, we need to support Frenyu. Daymar deliberately deceived the opponent. Then unexpectedly passed the ball in the opposite direction, successfully surpassing Frenyu. Making Frenyu panic and chase after, this is bad. With an incredible speed, Daymar rushed to the goal, launching a shot with magic. The ball tore through the wind and went straight into the net. The commentator's voice roared, it is in. Daymar scored spectacularly. Canso excitedly ran up to celebrate, well done. Meanwhile, the entire FC São Paulo team stood stunned in front of the too impressive goal. Captain Frenyu sighed regretfully. At the same time, the whistle ending the first half sounded, signaling it was time for a break. In the waiting room, Frenyu sat silently, thinking on our side, Ho Young scored 2 goals, and they also have 2 goals from Daymar and Cabagal. The score is tied 2-2 but I can't stop Daymar, we have been training very hard, but look at the current situation. As captain, I have to keep my mind clear, Frenyu said to himself. Suddenly, at this time, Ho Young appeared. He smiled and said, on Frenyu, it will be okay. We did not lose, if it was not for you, we would have conceded 2 more goals. If they score again, then I just need to respond, do not feel too pressured. Hearing this, Frenyu suddenly felt relieved, yeah that is right, thank you. Santos FC has been very strong through many generations. Bio also played in the team and the legend Vinho also came from this club. Daymar is the heir to the will of this team, which promotes attacking play once they have the ball. On the other hand, Daymar was drinking water and resting. His mind was still thinking about the match just now. Our defense today is very shaky. That is obvious. We gave Ho Young too many opportunities to penetrate. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Daymar loudly scolded, why can't we stop him? I can't focus on attacking when I am so worried. Coach Pamela at this time came in and said, in the second half, we will replace Felipe Luas. Felipe Luas CB, he has good defensive skills, especially his reflexes and ability to judge, making him strong in marking. Coach Pamela continued to instruct, mark people with a moderate distance, and always maintain high concentration. Just a small oversight can cause the game to be reversed. Felipe replied confidently, do not worry, I will definitely block at least one of them. The break time is over, the commentator's voice excitedly rang out, the second half begins, Santos FC replaces CB Felipe. This time it was quite tense, Rosca quickly passed the ball to Ho Young. Leave it to me. But Felipe ran up in time to stop him. Felipe thought, he is coming here, Ho Young, I must stop him. At that time, Felipe speculated on tactics to deal with Ho Young. You have to keep a good distance. Quick breakthroughs are his forte. I have reviewed the match video many times. His breakthrough skills in the video are impressive, but for some reason, today he is even further away than what I have seen. Seriously, where did this guy come from? Anyway, I have to really focus. He also has a high assist rate. He is likely to pass the ball to Douglas on the right. I need to prepare to prevent breakthroughs. and at the same time narrow the distance to block passes. But suddenly, Ho Young held the ball in place. Making Felipe surprised, he stopped. Felipe said to himself, "Hold on a little longer, once our defensive formation is set up." At this time, Ho Young tried to attract the opponent, making Felipe confused. Then, Ho Young used a spectacular breakthrough technique. Quickly passed the ball past the opponent. This Felipe did not anticipate. It was not a breakthrough and it was not a pass to the right, but to the left of me. Douglas on the right has run up. He has taken the ball. Felipe blamed himself. "I was tricked. I do not think I have ever seen him play like this in the videos. Impossible. His dribbling is unbelievable." Douglas seized the opportunity and shot the ball into the goal. The commentator's voice excitedly cheered, "It is in." Douglas of Sao Paulo FC with a neat shot, and Ho Young assists. Felipe cursed inwardly, "I guess the situation wrong just now." After a while, the commentator shouted, "The match is over," and announced the result. The winning team of the close match 3-2 is Sao Paulo FC. Ho Young happily thought to himself, "We have defeated Santos FC and I have scored 2 goals and 1 assist. But then Ho Young suddenly looked at the opposing team. Seeing their tired look, especially Daymar. At this time, the notification board displayed, Daymar, talent possessed, soccer prodigy, dribbling genius, creative ball control, excellent agility, sharp decision-making. You can copy a talent if you meet 3 conditions: win the match, score more goals than Daymar, and be selected as the best player. Soccer prodigy rank S- can only be copied once the hidden condition is unlocked after copying at least 1 talent. Ho Young was very impressed. Is he really only 13 years old? He truly deserves to be called a genius. I have almost met all the conditions. The best player will be announced tonight, and now I will copy dribbling genius A+3. I still do not know what the hidden condition is, but by the next match, I will be able to copy soccer prodigy S-. Suddenly, Captain Frenu behind him was panting. Frenu thought to himself, enduring 80 minutes of facing Daymar was really hell. I do not know what I would have done without the support of my teammates. Especially that is. Then Frenu turned to Ho Young and said, "Thank you, you saved me that time." Ho Young smiled and replied, "Please do not thank me. We won because you did not give up and endured. You are truly the captain of the team." Hearing this, Frenu suddenly felt relieved and smiled softly, "I thank you." Then the two of them chatted happily together. Behind them, Daymar was watching them, with eyes full of murderous intent, burning with anger. Suddenly, Ho Young turned his head, Daymar. At this time, the two met face to face. Daymar glared at Ho Young. Ho Young did not care at all, continuing to chat with Frenu. "By the way, Captain, what time do you usually wake up in the morning?" he replied, 8 of the clock. Suddenly, Ho Young said, "Then you should start waking up at 6 of the clock tomorrow." Hearing this, Frenu could not help but wonder why. Ho Young replied, "Because we have to win next time too." The coach was sitting reading an article, the morning after the match with Santos. After winning the fierce match, Sao Paulo FC successfully regained the lead in the National League, but their journey to the championship is only halfway there. Santos FC is training day and night preparing for the rematch. The decisive match may be the National League match in February next year. He thought to himself that it was too early to feel at ease. Our defense is too unstable, we can't continue like this. Frenu is having more difficulty with Daymar than I thought, but for his sake, I need to let him face that huge wall that is Daymar. The coach continued his internal monologue. From that match, he must have grasped more or less about Daymar's playing style. Now the most important thing is to find a way to stop him. He went out to the training ground and was surprised by the scene of everyone training hard. The coach thought to himself, even though they just went through a fierce match yesterday, these kids came to the training ground early today. Ho Young, that kid has talent and is also full of passion. He really loves soccer. But what was unexpected was that it was not just Ho Young. He hesitated a bit and then said to himself, but even those 2 kids are training with him. As soon as he arrived, the kids chirped. Ho Young exclaimed, "The coach is here, it is good to see you guys training hard," he replied to the kids. Ho Young eagerly said, "Because we have to win the next match too." He smiled and replied, "That is right, that is a good professional mindset." From that day on, Sao Paulo FC focused mainly on practical training sessions. Ho Young would gather his teammates whenever possible to lead additional training sessions. Especially Frenu, who needed to mark Daymar, and Casimiro, who needed to coordinate with him to stop Daymar, persistently participated in training. Ho Young gathered everyone and said, "Now that Rosca is here for today's training, let us have a 2-on-2 practice match. I will take on the role of Daymar and Rosca, you will play Cabagal." Rosca replied, "Okay." After that, all four began to prepare for the match. A loud shout of "Let us start now" echoed from Ho Young. "Let us try our best," Casimiro encouraged everyone. Ho Young was dribbling the ball when he was blocked by Frenyu. He dribbled the ball. Both tried hard to take the ball towards them. Frenyu asked himself, has Ho Young always been so good at dribbling? He has strong physical abilities, plays soccer well, his breakthrough ability is reaching a terrible level. Ho Young can cut the ball, shoot from mid-range, heading is sure, storm dribbling. Frenyu sighed softly. It is a relief that he is not our opponent. Seeing Frenyu lost in his thoughts, Ho Young shouted his name. "Focus, compared to Daymar, you are on a completely different level." He was startled and quickly agreed with Ho Young. "I will try to imitate him as best as I can, so make sure you get used to this feeling," Ho Young said. "Understood," Frenyu replied. Ho Young thought to himself, Daimar's playstyle, I have studied a lot before the regression. His style has not changed since then, agile, creative with a powerful finish in his dribbling moves. Recreating Daimar's movements is truly a great training session. After the tiring training session, everyone was resting when Frenyu suddenly asked Ho Young why he was helping him so much. "Because we are a team." "What an obvious question," Ho Young replied confusedly. He continued, "If I were in your position, I do not think I could have done as much as you have done, even as the captain." Suddenly, he stood up and said, "Then please perform well in the upcoming match. That will be the greatest repayment to me. Moreover, this is also a good training session for me, so it is okay." Ho Young thought to himself, "Thanks to this, my skillful foot talent C+3 has improved and become enchanting foot B. My other skills are also developing evenly, and I have even learned a few talents from Rosca." He eagerly continued, "Let us continue to develop together for the team's victory." Time flew by. After a few months of training, the day everyone used their learned ultimate skills had arrived. December 22nd, the FA Cup final. In the stadium, Ho Young thought to himself, the opponent is a team from the Satellite League, Santos FC. They have a winger who relies heavily on dribbling skills, although not as good as Daymar, but this is a good opportunity to check the results of our training. The opposing team's passing is too skillful. Soon after, Frenyu stood blocking in front of the opponent. But he was too skillful, making it impossible for him to keep up. He thought to himself, I can't get past. At the same time, a person ran up from behind and stole the ball. The opponent hurriedly shouted no. Rosca shouted counterattack. The whole team also focused on running forward, counterattacking. He focused his mind on the ball. Ho Young also kept running and watching the path of the ball. Frenyu was also gradually approaching the ball. A wonderful combination took place. The ball reached Ho Young's feet. He shot hard, surpassing the opponent's catch, successfully scoring a goal for the team. The referee said loudly, Sao Paulo FC scores first. The audience enthusiastically cheered. Ho Young ran over and praised, Great Frenyu, it is all thanks to your defense. With sweat on his forehead, he smiled and replied, Yeah. The crowd erupted in cheers as they watched the match unfold below. The commentator's voice rang out at the same time, goal, the 7th goal for Sao Paulo FC. And the player who contributed 4 of those goals is Woo Ho Young. The match ended in an overwhelming 7-0 victory for Sao Paulo FC. Sao Paulo FC are the FA Cup champions. In January 2005, Sao Paulo FC faced difficulties due to fatigue from a grueling season and were early casualties in the South American Championship. However, with the Super Cup and the National League still ongoing, they chose to focus their efforts there. Meanwhile, Ho Young was studying for an international language exam in mid-February to inherit Monica's language talent. Everything was going according to plan. Sao Paulo FC currently leads the National League with 25 wins, 8 draws, and 5 losses, totaling 77 points. Santos FC is trailing closely behind with 75 points. February 14th, National League, Round 37, Sao Paulo FC vs.
Santos FC.
The decisive match for Sao Paulo FC's championship title begins. Before the game, Ho Young reminded him, Casemiro, watch out for Canso's long shots. His teammate asked curiously, he is pushing up high, is not he? Ho Young explained, exactly, but he also has a very powerful shot. We need to stay alert for those long-range strikes. He also knew his target's information very well. If he played it right, he could fulfill the conditions. It would unlock the hidden condition for Daimar's soccer prodigy talent, which was to win the golden ball. So we must win this round. With everything we have practiced, we can do it. The stadium speakers announced, the match begins. The ball was kicked off immediately. It was passed to Kanso's position. The ball arrived incredibly fast. He stepped back a beat with his right foot. I am going to take a long shot right now. But Case Moreau snatched the opportunity away before Kanso could kick. His eyes were completely focused after that tackle. Kanso was still stunned. Did he read my movement? Laska shouted while keeping possession, if we cut off their midfield, we control the game. Switching to a 4-3-3 formation to attack. Ho Young sprinted forward immediately. Pick up the pace. Costa's speed left the opponents in awe. Damn, this guy is way too fast. Sao Paulo FC's passing game was perfectly synchronized. The ball was now in Ho Young's possession. Let us slow down the attacking tempo for a moment. Two Santos FC defensive midfielders were positioned to block him. Manatu, the defensive mid, was providing cover for the backline. Hota, the other defensive mid, was there to stop the opponent's drives. Manatu laid out the strategy to his teammate, narrow the gap and focus on stealing the ball. I will cover you if there is a breakthrough from behind. Hota was fully prepared. Got it. But he seemed a bit nervous. Come at me, Wu Ho Young. This is my chance to prove myself in a match everyone is watching. If I can stop this guy, I will get all the attention. To prepare for Ho Young, I have practiced non-stop with Daimar and Cabagal. I can take him down. He is going to dribble. Is he going to bypass me or pass the ball? Ho Young prepared to move the ball at his feet. He shifted the ball back and forth to his own rhythm. Hota stayed in a defensive stance. Not yet, I can't fall for his trap. Hota strained his eyes to predict which way the ball would go. 1. Ready to lung in and block at any moment. 2. He moved. Now's the time. But Ho Young had already sped past with the ball. Hota did not even stand a chance. Damn it. Why could not I stop him even though I knew the move was coming, that Wu Ho Young? Right now, my only hope is Manatu. Please, stop him. I knew his movements and practiced so much, yet why still can't I stop him? Please, Manatu. Manatu felt even more uneasy than Hota. Here he comes. In his eyes, Ho Young was like a gust of wind. I can do this. I just need to block him right now. Ho Young acted exactly as he did when facing Hota. And Manatu could do nothing but stand there frozen. He could not find the words to describe it. Ho Young had kept the ball the entire time. Now he was right in front of the final line. The next opponent to block him was center-back Felipe Ruiz. This is bad. I can't stop him. I do not think our team can do it.
Facing Ho Young's intimidating gaze,
Felipe could not hide his panic. Ultimately, he lost the ball. He nutmegged me, damn it. It really was useless. Ho Young was very close to the goal now, almost there. Our strategy is to move the ball slowly while the two forwards up front run around to break the defense. Costa is on the left, doing great. Just one step away from scoring. This is an important match, so we need to finish it decisively. At that moment, Ho Young passed the ball to Laska. No one is marking me. The scoring chance is clear. Someone stepped in front of Laska. We can't let him shoot. But Laska pushed the ball forward instead. The opponents did not anticipate what happened next. Because the ace of this match was none other than Ho Young. He fired a powerful shot toward the net. The commentator shouted goal. Sao Paulo FC has scored the opening goal. Ho Young and the team could not hide their joy. The excellent scoring ability I got from Pato this season. It is all thanks to that. It is truly effective. Laska ran up and hugged him suddenly. Great job, Ho Young. The crowd also cheered for their victory. Only one man was not smiling. Charles Leshak, a scout for FC Barcelona. Despite the opening goal, the match remained intense. Daimar's movements were sharp, possessing the power to change the game's outcome. The other players were also trying to showcase their strengths, individual techniques, long shots. However, some were trying too hard and ruining their own plays. That kid, Ho Young, knows exactly how to control himself. He only shows his skills when necessary. That means he has the ability to grasp the rhythm of the match. You could say he is dominating the game. In just the first 30 minutes, he completed over 9 dribbles, and surprisingly, Santos FC has already conceded a goal. I came to watch Pato and Daymar, but I have discovered something even more surprising. Almost all of Ho Young's states and overall evaluations were positive. It has been a long time since I have been this impressed by a player. This is going to be tough. I can't take my eyes off that kid. Halftime. Frenyu steadied his thoughts. We are leading 1-0. Let us stay focused. If I do well, we will win. Ho Young walked over to him. Captain. You did great in the first half. Thanks to you, we were comfortable in the center, and I did not have to waste too much stamina. Great defending. Frenyu chuckled, feeling relieved. Then Ho Young talked about something else. As for Daymar, do not pay too much attention to him. When playing football, you need to keep your mind at ease. If you are anxious, things won't go smoothly. That is what a friend of mine told me. Let us keep up the effort in the second half. The second half began. The opponent's defense prepared a strategy. I will regain control of the match with this attack. The three of us need to coordinate from here. This time, I will definitely score. The three of them broke through Sao Paulo FC's defense. They were so fast the opponents were startled, their eyes constantly following Santos FC. Ho Young rallied everyone's spirits. Focus, don't panic. Daymar passed the ball toward Canso. He tried to push the ball forward. Case Moreau stood in his way. At all costs, I must stop them. There were so many gaps to fill, but in front of Case Moreau, it was like a pre-drawn grid. I have practiced hard with Ho Young for months now, so I can do it. Canso seemed more cautious. Is it going to be a shot, a pass, or a breakthrough? They kept blocking the mid-range shots in the first half. Since time was running out, they probably would not force a breakthrough. In this situation, passing to Daymar is the Santos style. Unfortunately for him, Ho Young intercepted the ball's trajectory. Canso cursed under his breath 3 times. What is with this guy? I endured every training session just for today, but all my passes and shots are being blocked. Something unexpected happened though. Daymar was right next to the ball. The commentator announced over the speakers, the ball is at Daymar's feet. And he is in his strongest position, the penalty area. While he was moving the ball. After the first half in the locker room, Daymar recalled the scene while he was resting. The coach had walked in. Daymar. What are you doing? Live up to your name. Daymar thought of that figure with natural talent. He had made a name for himself while still very young, quickly rising to the top. The more he thought about it, the more determined Daymar became. I just need to overcome this challenge. One of Daymar's specialties, feints. Flexible movements that leave opponents helpless, almost like an art form. And his opponent was Frenyu. He was a solid upper mid-tier player in the league, but Daymar was confident. He is nothing compared to me. I will focus on him like last time. Frenyu stood before his opponent's specialty, the feints. He was surprised for a moment. But then he found a way to deal with it. Even so, Daymar changed his approach. He did not fall for the trap. If that is the case. Nutmeg. Frenyu did not expect him to go that way. But he quickly snatched the ball back in the most difficult moment. Even Daymar was skeptical. What the? How did that guy? I could not get past Frenyu. Can a person change this much in just a few months? No, I can't lose my cool. It is just one block. It is just a coincidence. Although Santos FC kept up the pressure, every chance was missed or wasted foolishly. Even if Daymar got past Frenyu, it did not lead to a goal. Time ticked away. Their coordination began to crumble. Laska pointed from behind, everyone, attack. He shouted as loud as he could. It is the 40th minute, our final attacking chance. This is the last wave, run.
Ho Young accelerated.
He heard Laska's voice from behind. Even without looking, he knew where Laska would pass the ball. Laska was highly focused. This is the power of teamwork. The ball rolled away in a flash. Everyone watching could not take their eyes off it. Matching that speed was Ho Young. He used all his strength to run with the ball. Combined with his quick feet, he fired a shot like a bolt of lightning. The opponent's mouths hung open in shock. Who is that guy? He is too fast. Like a storm. This was Ho Young's storm dribble. The commentator spoke up. Wu Ho Young of Sao Paulo FC is on a solo run. Only the goalkeeper stands in his way. The Santos FC keeper felt nervous. This is bad. When facing Ho Young, the goalkeeper felt as if he were facing pure danger. Ho Young's leg swung back incredibly fast. The keeper did not stop watching. He was preparing for the shot. At that exact moment, Ho Young dribbled right past him. He kicked the ball straight into the net without any risk. The commentator relayed the news: goal, the deciding goal to secure victory for Sao Paulo FC. Scored by Wu Ho Young, with powerful shooting and technique. The match ended. The champion of the Brazilian National U15 League is Sao Paulo FC. The whole team celebrated their victory once again. Carlos was delighted by their goal. The audience did not know what else to say. Daymar lost. Wu Ho Young is truly something special. Daymar stood in a corner, watching the opponents celebrate. He was angry, mixed with profound disappointment. Ho Young was exhausted from the match. This season had been truly difficult. Storm dribble. Today was the first time I used it at full power. It is incredibly effective, but the side effects are huge. Now I do not even have the strength to stand up. I need to train my stamina and body more. Otherwise, I will burn out quickly. But first, today's priority is Kanso's talent. I will copy the excellent passing ability. Ho Young chose excellent passing B+2. Suddenly, someone approached him.
Oh Yeong.
It was the captain, Frenyu. He helped Ho Young up. By the way, Ho Young, thank you so much. After saying that, Frenyu was so moved he almost burst into tears.
Oh Yeong chuckled.
It is nothing. We all worked hard together. All the times the group practiced together. Setting up strategies for the match together. How to suppress the opponents. Or the moments of decisive action without hesitation. It all led to a wonderful goal. The more Frenyu thought about it, the more emotional he became. He hugged Ho Young and cried. Ho Young was a bit taken aback. Kaka once said that with 10 players standing beside you, a passionate devotion to football will surely make one soar.
Oh Yeong truly understood.
Kaka was right. I have learned a lot from this match in many ways. Footsteps approached from behind. Daymar walked up to Ho Young, looking dejected. He reached out for a handshake. The look in Daymar's eyes as he watched Ho Young was a bit different. He stood there for a long time. Then he was startled. Why are his hands so rough and full of calluses? His palms are so hard too. It was not just football skills. He must have trained his body relentlessly. I was too arrogant about my own talent. I was too complacent. I will remember this defeat and aim higher. Next time, I will definitely win. Ho Young just watched Daymar without saying anything. Naturally, with the victory, many cameras surrounded them. Scoring countless goals and lifting the national championship trophy, it is Wu Ho Young of Sao Paulo FC. There are truly many things I want to ask, but let us start with this. How did you feel just now? Ho Young answered firmly, it feels truly wonderful. The reporter added, so, what are your next plans? Ho Young smiled and said, my next goal is the Super Cup Championship. To win the treble. The team's lounge was very lively. Is this real or are we just dreaming? We have been completely focused on the matches lately, and this is the reward. We did everything for this. Carlos praised them. You held the formation against Daymar and kept the team stable, Captain Frenyu. Effort never betrays us. This result is the proof. Frenyu was moved again. Thank you, coach, but it is all thanks to our team. Carlos did not think that was all. Frenyu, your performance today was perfect. Give yourself some credit too. That hard work is what brought you here. Frenyu felt he had to say it. No, that is not it. Ho Young practically dragged me to practice. It was really exhausting, and I complained a lot, but he kept encouraging me. That is why I could play so well today and win the championship cup. It is all thanks to him. Carlos saw the sincerity in Frenyu's eyes. I see. So that is how it was. Now I understand. The child I brought in is not just a promising player. The whirlwind of a long day finally ended. The next night, the Youth Football Association held the award ceremony. Ho Young won the Most Valuable Player award. Surprise after surprise hit Ho Young. Finally, I can copy one of Daimar's talents. To get the dribbling genius, I had to fulfill the conditions, win the match, score more goals than Daimar, and be selected as the MVP. Since I have fulfilled them, it means I was chosen as the best player. Among these, I will choose excellent flexibility. The fitness coach always said that to use the body effectively, a balance between strength and flexibility is essential. It will also help a lot with balance during quick turns or dribbling. Excellent flexibility pairs perfectly with advanced dribbling. 4 days later, in the 38th round of the National League, Sao Paulo FC, with the championship already secured, played a relaxed match and won 5-0 to close out the tournament. Ho Young scored a beautiful long-range goal, solidifying his position as the league's top scorer. The trophy was handed to Ho Young. Thank you very much. Winning the Golden Ball, being the top scorer with 29 goals, and being named to the team of the season, Ho Young had a total of 3 individual titles. All of this led to the ultimate reward. Daimar's soccer prodigy talent. The hidden condition was winning the Golden Ball, and I finally got it. It will take 40 days to fully possess the talent. During this time, no other talents can be copied.
Ho Young side.
I can't wait for 40 days to pass. As expected, facing a strong team helps us learn so much. 40 days from now, on March 28th, I will become a soccer prodigy too. Meanwhile, the Best Forward award went to Pato, who scored 27 goals. Daimar finished as the 3rd top scorer and received the silver ball. On the brighter side, Frenyu and Casemiro ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively for the Best Defender award. Frenyu and Casemiro stood side by side. The Best Midfielder award went to Laska, and the Best Goalkeeper award went to Peterson. Sao Paulo FC threw a big party hosted by the club to celebrate having the most individual titles that night. Ho Young was both tired and happy. His heart felt full, as if he had conquered a giant mountain. I have truly achieved my goal in Brazil. I am so proud of myself for never giving up and always trying to overcome. This Brazilian tournament will surely be a wonderful experience that I will never forget. Morning at the training ground. Some members of the Sao Paulo FC team were a bit bored. Now that the National League is over, every day feels so long. We were busy enough to be dizzy, but now training like this feels like something is missing. Frenyu appeared suddenly from behind. Don't ever let your guard down. The season might be near its end, but do not relax too early. We still have an important match ahead. The Super Cup Final. March 27th, Rio de Janeiro, Maracana Stadium. Carlos first reminded them of a few things. Only one final step to reach the treble. Our opponent in the Super Cup Final is CR Vasco da Gama. The player to watch, as always, is Felipe Coutinho. He plays as an attacking midfielder and is considered the successor to Iniesta, one of Brazil's brightest young stars. But we faced him once in the National League. If you guys could beat players like Daimar and Pato, there is nothing to fear. However, no matter how good you are, just one mistake is enough to be criticized. So, give it your all until the very last second. Let us beat them. A voice echoed from the speakers. The Super Cup Final, Sao Paulo FC vs.
CR Vasco da Gama.
The final match has begun. Ho Young looked toward the opponent he needed to pay attention to. The system board related to him was updated, Felipe Coutinho. The conditions seem easier than last time. Among them, maybe I should choose superior agility. Looks like I will be getting some good talents today. The match started. The crowd cheered enthusiastically as the ball was passed to him. Go for it, Ho Young. Ho Young continued to hold the ball in key moments, bypassing opponents just as he had in the previous match. Meanwhile, Ho Young kept his eyes fixed on what lay ahead. The goal was just a stone's throw away. Ho Young unleashed a powerful mid-range strike right then and there. The announcement echoed throughout the stadium. Just 1 minute into the first half, Ho Young has fired a mid-range shot. Goal, Sao Paulo FC takes the lead. Following that goal, a system notification popped up for Ho Young. Your talent has been upgraded. As his skills improved, his talents evolved alongside them. The match continued to unfold. Some spectators began to notice, ever since that opening goal, Sao Paulo FC has maintained the tempo. You can see the skill gap in every line. This is likely to become a one-sided game. As expected, their national championship title was not just for show. However, Coutinho remained a versatile genius. As a playmaker, he was perfect, a true crack player. No one knew when he might produce a moment of magic. Ho Young found himself surrounded. At this very moment, Philippe realized that this was not the same Sao Paulo FC as last year. Both their offense and defense had changed drastically. He kept a close watch on Ho Young. That guy. He is the one driving the entire Sao Paulo FC team. Ho Young passed the ball to Lasca. Holding off the defender behind him, Lasca fired a powerful shot. The shout rang out again, goal. Sao Paulo FC has scored their second. Ho Young's dribbling always forced the opponents to stay highly focused. Even when he flicked it over to Frenu. It led to the joyous announcement, the third goal for Sao Paulo FC, it is in. At the end of the first half, Sao Paulo FC led 3-0. The opposing team looked so exhausted that no one said a word. In the locker room, Casemiro said excitedly, "Our form today is great. If we keep this up, we can definitely win. We will do it," but Frenu thought otherwise. No. Don't get complacent. The match is not over until the final whistle blows. Lasca nodded in agreement. He is right. Ho Young spent a few moments reflecting on the past. Everyone had improved so much. Since the day they first met. Meeting each person one by one. Lasca, Frenu, Casemiro, and Costa. This might be his last match in Brazil. Even if only for a minute, he wanted to keep playing with everyone. The second half began. Vasco da Gama employed a tactic with 5 defenders and 2 defensive midfielders, clearly aiming to bolster their defense. Lasca quickly pushed the ball toward Ho Young. He received the ball decisively. If they are going to play like that, he would have to win perfectly. The opponents in front of him looked anxious. Ho Young used his tactics to bypass them. "I will finish everything properly." It was clear that Lasca was very intense. Even Frenu had to scan the field constantly while running. The opponents saw the intent. They are coordinating their movements perfectly with Ho Young's breakthrough. The commentator followed the action. Wu Ho Young opens up the lane. The one receiving the ball up front was none other than Costa. He fired a sudden shot at the goal. And the ball hit the back of the net cleanly. Sao Paulo FC scored their 4th goal. For the next chance, Ho Young used his head. Sao Paulo FC scored yet again, and this time the goal came from Wu Ho Young. The crowd grew even more excited. "Keep going, move forward." Sao Paulo FC was pushing for another goal. Wu Ho Young scores his 3rd goal of the day, a magnificent hat-trick. Ho Young continued to receive system information. Coutinho's talent. All copying conditions have been met. I will choose superior agility. The referee blew the whistle. The match ended. Sao Paulo FC won the Super Cup with a score of 6-0. Everyone was beaming with joy over the victory once again. The opposing team seemed completely drained. With this win, Sao Paulo FC had claimed their 3rd trophy of the season. They had achieved the treble. That night, Wu Ho Young of Sao Paulo FC had left his mark on the Brazilian youth leagues, announcing his presence to the world. If he continues to develop like this, he will become a football legend worthy of global attention, said the technical committee chairman of the Brazilian Youth Football Federation. FC Barcelona's technical director, Charles Leshak, announced furthermore, the Asian Football Confederation has selected Wu Ho Young as one of Asia's top 5 prospects based on his performance in Brazil. How can we not recruit him? The club's finance department and negotiators spoke up, "I understand, but the vice president's opinion is also important, and there are many players like him in Europe." Charles was a bit dissatisfied. "Are you doubting my judgment? 4 years ago, despite the opposition, I was the one who recruited Merle. We need to negotiate before other clubs make their move. My judgment cannot be wrong." At a house in the city, Ho Young was still training hard. Maria walked out. "Ho Young, you have a phone call." It was Coach Chap. Ho Young was slightly surprised. A call at this time. He calmly picked up the phone. "Long time no see, Coach Chab. The other party laughed over the phone. You have not changed a bit, Ho Young. It might be a bit sudden, but come see me as soon as you return to Korea. Someone wants to meet you. Ho Young could not figure it out. Wants to meet me, who could it be, a journalist perhaps? Bum Kuan took the opportunity to explain. That person is a friend of mine, a national youth team coach. His name is Park Kyung-woon, and he is currently in charge of the U-17 team. The World Cup is being held in Peru this year. Did not you know? They won't just throw you into the U-17 team immediately, so do not worry too much. Ho Young was startled to hear that. The FIFA U-17 World Cup. A tournament gathering players under 17 from all over the world, famous as a cradle for producing countless football stars. If I, a 12-year-old kid, can step onto that stage, I could break records and become the youngest player ever signed. Ho Young flopped down onto his bed. The U-17 World Cup. If I participate, I will be only 12, while the average players are 16 to 17. I will be like an elementary student among high schoolers. Age really plays a big role. If they play a physical game, I might get knocked around without being able to do anything. The coach must have a reason for considering me. Can I really do it? No. How will I know if I do not try? I should not lose my confidence. I will focus on building muscle and flexibility to avoid injuries, as much as possible. A few days later, Monica rejoiced with him. Congratulations on getting your advanced certificate in the Brazilian International Language Exam.
Ho Young beamed.
It is all thanks to you, Monica. Monica was touched by his words. Thank you. Ho Young added, you always spent time helping me study. That was not easy. Ho Young felt he should do something. She had helped him without hesitation. He had to repay Monica somehow. But before that, the reward for his hard work. Ho Young was presented with the talent he wanted to possess. I will copy linguistic prodigy. Copying this will make it easier to achieve other conditions. Next is body balance. Monica giggled. He looks so happy. Early March, Incheon Airport. Ho Young was surrounded by a crowd. Reporters, it was not this crowded the last time I came back. Woo Hwang-seon and Kim Hee-sun also arrived. Ho Young, over here. Reporters blocked his view. Please wait a moment, can you look this way? Also, do you have any close player friends you can tell us about? Ho Young listed as many as he could remember. Frenu, Laska, Case Moreau, Costa, and maybe Carcelo. The reporter gave a dry laugh. Ah, those are all your Brazilian friends. Are there any players we might know? Ho Young said, Kaka and Malik. A moment of silence followed. Everyone's jaw dropped in shock. Ricardo Kaka and Gabriel Malik. Ho Young spoke to the cameras. I have trained with Kaka Hyung, and I exchange emails with Gabriel Hyung. He gave me some advice. The reporters were extremely excited. Could you tell us more about that? Bum Kuan walked in from the entrance.
Ho Young.
Sorry for making you wait. The professional league has started, so it has been quite busy lately. I feel bad for your parents as well. Hwang-seon waved his hand. No, not at all. Bum Kuan was very happy to see him again. You have grown taller and look more mature since the last time we met, have not you? Ho Young smiled. Really, you always look very healthy, coach. The man beside Bum Kuan spoke up. Nice to meet you, Ho Young. I am Park Kyung-woon, the U-17 coach. Ho Young was a bit nervous. He is the national team coach. Kyung-woon knew what he was thinking. Don't be afraid. I do not bite. Ho Young's gaze became more focused. If I perform well here, there is a high chance I could become the youngest member of the national team. Right in front of him was a definite opportunity to acquire even better talents. Kyung-woon's first question, Ho Young, you know what the U-17 team is, right? Ho Young recalled, that is the team that took third place at the Asian Championship last year. They secured a spot in the U-17 World Cup after beating Qatar. Kyung-woon was quite satisfied. Exactly. You know your stuff. We want to select you for the national team in September, but currently, until April, you're not tied to any other clubs, right? Ho Young did not quite understand. That is right. But why? Kyung-woon explained, this month there is a U-16 tournament called the Montaigu International Tournament held in France. Ho Young nodded in understanding. They plan to let me play in the U-16s first before deciding, Will they still put me in the U17 team in September? There was no need to rush, but how should he overcome this age gap? Kyung-woon asked the man opposite him, "Does your father agree to this?" Hwang Seon strongly agreed. "Yes, of course. As a father, I have no reason to object to my son being chosen for the national team. Please take good care of him." Ho-young was speechless. "He looks even happier than I am." Kyung-woon gave his word, "Don't worry." With Coach Cha's recommendation, this was a given. Ho-young looked at his father. For some reason, he felt like he was the only one overthinking things. This must be the surge of excitement and expectation. The title of youngest was tempting, but the most important thing was still talent. A grand feast where talents from all over the world converge. Inside Ho-young's car, he was reading a newspaper article about himself. Woo Ho-young, the one rewriting Korean football history, about to join the national youth team. Woo Ho-young conquers Brazil, the world's strongest team. A Brazilian football expert lists him among the top 5 football geniuses in the world. Woo Ho-young's shooting posture is identical to Maradona's. A shocking discovery. Korea has now become a football powerhouse. Winning the World Cup is no longer just a dream. Please, stop right there. There were even tabloid-style articles. It was the typical hero-making process that happens everywhere. He was grateful for the attention, but Ho-young called out to Hwang Seon, "Dad, what if I said I wanted to move to a European team? It is fine for now, but if I am thinking about making a professional debut, I can't do it alone." Hwang Seon gave his opinion, "Then either your mother or I will have to move to Europe with you." Ho-young was surprised. You already knew," Hwang Seon replied immediately, "Of course. This is about my son's future. If you are thinking about going pro, that would be the best choice." Ho-young thought of his large family and the idea of them being split up because of this. Hwang Seon knew exactly what he was thinking.
Ho-young.
Don't worry about anything. You just focus on football. Ho-young suddenly felt a bit shy. "Yes. I will do my best." Paju National Football Training Center. Ho-young slowly walked onto the pitch. Are those people the U17 national team? Ho-young scanned them. He did not miss a single corner. So there really are not any geniuses. No, my standards became too high after being in Brazil. This must be the normal level. I am already a member of the national team. I just want to get on the field as soon as possible. Ho-young met an acquaintance. It was Hyung-jun. Long time no see. How have you been lately? Hyung-jun laughed. Same as always. But it has only been a year since I saw you, so why? You look taller than me now. How tall are you? The figure of 171 centimeters shocked Hyung-jun. No way, did they inject you with hormones in Brazil or something? U17 captain Kim Shin-woo walked over. Who is making all that noise? We are still in training, so keep it down. Both bowed apologetically. Sorry. Ho-young raised his head slightly. Kim Shin-woo, he was the oldest player on the U17 team, the captain, and the pillar of the defense. Shin-woo scolded Hyung-jun, "You did not come here to fool around, right? I won't go easy on you just because it is your first time." Ho-young was quite confused by that. In Brazil, everyone was friendly like friends. In contrast, the atmosphere here was quite tense. He had to get used to this quickly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I should start warming up too.
Shinwo notice Do-yeong.
Hey. I heard you went to Brazil to train. Ho-young did not quite understand. Yes, is there a problem? Shin-woo's eyes were a bit dark. I do not care how they trained you there, but in Korea, you learn through tough love. Even if you are a kid, there are no special privileges. That is the only way to improve, so make sure you do well. Ho-young did not ask or say anything more. Kyung-woon's voice echoed across the field, "Assemble. We are going to have a 9v9 practice match. Split into teams. Team 1, led by the captain, will be the white team. Team 2, consisting of new members, will be the blue team, Kim Sung-soo, Oh Yun-ho, Park Chong-soo.
Kim Jae-min, Lee Chang-ho, Nam Woo-jung.
Gu-taeyoung, Seok Hyung-yun.
Wo-yeong.
The players I just named, please change into blue bibs. Jae-young looked at the last person called.
Wo-yeong.
The media's been going crazy about him, saying he is amazing. But in the end, he is just an elementary schooler. He is only 13, still just a kid. And no matter how talented he is, how can we face the other team when we are all rookies like this? I should not overdo it. I will just focus on my role. Conversely, Ho-young was very confident. I will show them clearly my style of football. Youth coach Park Cheol-woo walked up.
Woo Yeong.
Your role in distributing the ball between the forwards and midfielders is very important. So, do you understand what a playmaker is? Ho-young replied confidently, yes, of course. Cheol-woo burst out laughing. You catch on quick. Just as expected from someone who played abroad. He thought to himself, but I am worried about how the boy will integrate with the team. Football is a team sport with 11 players, and now there is an elementary schooler involved. The generation gap in one lineup is bound to create barriers. Cheol-woo told Ho-young, everyone here is a middle or high school student, so you can't play the way you did in Brazil. You understand me. Ho-young said, you mean I should not play solo, right? Cheol-woo nodded. Exactly. Don't push too hard and get injured, and remember to pass to your teammates. Ho-young basically had a firm grasp of it. I understand. Cheol-woo kept his eyes on Ho-young. No matter how talented, he is still just a child. What was the head coach thinking? Kyung-woon sat on the bench with a tense face. The scores of the two teams continued to fluctuate. The ball rolled across the pitch. It reached Yong-suk-ho, the white team's midfielder. He quickly passed the ball. Shin-woo was not very happy. Trying to apply high pressure like this, a reckless decision. He passed the ball immediately. This time, Ho-young acted. He used his full speed to chase down the ball. But Kim Tae-jin, the white team's midfielder, reached the ball first. However, he had not anticipated one thing. That Ho-young would snatch the ball away instantly. Tae-jin could only watch. I did not even have time to touch the ball. It dashed in like lightning and then vanished. Ho-young thought of his old friend. The interception ability I learned from Case Miro. It took me 2 years to master it, and now it is my signature skill. Tae-jin sprinted forward. Isn't he an attacking player? That tackle was at the level of a top-tier defender. No one told me he could do that. Ho-young utilized his high finishing ability. He fired the ball straight into the goal. Everyone was stunned. Unbelievable, the blue team actually scored first. That kid is really fast. Tae-jin froze for a moment. What the hell, that was impossible to block. Shin-woo suddenly appeared.
Hey, Kim Tae-jin.
Snap out of it. If he puts on pressure, you need to be proactive in receiving the ball. You can't even stop an elementary schooler. Tae-jin lowered his head. How am I supposed to react to that speed? If you are so good, you stop the kid yourself. Cheol-woo stood up in shock.
Woo Yeong.
Coach Cha was right. Kyung-woon was also surprised. Even after watching the boys' match videos over and over, I still can't believe it. The video's coach Cha Bum-kuan had painstakingly collected the match against Santos. The boy maintained peak form, displaying his entire skill set on the pitch. But at that time, Maradona had surpassed all football limits, and now, someone like that has appeared. Kyung-woon could not help but smile. Comparing the two was ridiculous, an entirely absurd idea, but it felt like the impossible was about to happen. Alright then. Let us see how the white team's ace responds. It is time to test his skills. 10 minutes after the internal match began. An exceptionally fierce battle was taking place in the midfield. Among them, one player stood out above the rest. Lee Chong-ryong, the white team's midfielder. As the match wore on, the members began to tire. And Chong-ryong noticed the difference. The blue team's midfielders are showing signs of exhaustion. That Woo Ho-young is also standing quite far away. This is my chance. Right there. Shin-woo had once scolded Tae-jin, can't you stop a kid? And now Shin-woo had to do it himself. No matter how good he is just an elementary student. At worst, I will block him with my body. Then I will take the ball from him. Not everyone could keep up with the speed at which Ho-young pushed the ball. Perhaps Shin-woo fully regretted it. That was what people call a genius. At first, Shin-woo acted like a bossy senior. In Korea, you only improve when you are crushed. That is how you get better. Ultimately, Shin-woo blamed himself. Damn it, why did I say that? Ho Young looked at Chong Ryong. Even before the regression, I was always a fan of his. He is the first professional player I have officially played with. As expected of a pro, he has quite a few talents. Especially his excellent composure. That is something I really want. Just as Ho Young was most distracted, Chong Ryong appeared suddenly and pushed the ball away. The number 7 player on the white team received it. He fired a shot straight at the goal very quickly. Ho Young began to find it more difficult. Even though I keep applying pressure and trying to intercept, he still keeps the ball and skillfully organizes attacks. His style of play is gentle yet sharp. A professional player is indeed on a completely different level. Chong Ryong was always praised in every match. His passing skills were excellent. That was also when Ho Young rallied his spirits. He lunged to block Chong Ryong's path.
Wo Yeong.
No way, has he been lurking in the spaces all along, waiting for unexpected passes. Next to receive the ball was Jaeong. I judged him wrong. We are the ones who need to sync up with him. As long as we provide enough support, the age difference won't matter anymore. In that case, I will pass back a deep ball. It was Ho Young's turn to receive the ball with his feet. He once again executed a storm dribble, gliding quickly past 2 opposing players. Shin Woo braced himself. I have to block him. But Ho Young did not give him that chance. Every time, Shin Woo was left in awe. A Marseille turn. The ball was sent straight into the goal by Ho Young. Now he was in a celebratory pose. The group was amazed and excitedly rushed toward Ho Young. Cheol Woo blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The spectators nearby could not believe it. The blue team won. That kid, Woo Ho Young, right, he is incredible. Shin Woo seemed like he had not recovered from the shock yet. What just happened? I am a defender who won awards at the National Sports Festival, yet I could not stop a 13-year-old forward. He is completely different from any young players I have faced before. How can I face my teammates now? Someone's voice echoed from behind, Captain. Shin Woo heard the call and turned around immediately.
Wo Yeong.
Ho Young held his head high as he faced his opponent. Captain. That was a great match. Thank you for playing with me. Shin Woo exhaled sharply. You are 13, right? How can you be this good? Ho Young's smile was natural and effortless. Because some people are just naturally gifted at football. Ho Young felt a sense of warmth. The captain was actually quite kind. The rumors were completely wrong. And more importantly, he had given him a wonderful gift. You have chosen excellent composure. A great start for his first day on the national team. Inside the locker room of the French host team. The room felt heavy, filled with intense pressure. A young man puffed out his cheeks to relax his facial muscles. This was the defender, Babadou Chako. One look at his demeanor told you he was overflowing with confidence. The Montaigu International Tournament, opening match, South Korea vs. France begin. Shin Woo was finally able to smile comfortably, regardless of age. I see. That makes sense. Through this match, Shin Woo realized he had lost and could not even argue back, but strangely, it did not feel bad. The kid had a good personality and was good-looking, but most importantly, he was a phenomenal footballer. Shin Woo patted Ho Young on the shoulder. I lost completely. You played great. A new truth formed in Shin Woo's mind. It does not matter if they are 10 or 100 years old. As long as they are good at football, that is enough for him. Even Chong Ryong acknowledged him. Good job, Woo Ho Young. Ho Young turned around. Senior Lee Chong Ryong. Thank you very much. Ho Young wanted to scream with joy that his favorite player had initiated a handshake. Perhaps winning or losing did not matter anymore at that moment. Ho Young could not hide his happiness. I am really looking forward to playing with you, senior. Chong Ryong found it a bit odd. Why so serious? Just relax. March 20th, Montaigu, France. Young talents under 16 from all over the world gathered here. For the Montaigu International Tournament, scheduled to begin on the 23rd. Ho Young and the team set out for the tournament. It was time to show what they were made of. In the waiting room, Kyung Woon briefed them, as you know, our first opponent is France. But there is nothing to fear. The only difference between us and them is that we eat rice and they eat bread. 4 of our players were cut due to the age limit, but our team is still strong enough. However, Since they are the host team, they will be very determined to win. Ho Young summarized the situation. The Montagu International Tournament is a league-style competition divided into Group A and Group B. Even if they lose, they won't be eliminated immediately. Before I regressed, the Korean team took second place, led by players like Choi Yoo-hyuk and Jang Hak-gyu. I think the best record was runner-up, but I want to leave a real mark. I wonder who is on the French team. It would be great if I recognized someone. 3 days later, March 23rd, Maxime Bossis Stadium, Montagu. Chaco, nicknamed the Beast, thought, I can't wait any longer. The players prepared to head out onto the pitch. Tension was visible on both lineups. Only Chaco remained somewhat arrogant. Some of our key players are injured today, but still, how good can South Korea be at football? As long as I defend well, that is enough. The atmosphere of the match heated up by the second. Chaco noticed the opponent's number 7. That kid is Woo Ho Young. He is 3 years younger than me. Someone had warned Chaco earlier, be careful with that kid named Woo Ho Young. The corner of Chaco's mouth curled up. I heard he made a name for himself in Brazil, but how much of a difference can one person really make? In front of a crowd of scouts from all over the world. Our lineup is a 4-3-3 to block Woo Ho Young's breakthroughs in the midfield. They took the field with a 4-3-1-2 formation. Their 2 forwards are Suk Hyung-jun and Woo Ho Young. Fine, let us see what you can do. First half, 15th minute. Jaeong hesitated for a split second as the number 3 player closed in. He swung his leg and passed the ball immediately. Chaco could not breathe a sigh of relief yet. The game had been balanced until just now, but now it was leaning toward France. They still controlled the midfield. He shifted his gaze to the side. That guy. He could not even control the ball in the first 15 minutes. Nothing special. The coach must have overhyped him. A country like this made it to the World Cup semi-finals. Ridiculous. Teams that rely on luck instead of skill drive me crazy. I will crush them with pure skill. Ho Young leaned forward. He slipped past the number 13 player in an instant. Chaco blocked him aggressively. Don't even think about getting through. Chaco's nonchalant expression remained. He has trained his body well for his age, but he is still no match for me. Ho Young decisively broke free from the marking. He sprinted with all his might, leaving his opponent behind. Chaco stood firm in front of the goal. Humph, running around like that. As long as I am here, no one gets past. The ball tore through the air at incredible speed. Ho Young was one-on-one with the ball's path. The spectators watched with wide eyes. That number 7 is dropping deep to receive the ball. Isn't he a forward? If he keeps running like that, he will be exhausted before the second half even starts. What extraordinary willpower. Ho Young pushed the ball to Hyung-jun. Hyung-jun used a triangular pass to get the ball to Tae-jin. Chaco clicked his tongue. We are being sucked into their rhythm. Ho Young bypassed the number 5 player with a burst of speed. The audience was increasingly impressed. His off-the-ball movement is amazing. This is interesting. From a distance, Chaco grew impatient. Woo Ho Young, stop passing and face me directly. Ho Young only gave him a glancing look. Then he continued to move, much to Chaco's fury. As the tension rose, the ball moved even faster. Chong Ryong received the ball. He looked for the perfect opening. Finally, his eyes settled on Ho Young. Right over there. The ball was tight at Ho Young's feet. His expression was full of confidence. Ho Young prepared to sprint off. He bypassed numerous players in his path. Now, Ho Young was like a predator on the hunt. Spectators leaned in for a better look. What just happened? It is like a storm. A member of the white team shouted, "Hey Chaco, stop him now." Chaco lost his cool. You bastard. Fine, come on, I will stop you at all costs. This is my chance to impress the scouts. Ho Young's speed was much faster than before. It was as if he walked right through Chaco as if he were thin air. He did not understand what was happening. What the hell? Ho Young's leg lifted. He fired a clinical shot that hit the back of the net. The friction between the ball and the net was intense. Chaco could only stand and watch. Damn it. Just before the first half ended. None of the French players had the same confidence they started with. This was the French coach, Durand. To prepare for the second half, we are changing tactics from the center to the wings. We will apply pressure from the outside in to find attacking space. The blue team members were put in a difficult position. Shin Woo realized something was wrong. They are pressing from all directions. At this rate, they will control the whole pitch. He watched in astonishment. Oh, this is bad. A gap appeared due to tight marking. Fortunately, the blue team's goalkeeper caught it. He cleared the ball back out into the field. It was an aerial duel for the ball. The blue team player blocked the white team player, trying to jump as high as possible. He headed the ball forward. Ho Young quickly claimed the ball. He looked like an icy dragon. Chako's body trembled. Damn it, do not be afraid. Can't let them through. Must stop them at all costs. Otherwise, it will all end here. Ho Young brought the ball near Chong Ryong. He got into position to receive it. Chako turned sharply. A pass. I thought they would go for the shot. The one taking the decisive strike this time was Chong Ryong. The ball went into the goal. That is the second goal for South Korea, an outstanding play by the duo. Chong Ryong high-fived Ho Young. Great pass. Ho Young looked at the number 6 player, Babadou Chako, France's top prospect. Since it seemed Chako's specialty was physical contact, he intentionally avoided collisions and chose an aerial game based on movement. The talent he was aiming for was innate muscle. Rumor had it that in a fitness test, Chako was so strong he broke the testing equipment. Seeing this talent in person, it was certainly believable. Ho Young reached out to help him up, but Chako snapped, "Fuck off." Ho Young was a bit surprised by this petty attitude. Chako clenched his fist. "I won't lose next time." He looked at Ho Young with eyes full of loathing. Then he turned and walked away. The match continued. It was a back-and-forth battle, but in the 67th minute of the second half, Suk Hyong-jun scored another goal. And the main striker, Ho Young, was subbed out in the 80th minute to save his energy. Ho Young sat silently thinking, anyway, in Brazil, I only played 80 minutes total. 90 minutes is still a bit much for me, and we have to prepare for tomorrow's match. In the 88th minute, France scored 2 goals in quick succession, but the final score was 3-2. Victory belonged to South Korea. The second half was intense. The biggest weakness for both him and the national team was stamina. Tomorrow is Ivory Coast and the day after is Germany. We have to give it our all. Furthermore, he had met the conditions for Chako. I already got superior active recovery from Laska earlier this year, so this time it definitely has to be innate muscle. This is fantastic. This trip away started off quite well. Durand felt a physical discomfort. What a headache. I thought today's match was in the bag. As the host team, we should at least reach the final.
Woo Yeong.
I heard he just joined recently, but his teamwork is incredibly polished. A dark horse I never expected. With those skills, he could absolutely lead his team to the final. Skill-wise, it would not be surprising if he dominated the entire match alone. This year's mystery card is South Korea. Durand asked the person next to him, once you recover from your injury, do you think you can stop him next time? Russa replied, Coach. Why are you asking something so obvious? The screen showed Ho Young's image. Everyone was shocked. The MVP has been decided, it is that kid. I can't believe France did not get the MVP. Mireille looks really sad. South Korea ruined everything. Regardless, that kid is truly great. He deserves to be the MVP. It is a blessing to see such a good match. Reporters crowded around Ho Young. Congratulations on being chosen as the MVP. You bypassed Babadou Chako 4 times. Was it that easy to face him? Ho Young said, not at all. On the contrary, it was very difficult. He is truly strong. I believe I simply found the spaces to get through. The reporter added, is that so? In your opinion, what was France's biggest issue today? Is there anything French players can learn from Woo Ho Young? The translator whispered to Ho Young. Then he gave a clever answer, the French team played very well. The result could have gone either way. The reporter shifted to another topic. In 2 days, you will face Germany. They are the favorites to win. How do you predict that match will go? Ho Young thought for a moment. It was the first time meeting them again in 3 years since the MBS World Youth Tournament. This could be a chance for revenge. Ho Young confidently declared, "That sounds interesting." That evening, news spread rapidly. South Korean U16 team, led by coach Park Kyung-woon, defeats France U16 3-2. Once considered the weakest team, Korea made a comeback, winning against France following an opening goal by South Korea's little Maradona, Woo Ho-young. Countless comments appeared on forums. "Where can I watch the full match? I only found highlights, but they played so well, especially Woo Ho-young. If they can beat France, Ivory Coast should be easy." March 24th. Kyung-woon announced loudly, "Ivory Coast is one of the strongest teams in Africa. We cannot underestimate them." But they lost 3-0 to Germany, so their morale must be in shambles. We must take advantage of that. Yet Kyung-woon could not rest easy. The match against Germany tomorrow will be very hard, so today is everything. I am a bit worried about the team's stamina. But if we use Woo Ho-young correctly, we might even secure a big win. Kyung-woon reminded Ho-young, "The opponents have monster-like endurance. We need to go all out from the start and tighten our defense, so do your best." The audience had gathered in full. Ho-young looked left and right. There were no standout talents in their team. Everything they had, he had seen before. He just needed to focus on the match. Besides, he had a good feeling this time. He would give it his all. South Korea vs. Ivory Coast. The match begins. 8th minute, first half. Jaeyoung passed the ball to Ho-young. Ho-young received the ball with an intense focus. He fired straight at the goal without waiting for an opening. After just 8 minutes, South Korea took the lead. The whole team celebrated the first goal. The crowd was very happy for them. Hyung-jun burst out laughing. "The crowd is excited because of the two of us." Ho-young realized it too. "See, I told you it would be fun." 15th minute, first half. Many, the opposing goalkeeper, blocked the ball with all his might. Every shot is like a cannon blast. Can't he take it a bit easier? No time to rest at all. Germany, South Korea. "I just got called up to the national team. Why was I thrown into this nightmare? Is that guy really Woo Ho-young? Please give me a break." Ho-young slipped past the number 7 player. He was aimed entirely at the goal. Ho-young utilized his mid-range power shot, firing from a considerable distance. Many tried to jump and catch it. He is shooting from there. Is it to the left? Lord, it is so heavy. Ultimately, many could not catch it. I hate this tournament. Young saw the notification for mid-range power shot B+3. He was happy because he was just one step away from leveling up. The talent he copied from Yoon Young-ho had developed this far. The opposing keeper was short, so he struggled with long-range shots. "I think I can try a few more." More importantly, the condition to copy coach Cha Bum-kuen's talent. "I am almost at 30 goals. Almost there. Let us keep shooting." The opposing keeper was quite astonished by Young's shots. After that, the match proceeded smoothly. South Korea maintained their dominance, showcasing excellent scoring ability. South Korea vs. Ivory Coast. The match ends. South Korea leads by 3 goals. They were completely dominant. It was their second consecutive victory. Woo Ho-young was chosen as the MVP for the second time. Young thought to himself, even though this is just a U16 tournament, it feels easier than the U15 league in Brazil. Thanks to the seniors supporting me from behind, I could play very comfortably. My goal for this tournament is to be world champions. I can do it. In the match between France and Germany held on the same day, France unexpectedly led by 2 goals. France's starters returning from injury and Germany's lack of key players due to injury decided the outcome. With this result, France and Germany are now tied on points, trailing behind the group leader, South Korea. That night in the lounge, everyone discussed the newly received team list. "We have got the German team's roster. It is good, but the names are so hard to read. The lineup is full of elites. They are clearly aiming for the championship."
Yeah, FC Bayern's Thomas Müller.
Young recalled, "He once shook my hand. So, I will be meeting him again. Thomas, Delm, Dalzerburst. And there is also Holger Badstuber. It has been 3 years since the MBS World Youth Final. This is a chance to see how much I have grown since then." Young broke into a knowing smile. "Badstuber. You know him, Yang replied immediately, I have faced him before. Oh really, did you win or lose? I lost back then. The senior sighed. I understand. Trying hard alone is not enough. It is not like only you are playing well. Look senior, the one to watch out for most tomorrow is Thomas Muller. The senior was surprised. You know Muller too. I fought him too, last year. The senior added, is there anyone you have not played against, and did you win? One win, one loss. That is why I will win tomorrow. I see. Then I will help too. I will back you up. You just focus on scoring. Thank you. Then let me show you how to deal with Badstuber. That same evening in a different lounge. Hey, Holger. Focus. Muller's face was dead serious as he reminded his teammate. I am listening. We have to be careful of Wu Ho Yang, right? Is he really that formidable? He was not like that 3 years ago, Muller replied, but that was 3 years ago. Better safe than sorry. That kid is the best Korean I have ever faced. You have seen the tapes too. I have to admit, his dribbling is amazing, but not to the point of losing sleep over it. Last time I lost my cool and got sent off, but this time will be different. I can't wait for tomorrow. This time, I will face him properly. March 25th, exactly 2 p.m., Montaigu Stadium. The teams took the field one by one and shook hands. They lined up to begin the match. It has been a year. Thomas Muller, he had grown taller, at least 15 centimeters. Furthermore, so had his talent. A wonderful reunion gift. But where is he? Yang looked around. There he is. 3 years ago, I was completely helpless against him, Holger Badstuber. How will this match go? I have been looking forward to facing a strong opponent for a long time. I want to show them how much my skills have improved compared to the past. First minute, first half. The ball zipped across the grass. Yang ran fast to claim it. But Muller intercepted the ball. Seeing Yang approaching, Muller quickly passed to his teammate, but it ended up with another player. Midfielder Daniel shouted, I will cut off that pass. Looking at Daniel's physique, Yang was caught off guard. About 180 centimeters. I have no intention of getting into a physical battle, I know I can't win. By the time Daniel arrived, the ball had already rolled past Yang's feet. Looking at how they react even to a sudden breakthrough, their defense is really well coordinated. The central figure in that the successor to Beckenbauer, the greatest defender of all time, a player considered a perfect model for a center-back commanding the defense. Suddenly, Yang was startled as a large man blocked his path. Mats Hummels' presence was overwhelming, even larger than Daniel, whom I just bypassed. Moreover, his skills were excellent. Even though he was only 16, he had already been contacted by FC Bayern Munich for a professional contract. This is exactly what I was waiting for, a confrontation with a powerful player. My heart is pounding. Hummels pressed tight behind Yang. Then he flicked his leg to kick the ball away. Trying to keep the ball just gets me pushed back. It feels like a boulder is pressing against my back. If this keeps up, I will lose possession. But if the opponent uses their strength to attack me, I just need to utilize that very strength to counterattack. The opponent's strength was always at a level of superior flexibility. Hummels tried to use his knee to win it, but failed. The ball was still at Yang's feet. I have been tricked. The weakness of big, strong players is their slow change of direction. It is hard to react if the opponent moves flexibly and quickly. With the talent copied from Marcelo this season, a clean Marseille turn, and the synergy with Neymar's superhuman flexibility, I can now perform breakthroughs at a much higher level. Only 2 more people ahead. Obstacle after obstacle. They did not lung in immediately, but kept a proper distance. There was no space to break through. In a situation like this, one should step back a bit. However, whether it is narrow or wide, I just need to smash through it. Yang executed a storm dribble. That is why it is called a storm. The spectators outside marveled. He is broken through. No. Jerome is still catching up. Jerome Boateng, the center-back, was a pillar of the defense just like Hummels. His strengths were his versatility, physical power, and his ability to initiate plays. So that is Wu Ho Yang, Jerome thought. Willie and Coach Jonas had warned him earlier, telling him to mark the boy closely. He might be fast, but this is my territory. Yang noticed Jerome was accelerating even faster. He is catching up. How can he be that fast with a build like that? Is he really a center back? Just a reach of the leg, one more step. Jerome's toe was almost on the ball. Young shifted gears, accelerated, and struck the ball with immense power. Young's sudden burst of speed left Jerome in complete shock.
Impossible.
He was running the 100m in about 10 seconds speed comparable to a track athlete. Maintaining ball control at that velocity was said to be his specialty. I was warned beforehand, so I intentionally kept a gap for defense, yet I was still bypassed. Jerome was furious. Damn it, should I have kept an even wider distance? That was close. Thanks to a more flexible body, his acceleration had improved, allowing him to shatter the defensive line. Young focused his gaze forward. Now then. Only one man left. Shit, this is bad, what do I do, what do I do? Danger was looming. Young passed to a teammate. Waiting until the obstacles were bypassed. The ball was passed cleanly back to Young's feet. Young drove the ball hard toward the goalkeeper. The ball finally rolled neatly into the net as a loud roar erupted. Goal. South Korea scored the opening goal. Young's team ran together to share the joy. South Korea took the first lead, and the scorer was Woo Ho-young. Great coordination, that was a beautiful pass, senior. It is incredible that Asia has such a player. He is like Dortmund's Götze. Everyone, pull yourselves together, it is okay. We have a monster striker, Müller. We can turn the tide at any time. We are the German national team. We are always victors. Let us hold the line together. The German players, united in spirit, did not concede another goal after that. Despite several dangerous situations, they protected their net with brilliant saves from the keeper and the composure of the backline. They controlled the game by utilizing their height, focusing on aerial duels. Although they did not score, it helped the team regain their morale. The first half ended. The sound of footsteps approached. It was Coach Jonas. France scored a goal against Ivory Coast, and the first half over there just ended too. This is troublesome. At this rate, we must beat South Korea to reach the semi-finals. It is a shame we lost the opening match, but Woo Ho-young is a very strong player, and he is incredibly smart to boot. As for Woo Ho-young, we have already let him score twice. What more do you want me to say? Despite their different interviewing styles, both coaches paid special attention to Woo Ho-young. I spent days preparing tactics, yet this unexpected situation still occurred. Tony Kroos went to find Jonas. Coach. I am going in. Seeing the confidence on Kroos's face, Jonas agreed. While the coaches were waiting to head out, Holger spoke to Young. It has been a long time. The kid from back then has grown this much. I will defeat you, Woo Ho-young. Young replied, I should be the one saying that. Even so, my team has the strongest midfielder, you know. Young was surprised. The strongest midfielder. Young looked toward the opposing team. He was utterly astonished when he saw Tony Kroos. A player eyed by big clubs since age 15, a top-tier prospect. At the 2014 World Cup in Brazil, along with Müller, Götze, and Ozil, he would be a key factor leading the German attack. Truly a world-class midfielder. Although he focused on playmaking, he still possessed many talents. We held our own in the first half, but it feels like we just crossed a mountain only to face a snowy peak. However, Müller, Hummels, and Kroos, if I do well, I can copy the talents of all three. Second half, 10th minute. As the second half began, the momentum completely shifted. Germany's formation switched from a 4-4-2 to a 3-5-2. They were trying to seize control of the midfield. Holger, originally a center-back, was now playing as a defensive midfielder likely to reinforce the defense and stop Woo Ho-young's breakthroughs. And most importantly, according to observation, the ball was rolling steadily across the grass. Ever since Tony Kroos entered the game, Germany began attacking rapidly. Kroos's shots were very decisive. They created space with short, precise passes, increasing the pace for lightning-fast counterattacks. Thanks to Tony Kroos's clear playmaking, the South Korean defense was completely disorganized. Below, the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd echoed throughout the stadium. Seeing the other team trying to steal the ball, Kroos passed to a teammate. Another pass from Tony. Müller ran to claim the ball. I let my guard down, danger. The ball rolled toward the goal. A one-on-one opportunity. Young's goalkeeper, seeing the trouble, flew out to block the ball. Damn it. But because Muller's shot was so powerful and clinical, the ball found the back of the net. Germany's equalizer, that shot leveled the score. The match was back to square one. Shit, how are we supposed to block that? If we lose, it is all over. Because He cursed 3 times in frustration. Damn it. We have to use our heads to stop them. Use our heads, Young continued. Muller is a player who is great at sudden spatial breakthroughs. If you only follow him with your eyes, you won't react in time. So, use your head to predict his movements. I see. I get it. The senior placed a hand on Young's shoulder. Go for it. We will give you full support from the back. The match resumed. Kroos was being pressed by the opposing team. Muller ran out to help. The 4-man defense changed their movement pattern. Even so, I just need to increase my speed a bit more. I can read your movements, don't think you can bypass me that easily. Muller watched the ball's path and let others block the way for him. Shit, they are swapping positions. Seeing Muller making a run, Kroos pushed the ball through to Muller. Noticing the gap in the goal, Muller did not hesitate and fired straight into the net. Germany took the lead. Another assist from Kroos. Is he really injured? Kroos can create opportunities in any situation. We need to reinforce the defense to watch him, but if I have to worry about defending too, my stamina won't hold out. I need to focus on the attack. There will definitely be an opportunity. Jonas nodded. Yes, this is the moment. I was worried about how things would go, but it would be great if you boys could score one more goal. I am counting on you all. Kroos's feint was so perfect the other team could not stop it in time. Make sure to finish this match. Our golden path. Before Muller could receive the ball from Kroos, the Korean team rushed up to block. Right here. The ball was still rolling fast on the field. The Korean team cleared the ball away. It made Muller furious. Humph. The Korean team was quite lucky this time. That was close. Jonas watched anxiously. Damn it, if you guys had broken through there, it would definitely have been another goal. Then, Jonas froze as he witnessed. Counter-attack, block him, I said block him now. Young snatched the ball. He dribbled rapidly toward the goal. Suddenly, someone stood in his way. It was Holger. I overcame that old wall of yours a long time ago. The notification appeared, to copy a talent, condition 1, must achieve victory. I can do it. Young calmed down and carefully read the movement. Here, the opponents were eyeing the ball. They wanted to take the ball from Young's feet. But it was not easy at all. Young shifted the ball in another direction. The opponent could not turn back in time. The German side shouted to the keeper, Ron, get in position. Ron replied, sweating profusely, I know. Young scanned the entire goal. Once he found the gap the keeper was not watching, Young fired it into the net. Right before the match ended, South Korea successfully equalized. South Korea scores the equalizing goal. Fantastic, even my talent leveled up. Amidst the joy of the Korean team, the German team was quite somber. Holger held his head in frustration. Ugh. Damn it, no way. Muller approached him. I told you, do not let your guard down. Holger collapsed to his knees, shouting in despair. The match ended. South Korea and Germany drew with a score of 2-2. South Korea officially advanced to the semi-finals. Amazing, finishing the group stage in first place. This is not a dream, right? The captain praised him. Well done, Ho-young, Young smiled. Captain. I believed you would stop Muller. You saw that, I guess I am not half bad. Though honestly, I just left it to luck, an all-or-nothing kind of deal. Luck is also a type of skill. The captain laughed. You actually know that too. Suddenly, someone walked over. Calling out, Woo Ho-young. Young turned around, startled. It was Tony Kroos. Young gasped as Kroos casually pulled a jersey over his head. Then Kroos gave a thumbs up. Great match. Even though his team's future became uncertain, he still accepted the result gracefully. He is a truly cool guy. I want to play on the same team as him one day. Afterward, France defeated Ivory Coast to take second place. From Group A, South Korea and France were confirmed for the semi-finals. The formidable German team was eliminated. The MVP of the South Korea vs. Germany match could have been Toni Kroos, who assisted twice despite being injured, or Thomas Muller, who scored twice, without making a single mistake. But the technical committee gave the title to Ho Young. That evening in his room, Young looked over his talents. Great. I have satisfied the conditions for 3 players. Hummel's sharp anticipation, Muller's genius football intelligence, and Kroos's fast and accurate shooting. Gained 3 talents in a single match, and all of them are a grade. But that is not enough. What I want is my first international tournament championship. The next opponent is the team that topped Group B with 1 win and 2 draws, Japan. This looks like it will be an interesting match. The next morning in South Korea. South Korea's miracle, Woo Ho-young does it again. The South Korean U16 national team finishes the group stage at the top of Group A. Woo Ho-young currently has 5 goals in 3 matches, becoming a candidate for the top scorer title alongside Thomas Muller. Previously he only appeared in a small corner, but now the kid is proudly on the front page. It feels great. This one, and this one too, give me all the newspapers that mention player Woo Ho-young. The newsstand owner asked in surprise, all of them, are you a relative of his? I wish, who knows whose son is so talented and handsome, the owner replied, I understand. Woo Ho-young's parents must be very happy. In Madrid, Spain. I sent you to find good players, and yet you bring back a 13-year-old kid. Do you really think this boy named Woo Ho-young is on the same level as Fernando Torres? Michel, the head of youth development, passed judgment. No matter how fast his feet are. Antonio cut in, stop talking and look at the report first. The kid played for the Brazilian U15 main squad and even won the treble this year. Not only that, he scored a total of over 40 goals. Hearing this, Michel was quite astonished. Furthermore, his mother held Spanish citizenship before marrying, so Woo Ho-young can qualify for residency easily. He will also learn Spanish very quickly. There is potential, but send me periodic reports on Woo Ho-young's performance first. Of course, that is the least I can do. What do you think? A talent worth scouting, right? Every club is watching that kid. Say a few words to President Perez for me, will you? Don't be so hasty. Just wait until he reaches the final. If that is the case, then it is practically guaranteed. That kid will definitely make it to the final. Based on what? That kid is a monster, literally. The story continues on March 26th. As match time approached, Ho-young thought to himself, I have a good feeling. The weather is nice too. Suddenly, he recognized an old acquaintance. He had not expected him to be his opponent. Shinji Kagawa. It had been 3 years. Young recalled their previous encounter when Shinji boldly declared, next time, I will win. Meeting his friend again, Shinji said bluntly, Woo Ho-young, I told you did not I, this time I will win. Young gave a friendly smile and replied cheerfully, that is exactly what I want to hear. Suddenly, something startled him, and a look of admiration crossed his face. He was looking at the system information for his opponent, Shinji Kagawa. He was a mid-tier football prodigy with a delicate and simple sense of touch, though his off-the-ball movement was not yet stable. Young could acquire a talent if he met the following. Condition 1, play for 60 minutes. Condition 2, score more attacking points than Shinji Kagawa. Specifically for this fateful match between South Korea and Japan, if he meets the conditions and wins against Japan by 3 or more goals while on the national youth team, he could acquire Shinji Kagawa's potential. He was confused, his mind filled with questions. What is potential? I have never seen this before. Well anyway, I have to focus now because I cannot lose. As the match prepared to start, the commentator's voice rang out, South Korea vs. Japan. The match begins. And the semi-final was underway. South Korea and Japan. Something surprising happened right at the start. South Korea took the field with a defensive 4-5-1 formation. Many people were expecting a powerful attacking display from Korea, so this was a bit disappointing. The Korean coach watched closely, telling himself, it is fine. The opponent is a team specialized in extreme defense. To win, we need a decisive approach. Ho-young boldly expressed his opinion to the coach, can't we go for an all-out attack from the start, sir? He replied, the opponent concedes very few goals and their counterattacks are top tier. So we will use the 4-5-1. Suk Hyung-jun played up front. Woo Ho-young and Lee Chong played on the wings. The coach analyzed this lineup. He believed it would conserve stamina while allowing them to seize the initiative around the two central midfielders. That was how they would stop the counterattacks. The match was very lively. South Korea had superior ball control and was expanding the space, but yes, they were too cautious. At the slightest hint of risk, they passed the ball back. In the stands, a fan expressed dissatisfaction. "What are you guys doing, attack?" Ho Young paused for a beat and looked up at the stands. He was startled. He thought they were booing him. Indeed, the match was slow and boring. He reminded himself, to complete the special condition, I need to score 3 or more goals. Above all, I want to hear cheers, not boos. A stable strategy is good, but there is a gap. Let us do it. The coach was surprised by Young's quickness. He stood up to follow the match closely. The boy quickly said to his teammate, "Senior, pass me the ball." He weaved through, bypassing the opponent's defensive line, quickly creating space for the captain to pass the ball to him. Young received the ball quickly and, gaining momentum, drove it straight forward. He bypassed the opposing midfield, aiming for the goal ahead. Shinji's eyes widened. What? The tempo of the match suddenly increased. Fans cheered happily. It is Woo Ho Young, go for it, so it was all part of the plan from the beginning. His teammate asked him in confusion, "What is up, Ho Young, why the sudden charge?" He replied, "Just support me this once. I am going to break through." His teammate agreed immediately, saying, "Let us speed up, they are getting nervous now." Yes, Young's eyes shone with determination. The coach warned cautiously, careful not to lose the ball. He carefully analyzed the opponent. Japan had a very tight defensive system, and most attacks would be blocked. On the pitch, Ho Young tried to find every gap, utilizing the ball's path. He repeatedly created several unexpected ball situations. Finally, the Woo Ho Young who seemed to be dormant had awakened. An incredible breakthrough. He held the advantage on the field, preparing to take a shot at the opponent's goal. Seeing an opening, Young decided to bypass the defender in front of him, slipping past to take a shot. Even though he guessed the direction of the goal correctly, luck had not smiled on him yet. The opposing keeper dove and blocked the ball. Woo Ho Young's shot was thwarted by a brilliant save. Hyung Jun placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "It is okay, Ho Young. Your effort was great." But he did not give up, saying with a voice full of determination, "Senior, please keep this tempo. We can pierce through their defense." Halftime arrived. They discussed the next plan. "What should we do now?" "I think we need to press from the midfield." The coach said we need to narrow the gap even further. His teammates said, "I will support you, so do not let them have long shot angles. We should tighten the space. Proactively mark them and block Woo Ho Young's attacks." 5 minutes later. Don't even think about passing. They were determined not to let Young get the ball. Unexpectedly, Young snatched the ball and with the momentum, charged straight forward. He aimed for Hyung Jun. Hyung Jun received the ball and fired straight into the opponent's goal. "Great, nice one, Senior Hyung Jun." The coach's emotions overflowed. "That is it, you boys are playing very well. Watching Ho Young is like watching Park Ju Young play. No, maybe even more than that." The red team was arguing, who was responsible for marking Suk Hyung Jun. "We agreed to mark Woo Ho Young." "Stop arguing, we are still in the match. Defenders, move into the center. Fullbacks, focus on support." The red team was resetting their game plan, calculating more carefully this time. Young said to himself, "The defensive line's movement has changed a bit. Let us try to find a gap." He realized something. He turned to look at his teammate. "Looks like he is the gap." Taking advantage of every opening, Young kept the ball. Kaczynski told himself, "We have to mark him." Young was full of spirit, continuing to set up his teammates. Lee Chong-ryong caught the ball. He passed it up to Hyung Jun. Hyung Jun told himself, "I am going to score the second goal." He fired decisively at the goal, scoring the second goal. Goal, a brace for Suk Hyung Jun. The decisive pass from Lee Chong-ryong was also excellent, especially Woo Ho Young's rapid acceleration and breakthrough absolutely outstanding. The fans were ecstatic, unable to hide their joy. "Yes, this is the feeling, well done. This match is even more fun than the France vs. Germany one. I like intense matches like this." Shinji Kagawa was shocked by his friend Yong's ability. His heart was filled with anger and envy. That guy.
Woo Yeong.
That monster. He said, gritting his teeth. The match ended. The coach praised the players. Well done, thank you, coach. The coach called for Ho Young. Great job. I am still counting on you for the second half. Young was exhausted, face covered in sweat, breathing heavily. The coach asked caringly, "Are you tired?" He replied forcedly, "I am fine, sir. I can still run." But in his heart he thought, even though I am dead tired, I just need to score one more goal. In the Japanese locker room. Shinji was disappointed. We have not even shown anything, and the first half is already over. The coach came to talk to his pupils. At this point, we have to counterattack. Don't back down. Fight to the end. 10 minutes after the second half began. The ball was at Gu Jeong's feet. He fired into the opponent's goal with a beautiful shot. Goal. The third goal for South Korea, Gu Jeong scored with a long-range strike. Shinji was furious. Fans praised them. Looks like the match is decided. Now it is hard to stop South Korea's momentum. In the 65th minute of the second half, Woo Ho Young left the field. Sitting on the bench, the coach asked him kindly, "Young, you do not look so good." "Are you okay?" he replied, "I am fine, sir. I gave too much in the first half. The biggest issue is still stamina. At this rate, it will be hard to play in the U-17 tournament." The match ended. South Korea defeated Japan with a score of 3-0 and secured the victory. Young rejoiced, breathing a sigh of relief. The South Korean team headed inside, basking in the joy of their victory. Woo Ho Young was satisfied with the match result and praised himself. "Good, I have met the conditions and successfully copied Shinji Kagawa's talent. Even though we won 3-0 today, his skills will definitely improve next time. After all, he is a late bloomer type. Although he is only a B rank prospect now, he will surely become an A rank player in a few years. But what interests me more is the reward I received for completing the special condition. Potential. I should probably save this potential for the talent I need the most." He thought, this is great anyway. Being able to receive such a special talent like this. Just then, a foreigner approached them and greeted everyone warmly, offering praise to the South Korean team. He was a famous black man. Marcel Desailly. Chong Ryong wondered, what did that old guy just say? His teammate standing next to him replied, "I do not even know what language that was." Ho Young recognized him. He was a member of Les Blues who led France to a World Cup victory, and would later become the captain of Chelsea, the ambassador for this tournament. He was a French legend, Marcel Desailly. Nicknamed The Rock, possessing extraordinary stamina and a physique that neared the limits of human potential, he was a top-tier defender in the 1990s and 2000s. Young smiled, "I am in luck. With Desailly's physical stats, I can improve my own weaknesses. But a legend is still a legend. The difficulty of the conditions is sky high." He wondered if he could achieve it. It all depended on the final. Since this is a rare opportunity, should I try talking to him? I do know a bit of English. He went over to strike up a conversation with Marcel Desailly. "Hello." The man replied happily, "You played quite well, did not you? I really enjoyed today's match." Suk Hyong-jun was the one who scored, but the most impressive player was this kid. For a U-16 level, this boy showed great composure. Desailly predicted, he will surely turn professional soon. Young said happily, "It is an honor to meet you." Desailly was surprised, "You know me, kid?" "Of course. You are John Terry's mentor, and I am a Chelsea fan, sir." He was caught off guard by the boy's answer. Pulling the boy into a hug, he said, "You know quite a lot. I did not expect you to recognize me." He affectionately patted the boy's head. "I hope to see you again at the awards ceremony." Inside the South Korean team's waiting room. Woo Ho Young sighed, "I was so nervous." The whole team praised him, "Your English is so good, I did not know you were fluent in English too, that is so cool." He smiled happily. Truthfully, he had never formally studied English, but his skills had improved to a level even he had not realized. If he could get Monica's language talent, he would learn Spanish quickly, and moving to Europe would be much easier. Hyong-jun told him, "Maybe for the next match, you just need to eavesdrop on the opponent's tactics and that'll be enough." "You idiot. The next opponent is France. The French speak French, not English. The final opponent in the Montaigu International Tournament was France. As the fateful rematch approached, the hearts of South Korean football fans began to ignite. Night fell over France. March 28th. The match between South Korea and France was about to begin. Introducing France's number 7, Roussa Cisse stepped onto the pitch. He looked down toward the stands. He heard all the cheers from the fans. "We have been waiting for you, France needs you. Next, please welcome South Korea's number 7 to the field." The number 7 quickly stepped onto the grass. Woo Ho-young's eyes were full of energy and high determination. He looked down at his team supporters. The French coach, Mr. Durand, was very worried about this match. He told himself, "Here he comes, Woo Ho-young. He is the one we need to be most wary of." The Korean coach had a worried but hopeful look. "Boys, please." Chong Ryong looked at his opponent. The two sides shook hands. The match was about to start. Roussa Cisse looked into Woo Ho-young's eyes. The two players shook hands. Young looked at his rival with determined eyes. The referee for the Montaigu International Tournament final gave the signal to prepare. South Korea and France. The match begins. The entire stadium erupted in lively cheers. The French players seemed to have larger physiques. Jaeyoung struggled to win the ball from Roussa Cisse. Ho-young realized he was much bigger than he had imagined. He was on a completely different level compared to what he would seen online. A real monster. With extraordinary physical strength and a body that did not know fatigue, he was drawing everyone's attention. A box-to-box midfielder who covered the entire central area thanks to his innate athleticism. He swept across the pitch like a windshield wiper. Even the midfielder playing alongside Ho-young was constantly pushed aside every time he contested the ball with Cisse. Young thought, but even Cisse has weaknesses. A lack of basic technique and game-reading ability that is the loophole I need to exploit. The commentator suddenly exclaimed. Woo Ho-young is dropping back from the midfield to win the ball himself. He told himself, if I can't win against Cisse's physique, I have no choice but to avoid him. If Cisse intends to disrupt the midfield with physical strength, I will use that very same thing to respond. Luckily, I got this skill from Roska. He snatched the ball away very quickly. Young did not give up, chasing after his opponent. He quickly bypassed the French team's defensive wall, leaving everyone in awe. Cisse was panting. "Damn it, because that guy keeps running all over the place, our midfield is gradually being torn apart." He spoke directly to Young. "Stay still, kid, stop running." Young replied, "Running, what are you talking about?" Young stole the ball and passed it to his teammate. He darted past Cisse, making him extremely frustrated. Cisse was envious. He complained that the kid kept avoiding direct confrontation, which was annoying, and the media kept praising his looks. It was unbearable. "This is France, this is our home turf. I will show you who the master here is." Jaeyoung passed the ball back to Young. He claimed the ball and was dominating the field. He sped along, passing by Cisse. "He is completely overpowering me. And the referee is not blowing the whistle for that, that is too lenient. Do I have to commit a serious foul just to get a whistle?" The stands exploded with cheers. The clash between Young and Cisse was fierce. Young unfortunately fell down. He thought, "I can't shoot, and I can't break through. No matter what I do, he is blocking me. Being marked this tightly makes it impossible to do anything. But that is the nature of this sport. The only one to blame is myself for not being able to overcome the physical gap." In front of Cisse, Ho-young's movements suddenly became awkward. In the first 40 minutes of the first half, he only had one shot and one breakthrough. French head coach Durand predicted that the tactic to neutralize Woo Ho-young seemed to be working perfectly. "At this rate, even keeping the ball will be hard. If his strength is dribbling, then I just should not give him the chance." Young and Cisse collided. Young encouraged himself, "If I want to win this match, I have to play my heart out. Carlo once said, when the body plays shyly, the mind must attack aggressively." Young was exhausted. He said, "Right, now I just have to endure." Until that very moment. In the 43rd minute of the first half, a goal was recorded. France scored the opening goal. A fan said, "We have tightened the grip on Korea's number 7. He has been completely crushed by Cisse. It seemed the difference in physique was just too great." Young lamented, blaming himself. The playstyle I trained in Brazil is not working here. Despite trying to endure, there is too little progress. I am starting to feel frustrated. The captain slapped Yang hard on the shoulder. He said, "Hey, snap out of it, the match has only just begun." Many fans cheered for him. "Go for it, you still have a chance." Yang felt happy at everyone's encouragement and regained his spirit. Chong Ryong said if Ho Yang was tightly marked, then the rest must move constantly and find attacking lanes. Even if they could not play individually and break through, maybe there would be chances with long-range shots. Yang felt more confident. "I understand." He told himself this was not the first time he would hit a wall. "Let us go. I will run as if I want to burn everything down. No matter how many times I fall, I will keep getting back up." Stepping back onto the field, Yang again faced player number 7, Sisei. Yang tried to bypass him. Noticing a gap, he passed the ball to Hyong-jun. Hyong-jun cherished every opportunity. "All right, we will open the path." Chong Ryong followed closely behind his teammate. The fans cheered enthusiastically. "Go for it. Pass it." The ball reached Ryong's feet. He received the ball and quickly ran up and shot. Unexpectedly, the ball deflected and flew into the air, bouncing strangely on the grass. The French goalkeeper managed to catch the ball cleanly. The fans felt regretful. "What, that was so close." Yang felt a bit of regret too. Chong Ryong blamed himself. "That was a golden opportunity. At the critical moment, my shooting power was too weak." France led by 1 goal, with a score of 1-0 as the first half ended. The players were exhausted. They slumped down onto the grass. Yang was breathless, sweat pouring down. A pair of feet stepped gently toward him. It was Sisei, coming over to check on Yang. "Are you okay? Keep your head up. The match is not over yet, right?" Yang felt as though he was rallying his spirit. He stood up and thanked Sisei. "I will definitely do that. I won't just keep my head up." From now on, the Real match begins. In the South Korean team's locker room, Coach Park said, "All right, we will use this tactic for the second half. I do not know if it will be effective, but it is certainly better than doing nothing and losing. Focus and give it everything you have got." The assistant asked him, "Coach Park, Ho Yang is struggling a lot on the pitch. Should we sub him out?" He rejected the suggestion and said, "Don't talk nonsense. We are only down by 1 goal, and we still have the whole second half ahead of us." The assistant continued, "But no matter how you look at it, it is going to be very difficult. It would be better to put in Nam Woo-young, who has a physical advantage." Coach Park asked bluntly, "Do you know why a football is round?" The assistant stuttered, "No, I am not quite sure." He scowled and said grumpily, "If you do not know, go think about it and stop talking nonsense from the sidelines." He called Woo Ho-young in. Ho-young bowed and said sincerely, "Thank you for believing in me." Coach Park offered him encouragement. "You are the one who holds the key to this match. I will trust you until the very last second." Now Yang confidently stepped back onto the pitch with his teammates. He told himself, "The coach trusts me, I must find a way to repay that trust." Think. The display showed a notification, 100% complete. Yang was dazed. Unbelievable, he had leveled up to soccer prodigy, the talent he got from Daymar. Have I completely assimilated the soccer prodigy talent? I remember it said it would take 40 days, and today is exactly 40 days since then. March 28th is indeed today. And what is more, all the other talents I have copied and were pending. I have received them all at once. With these skills for the coach, for my teammates, and for everyone cheering for me, I will repay that trust. The second half of the match was about to begin. Sitting on the French bench, Coach Durand waited with folded arms. He smiled and thought, I anticipated this, but the situation is still very good. Even though we are only leading by 1 goal, it is almost impossible for Korea to turn the tide. As long as their key player Woo Ho-young remains locked down. Durand clasped his hands and thought, we just need to score 1 more goal and then hold the defense. At that moment, the commentator's voice rang out, the second half begins. The second half started with the advantage for the French team. They were keeping possession. Gu Jeong was struggling to keep up with Rusa Sisei. Sitting on the bench, Coach Park looked tense. He thought, it looks like they are playing a 4-4-2. They intend to use fast wingers to press the flanks with crosses. Damn it, We prepared tactics to counter a 4-3-3. With the current situation, that is going to become a fatal weakness. Meanwhile, on the pitch, the Korean players were giving it their all. Tae-jin approached Costa to win the ball. Fans were discussing the match animatedly, but it seemed France was the one with the advantage. It made sense since France had Cisse. The ball came to the South Korean team. This beautiful setup reached Young's feet. He bypassed Cisse, who said, "Don't even think about passing." A thought occurred to Cisse, the referee is looking away, even shoulder-to-shoulder bumps near the line are being ignored. I have to exploit the home field advantage as much as possible. He slammed his shoulder into Young's with great force. But strangely, Young did not fall. Cisse wondered why he did not go down. What, this is a bit different from before. In the first half, a few shoves like this would have knocked him over. Why is he so strong now? Young smiled triumphantly. Thanks to the innate muscle he had just copied, his muscles were firmer. Cisse found it baffling and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" He marked Young very closely. It seemed Young's ability for short, delicate ball control had increased. He was inheriting genius football intelligence and sharp judgment. Young was very confident facing Cisse, a core player for the French team. In contrast, Cisse's face showed confusion and fear. A South Korean player said, "Why does it look like Cisse is the one being overpowered?" On the pitch, Cisse struggled, running and panting. "Damn it, all he is doing is running circles around me, why can't I stop him?" No way, he tried his best to keep up with Young. Coach Durand reminded him, "Cisse, do not push too high." The South Korean team created every opportunity to set up a play. The ball was passed by Young to his teammate. By now, Cisse had lost his cool. He panicked and blamed himself, "Oh no, I got too distracted by Ho Young." The ball was claimed by Hyung-jun, who fired a beautiful shot into the goal. A goal in the middle of the second half. South Korea successfully equalized. Young had a strategy all along. He told himself, "Use my own flexibility as bait to break the opponent's formation." This is what I learned during my 2 years in Brazil. Seeing the South Korean team score, Cisse was furious. The commentator announced they were in the 30th minute of the second half. Cisse still marked Young tightly, not giving him a chance to create a play. Durand yelled at him, repeatedly warning, "Cisse, calm down, don't fall for the trap." He was fuming, clenching his fists. While Cisse was distracted by Ho Young, the pressure from the first and third lines weakened significantly. What happened during the break? The whole match has turned 180 degrees. "Cisse, hold your position," he replied, "I already told you I know." Durand was still uneasy and snapped, "You know, what exactly do you mean by I know?" However, subbing Cisse out was impossible. We had no one else capable of playing such a versatile role. Furthermore, there was no defender strong enough to stop Ho Young. The 45th minute of the second half arrived. The South Korean team rallied their spirits. Captain Shin Woo reminded the team, "There is not much time left, let us give it a little more, everyone." Young told himself, "Right, just a little more. This does not rely solely on my own strength. I believe in my teammates. We must all open the path to victory together." Young bravely faced Cisse, not giving the opponent a chance to seize the ball. He thought, "Even though I have plenty of stamina, I can't fully exert 100% of my ability right now, so I have no choice but to move faster. I am so tired, but my body can still do it. Just endure a little more." He ran straight forward, darting past Cisse. Cisse flew into a rage and chased after him. "Does that bastard think he can escape my pressure that easily?" Young managed to pass the ball to Chong Ryong. Ryong told himself, "Ho Young is bypassing Cisse in the central area. Now is our chance." The South Korean bench players were eager, marveling at their teammates. It is exactly as Young planned. This is the last chance to turn the match around. All right, Young's eyes were full of determination. We have 4 attackers, and the opponent has 3 defenders. We have the numerical advantage. Young gained momentum. He put everything into sprinting forward, passing Cisse to his astonishment. Even Cisse did not expect him to be so fast. He bypassed the French defensive line. As he ran, he told himself he would disrupt the defense up front. Fans expressed their admiration for Young. He is too fast, he is tearing through the opponent's defense all by himself. Chong Ryong could not understand what tactic Yang was using. He only knew he had to wait for the assist from Yang. Yang waited for every chance to aim this ball. He was very surprised and had not expected. The shooting angle was too narrow to fire a finishing shot. Furthermore, he was catching up to me. Defender Chaco thought he could intercept. I must stop him at all costs. Chaco approached player number 7, Yang. He panicked when he realized it was a fake pass. Hyung Jun was now in possession of the ball. This was a golden opportunity. Sisei marked Hyung Jun tightly, trying everything to get the ball. He pressed his body against Hyung Jun. With a shove, Hyung Jun tumbled onto the field. Yang worried for his teammate and called out Hyung Jun's name. He ran to him, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" Right then, the referee showed a red card, ordering Sisei off the field. Fans were stunned. They were outraged by the referee's decision. A red card, where are the referee's eyes? Why is Sisei being sent off? Sisei walked off the field silently, but his heart was full of resentment. Yang looked over at him. It seemed the foul was too severe to ignore even on home turf. Yang asked worriedly, "Hyung Jun, are you still all right?" In too much pain to speak, he was assisted off the field by medical staff. Yang wept in regret. If I had been the one to receive that pass, senior Hyung Jun would not have been injured. Hyung Jun has left the field. Chong Ryong spoke with Shin Woo for a moment, saying, tackled from behind by Sisei. I hope it is not a serious injury. At first glance it did not look too bad, but we should still check to be sure. So what do we do about this free kick? Ryong said. We must absolutely score this time. Yang called out to Captain Shin Woo. He expressed his desire, please, let me take this shot. The 45th minute of the second half began. The fans were eager. Start already, stop wasting time. Yang stood over the ball, feeling very tense. At this point, regret and anxiety were futile. If he truly felt sorry, there was only one thing left to do. Turn this opportunity into a goal. Yang stood before this free kick. The opposing keeper got into position, focusing intently on the ball. Yang was panting, drenched in sweat. He began his run-up to take the shot. He put all his strength into firing toward the goal. Slowly aiming the ball's trajectory precisely at the net. The ball followed his intended path perfectly. Yang scored with a decisive, beautiful strike. He jumped for joy. A magnificent goal for South Korea. He was dazed and surprised. The notification displayed, clean and accurate free kick talent. The previous talent was merely curling free kick, but it had now been upgraded to a new talent. He thought to himself, not only did I score, but my talent has been upgraded too. At this moment, Ho Young became the team's star. Fans talked animatedly, did you see that free kick? He is good at breakthroughs and free kicks too. Mr. Park was satisfied with his player. Cheol Woo cheered, well done, Ho Young. Watching the South Korean team celebrate happily from off the pitch, Sisei clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger and envy. He gnashed his teeth, muttering, why is it always him? The match ended with a score of 2-1 in favor of the South Korean team. The organizers announced that the champion of the Montagu International Tournament was South Korea. After their breakthrough in the second half, they had staged an incredibly satisfying comeback. Young's eyes widened when he saw his teammates outside cheering for him. Hyung Jun cheered enthusiastically, I knew you could do it, kid, well done. Young was happy, smiling with delight. While the South Korean team celebrated, the French players looked somber, disappointed, and embarrassed that they lost on their home turf. Sisei could not accept the current result, saying we lost, no way. Another player said, isn't that already obvious? He simply could not accept it, reacting fiercely. Young thought about Sisei, if he just trains his mentality more, he will surely become an outstanding player. Truly, you reap what you sow. Sisei flew into a rage, clutching a towel, muttering, that bastard, acting all high and mighty. Are you kidding me? Chaco came to ask Ho Young. Great match, I will never forget it. Young replied happily, I enjoyed it too. Let us meet again in the professional leagues. Chaco smiled shyly, no, that is a bit. The press showered Young with praise, congratulating him on the victory. He expressed his gratitude to everyone. A reporter asked him in the first half, you seemed completely overwhelmed by Rusa Sisei's dominance in the midfield, right? But in the second half, you seemed like a transformed person. Did something happen during the break? Young answered straightforwardly that he had awakened. People did not quite understand this awakening. I always maintain an unyielding will. Today was indeed a very difficult match. The tempo was constantly interrupted, but I did not want to surrender. The reporter followed up. Do you mean the referee was too poor? He replied calmly, the referee, oh, it is nothing. So the MVP award will be announced soon. Who do you think will win it? Young's voice was full of confidence. Who else but me? That is some real confidence. Yes, as long as there are no more terrible decisions. The reporters laughed. We will be looking forward to your victory, player Ho Young. Thank you for your time. Young smiled knowingly. I have fulfilled the condition to win the tournament and become the top scorer to copy Desailly's talent. The final hurdle left is winning the MVP, and I am quite confident about that. That same evening, the MVP award was announced shortly after, and it went to Ho Young. Congratulations, I knew you would get it. Young felt proud receiving this award. He politely thanked the organizers. In the tournament, he had 6 goals and 3 assists in 5 matches, and was chosen as man of the match 4 times. The result was completely deserved. The next day, following tournament tradition, the players selected for the best 11 had lunch with Desailly. He shared a story 11 years ago. I had an experience that made Johan Cruyff, then the Barcelona coach, realize what true power is. Cruyff's Barcelona back then was so strong they were called the Dream Team, but I beat them 4-0. Young was curious, how sir? Desailly told him, it was through superior physicality. With just that, you can resolve everything. In other words, I had to put all my effort into physical training, the prerequisite for victory. That is what will help you face stronger opponents. He looked at the boy Ho Young and thought. Putting the match aside, the boy's spirit to not be provoked by Cisse was very impressive. As a player, I hope he keeps moving forward, steady as an unshakable rock. He said to Young, I will be rooting for you. Young's face was happy, smiling shyly. That day, France was shaken. While public opinion fiercely criticized Cisse's behavior, the reaction toward Ho Young was polarized. However, that same evening, Desailly's interview was released and swung public opinion entirely in Ho Young's favor. Desailly spoke bluntly to the public. Cisse is a lost sheep who has lost his sportsmanship. Instead of being pampered, he needs strict guidance to find his values again. In contrast, South Korea's Ho Young showed wonderful sportsmanship. Without players like him, world football cannot move forward. Ultimately, the French Youth Football Federation stripped Cisse of his right to participate in the 2006 U17 European Championship. Accordingly, he was also excluded from the 2007 U17 World Cup held in South Korea. Furthermore, Coach Durand and the referee, who had made many erroneous decisions, were also disciplined. The next morning, Young's victory made the front pages of major newspapers and media outlets. He shouted, "We are champions, U16 is amazing." A fan bragged to his sister, especially player Ho Young, "Look here," the sister expressed admiration, "he is good at football and handsome too, he has it all." Newspapers featuring Young sold out and received positive feedback. Someone picked up a paper and said, "I knew they would do it." Online, every forum was discussing Young and the South Korean team's victory. Mrs. His son was proud of her son. It was not just his mother. His father was also very proud. Mr. Hwang Seon praised his son, whose son is so talented. Once he returns, we must throw a big party. The next day, the U17 team returned home after their victory. They were greeted warmly. Everywhere they went, people were joyful. "Congratulations, you guys are the best. It is Ho Young, it really is Woo Ho Young. He waved at me, we are always rooting for you, keep it up." Notably, Ho Young's popularity was on a completely different level. To the point that, thanks to this fame, he even received an offer to model for a 20th anniversary ice cream commercial. What is this? Even Young could not believe his fame. "I have a chance to take on this new job." After the photo shoot, a female model spoke to him, "You look even more handsome in person." "Excuse me, but could I have your number, Woo Ho Young?" Young hurriedly declined, "About that. I do not have a phone, so." She wondered what kind of star does not have a phone. "Well, let me write my number for you. Give me your hand for a second." He was embarrassed and insisted on refusing. "I will tell you next time we meet," because in his heart, he thought he already had Monica. The older man asked him, "Your popularity is incredible, is not it, Ho Young?" He said he was surprised too. Cha Bum-kun chatted intimately with him. "I bet quite a few companies have already contacted you, even from back home, right?" He shared awkwardly, "Yes, sir, but since my future is at stake, I want to think it over carefully." Player managers are the invisible hands controlling the football world. They are not just contract representatives, but are also seen as guides helping players in many aspects. Especially for stars, managers can even influence club activities. For Ho Young, who was considering moving to Europe, choosing an agency to sign with was incredibly important. The man asked Young further, "Actually, you do not necessarily have to sign with a domestic company." He was dazed. "Really?" Bum-kun clarified for the boy, "It would be better if you chose a company with clients in major European clubs. Of course, the decision is yours. You should choose places with more competition than domestic companies. Choosing a management company is an extremely important factor in your football career." A few days later, in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Young entered a room. He talked with the management company. The man expressed, "I have heard many rumors, but you really are much more handsome in person. I am Giuliano Rucci, CEO of Euro Expert PRD. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ho Young." He smiled and thought to himself, a company that currently has the strongest sales power in South America and has recently expanded into the European market. They are perfect for me right now. Mr. Rucci spoke to him, "We want players who can grow, and to accelerate that development, we will spare no effort in supporting you. Which club do you want to join, Ho Young?" he replied hesitantly, "I am thinking of Real Madrid." Mr. Rucci said wittily, "That place suits you, Ho Young. With your looks, the Royal Real Madrid is indeed a fitting match." "Really, sir?" He set down his glass and persuaded him, "In that case. The thing to be careful of during a transfer is FIFA's regulations. In Spain, regardless of FIFA rules, there is a local law that allows the registration of international players under 13. However, we do not know how long that will last. To deal with it, we will name Wu Ho Young's maternal grandparents as legal guardians. We have already had successful cases. Furthermore, we have many connections within FIFA, so you can rest assured." Young felt somewhat relieved. Good, no need to worry about connections or legal violations. He accepted immediately with Mr. Giuliano Rucci, "I look forward to working with everyone." And so, among numerous agencies, Ho Young signed with Euro Expert. After the contract, rumors about Ho Young's transfer began to swirl. Clubs that had only been scouting before started actively diving into the recruitment competition. Young still worked hard practicing every shot, improving his physicality. A few days later, Rucci, busy running everywhere, came to Ho Young with a stack of documents. He came to deliver an important document to the boy. He called him to a private room and showed him the document. "Total of 9 teams want you, Ho Young. The transfer could happen quickly in August, or for safety in December. Personally, I recommend the second option. That will give enough time to prepare the files and paperwork, ensuring no issues arise. Furthermore, if you are chosen for the U17 World Cup team and perform well, your market value could increase significantly." Young replied, "I understand, but the most important thing for me is whether they have a tutoring system with first-team players. Even if I have to take a pay cut, I still want a clause ensuring that tutoring." Giuliano Rucci stroked his chin, pondering. "This request is a bit difficult, however. An agent's job is to fulfill the player's request at all costs. I will do my best. So what are your plans until the opening season? We can arrange a private training schedule for you." Young beamed, satisfied with Rucci's persuasion. He said quickly, "I plan to focus on physical training until the end of next month," because he thought his priority now was copying Desailly's talent. Throughout the off-season, thanks to focusing on muscle training, I have almost completed the requirement of 4,000 minutes of physical conditioning. Cartilage is a tissue that wears out easily, so strengthening ligaments and muscles is absolutely necessary. However, too much muscle can reduce flexibility and agility. That is why maintaining body balance is very important. Before leaving for Spain, I also have to copy Monica's talent." Exhausted, he leaned back to rest. Sighing with relief, finally finished. Young completed condition 4, 4,000 minutes of physical training. Young was nervous as he saw his results board about to appear. He rejoiced, springing up, I finally copied Desailly's unique talent. This is my fourth unique talent. No wonder my muscles feel so much stronger. I will feel it even more over the remaining 50 days. Suddenly he realized something. The notification displayed, "You have no more empty slots for talents. You can swap talents by upgrading to level 3. Is this? It finally happened. My worst fear has come true, the talent limit. Yang sat pensive, reflecting on everything that had happened. I have absorbed about 40 talents within 3 years. That was a bit reckless, was not it? I anticipated this, but I am still shocked. Nevertheless, if I can upgrade talents and convert them into other talents, like merging them, I might be able to bypass this limit. Potential B. It is time to use it. After experimenting with Indomitable Physique, I discovered that after upgrading, one can choose to keep the upgraded talent or choose to transfer it away. I tried converting Physique like steel to steadfast as a rock, but it seems talents converting to rank you must reach at least rank S or higher. Anyway, I have found a way to break through the current limit. I will need to upgrade less important talents, then transfer them away to clear slots. Early May 2005. Sao Paulo FC U15 began preparing for the new season. There were quite a few player transfers. And among them one prominent player, a young talent transferred from SC Cock Ants, Rocky's Mula. Along with other promising players transferring from various teams, some were even inspired by Ho Young. And where there are meetings, there are also partings. Captain Frenu, now 17, left the U17 team after the season began. Ho Young put all his effort into developing talents and transferring them to other slots, gradually clearing out his talent slots. One by one, he persistently developed his key talents. June. After making outstanding progress at the Montega tournament, Ho Young continued to prove his strength, and Sao Paulo FC U15 rose to the top of the National League. At times, he also participated with the South Korean U17 national team in evaluation matches, laying the foundation for the U17 World Cup. On June 28, the coach announced, "Tomorrow we play Grêmio, currently 4th in the National League. They have played with an extremely solid defense all season. Though their football intelligence might not be high, they have defenders who use brute muscle power. Any opinions, Case Moreau, you speak?" Case Moreau gave his opinion. "If the opponent uses strength to suppress us, instead of direct confrontation, I think it would be better to quickly deploy the ball from the midfield to disrupt their formation." Coach Carlo Enrique followed up, a textbook answer. "Any other ideas?" Hearing this, Young boldly raised his hand. "Instead of avoiding them, how about we stay close and provoke them? From my experience, if you know how to use the opponent's strength against them, they will get angry and easily lose their cool." He praised him highly. "Very good, excellent idea." He said proudly that this child had matured so much he almost did not recognize him. "It is a pity we will have to part with him soon." Young's eyes were full of confidence. "Has it really been 2 years? The conditions were harsh, but I am about to achieve it. This is my final season at Sao Paulo FC. I must win it." The next day, the match between Sao Paulo FC and Grêmio was about to start. Player Rocky's Mula marked the opponent closely, not letting him get the ball. Rosca partnered with Mula, together creating plays. Rocky's Mula received a signal from his teammate. It must be said that Sao Paulo FC took the initiative first. They repeatedly created beautiful ball movements, setting up situations for their teammates. Player number 15 intended to pass to Young. Young caught the ball. He nimbly bypassed the opposing wall, confronting them. He realized Pereira was the one marking him. Only 15, yet already having such a solid build, a warrior-type defender, very good at physical confrontation. Naturally, he would look for ways to provoke a collision. Young and Pereira repeatedly collided. However, Young quickly slipped past his opponent, driving the ball forward. Pereira was dazed by the lightning-fast situation. "I clearly hit him with a lot of force." Fans followed Young. He got away. He did not even wince. As he ran, Young thought, "Today I successfully copied the steadfast as a rock talent. I only thought I would try it out a bit. I did not expect it to be even more formidable than I imagined." Young controlled the ball very well. It was as if he owned the pitch. His target ahead was the opponent's goal. The commentator announced that Ho Young scored 5 consecutive goals that day, leading the team to victory. The match ended, and Young was satisfied with his result. "All right." He thanked coach Carlo Enrique for allowing him to leave. The coach said no need to thank him, just return safely. Haven't you already made the official U17 World Cup roster? Just go out there and explode. He promised his teacher, yes, sir, I will explode. September 10, 2005. Early this morning, the U17 World Cup national team, after a send-off ceremony, was reported to have landed in Peru not long ago. The team stated there was still 1 week before the opening match against the USA, and they were determined to make a new leap forward with thorough preparation. Many fans were overjoyed and talking excitedly, it is the Youth World Cup, so nervous, didn't they already win the Montega tournament, it will definitely be worth watching. Because Woo Ho-young is there. Ho-young stepped onto the field. He and his national team had an important upcoming match. His eyes were overflowing with confidence.